Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 203, Chapter 203-008, Reduced to a Plaything. The Lady of Despair, who was in stealth mode, stood frozen on a rooftop next to Black Palm Street. She wouldn't be surprised if a sailor happened to pass by a demigod. But it's strange that there's a magic circle here. This means that the people on the street wearing wizard robes and pointed hats and operating magic circles had made preparations in advance. Such a large magic circle cannot be drawn in a short time. The person operating the magic circle didn't seem very strong and couldn't possibly have predicted Lady of Despair's actions today. After all, this was a plan of the royal family and the Saintess, and to predict it in advance would require the level of an angel. From Triss's sudden escape to her cooperation with the Aurora Society, and then to the advanced planning, it was all decided in the last hour or two, so it's impossible for anyone to have leaked the information. That's strange. Why would this guy set up a magic array in advance? Just when Lady Despair couldn't figure out what was going on, she suddenly became shorter and thinner while in stealth mode. Before Lady Despair could react, she was already only the size of a thumb. At that moment, a phantom eagle appeared in the sky, scrambling and pecking at the thumb-sized Lady Despair. Lady Despair immediately realized what was happening and was thinking of retaliating when she found herself becoming illusory, her extraordinary abilities disappearing. A woman's voice suddenly rang in her ear. "I knew you could use the invisibility ability. This allows Bernadette to better utilize the Emperor's New Clothes ability, where Lady Despair will gradually become dull and eventually become that non-existent new clothes." However, she did not completely disappear. After a while, the effect of this ability would end, and Lady Despair would reappear. But Bernadette certainly wouldn't give her that chance. The desperate witch was a little too slow to dodge and was caught by the phantom eagle's claw, losing an arm and leaving a wound between her chest and abdomen that revealed her internal organs. She instinctively wanted to use the substitute technique, but her extraordinary ability was like the Emperor's New Clothes, it had never existed. Lady Despair was somewhat desperate this time, as she felt the suppression emanating from a powerful demigod. Most importantly, the demigod was prepared, while she was not. At this moment, Odis was focused on controlling the magic circle, and the strong wind continued to blow. The spiritual materials in this magic circle are enough to sustain it for 2 or 3 minutes. At that time, regardless of whether Lady Despair has been killed or not, we must leave immediately. Because at that time, the Church of the Goddess of Night had already deployed a level 0 sealed artifact, and the members of Mechanical Heart were also about to arrive. This is the best time to escape. In the ancient ruins on the outskirts of Backlund, Klein tried many methods, but none of them could stop Mr. A's ritual. The passage for the evil god's descent has begun to be established, but Mr. A said viciously, "These damned witches, are they seducing someone into bed at this crucial moment?" At this time, a large number of resentful and tormented souls are needed to widen the channel for the coming. So far, Mr. A has received fewer than 300 souls. Those were all frail homeless people, they were already very weak and could not withstand any illness. The dense fog created by Lady Despair still caused the deaths of many people, but such a small number of people simply could not sustain such a ritual. At that moment, Klein took out the master key from his pocket and threw it toward the passage established by the ritual. Deep underground within the ruins, the battle between Azek and Ince Zangwell continues. But because Zangwell had just forcibly triggered a meteor shower, 0-08 has become very restless. Just as he thought of this, his spiritual senses suddenly gave him a dangerous premonition. He quickly glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that 0-08 had somehow left his pocket and was floating in front of the gray rock wall, frantically writing lines of words. In the heat of battle, all sorts of unexpected things can happen. For example, Ince Zangwell's belt broke and his pants fell down. Snap. Zangwell's belt snapped, and his pants fell down to his ankles, making it very difficult for him to move around. Azek's attack left Zangwell no time to pull up his pants, making the demigod look like a patient who had lost his ability to take care of himself and couldn't even pull up his pants. But 0-08 was still writing this absurd story. The fall of his pants did not affect Ince Zangwell's performance, but at this moment, an unknown entity. Just as I was writing this, the 0-08, in the shape of an ordinary quill pen, suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it had sensed some terrifying force. Azek and Zangwell, who were fighting, also turned their heads away. Their spirituality made them feel a terrifying power descending into the underground of this ruin through the medium of 0-08. 0-08 suddenly became obedient. The priest, who was watching all this, discovered another very special existence. He had a strange power, just like Sherlock Moriarty. In order to temporarily contain Odis Gard, At this moment, a terrifying, silent power descended, using 0-08 as its coordinates. Although 0-08 was still writing, the content it was writing was very strange. Stop him. The priest doesn't want Backlund, so, MI9, and the scene. There are many blank spaces in the passage written by 0-08. In those blank spaces, 0-08 did write something, but it seems that there is no ink left and nothing is written. The feather of 0-08 trembled. To it was a hidden power that existed like a nightmare. Over the long years, no matter how hard it tried to write, it could not write anything. Because its writings were deemed secret and could not appear in this world, the stories it created had no impact on the real world. Tap. The number 0-08 fell to the ground, and at that moment, it really looked like an ordinary quill pen. Zangwell recovered from the immense fear. It was the first time he had seen 0-08 affected, and the first time he had seen it so obedient. In the ruined Winter County, on a snow-covered mountain rarely visited by humans. Deep in the snow-capped mountains, someone built a small church here. A priest dressed in a simple white robe, with a thick beard and a cross ornament, opened his golden eyes. This was Adam, whom Odis greatly feared. He said calmly, "Knight wants to get involved." Then he said, "He has appeared again." Adam had long suspected that there was a conspiracy between the knight and him. The next second, Adam said calmly, "Many people don't want Odis Gard to leave Backlund like this, so the head of MI9, Selt Augustus, and Hermit Hayden, arrived at the scene in advance. East District, Black Palm Street. Odis felt that her spiritual energy had been depleted, but because she had drunk a potion to replenish it beforehand, she could still hold on for a while. Just then, his spiritual senses became aware of something, and he turned his head to look at the roof not far away. Suddenly, the roof became illusory, and a large door with intricate patterns opened up. The door was pushed open, and Celtic Augustus, who looked very refined and was dressed in an expensive suit, rushed to the scene as quickly as possible after receiving Karaman's report. He must arrest Odis and put him on trial as soon as possible to determine whether the royal plans have been leaked. But Celt was somewhat uneasy, fearing that the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would come to take him away, so he simply came in person. His appearance was also a signal. Members of MI9 rushed out to arrest Odis. At this moment, Celt noticed two demigods who had arrived in stealth mode not far away. One is already seriously injured, while the other is pressing his advantage. As a former sheriff with domain-related abilities, Celt quickly obtained more information from the surrounding environment. The seriously injured demigod was a despair witch. Celt frowned. The hidden demigod is Odis's accomplice. Did Odis come to the East District to stop the king's plan? Regardless, Celt, who knows many secrets, has to step in to save the witch. Invisibility is forbidden here. On the rooftop opposite him, two figures immediately appeared. One was only the size of a thumb and looked quite disheveled. The other was wearing a peculiar hat. Before he could see her face clearly, the hat became illusory, and she also entered a state of invisibility again. Celt narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a very powerful sequence 3. Powerful enough to directly counter his prohibition. Just then, Hermit Hayden, dressed in priest's robes, wearing a soft hat, and with a pair of huge silver wings behind him, flew swiftly from midair. As soon as he stood on the roof ridge, the pair of silver wings immediately folded up and hid under his clothes. At this moment, Karaman had already led several of his men to a spot not far from Odis. The action leader was about to order an arrest when he saw a terrifying, indifferent gaze. The owner of that gaze was none other than Odis. At this moment, he exuded an indescribable majesty, as well as a kind of indifference that seemed to be ready to die. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Karaman could tell that this was not a power granted by extraordinary abilities, but it was just as awe-inspiring as the majesty granted by extraordinary abilities. Odis glared coldly at the MI9 members before him and said in a chilling tone, "Get out of my way." Several of Karaman's subordinates retreated without realizing it. Karaman immediately countered Odis's display of power with his extraordinary abilities. "Arrest him." Odis said nothing more, but manipulated the magic circle to send a gust of wind toward the members of MI9. Karaman sensed something was wrong and immediately jumped up to dodge. Because he dodged in such a hurry, his hat fell off and was immediately cut into several pieces by the wind blades that followed. Most of his subordinates were unable to dodge and were torn apart by the wind blades. 2 members managed to dodge, but one lost an arm or the other a leg. Even though such injuries are not fatal to extraordinary individuals, they still rendered them incapable of fighting. As soon as Karaman's feet touched the ground, new wind blades formed. He quickly raised his hand and used his imprisonment ability to imprison these wind blades. Then Karaman was about to use his exile ability on Odis to push him away from the magic circle. Tap. Suddenly, a pea fell at his feet, and before Karaman could react, the pea sprouted and grew rapidly. Almost instantly, it grew to a height of over 10 meters. Somewhat bewildered, Hermit stood atop the pea and, almost instinctively, jumped down. But the moment he jumped down, his hands and feet got tangled in the branches and leaves, and he ended up hanging on the giant pea. Hermit struggled, but found that even with his Sequence 6 power, he could not break free. At the same time, the situation among the demigods changed again. When Hermit arrived, Bernadette continued to relentlessly pursue Lady of Despair, but because invisibility was forbidden here, the Emperor's new clothes was also weakened. Lady Despair quickly escaped onto a glass surface, hoping to escape by mirror jumping. While keeping an eye on the two demigods, Bernadette summoned the magic mirror. The target of Lady Despair's second mirror jump was a piece of glass a kilometer away. But when she actually jumped, she appeared on the magic mirror and returned to Bernadette's side. Bernadette snapped her fingers, and the panicked Lady of Despair froze, turning into a puppet. Then Bernadette's invisible servant stepped forward, its two hands holding the wooden head of Lady Despair, and with a slight twist, it detached it. The body of Lady Despair fell from the roof to the ground. Her headless body stiffly got up and then awkwardly tried to climb back onto the roof to retrieve her head. If she fails to retrieve her head after a certain period of time, she will truly be decapitated. At this point, the situation changed. Celt and Hermit were initially wary of each other, both believing the other was there to kidnap them. They soon realized that the demigod, who was still invisible, was Odis's accomplice. After a brief exchange of glances, they immediately joined forces to attack the demigod. Hermit suddenly twisted off his left index finger, revealing a hollow cavity inside. A small red ball, about the size of a pill, flew out of the cavity. The small ball split open on the street, and an area around it was instantly covered in red. The amazing thing is that the color was not blown away by the wind, nor did it affect visibility, it simply made red the background color in the field of vision for people in this area. Bernadette, who was invisible, stood out against the red background, but her face was still not visible, only a phantom figure could be seen. Celt raised his hand and said, "She violated the prohibition against invisibility and should be punished accordingly." Immediately behind Bernadette, a phantom leather whip with barbs appeared. The whip was about to strike when it suddenly stopped. Celt was slightly taken aback, and after observing for a moment, he realized that the whip was actually asleep. St. Samuel Church. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson obtained information about the primal witch from Earl Hall. After a moment's thought, all the light in his room suddenly disappeared, as if swallowed up by the darkness in the room. Inside the church, all the worshippers who were praying felt for a moment that night had fallen. When everything returned to normal, Anthony was already standing in front of Charnice's gate at the bottom of the church. Today, the team on duty is led by Necromancer Daly Simone. Before she could ask any questions, Archbishop Anthony said in a deep voice, "Get ready, proceed with the procedure, I need to awaken a sealed artifact." The 0 to 17 he is about to awaken is the only level 0 sealed artifact kept outside the sanctuary, and only two high-ranking members of the entire church know that it is located in the Backlund diocese. While waiting, Anthony's mind drifted to some information about 0 to 17. Number 17. Danger level 0, extremely dangerous, highest level of importance, highest level of confidentiality, do not inquire, do not describe, do not spy on. Sealing method, the seal is completed by combining 1 to 129 and 1 to 80. Description, this is not an item. This is a living angel. Chapter 204, Chapter 204 The Goddess of Night's Other Prison. East District, Black Palm Street. The battle between the demigods gradually intensified. Hermit stared intently at Bernadette's phantom image. Suddenly, the air around her thinned, and a tremendous force was squeezing her, rendering her unable to move. This attack was launched by Hermit using his research in aerodynamics and mechanics. Celt raised his hand, execute. Suddenly, a phantom guillotine appeared before Bernadette. Before she could react, Bernadette, who had been imprisoned by Hermit, was already on the guillotine, her body restrained by phantom ropes and instruments of torture. The giant axe on the guillotine fell, severing her illusory head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the stiff-moving Lady of Despair finally managed to retrieve her head from the invisible servant and put it back on her neck. Phew. Hermit and Celt were suddenly enveloped in a beautiful flame, and the illusory giant axe from before had not struck anything. The little match girl. They just attacked a phantom created by Bernadette. At this moment, a phantom spinning machine appeared in midair, and it was working on its own without any external force. Its spindle, in particular, looks very beautiful and is quite eye-catching. The next second, the spindle appeared in Celt's hand, and he lowered his head and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Not only him, but also Hermit, hanging on the giant pea, and his two badly wounded men on the street, had fallen into a deep sleep. Even the rats in the street, the people in the surrounding houses, and even the giant pea immediately fell into a deep sleep. The only ones who did not fall into slumber were Odis and Hermit. To be precise, Hermit had also fallen asleep for a moment, but this was not the Archbishop's true form, but a meticulously crafted puppet, so he was awakened again. Hermit stretched his neck and imitated the crowing of a rooster at dawn, a sound so clear it seemed to bring everything back to life. The moment the demigod uttered his cry, Kelt had already awoke and said to Bernadette's illusory figure, "Odis Gard." Bernadette suddenly felt that her ability to predict and prophesy had disappeared. This made her realize that even under the attack of two demigods, she could still protect herself and Odis. However, as time goes on, Hermit and Selt, both sequence 3, will soon gain the upper hand. So she stretched out her right hand, and that hand immediately disappeared into thin air. When her right hand reappeared, it contained a wooden box with intricate patterns. Upon opening the wooden box, she found a metal mask, a level 0 sealed artifact she possessed called Pale Death. Wearing this mask, Bernadette instantly lost all traces of human life. Both Hermit and Selt felt immense pressure. Just then, Odis finally said, "That's enough, let's go." The spiritual energy in the materials that make up the magic circle has been almost used up, many symbols are beginning to fall off, and the strong wind is gradually subsiding. Odis estimated that even if the Lady of Despair were to thicken the fog again, not many people would die. With a wave of her hand, Bernadette, wearing the Pale Death cloak, conjured a tranquil river in the street, seemingly existing in reality yet also in illusion, flowing alternately between the two. The river, which did not appear wide, made Bernadette, Odis, Hermit, and the others seem instantly very far apart, as if separated by life and death. Bernadette pulled Odis to his side and grabbed his arm. At that moment, a figure with feminine grace quickly emerged between them. The figure wore a hood and a dark, classic robe. She had a beautiful face, but no expression. Her black eyes were deep and unfathomable, like bottomless pools of water. The river that the mysterious queen had just summoned vanished instantly, and the distance between the group returned to the distance in reality. Bernadette was unlucky to be deprived of her precognitive abilities, otherwise, she would have had a premonition and left beforehand. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the demigods even forgot to flee. Odis thought to himself, "Oh no." He was too unlucky. His previous estimates were too optimistic, and he hadn't managed to escape. At this moment, Odis wanted to remind Bernadette how powerful this beautiful woman was, but he seemed to see the most terrifying thing in the world, so he trembled all over, unable to move, and could not even utter a single word. The hooded female figure was the first to look at the Lady of Despair, who had just recovered from Bernadette's reappearance. She was like a pencil drawing, quickly erased by an eraser, disappearing without any resistance. Wearing a level 0 seal, Bernadette used the seal to resist the opponent's immense pressure. She finally grabbed Odis's arm and was about to leave when the two of them were quickly erased and disappeared from the spot. Next up are Selt and Kremond, and finally Hermit. After all the extraordinary individuals here disappeared, the hooded figure instantly faded away and vanished from the spot. The underground of the Lever Church. Sitting in the chair, the real Hermit suddenly opened his eyes. The Church of the Goddess of Night took Odis away. Then, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and activated another puppet in the office, ordering it to immediately head to Black Palm Street in the East District. Ah! Odis fell from the sky, the mountains below becoming increasingly clear, and his scream was a completely instinctive reaction. High in the air, he saw a huge, towering snow-capped mountain, its shape almost like a right-angled cliff, extremely steep. In the middle of this mountain, there is a narrow and long canyon, as if it were a crack in the rock that was cleaved out with an axe. At the foot of the cliff-like mountain, there seemed to be something terrifying, causing Odis to turn her head away, not daring to look closely. As they drew closer to the ground, Odis quickly sprinkled a handful of transparent powder and used the flying spell. Although it was a bit of a mess, we landed safely at least. He was at the foot of a towering mountain, and the massive, steep snow-capped peaks gave him a tremendous sense of oppression. So he simply stopped looking at the mountains and started looking at the sky instead. The sky was filled with stars, so bright that they could illuminate everything on the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but barren land, devoid of any vegetation, and seemingly no human buildings or traces of human activity. Odis then realized, this is another prison of the goddess. He originally thought he would enter the Misty Town, and based on the intelligence he had, he could get out of there relatively easily with Bernadette's help. However, he did not expect to arrive in a place that was completely unfamiliar to him. He looked around, trying to guess the goddess of the night's intentions. This fellow villager's arrangements were always well thought out. He certainly didn't invite him here for tourism, nor did he intend for him to starve to death. For the goddess of the night, killing a sequence 7 is an easy task, there's no need to go to such lengths. At that moment, Odis saw a black dot moving in the distance. He immediately became alert and, using the starlight to discern the object, determined that it was a person, and not Bernadette. Odis then exclaimed, "This place is far too vast. The snow-capped mountain stretches to the horizon, and the wasteland in front of it seems to extend to a very, very distant place. The other party also spotted Odis, so they stopped moving and began to observe cautiously. The two stood there for about 10 seconds before the other began to move again, cautiously approaching Odis. Odiston felt a little nervous, wondering if the creature was a creature of this place, or a prisoner. Half a minute later, Odis recognized the other person. It was none other than Raymond. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He actually came in too. Could it be that the demigod from MI9 has also entered? Raymond clearly recognized Odis as well. He paused for a moment before continuing forward, because Odis was only a sequence 7, while he was a sequence 6. Odis took a step back, pretending to flee in panic. But his hand quietly reached into the cloth bag he was carrying. Imprison. Raymond ran even faster and quickly caught up, using his extraordinary ability to imprison Odis. We finally caught this guy. But Raymond then gave a wry smile. He didn't know where he was or how to get out of there. Capturing Odis is no longer of much significance, the only purpose might be to kill him and avenge his brother. But at this moment, Raymond hesitated, because he had also felt a terrifying aura from the other side of the snow mountain when he fell. What if I can't leave this place on my own? What if I need Odis's power later? As he pondered this, he approached Odis. Suddenly, Corman noticed that Odis's lips curled up into a smile. Alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. Odis pulled his hand out of the cloth bag, revealing a black glove, imprisonment. That was the Hand of Judgment, a seal artifact corresponding to Sequence 5, Punishment Night, and Raymond was instantly imprisoned on the spot. Death. Odis had been waiting for his opponent to get closer. Now the distance between the two was neither too far nor too close. Odis threw a punch, which was about to hit Raymond. Disqualify. A cold voice suddenly disqualified Odis from declaring Corman's death. The voice belonged to Kelt, the demigod of MI9. Odis's attack turned into a regular punch, causing almost no damage to Raymond. Raymond immediately smiled with relief. With Director Selt also coming in, he no longer needed to worry about being trapped here. Kelt had not forgotten his mission. He was about to interrogate Odis when suddenly, an illusory fence appeared in front of Odis. Morning glories were blooming on this fence. It completely kept the enemy out, making Odis feel very safe, even giving her the leisurely feeling of looking out from her own yard. Selt stared at the illusory figure in the distance for a while, withdraw. Raymond immediately moved away from the fence as fast as he could. Selt was very cautious and chose to retreat instead of engaging in immediate conflict. Bernadette was also very restrained, as she had already removed the pale death mask. Clearly, neither of them wanted to continue the fight in the unknown environment. Once the other person was out of sight, Odis breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully, Hermit wasn't sent here. That would turn it into a 3-on-2 situation, and if Bernadette wins, she should pay a price. Where is this place? I can't sense the spirit world or the astral realm. Bernadette didn't remove the fences, leaving the fence still encircling the two of them. Odis answered honestly, I don't know either. Bernadette asked again, was the one who brought us here an angel? An angel from the Church of the Goddess of Night. That seems to be the case, Odis added. But the other person's expression doesn't look like that of a living person. This is, after all, the divine realm of the Goddess of Night. If we were to reveal the origin of that sealed artifact, we might truly never have a chance to leave. I read in an old document that the Goddess of Night seemed to have a prison-like place. I wonder if this is it. Odis felt that there was no need to hide this information. Bernadette looked at the desolate plains, then at the endless snow-capped mountains. This place really does resemble a prison. Then she asked, how do we get out? Odis shrugged. I don't know either. That's true. If it were in Misty Town, a prison break would only be a matter of time. But this place is different, leaving Odis feeling somewhat lost. Bernadette glanced towards the snow-capped mountains. The exit is likely over there, but it must be very dangerous. Or rather, it is precisely because it is dangerous there that there is hope of getting out. Odis said, we can wait a while. Bernadette smiled slightly, I think so too. They were waiting for Selt and his companions to go and search or try first, and if they heard any movement, they could go over there later. So the two of them stood within the illusory fence, gazing at the majestic snow-capped mountains. If you ignore the dangers and eeriness here, Bernadette said, the scenery is actually quite nice. Indeed, it would be nice to build a small building here and take a stroll up the mountain in your spare time. Odis added, alas, it's a pity I'm destined to be a busybody and don't have that kind of leisure time right now. Bernadette didn't say anything because she found herself also having a lot to do and hadn't had a vacation to relax in a long time. Odis then changed the subject, such a beautiful starry sky, let's talk about something else. Wait, where did the starry sky go? The starlight suddenly dimmed rapidly, and a terrifying power suddenly enveloped the land. Chapter 205, Chapter 205 The Tomb of Death. The moment the starlight disappeared, the surroundings did not turn pitch black. Instead, a pale white light appeared on the ground. Almost instantly, the wilderness transformed into a wide river. The river wasn't deep, only ankle deep, but it was unusually cold. This coldness was very familiar to Odysseus. It was the great river that transported the souls of the dead from the real world to the underworld. While conducting some research, he stumbled upon a way to temporarily use this river. The river's course is indiscernible, and its surface appears remarkably calm, but once you are in it, you can sense that it is flowing. It is constantly flowing towards death. Immediately afterwards, Odis saw several figures on the river, his parents in this body, and other family members. Odis watched all this indifferently. One of the key reasons he was able to use this great river relatively easily before was that he had no feelings for the family in this body, and he hardly felt any emotional fluctuations when he saw them. But when faced with death, people still feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness, which left Odis standing there blankly, unwilling and unable to do anything. Bernadette, who was standing nearby, saw her mother and brother Charles. Unlike Odis, she couldn't help but show some emotional fluctuations. Bernadette slowly sank, and soon her knees and below were submerged in the river. At this moment, Odis regained his senses slightly and tugged at Bernadette. Bernadette seemed to wake up suddenly from a dream. She slowly raised her head and looked up at the sky. A vine hung down from the void. She grabbed the vine and slowly rose from the river. After returning to her normal position, she continued to rise. Bernadette reached out her other hand and grabbed Odis, and the two slowly drifted away from the river. The further they got from the river, the less sluggish the deathly aura in it became, until their thoughts returned to normal in midair. That was close. Odis took a deep breath. If we had stayed in the river, we might have slowly died. He thought to himself, luckily, a big shot came in with me. The river just now seemed to have a huge suction force, and it was impossible to escape using flying magic. Bernadette said nothing, but simply gazed quietly at the river before her. The previous wilderness had completely disappeared, leaving only a calm surface of water emitting a faint, pale white light. In front of the distant snow-capped mountains, there seemed to be a building standing there. Although the appearance of the building could not be seen, it looked very magnificent. At that moment, neither Odis nor Bernadette spoke. They both realized that the way out lay in that building. But now is not a good time to explore. We traveled a very, very long way. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind them, startling them, because even Bernadette's spirituality had not sensed the person behind them. However, neither of them turned around. The worst thing you can do in this situation is to turn around immediately, as you might see something you shouldn't. We traveled a very, very long way, crossing one snow-capped mountain after another, never expecting it to be such a huge scam, the hoarse voice said again. Odis, very wary, mustered his courage and asked, "Why do you say it's a hoax? That's not His Majesty the Underworld Emperor at all. That's the tomb of the ancient god of death." The voice became more and more agitated as it spoke. "We've all been deceived. This is an elaborately designed prison, and we all came here on our own." As Odis pondered the other's answer, he asked again, "Who deceived you?" "The person who lied to us is." The other person seemed to say a name, but Odis didn't hear it clearly. "Who?" "Yes." At this moment, Odis found that her body had become somewhat transparent, and finally seemed like a spirit floating in the real world, as if she could pass through objects at any time. Bernadette suddenly said, "We can turn back now." Odis realized that her transformation was a protection imposed by Bernadette. The two turned around and saw a mummified corpse not far behind them. A ball of flame was silently burning him, but he seemed unaware of the pain and did not struggle. The one who designed this scam was. He was the owner of the hoarse voice, but Odis clearly saw him open his mouth, but he didn't hear any sound and couldn't tell who he was talking about. Soon, the mummified corpse was burned to powder. The flames disappeared, and the powder drifted into the river at their feet. Although the other party did not say it aloud, Odis understood that he meant the goddess of night. The goddess of the night holds the power of secrecy, and her name itself represents secrecy. She does not wish to be mentioned by certain people, and if those people do mention her, it will trigger divine punishment. Odis glanced back at the distant building. "So that's the tomb of the ancient god of death." Bernadette didn't comment, because she had guessed that what the mummified corpse had just said was a trick by the goddess of night. In the goddess of night's prison, if you accidentally said the wrong thing, the consequences would be severe. It is clear that the goddess of night used the tomb of the ancient god of death to attract a large number of extraordinary beings with the god of death pathway and left them here forever. Odis didn't think much of it. It matched his impression of this fellow countryman. To put it bluntly, he was cunning and treacherous. To put it nicely, he was extremely intelligent. At this moment, the scene in midair changed again. One after another, desiccated corpses appeared from the void and slowly floated towards the snow mountain, as if they were still moving in that direction even after death. Odis soon discovered that among the mummies were several enormous birds with pale feathers and long feathers adorned with ancient-looking mystical symbols. Bernadette said, "The phoenix." Odis smiled. It seems that the goddess of the night not only tricked the emperor of the underworld's subordinates, but also a few phoenixes. No wonder there are many extraordinary individuals with the death god path in the church of the goddess of the night. It turns out that the goddess has a way to generate income, and a place where she can continuously obtain extraordinary characteristics. Bernadette pulled on the vine again, raising their position and keeping them out of the sight of the mummies. They had just stopped when a weathered voice suddenly rang in their ears. "You two seem familiar to me. This lady has something that originally belonged to me, and this young man has a familiar aura. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." The two searched the surroundings, but this time there was nothing there, not even a corpse. Odis then asked, "Who are you?" "I am Salinger." Odis took a deep breath. "Emperor of the underworld. That's strange. Didn't that mummified corpse say they couldn't find the Emperor of the underworld here? It seems the outside world hasn't changed much. There are still people who remember my name," the voice said again. Bernadette listened quietly to their conversation, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at the buildings below the snow-capped mountains. At this point, she was no longer surprised that Odis knew the true name of the underworld emperor, nor was she particularly interested in his secrets. However, the Emperor of the Underworld said that the aura on Odis felt very familiar to him, and that he seemed to have seen Odis somewhere before. She kept this in mind. Odis thought for a moment and asked, "Why are you here?" "Of course, I'm locked up here." The other person didn't seem as crazy as rumored. Apart from a slightly cold tone, they were no different from a normal person. He suddenly asked, "Do you really think death can die?" "Ha, I am death." Odis pondered for a moment before asking, "You mean to say that you didn't perish back then, but were actually imprisoned here?" "No, he has fallen." The voice claiming to be Salinger said, "But for me, fall is not the same as death. Until a new Grim Reaper appears, I still represent death itself." Odis nodded, seemingly understanding. "In other words, you have the possibility of being resurrected until the next Grim Reaper appears." A very clever young man. Although the other person's tone was cold, his words were quite friendly. "Someone doesn't want me to be resurrected, so they've imprisoned me here." Clearly, that someone is the goddess of the night. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The fact that you were able to come here, and that you died immediately without even seeing the snow-capped mountain, shows that you are the chosen ones. The voice continued, "I have waited so many years, and I have finally waited for you. Release me from here, and in return I will give you an angel-level sealing artifact, and pardon you so that you will never have to face the threat of death again." Odis smiled and said, "That sounds very tempting." He thought to himself, "This sounds very unreliable. I'm afraid that as soon as you come out, the goddess of the night will descend and kick you back." Odis asked calmly, "How can I release you?" "It's simple, just destroy that damned magic circle," said the voice claiming to be Salinger. "I only need to destroy a few symbols on the grave to get out." Odis nodded. "I'll go check on the graves in a bit." That building was clearly a tomb. "Okay, the power of the seal is getting stronger again." "I'll wait for you here," the other party said. As soon as he finished speaking, the stars in the sky began to appear one by one, shining brightly once again. The rivers on the ground disappeared rapidly, revealing the former desert. Bernadette gripped the vines and slowly landed. That voice just now was most likely just a remnant of the Emperor of the Underworld's consciousness, and its power was extremely weak. And if he were to break free from the seal, the first thing he would do would definitely be to snatch my pale death. Odis looked in the direction of the snow-capped mountains and smiled, "I know." He stretched and said, "I'm not stupid enough to break his seal." Furthermore, Odis speculated that since there was a sealing formation there, the reason that Goddess of Night captured them was likely to have them strengthen that formation. After all, Odis was very professional in magic arrays. But how the Goddess of Night knew he was proficient in magic arrays remains a mystery. It is possible that the Goddess of the Night received the news from the Night Watchers who participated in the sealing process after the unquenchable whispers were sealed previously. It could also have come from somewhere else. For Odis, the more debts, the less to worry about. Since she was already being targeted by the god of steam and machinery, and the hidden sage, one more Goddess of the Night wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, since they have helped the Goddess of the Night, if their escape fails and the mechanical heart discovers their whereabouts, they can seek the protection of the Church of the Goddess of the Night. The Church of the Goddess of Night is at least a little safer than the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. At least the Goddess of Night won't be constantly thinking about the wilderness of knowledge on him. At this moment, the buildings in front of the snow-capped mountain seemed very distant again, and the snow-capped mountain seemed very tall once more. Odis said, "Since we can't avoid it, let's take the initiative to explore it." Bernadette nodded, "Okay." She paused and then added, "Be careful. It's better to find no clues at all than to be reckless." Odis replied solemnly, of course. After agreeing on their exploration strategy, Bernadette reached out and pushed Odis's back to take a step forward, and the two had already traveled a considerable distance. Bernadette took a step forward and could now see the building clearly. Upon closer inspection, it was not a building at all, but a simple structure made up of 3 huge stone slabs. Those stone slabs are thick and ancient, as if they have experienced the vicissitudes of time. Upon arriving here, both of them felt the taste of death, a chilling sensation accompanied by helplessness and sorrow. Bernadette did not move forward. Instead, she took out the wooden box containing pale death from her pocket. At this moment, the mystical symbols surrounding the wooden box were emitting a faint light, and the entire box was trembling violently. Bernadette said, if we go any further, the seal of pale death will probably become ineffective. I can wear the sealing artifact to suppress this power of death. However, if worn for too long, its negative effects can be quite terrible. She might have worn it for so long that she didn't want to take it off, and from then on, she became a living corpse, a puppet of the mask. So it can only be worn in critical moments. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, I'll go take a look. If there's any danger, you can use the sealing artifact to cover me. Otherwise, we can't just leave this level 0 sealed item here, can we? This is a divine level sealed artifact, not something to be taken lightly. Who knows what kind of beings it might attract after being thrown on the ground. Bernadette nodded and said, okay. So Odis began to move forward alone. The further he went, the stronger the aura of death became. He felt his joints begin to stiffen, but it was still within an acceptable range. Further on, he saw the magic circle, and outside the magic circle, he saw a corpse wearing the robes of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Chapter 206, Chapter 206 The Gravedigger. Before a snow-capped mountain that soars into the clouds, there stands an extremely simple tomb. The tomb consists of only 2 thick, ancient, upright stone slabs and a horizontal stone slab that gives the same impression. But it was this very tomb that made Odis feel an immense sense of oppression. First of all, this snow mountain gives people a feeling of being difficult to overcome, as if it were death itself, and wanting to cross that snow mountain is as difficult as crossing death. Secondly, although the tomb looks very simple, it exudes an unsettling power, a power that seems capable of withering and killing any living thing. Even though he was close enough, and even though the tomb's structure was very simple, Odis could not see what was inside. Odis simply didn't bother to look closely, because the scene there must have been dangerous, and it was better not to see it. The spirit world cannot be sensed in this space, so spiritual warnings are almost completely ineffective. One can only rely on being careful and cautious. The final wonder is a crevice on the snow-capped mountain behind the tomb, seemingly large enough for 1 or 2 people to pass through. Odis interpreted this as the power and symbol of death, for although death is an insurmountable snow mountain, death has a way to cross the snow mountain. After thoroughly examining the tomb, Odis went to inspect the magic circle. As he walked, he carefully looked around the corpse, deliberately walking around it to prevent any accidents. Just as they were about to pass the corpse, it suddenly sat up straight. Praise be to the goddess. You must be the one sent by the goddess to replace me. Odis wasn't particularly alarmed. With such a dense aura of the dead around them, it would be strange if the corpses didn't turn into zombies or form evil spirits. However, one cannot casually accept being assigned by the goddess, so Odis said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm not here to replace you, but to repair the magic array. Odis first clarified that he was not sent to replace the corpse to avoid any misunderstanding. He added that he was sent there to build rapport and gather information. That's you, the corpse said. The goddess just gave me a divine message. The person who comes to repair the magic array is the one who will replace me. Odis twitched his lips. Holy crap, that's really. He reluctantly gave a thumbs up. The goddess's arrangement is truly amazing. Odis thought angrily to himself, this 8-legged wolf is really shameless. He came to repair the magic circle only because he was a fellow villager and was doing voluntary work. Does he expect him to stay here and guard it? Fearing the corpse might escape, he quickly said, we need to hand over the duties, and you need to continue guarding this place until I've repaired the magic array. The corpse said, I can't leave until then, otherwise the magic array will be completely destroyed. Furthermore, the goddess also said in the oracle that I should listen to you regarding matters concerning magic arrays. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief. How long have you been guarding here? More than 200 years ago. Odis forced a smile and said, you are a devout believer. He then said, I just took a look, and this magic array seems to be incomplete. When was this magic array set up? He said missing was being very polite. In his opinion, the person who designed this magic circle wasn't very skilled in this area, far inferior to the magic circle in the Baron Street chamber. Of course, this evaluation is also because Odis has high standards. In his view, the so-called mastery of magic arrays should at least be at his level. The corpse did not suspect Odis, who knew nothing, because it required him to hand over the body to Odis. This is a magic array set up at the end of the 4th era. Initially, it could completely seal the power of death within the tomb, the corpse explained. But in recent centuries, the power within the tomb has gradually awakened, and more power can seep out from the magic array, so it is necessary to send a demigod to guard this place. Recently, that resurrection power has become even stronger, and the demigods are barely able to hold on to it. Originally, the goddess planned to send an angel to replace me, but a while ago she suddenly told me that the problem could be completely solved and asked me to wait here for the person who repaired the magic circle. Odis said, "Oh," confirming his guess. It must be that the goddess discovered his talent in magic arrays, which is why she asked him to repair the magic array. As he continued to examine the magic array before him, he asked, "Is this the tomb of the ancient god of death, or an arrangement for the resurrection of the emperor of the underworld?" "Both," said the upright sitting corpse. Before becoming the Grim Reaper, Salinger buried the remains of the ancient Grim Reaper here. According to some of the church's research, this was initially Salinger's arrangement to prevent the resurrection of the ancient death god. Later, after Salinger became the Grim Reaper, he replaced the ancient Grim Reaper's arrangements and made it his backup plan for resurrection. After Salinger's fall, the goddess hid this tomb to prevent Salinger from being resurrected. Odis nodded. This was roughly what he had guessed earlier. The goddess of night had sent him and Bernadette in order to reseal the emperor of the underworld, who was seeking resurrection. After all, for a deity with the power of death, death is very difficult to seal away. Unless there is no death in the world, the goddess of night can let it go. Odis guessed that the goddess of night probably wanted him to modify the magic circle here, since placing an angel here would be a waste of resources. It would be best if the emperor of the underworld could be completely sealed. After observing for a while, Odis had made a basic assessment of the magic circle. It seemed that by the fourth epoch, knowledge of magic circles had become severely lacking, and the magic circle in the secret chamber of Terensis was just an exception. He made this judgment because the magic array was too complicated, with most of it being useless. The designer of this magic circle must have seen the magic circle in the chamber of Terensis and made a clumsy imitation here. Moreover, the person who designed this magic circle made a mistake. To seal something at the level of a god, you need something divine as a source of power, such as a sealing object at the level of a demigod or something with extraordinary characteristics. Otherwise, you would have to use a demigod to fill the gap, as you are doing now. There aren't even enough demigods to plug the hole now. If it were just spiritual power, it would be a miracle if it could temporarily seal off this level of power. The fact that this magic array only started to have problems hundreds of years ago is simply a miracle. So Odis, standing behind the corpse, asked, "Who designed this magic circle?" It is said to be a magic circle designed by the goddess herself, the corpse said devoutly. Moreover, this magic circle has been blessed by the goddess. It's absolutely perfect. Odis was glad she had paused there, otherwise she would have spoken her mind. No wonder it has been able to sustain itself for hundreds of years on spirituality alone. It turns out it has the blessing of the gods. Then Odis thought to himself, the goddess's skill with magic arrays is really not that great. He then realized that extraordinary individuals who follow the sleepless path are not very good at things like ritual magic, which is why they train diviners and secret seekers to make up for their shortcomings. It seems that even if this path leads to the level of a deity, and even a deity who has survived from the second era to the present day, their level is still just SOSO. After muttering a few complaints about this fellow countryman, Odis pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are you dead?" "Obviously," the corpse said. "However, the environment here has turned my body into a living corpse, and under the protection of the goddess, my soul has remained sensible." "That's right, if this magic array had a demigod-level extraordinary characteristic, there would be no need to send someone to guard it," Odis said to the other party. "So, could I borrow your extraordinary characteristic for a moment?" "No," the other party replied. "The power of this tomb has already leaked out significantly. I can only keep it surrounded by it at all times. If my special ability moves even slightly from its current position, the magic array will immediately collapse." At this moment, Odis finally understood why the goddess had sent Kelt in. Odis then asked, "Could you help me hunt down a demigod in a little while? My power is limited, and I can't disperse it at all." The corpse paused and then said, "However, I can release a little bit of the aura of death. That aura of death is at least at the level of a demigod. Let me think about it." Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "A demigod will come over in a while. As long as I cough, I can use that power of death to launch a sneak attack on that male demigod." The corpse nodded, "Okay." Odis waved his hand, but then suddenly remembered that the corpse was invisible, so he said, "See you in a bit." After saying that, he quickly left. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. On the way back, Odis saw Kelt and Cormund watching from a distance, but they were clearly wary of Bernadette and kept a great distance from her. Meanwhile, they were indifferently observing Odis's return. Back beside Bernadette, the oppressive feeling of death lessened considerably, allowing Odis to breathe a long sigh of relief. Odis first winked at Bernadette before saying, the way out is there, but the tomb of the ancient death god blocks the exit. We have to reseal that tomb. Although I am proficient in magic arrays, that magic array has been corrupted too much by the aura of death. It will be difficult for the two of us to reseal it. As he spoke, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Selt and Cormund. Bernadette noticed Odis's signal and subtly agreed, then what should we do? 2 demigods need to go and temporarily use that broken magic circle to complete the seal, Odis said. Then I will repair the magic circle, and then we can find an exit and escape from here. Bernadette glanced at Kelt and his group, seemingly unintentionally, they might overhear our conversation. I was just saying that to them. Odis waved to Kelt and the others generously, let's cooperate, otherwise none of us will get out. How do we cooperate? Although Selt was far away from them, Selt's voice seemed to be right next to their ears. You 2 demigods, go and stop the power that, the Underworld Emperor, is leaking out, Odis said. Then I will complete the magic array as soon as possible. You should have heard that I possess a magic array that can block the descent of evil gods. As long as that array is used, the power of the Emperor of the Underworld can be completely sealed. In that case, we can get out of here by passing through the tomb ahead. Selt didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment and said, what if you use that magic circle to attack us with the power of the tomb? He's definitely a seasoned veteran. Odis thought to himself, he guessed what I was thinking right away. However, he was prepared, and with an almost perfect reason, if it only takes 1 demigod to reseal the tomb, we have already begun preparations for the reseal. This reason immediately made Kelt lower his guard. If Odis and the others could act on their own, there was no need to waste time arguing with them here, they could simply go out on their own. At that time, because the mysterious queen had a level 0 sealed artifact, Kelt did not dare to easily step forward to stop her. At this moment, Odis said again, if you don't trust us, I can take you hostage and accompany you to the magic circle first, so you can see it and I can explain it to you in detail before we cooperate. He shrugged and said, now I'm not an ordinary Sequence 7 anymore, because I'm the only one here who understands that sealing array. The mysterious queen won't give up on me easily, and you won't kill me easily either. I am the best candidate to be a hostage. After a dozen seconds, Kelt said, okay, then come over here first, and we'll go to that magic circle together. Since Odis had made such a thoughtful suggestion, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Wait a minute, Bernadette suddenly said, shouldn't you also show some sincerity? Extraordinary individuals at this level are all shrewd and astute. Bernadette certainly knew the principle of doing the show properly, and it would be suspicious if she didn't make a move at this moment. Just as Bernadette had expected, Selt lowered his guard somewhat upon hearing this. He said, I can bring my men to you. Bernadette scoffed, he can draw magic circles too. Selt then asked, how do you want me to express my sincerity? You seem to have 2 sealed artifacts on you, Bernadette said. Keep them to me for now. After the magic circle is drawn and Odis is released, I will give them to you. Selt thought for a moment before saying, okay. He had Raymond hold the 2 sealed artifacts and was about to come over when Odis said, wait a moment, let me check if I have enough spiritual materials. As he spoke, he opened the cloth bag, carefully examined the items, and then took out a notebook, as if he were calculating something. Just as he finished his work and was about to head towards Kelt, the stars suddenly dimmed. Selt and Raymond noticed this as well, and without even saying a word, the 2 immediately hid at a distance. Clearly, they had suffered when the power of the seal weakened earlier. Bernadette smiled slightly, she could tell, of course, that Odis had been stalling for time. She also took Odis away, and before the river appeared, pea plants sprouted and surrounded them as they ascended into the air. At this point, Bernadette said, all right, I've created a space where we can talk without worry. Here's what happened. Odis told the truth, and then revealed his plan. Bernadette said, this plan is indeed good, we can give it a try. Odis exclaimed, it's also thanks to your excellent teamwork. Chapter 207 Borrowing Your Head. Bernadette and Odis discussed their plan carefully for a while, and only after confirming that there were no major flaws did Bernadette dismantle the space where they could communicate alone. At this moment, the voice of the Underworld Emperor rang in their ears again, but this time his voice was somewhat stern. You were so close to the magic array just now, why didn't you destroy it? Odis paused for a moment, and in order not to alert the enemy, he could only continue to reassure the Emperor of the Underworld, there is a demigod of the Church of the Goddess of Night near the magic circle. If I make any rash moves, I will die. You don't need to worry about him. He won't dare to take any action now, said the Emperor of the Underworld. Then I'm relieved. Odis lied without batting an eye, I'll go to the magic circle in a bit and I'll definitely destroy it. The voice said, actually, you can come and go now. No, Odis said seriously. If I take a few steps in the water, I will sink into the river. My personal death is not a big deal, but you will have to continue to wait. He didn't give the other party a chance to bargain, did that, Chaos Hunter? Selt also know that the magic circle needed to be destroyed to release you. Yes. Odis thought to himself, no wonder they didn't doubt me at all when I said there was a magic circle there. He said, those two people are not trustworthy. They clearly knew that destroying the magic array would release you, but they didn't even approach the magic array to explore it. The reason they dared not approach was because a mysterious queen was guarding the area. They are indeed not as trustworthy as you. It was unclear whether Emperor of the Underworld truly believed this or was simply responding to Odis. Odis then asked, besides the witch cult supporting the Byron Empire back then, which other families or organizations supported you? The Blood Cult, Underworld Emperor, replied. Also, there's Thorsna and the Ascetic Order of Moss, the Redemption Rose, also sent an angel, as well as the descendants of Thoth, and several angels not recognized by the six gods. Some of them follow the Hunter path, some follow the Fate path, and some follow the Black Emperor path. Odis recalled that Thorsna was the bound god, the one who founded the Rose School. And that Angel of Fate might be the Serpent of Fate that is currently rebooting in Backlund. However, in retrospect, the alliance that the Emperor of the Underworld formed back then consisted of the current evil gods and their evil organizations. This also demonstrates the winner-takes-all principle in the extraordinary world. Bernadette, however, asked, why should the Moss Ascetic join your alliance? In the materials she collected, the Pale Age did not seem to have any mention of the Moss Ascetic Order, and this organization rarely participated in the conflicts in the extraordinary world. The Underworld Emperor said, because the hidden sage harbors deep hostility towards the god of craftsmen, to a certain extent, the god of craftsmen became a god prematurely due to pressure from the hidden sage. Odis nodded slowly. He remembered that the process of the god of craftsmen ascending to godhood was indeed somewhat hasty. It seemed that he was forcibly promoted before he had fully digested the potion of Sequence 1 Enlightener. Therefore, until the Fifth Age, the Church of the God of Craftsmen was the weakest of the 7 Orthodox churches. More than 100 years ago, after Roselle began to rule, the God of Craftsmen rode the fast train of the Industrial Revolution and changed his name to the God of Steam and Machinery. Only then did his condition improve, and he became as powerful as the other 6 gods. However, Odis did not expect that the hidden sage had put so much pressure on the God of Steam and Machinery back then. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. After all, during the Fourth Age, the God of Steam and Machinery was still a Sequence 1, while the hidden sage was an activated unique entity, and it is very likely that it also absorbed a Sequence 1 trait. The King of Angels has a significant advantage when fighting an Archangel. Odis wanted to ask some other questions, but the Emperor of the Underworld said, this time I will cooperate with the power of the seal to bring back the stars a little earlier. You must destroy the magic array as soon as possible. Odis agreed, but thought to himself, I will indeed go there as soon as possible, but it is to repair the magic circle and try to completely seal you. When the power of the stars returned, the river receded, and the desert reappeared. Bernadette smiled and said, this Emperor of the Underworld is quite persistent, and perhaps because he is mentally unstable, he seems to lack wisdom. Odis said, perhaps so. I guess that as soon as I get close to the magic circle and reach out to destroy it, it will be able to break free of the seal completely by using me as a medium. The platform made of pea vines and leaves quickly descended, bringing the 2 people to the ground. Bernadette nodded, that's very possible. When an evil god makes a request, he will never reveal his true purpose. Generally speaking, as long as you do what the evil god commands, you will definitely fall into his trap. The 2 reunited with Selt and Karaymond, and Odis said, time is of the essence, let's get started quickly. On the other side, Corman thought to himself, why did you seem so unconcerned just now? Following the previous negotiations, Odis came to Kelty's side, while Kelty took out 2 sealed artifacts from his person and asked Karaymond to give them to Bernadette for safekeeping. These 2 sealed artifacts correspond to Sequence 4, the Fallen Earl of the Lawyer pathway, and Sequence 5, the Traveler of the Apprentice pathway. The former was a sealed item that the royal family temporarily allowed him to use, while the latter was Kelt's personal collection. When Selt arrived at Capin's villa, he used the sealing artifact, which was meant to be associated with the Traveler. Later, when Cormand captured Odis, Selt even lent him the sealing artifact. Of course, as the head of MI9 and a duke, he certainly possessed more than just 2 sealed artifacts. However, among his collection, these 2 sealed items are the most practical and have the fewest negative effects. For Kelt, these 2 sealed artifacts are not very useful at the moment. First of all, there is no connection to the spirit world here, so the sealed artifact with the Traveler ability is of little use. Furthermore, he knew very well that even with the seal that matched the Fallen Earl, he couldn't defeat the mysterious queen. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, he might as well use the seal to gain the trust of the mysterious queen first. They could suddenly change their minds and, when Odis's magic circle was only half drawn, use Odis as leverage to retrieve the sealed artifact. If the mysterious queen has set any traps, immediately seize Odis as a hostage. However, Kelt never imagined that he was part of the new magic circle. The 3 men approached unhurriedly. When they saw the corpse dressed in the robes of the Church of the Goddess of Night, Kelt gestured for the other two to wait. This Chaos Hunter used his abilities to turn a large area around him into his own domain. Only after learning that the body was harmless did they continue forward. Arriving before the magic circle once more, Odis and Corman struggled against the leaking aura of death, while Kelt remained relatively calm, seemingly unaffected. When they were still some distance from the magic circle, Kelt stopped Odis again. Let's explain here. Okay. Odis turned to Kelt. Do you see over there? The magic circle over there has basically lost its effectiveness. I will add a small magic circle outside in a while to temporarily replace the leakage of the magic circle area's grave power on the left side. Then you need to infuse that magic circle with a large amount of spiritual energy. Kelt listened to Odis's explanation with apparent seriousness, occasionally even seeming to ponder it, making him seem quite knowledgeable. However, he didn't understand most of what Odis was saying, so he could only look at the magic circle Odis had drawn first. Finally, Odis smiled and said to Kelt, I'd like to borrow something from you in a moment. Kelt looked at the old magic circle and casually asked, what is that? You'll find out in a moment. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At this moment, Kelt's attention was on the magic circle, and he didn't pay much attention to it. After Odis explained things, their plan officially began. Odis took out the spiritual materials and pen he carried with him and drew a small magic circle. Please place your hands or feet in these two places, and then infuse them with spirituality. Kelt examined the magic circle closely and found that it did indeed resemble a part of the magic circle that prevented the unending whispers from descending. He had seen the magic array provided by the military and knew that it was not the original design, so it would be difficult to reuse it. Seeing that Odis seemed to have solved the problem of the magic circle without much effort, Kelt became somewhat interested in the original diagram of the magic circle. Because the magic circle seemed somewhat familiar, Kelt didn't suspect anything, stood in the position designated by Odis, and began to infuse the magic circle with spiritual energy. Odis and Cormand immediately felt relieved, as the aura of death had diminished considerably. Kelt immediately felt that he was fighting against a tremendous force, and if he wasn't a demigod, it would indeed be difficult to withstand such an impact. By this time, Kelt had lowered his guard considerably and even winked at Cormand, signaling him to keep a close eye on Odis. Just then, Odis naturally took 2 steps back and coughed twice, as if clearing his throat. Then, the aura of death in front of them suddenly became fierce. Odis stopped hiding and used flying powder to cast flying spell. Kelt's eyes narrowed, and he was about to attack Odis when he felt himself facing a torrent of death aura. He became stiff as soon as he lost focus, as if his body did not belong to him. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped into his mind: destroy the magic circle and be resurrected. Before Kelt entered the magic circle, it was as if he were standing on the riverbank, able to move freely in and out. But now that he has waded into the torrent, he can no longer escape as easily as he wished. One wrong move and you could be swept away by the torrent and drown in the fierce aura of death. This is an important step in Odis's plan, to use the power leaking from the tomb to temporarily trap Kelt. Otherwise, even if Bernadette could defeat Kelt, it would be difficult to kill him completely in this vast wilderness. Exile. Kelt exiled that strange thought, and a phantom figure floated out from his body. He looked like a man from the southern continent, and his body was covered with dark green scales, making him look very ferocious and terrifying. This power is formed by the aura of the Emperor of the Underworld, and it can only exist temporarily for a period of time. In that short delay, Odis had already flown a distance. His goal was clear: to fly to the corpse. The battle that followed was beyond the capabilities of a Sequence 7. Kelt was currently focusing most of his energy on dealing with the aura of death, attacking from the magic circle, but he still had some energy left to attack. Just as he reached out his hand towards Odis, he immediately felt tremendous pressure coming from behind him. He turned his head slightly and glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Bernadette had put on the metal mask again, and she looked like she had no trace of life. The people who had just been driven out, whose aura was composed of the Emperor of the Underworld, suddenly became very obedient under the pressure of the Sequence 1 level exerted by Bernadette. His body suddenly grew larger and longer. In the blink of an eye, his upper body was still a human covered in scales, but his lower body transformed into a snake several meters long. The snake's scales were dark and shiny. After just one glance, Karaman froze, unable to move. After receiving Bernadette's order, the snake men immediately began to entangle Kelt, once again blocking his attack. Imprison. Kelt immediately imprisoned the snake men in front of him, then prepared to exert his strength to temporarily block the torrent of death aura, break free from the magic circle, and escape immediately. His subordinates didn't have time to care about him. Just then, a winding path leading deep into the forest appeared before Kelt. He immediately changed direction, but the path was still in front of him, as if it would always be there if he didn't step onto it. Kelt took a deep breath, raised his hand, and separated himself from Bernadette from the path that had been recreated. When he turned around, the wilderness before him finally returned to what it had been before. However, because of this brief delay, the snakeman had already wrapped himself around Celt. Celt grabbed the large snake tightly with both hands, then swiftly threw it over his shoulder. But at that moment, Bernadette, who seemed devoid of any living presence, approached. She stared coldly at Celt, her body emitting a pale light. The fleeing Celt suddenly felt his body stiffen. The demigod's spirit had been severely injured. As Bernadette, with her pale glow, drew near, Celt felt all the life force and spirit within him rapidly fading away. His life was racing toward death at breakneck speed. No, I have to save myself, Celtic thought to himself. He wanted to create chaos to separate himself from Bernadette again, but he found that the chaos he created was also rapidly fading away. Bernadette drew closer to him, and Celt's muscles rapidly rotted away, making him look like a corpse that had been dead for several days. At this moment, Odis suddenly smiled and said, "May I borrow your head?" Chapter 208, Chapter 208 The Feeling of a Haunted House. In his intense resentment, Celt's spirit departed from his body, which had lost all vitality and was severely decaying. This process is what is commonly known as death. Theoretically speaking, as a Sequence 3, even when facing a Level 0 sealed artifact, there is a considerable probability of escaping. Remember the original website domain. However, he had been tricked by Odis and had been severely corrupted by the power of death, trapping him in place for several seconds and losing his best chance to escape. Bernadette's use of pale death later on was like a devastating blow, causing his body to lose all its vitality. And so this Sequence 3 died in this wilderness. As soon as Celt's spirit left his body, he was seized by the snakeman. Despite his desperate struggles, he let out one shriek after another. But it was of no use, since the snakeman was an incarnation of a feathered serpent mixed with the aura of the Netherworld Emperor, and was the natural enemy of all kinds of spirits. The snakeman opened its mouth and bit down on the neck of the demigod's spirit. The spirit immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking and being sucked into the snakeman's mouth. Bernadette looked at the snakeman again, and under her extremely indifferent gaze, the snakeman simply vanished. She forcibly dispelled this enormous monster using pale death. After doing all this, Bernadette quickly took off her mask and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, her face was frighteningly pale, so she quickly moved away from the area and sealed the artifact again. If it were another deity who had fallen, the power revealed in the resurrection arrangements would not have been so easily dispelled. However, the death god path is somewhat special. It gives the stronger side an overwhelming advantage. At this point, Bernadette, with her pale death, had an overwhelming advantage. Bernadette temporarily withdrew, while Odis stayed behind to clean up the mess. Although a large amount of deathly aura had been revealed just now, the corpses guarding the place quickly blocked the breach again. After Celt's death, the scene here returned to its original state. The only difference was that there was an extra Hermit standing there stiffly. He had been caught off guard, first by the intense aura of death, and then by the pale death. This made his current state very strange. Although he was still alive, he had begun to turn into a zombie. Odis, having managed to hide behind the corpse of the protective magic circle in time, was not greatly affected, only feeling cold all over, with stiff muscles, and her movements becoming much slower. However, Odis still has an advantage over Cormand, who is completely immobile. He approached Raymond, took off the cloth bag he had been carrying, and poured out the spiritual weapon that he had never used. "You should know that your brother's work is extremely dangerous." As Odis spoke, he sprinkled a layer of powder into the bag. The cloth bag immediately hardens and can hold liquid for a short time. Raymond tried to speak, but his throat was completely stiff, and he could only make a clucking sound, like the cry of a living corpse. Odis took an axe from among the spiritual weapons and used the sharp blade to cut open the blood vessels in Raymond's neck. The blood, which had not yet completely congealed, immediately flowed out, and Odis quickly caught it with the stiffened cloth. "There's one thing I'm not lying to you about," Odis said calmly. "I really did calculate the amount of spiritual materials needed, and I found that the materials I had were simply not enough to complete such a complex magic array. So I have no choice but to borrow from you." He smiled and said, "However, given Celt and your current situation, I think you probably don't need to pay it back." 2 or 3 minutes later, half a cloth bag of blood had been collected. Raymond, who had undergone severe zombie transformation, was also completely dead, but the surrounding conditions made it highly likely that he would become an evil spirit. Odis ignored all of that and sprinkled a handful of powder to set Raymond's body ablaze, lest it turn into a living corpse. However, the leaked aura of death turned the flames on his body into a ghostly green, making him look like a large ball of will-o'-the-wisp, which was very eerie. Once Raymond's body was almost completely burned, Odis carried the blood towards the corpse dressed in the bishop's robe of the Church of the Goddess of Night. "If I'm not mistaken, once my hand enters the magic circle, it should be immediately used by the Emperor of the Underworld." The corpse said, "Yes." Let me first give you a brief overview of my repair plan, Odis said, placing the cloth bag at his feet and rubbing his arms, which were covered in goosebumps from the cold. First, I will establish a secondary array around you to strengthen the sealing array. You must withstand the immense pressure from the tomb for the time being. Next, I will draw a new magic circle as soon as possible and complete the new seal. Then you will be able to be freed from the secondary array. The corpse said, I overheard your conversation with that Chaos Hunter, and to be honest, what you just told me sounds like another hoax. Just as Odis was about to explain, the corpse said again, but you are a person sent by the goddess, so I believe you. This made Odis think, luckily, I lied to this guy to get closer to him. So Odis began to bend down and draw the magic circle. When the secondary circle was finished, the symbols immediately emitted a faint light, and the surrounding aura of death instantly weakened. The corpse exclaimed, you really are an expert in magic arrays. He can now relatively easily prevent the power of the tomb from leaking out. Odis finally felt a little warmer, and her muscles, which had been stiff, felt much more comfortable. He gave a brief, polite reply and then went back to drawing the magic circle that had been under Kelt's feet. That magic circle was indeed part of the sealing magic circle and could play a certain sealing role, but Odis left a back door that allowed the aura of death to invade Kelt unimpeded. At this moment, Odis added to the plan, blocking the back door, and then let the magic circle begin to extend towards the tomb. He carefully stepped into the original magic circle and immediately felt as if he heard the voice of the Emperor of the Underworld again. But they cannot hear what the other person is saying, nor are they affected by him. After the outer magic circle was drawn, Odis first wrapped the extraordinary characteristics that Kelt had extracted with a wall of spirituality, and then, as if holding a hot potato, placed this demigod-level characteristic in the correct position. With the wall of spirituality removed, that extraordinary property slowly floated up on its own. The half-completed magic circle was immediately activated, and all the symbols emitted a little light, also floating up along with the extraordinary property. Odis felt the pressure on her spirit body ease again, and even Bernadette dared to approach. She no longer had to worry about pale death breaking free of the seal. Odis stood up and rubbed his stiff lower back. I need to find someone to give me a good massage when we get back. He then said, there's only one last part left. When I finish the part on the tomb, I need your help to completely suppress the power of the tomb and buy me 40 seconds. Bernadette, whose face was no longer so pale, nodded, no problem. Theoretically speaking, this tomb has an extremely high level, but the sealed artifact in Bernadette's hands has the characteristics of Sequence 1, which is a real source of power. As long as the uniqueness of the Death God path is not in there, the power inside can be completely suppressed. Odis knew very well that the uniqueness of this path did not lie here. After a short rest, Odis continued working, completing half of the magic circle and the power of the corpse, which protected him as he drew the magic circle, and half of him approached the simple tomb. Finally, they arrived at the most crucial part. Odis raised his hand, signaling to Bernadette. Bernadette donned the pale death once more, and under her full suppression and the corpse's fierce resistance, the power within the tomb decreased to a safe level. Odis drew the magic circle as quickly as possible, while he heard ethereal roars, screams of death, and whispers of the dead. This slowed down his brain's reaction time, but not his hand movements. He already knew this magic circle by heart, and could draw it out using only his subconscious. Finally, the magic circle was completed, and mysterious symbols floated in midair, forming a faint light shield. At this moment, the extraordinary characteristics of the demigod level within the magic circle began to slowly rotate, emitting a faint light. The light barrier sank rapidly and became increasingly solid until it completely enveloped the tomb, at which point no aura of death could be felt outside the tomb. Odis sat on the ground and laughed, it's done. The power of the Emperor of the Underworld was completely sealed, halting his resurrection. The corpse said, my mission has finally come to an end. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. His head bowed, please give my ashes to the church. My name is Slant Will, and I hope to be buried. The corpse gradually collapsed, and the wool that had sustained it for over 200 years was rapidly crumbling. However, with its last strength, the corpse filled the surroundings and the interior of the tomb with an aura of peace. You must pass through the interior of the tomb to reach the crack at the back. There are the remains of gods inside. Once you enter the tomb, never open your eyes. I have just put Salinger's last shred of consciousness to rest for the time being, and I have also put the death pathway seal in this lady's hand to rest for the time being, so that it will not establish a connection with Salinger. But you still need to get through there as soon as possible. Praise the goddess. The body completely collapsed, turning into a pile of remains the size of small pebbles. Odis exchanged a glance with Bernadette, who had already removed the pale death mask, and quickly sprinkled another handful of powder onto the cloth bag. The remaining bloodstains inside immediately disappeared. At this moment, Bernadette slightly raised her hand, and the ashes floated into the cloth bag on their own. At the same time, Bernadette has completed the recovery of Slant and Karaman's extraordinary properties. Then the two looked at the makeshift grave, which was completely dark inside, and they still couldn't see anything inside. Odis gave a wry smile. This reminds me of my experience going to a haunted house a long time ago. The unknown environment inside, coupled with the sudden loss of sight, is what makes it truly terrifying. Bernadette also took a deep breath. Who goes first? The fact that she could ask such a question shows that she doesn't want to be at the forefront either. I'll go first, Odis said casually. Walking in front when exploring a haunted house is the best opportunity for a man to show his courage. Bernadette smiled slightly, without refuting, and said, I will use a spell to make our eyelids grow together so that we won't open them in fear. Odis nodded. That's a good idea. The next second, his eyes closed on their own and he couldn't open them again. Odis walked ahead, feeling his way, while Bernadette put her hand on his shoulder, and the two entered the tomb. The tomb was so quiet that you could almost hear your own heartbeat. Odis was a little nervous, and he moved forward little by little, feeling his way along the wall. After taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that there were holes in the wall. This slowed Odis down a bit, allowing him to touch it carefully. Then he abruptly pulled his hand back. It was a skull. From the outside, the tomb appears to be made of neat stone slabs, but inside it is composed of individual skeletons. Odis swallowed hard. To avoid losing his way, he continued to gently touch the wall and keep moving forward. Bernadette sensed something was wrong and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, Odis said. Don't touch the wall. Bernadette said, Oh, and took a step away from the wall. Odis, who was ahead, gradually overcame his inner fear and walked faster and faster. Suddenly, he felt as if he stepped on something, and the thing moved slightly. Odis reflexively opened his eyes to look. Thankfully his eyelids had already fused together. Odis gritted her teeth and took 2 more steps forward, when suddenly she felt a cold touch on her hand. That's a snake. A snake inside a skull. However, the snakes are now asleep, their tongues sticking out of the skeleton like the skeleton's protruding tongues. It's all an illusion, Odis whispered to herself, trying to hypnotize herself. This feeling is worse than letting him fight zombies or some other monster. Bernadette, who was behind her, asked, What? It's all an illusion. Bernadette was about to ask what it meant when she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder, as if something had fallen from the top of the grave. Bernadette tensed up and immediately used her spirituality to deflect the object away. Odis suddenly felt Bernadette close to him, and he could even smell her faint fragrance. He sighed again, wishing that some monster would appear and let him and Bernadette fight it. But at this point, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere, continuing forward. Soon, Odis bumped into something. He reached out and touched it. It was a huge bone, more than a person's height. When Odis placed his hand on the bones, he first heard snoring, then countless desperate cries, and chilling screams. This made Odis unconsciously recall the most terrifying thing, and his whole body became stiff and he could hardly move. Fortunately, Bernadette noticed something was wrong in time, immediately pulled Odis back, then hugged the limp Odis and jumped over the remains of the gods in front of her. After taking a few more steps, the fear gradually disappeared. Chapter 209, Chapter 209 The Goddess of the Night's Reward. Odis felt as if he had come back to life, and the fear that had been building up inside him made him want to scream to release it. Or turn around and cry in Bernadette's arms. Fortunately, he was in a good state of mind, which allowed him to quickly stabilize his emotions and prevent them from affecting his overall condition and causing any signs of losing control. I'll go by myself, Odis said. Bernadette said nothing and put Odis down. Everything went smoothly after that. Odis quickly reached the stone wall, then looked around and found a passage that could accommodate 1 or 2 people. After walking for a while, they gradually felt the cool breeze. This made the 2 of them immediately speed up, and soon they regained their spirituality and inspiration. The spiritual reminder made them realize that they could open their eyes. Bernadette then ended the spell, and the 2 of them opened their eyes again, regaining their sight. Before them stretched snow-capped mountains, the cold wind howling and swirling snowflakes into the air. It was already night, and the dazzling starry sky hung above the snow-capped mountains, a rare and beautiful sight. They were all extraordinary beings, and even though Odis was only a sequence 7, he was basically not afraid of ordinary cold. For a moment, the 2 of them were unwilling to look away from the beautiful scenery before them. After a while, they turned around to examine the way they had come. Behind them was a small crack in the rocks, which was impossible to pass through even if they turned sideways. Clearly, this is a symbol, simply symbolizing the passage between that space and the outside world. Looking at the cracks in the rocks and then at the snow-capped mountains, both of them had the illusion that they had been reborn. Bernadette looked at the sky to determine their current location. Although it was daytime, she could still see the constellations in the sky and use them to determine her approximate position. We are to the east of Ruin, she deduced. Most likely, we are in the Amanda Mountains. The sanctuary of the Church of the Goddess of Night is located in this mountain range. This is not surprising, after all, this place was the divine kingdom of the Goddess of Night during the 4th Age. Bernadette raised her hand, and a phantom box appeared, encompassing the two of them. Snap. After the box closed, it flew into the sky at an extremely high speed. Odis felt that only a few seconds had passed before she heard the sound of waves outside. At this moment, the lid of the box opened, and Odis saw that they had arrived at the seaside. With the help of the winter winds, the waves crashed fiercely against the rocky beach, making Odis feel as if the waves were just a hair's breadth away from hitting him. Bernadette said, "Let's divide the spoils." "Wait a moment," Odis said. "I need to use the restroom." He had been holding it in for a long time, and when he was so scared that he almost peed himself. Bernadette didn't say anything, she just nodded. Odis hid behind a strange rock and was about to loosen his belt when he heard Bernadette shout, "Come out quickly." Odis was startled and quickly came out. Outside the strange rock, the waves were still surging and the sea wind was strong, so there was no danger. Bernadette said with a puzzled look, "Go on." Odis paused for a moment and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, go behind the strange rock again." Odis went behind the strange rock again, and soon heard Bernadette say, "Come out." This made Odis realize that something must have happened, so he tried to hold it in and move away from the strange rock as much as possible. Bernadette instructed, "Go behind that rock." Odis obediently went behind another rock, and sure enough, he soon heard Bernadette say, "Come out." Odis emerged from behind the rock. "What's wrong?" "Otherwise, I'm going to pee in front of you. My spiritual sense can't even perceive your presence." Bernadette said, still somewhat puzzled. "To be precise, as long as you leave my sight, I can't sense your presence." Odis immediately used her spiritual sense to assess her own condition. "I don't feel anything unusual." Bernadette's eyes suddenly shone with an ethereal light, and she nodded, saying, "There's really no danger. You can continue." By this time, Odis's lower abdomen was throbbing painfully, and he couldn't care less about anything else. He went back behind the strange rock, loosening his belt as he pondered the matter. "Bernadette can't sense my presence, I wonder if the god of steam and machinery can." Suddenly, Odis realized, could this be the help from the goddess of night? Because I helped her reseal the emperor of the underworld, she's helping me hide my tracks. Moreover, this concealment is something that not only demigods like Bernadette cannot sense, but the god of steam and machinery, and the hidden sage also certainly cannot sense my current location. Immediately afterward, Odis recalled many clues from before, when the Night Watchers and the Mechanical Heart set up traps in the dock area. I first saw the night emblem and felt as if I was being scrutinized. Looking back now, it must have been the goddess of the night who noticed me. Later, Bernadette made a silly mistake and found the secret chamber of Trensalt, asking me to decipher the magic circle on it. That must have been the work of the goddess herself. Bernadette made a silly mistake because she was unlucky. The reason we joined forces to open that secret chamber and reseal the narrow-necked glass bottle inside was to allow us to discover the magic array that could be used to seal gods during the Quaternary period. After that, I encountered 3 more high-level events, which were also due to the influence of the goddess, and I became unlucky. Meanwhile, the members of the Moss Ascetic Order and the descendants of the demon family also became very unlucky. So, although it felt very dangerous, I wasn't in much danger because they were also in a bad situation. On the contrary, I even gained some benefits. As for the event that prevented the unending whispers from descending, it was more like a rehearsal or a test by the goddess, so that she could enter the snow-capped mountains and wilderness today and finally seal the emperor of the underworld. Odis concluded by remarking that this was quite similar to the style of that fellow countryman, who planned carefully before acting, and that everything related to him seemed to have a meticulous plan behind it. Then he realized that before his plan was completed, I would unconsciously keep it a secret for him. I only noticed something was wrong, but never associated it with him. Only during the tarot meeting when I was protected by the Source Castle did I think about it a little more. Otherwise, I never thought about the goddess of the night. Odis speculated that this was also one of the manifestations of hidden authority. Before the goddess of night gave her permission, her plan was part of the secret, which would cause people's subconscious to automatically skip associating with her. Thinking about all this, Odis suddenly realized something. How come I didn't think of this before? Only gods can fight gods. My previous thinking was a bit narrow-minded. How could a sequence 7 possibly fight against a god? In this way, Odis had a new goal for the future, and his previous plans became meaningless. He had already finished urinating, so he pulled up his pants, refastened his belt, and went out from behind the strange rock. Bernadette frowned slightly. Why did it take so long? Odis laughed heartily. It's because I've been holding it in for too long. Then he said, let's begin. Bernadette took out the spoils of war, and Odis said first, I suggest that this extraordinary property of the Night Watcher be returned to the Church of the Goddess of Night, along with Slant's ashes. Yes, I can return it. I will express your goodwill towards the Church of the Goddess of Night. The extraordinary characteristic of this Night Watcher is that it is the characteristic of Slant, who has been guarding outside the original magic circle for more than 200 years. Bernadette had no objection. Okay. Although this is an extraordinary characteristic at the demigod level, she does not have subordinates through the sleepless pathway, and it is not a sealed object, so she cannot use it. It would be better to return it to the Church of the Goddess of Night. In this way, the Church of the Goddess of Night will owe her a favor, which may come in handy in the future. Then Odis said, "You choose first." Bernadette didn't stand on ceremony and took the pocket watch, which resembled the seal of sequence 4, the fallen earl, the rest are yours. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. There is also a ring with the ability to travel, and an extraordinary judge attribute. Odis took the ring and put away its extraordinary properties. It saved me more than £10,000. He currently has over £13,000 in savings. He saved that much money to buy a sealed artifact with the ability to travel. Now that he has the sealed artifact, that money has become savings that he can actually control. Bernadette then temporarily sealed away the extraordinary night watch qualities, and as she handed it to Odis, asked, "What are your plans now?" Odis smiled and said, "I want to develop my career at sea." Now he is no longer worried about being found by the mechanical heart and brought back to Backlund, nor does he need to worry about the Moor's penitentiary causing trouble. Bernadette nodded, "You can come with me to the Emerald Palace on Lacha Island first, to lay low for a while." She said, "I also need to go back and lay low for a while before returning to Backlund." Odis immediately agreed, "Okay." He paused and then said, "According to our previous agreement, I also need to build a ship for you. Now that we have the ability to travel, we can build a ship and explore the raging sea at the same time." Bernadette raised her hand, and a pumpkin-shaped carriage pulled by a rat-headed horse appeared before the two of them. They boarded the carriage and entered the spirit world. For the people of Backlund, December 28th was not a particularly noteworthy day, as there was no Backlund smog event whatsoever. The only memory people in the East District have of that day is that it was very windy. Liv, a single mother who works in laundry, has a lot to say about this. She spent the whole afternoon searching for a shirt, but still couldn't find it, so she had to reluctantly compensate her employer. For Kenner, who lived at 51 Henry Street in the West End, the incident didn't affect him at all. It wasn't until he read the newspaper the following day, the 29th, that he learned that the East End had been hit by a strong wind the day before, which almost led to a disaster. The 29th, the day agreed upon with Mr. Odis, arrived. Kena paid special attention to the mailbox today, but no mail was delivered. But when Kena opened the mailbox at noon, he was surprised to find a letter inside. He quickly took it into the house to read. It was a letter from Mr. Odis, who told Kaner that when he read the letter, Odis had already had to leave Backlund for some reason. At the same time, Odis gave the shop to Kena to run, and also let him manage the spiritual herb and spiritual animal breeding farm in the suburbs, and also explained in detail how to maintain those magic circles. From then on, 80% of the herbalist's income would go to Kena, while the remaining 20% would still belong to Odis, who had invested in the business. Odis could open an account in Backlund to save up that 20% of the money. Finally, Odis also told Kena that he had written to Max, asking Max to train Kena to become an informant for the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, thereby enjoying certain protection. Kena took a deep breath, never expecting that her life would change so drastically just before the new year. Fortunately, this change is for the better. At this time, Ms. Mandy of the Nanma Ballroom also received Mr. Gard's letter. After reading the contents of the letter, she immediately took a carriage to the Queen's, to the mansion of the Earl of Brandon, and met the shrewd Earl under the guise of Gandalf the Wizard to deliver Mr. Gard's letter. Dressed in a rather casual silk outfit, the still young Earl Brandon exclaimed after reading the letter, "I never imagined that Mr. Gandalf was actually Mr. Gard." Then he waved the letter in his hand and asked Ms. Mandy, "Do you know what's in the letter?" Ms. Mandy rose from her seat and replied, "Mr. Gar mentioned in his letter that the Nanma Ballroom will henceforth be under your protection." "I once owed Mr. Gandalf a favor," said Earl Brandon. "Although taking over the Nanwood Ballroom will have some impact on my reputation, I am happy to repay that favor." In addition, the letter said that Mr. Gandalf, who is also known as Mr. Gar, gave me all his shares. I will leave him 5%, after all, it is his hard work. December 31st, New Year's Eve. In a cramped apartment in the East End, old Kohler coughed as he cut 2 slices of ham and sandwiched them between the bread in his hand. Although Lady Despair did not cause the great smog of Backlund, the extraordinary virus she created still caused many people to catch severe colds. Old Kohler is still coughing to this day, but looking at the bread and ham in his hand, his eyes seem to light up. Just as he is about to take a bite, he suddenly realizes something and looks out the window. He saw a young man, about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a wizard's pointed hat and robes, and holding a wooden staff, looking at him. Old Kohler smacked his lips and was about to turn his back to the young man to continue eating, but in the end he sighed, opened the window and handed the bread in his hand to the young man. "Eat up, this is a New Year's gift." The young man didn't say thank you. He took the bread, took a bite, and suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he even clutched his stomach and squatted down to laugh. Then he shouted, "Happy New Year," held up a half-eaten piece of bread, sang a song that old Kohler couldn't understand, and left happily. Old Kohler shook his head. How long has it been since he's had meat? Then he picked up the pot lid. The stewed ham and potatoes were ready. Old Kohler couldn't wait to scoop a piece of cooked ham into his mouth, chew it, and his mouth was full of meaty aroma. Chapter 210, another author note. The first part of this book has come to an end. Chapter 211, Chapter 210 The Mysterious Queen's Advisor. Backlund, the underground meeting room of the Mechanical Research Society. Today's meeting was personally chaired by Archbishop Hermit Hayden. In the gap between the captain and the deacons entering the meeting room, Hermit thought of the telegram sent from headquarters, instructing him not to go to the Church of the Goddess of Night to ask for his release, but to pretend that he had not seen him being taken away by the angels of the Church of the Goddess of Night. However, the search for Odis Gard cannot be stopped, but it is no longer the most important task, and there is no need to devote too much effort to it. The more important headquarters had been to Odis, the stranger this telegram became. Once everyone had arrived, Hermit stopped thinking about the problem and said, "First, let Iconsel summarize the information we have so far." Senior Deacon Iconser nodded. "From the letters of Odis and Sherlock, we have basically reconstructed the true course of events. The witch cult conspired with Prince Edsac to attempt the descent of the primordial witch. But the witch who served as the vessel was unwilling to become a sacrifice, so she asked Sherlock for help. Edessa and the witch cult realized that their scheme had been exposed, so Prince Edsa committed suicide out of fear of punishment. In order to cover up their crimes, the witch cult collaborated with the Aurora Society to spread a plague in the East District, hoping that the mass deaths would help the Aurora Society bring down their evil god. This will create chaos so that we won't notice the escaped witch. However, their actions were thwarted by Odis and Sherlock respectively. Odis, together with the mysterious queen, stopped the Lady of Despair, while Sherlock destroyed the Aurora Society's altar. He smoothed his messy hair and continued. On December 29th, Odis also sent Max a letter explaining that he had long been aware of the mechanical heart monitoring him. He said he didn't want to spend the rest of his life under surveillance, and that he would continue to write to Max frequently, asking Max to pass on two of his thoughts to us. The first is to continue using Gar's herbal shop as an intelligence base, and train the shop's manager, Kana, to continue gathering intelligence for us. The second is to make Hugh Deerchaw the new leader of the Mysticism Research Society and continue to provide us with intelligence. Archbishop Hermit said, "Both of these proposals are in our best interest and can be implemented, but shouldn't the leader of the Mysticism Research Society be replaced?" Odis also mentioned this in his letter. Max answered the question. He said he would help Hugh Deerchaw become the new leader, and we just need to be wary of MI9 and not let them ruin the party. The deacons and captains exchanged glances, a subtle threat in their words. No one could be a leader unless they were approved by Odis. Holomic laughed. Celt's fate is now unknown, so they have no interest in causing trouble again. He then sighed and said with emotion, "Odis has left Backlund, yet we still have to deploy our intelligence network according to his intentions." He said seriously, "We have become complacent in the past few years and have relied too much on the intelligence provided by Odis." Iconsel asked, "What about the Mysticism Research Society?" Hermit leaned back in his chair. "Let's proceed according to Odis's plan for now. Misty Sea, Lasha Island, Emerald Palace." Led by a servant, Arya hurried into the palace, modeled after the White Maple Palace, to pay her respects to Her Majesty the Queen. She didn't know why she had been suddenly transferred back from the northern continent, and she guessed that this audience with the Queen might have some new arrangements for her. Upon arriving at the inner sanctum of the Emerald Palace, as Arya passed through the wide corridor that led through the courtyard, she caught a glimpse of someone lying on an armchair in the courtyard. This surprised Arya slightly, because the Queen had never used the inner sanctum of the Emerald Palace to entertain guests. Besides the Queen, there were only a dozen or so servants inside. It is obviously impossible for a servant to lie in an armchair and rest during the day. Arya turned her head and looked, then exclaimed in surprise, "Odis." The person in front of me was Odis, dressed in local attire, short-sleeved shirt and shorts, looking completely lacking in gentlemanly manners, and was now comfortably reclining in an armchair drinking fresh coconut juice. To Arya's surprise, Odis was even wearing Your Majesty's sunglasses. The sunglasses were designed by the Emperor. The Queen had several pairs made for herself, but she rarely wore them and never lent them to anyone else. Odis, feeling a bit lazy under the sun, looked up and said, "Oh, you've arrived. Go on, the Queen is waiting for you." Arya asked in surprise, "How did you get here?" "I couldn't stay in Backlund any longer, so I came to seek refuge with the Queen." Odis calmly put down the coconut in her hand. "From now on, we'll be colleagues." For some reason, a word flashed through Arya's mind, male concubine. She took another look at Odis. Actually, upon closer inspection, Odis was quite good-looking and had a sunny disposition. He lacked the formality and restraint of the gentleman of Backlund and was more in line with the temperament of the Intis people. The only downside is that this guy doesn't care about his appearance. He was like that back in Backlund. His style of dressing is always based on comfort, and he doesn't care about current fashion trends or the style of dressing in that city or country. The situation remained the same on Lacha Island. Lacha Island and the surrounding islands, large and small, were the Queen's territory, and the rule here was essentially similar to that of a colony. The pirates and adventurers led by the Queen were the rulers and colonizers of the Shera Islands, while the local inhabitants were the ruled and had a very low status. Generally speaking, pirates or adventurers from the northern continent are unwilling to wear the clothing of the local residents, but prefer to wear the clothing of the northern continent to show their difference from the local residents. But Odis in the Emerald Palace was dressed in local clothing and looked quite content. These thoughts only flashed through Arya's mind for a moment before she smiled and said, "Oh, we'll talk later." She then quickly followed the attendant and entered the spacious inner sanctuary. This is where the Queen receives her confidants and handles affairs. The main hall is very spacious, with only some valuable works of art and famous paintings. The side hall on the left was the Queen's study. As the servant announced her arrival, Arya entered the study and bowed to the Queen. Standing by the window, gazing at the sea view outside, Bernadette said, "Don't worry about Backlund's affairs for now. Stay on Lasha Island for the time being, there's a task that only you can handle." Arya replied respectfully, "Yes." Bernadette turned around. "We are going to build a new kind of large ship, which will be 3 times faster than steam-powered steel ships, and its weapons will far surpass the most advanced steel behemoths we have now." Arya was slightly taken aback. "Your Majesty, I don't know how to build ships." "Odis will," Bernadette said. "Odis is the chief designer of this ship, and your task is to coordinate the work between Odis and the shipyard." She paused, then added, "To be precise, it means making the shipyard's designers follow Odis's orders." Arya finally came to her senses. Odis can build ships. This guy seems to have always been in Backlund, never gone to sea, and never studied shipbuilding. Shipbuilding is not like building a wheelbarrow, especially modern seagoing vessels. It requires highly professional and innovative design concepts. You can't just put together planks and build a large ship. I've seen his design drawings, they're very professional. A hint of curiosity flashed in Bernadette's eyes. Although some parts seem to show a lack of design experience, it doesn't affect the overall structure and advanced nature of the design. Moreover, the interior of the ship extensively utilizes advanced magic arrays designed by him, making him the only one who could serve as the chief designer. Send a few more scholars over there, they can learn as much as they can. Arya paused for a moment before saying, "Yes, I understand." She discovered that the truth was not quite what she had imagined. Odis did not seem to be a male concubine, but rather a senior advisor invited back by the Queen. Backlund, the underground meeting room of the Mechanical Research Society. The meeting of the Mechanical Heart continued, and Ikonzer said, "Now we have a few questions. First, the ancient ruins that Sherlock mentioned have not been found, and the royal family does not acknowledge that such ruins have been discovered. Is it true, as Sherlock suspects, that Prince Edsack is merely a scapegoat, and the real collaborator with the witch cult is the royal family of Rune? Second, how did Odis foresee the actions of the witch cult and the Aurora Society? How could she have drawn a magic circle in the East District in advance and blocked the actions of the Lady of Despair? Well, I should explain here that, judging from the traces of the magic circle left at the scene, it was a very complex magic circle that would take several hours to draw. It must have been Odis's preparation in advance. Third, where is Odis now? Why is the mysterious Queen helping him?" A deacon from Mechanical Heart asked, "Didn't you inquire about the location of the 2-111 ruins? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. 2-111 is Aradza's magic mirror." Ikonzel seemed to recall an unpleasant memory. "We tried, but we couldn't find where it was supposed to be." Karamik spoke at a measured pace. "The surveillance and investigation of the royal family's high-ranking powerhouses can be put on the table. There's no need to worry too much. They've always known we're doing these things, and this is also a warning. The investigation of the underground ruins continues, and the Church of Night and Storm has been informed. The higher-ups of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery also sense that the royal family of Rune seem to be brewing some kind of conspiracy, and had been investigating, intentionally or unintentionally, since last year." Bishop Horimic continued, "Ikonzer, ask 2-111 why Odis knew about Lady of Despair's plans in advance, and where he is now." Ikonzer glanced at the Archbishop, then at his colleagues, and gritted his teeth before saying, "Yes, Your Excellency the Archbishop." He picked up the ancient silver mirror in front of him, cleared his throat, and said, "Honorable Arads, my question is, how did Odis Gard know about the Lady of Despair's plans?" On the 2 silver mirrors, which seemed to have eyes, water suddenly shimmered, quickly forming a picture. Odis sat in front of a glass jar filled with various herbs, gazing quietly out the door as if deep in thought. Ikonzel interpreted it this way: he knew it through contemplation. Those around him also noticed, in the footage just now, Odis was wearing spring clothes. Could it be that he knew about the witch cult's actions a few days ago more than half a year ago? At this moment, Hermit said, perhaps Odis really has a problem. He possesses some strange abilities that we don't know about, and he can foresee the witch cult's plots in advance. Many deacons nodded. They all knew that the church had been paying close attention to Odis, but no one could say for sure what exactly was wrong with him. Ikonzer nodded, looked at the mirror, and waited for Odis to pose a soul-piercing question. At that moment, bright red words appeared on the mirror, forming a sentence, do you know how it feels to try your best to please someone, only to be abandoned by them? Ikonzer breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I know. Thinking to myself, this question isn't very insightful. New words appeared on the surface of the silver mirror, congratulations, you got it right. Ikonzer pressed on, asking, Honorable Odis, my second question is about Odis's current location. A glint of light flashed across the surface of the silver mirror, quickly sketching a scene. Odis was comfortably reclining in an armchair, seemingly holding a coconut and drinking fresh coconut juice through a straw. However, the scene was very dark, and all that could be seen was that person was Odis, but no other clues could be discerned. Ikonzer explained, he seems to be at the seaside, but something is affecting the 2 to 111 divination, and we don't know his exact location. At that moment, another bloody word appeared on the surface of the silver mirror, and Ikonzer immediately had a bad feeling. Those words formed a sentence, who is it that you give everything to please, only to be discarded? Ikonzer felt a chill run down his spine, his head buzzed, and his face flushed red. This question both pierced the deep wounds hidden in his heart and left him at a loss. He swallowed hard before saying, I choose punishment. A bolt of lightning struck immediately, hitting Ikonzer squarely on the head, making his hair stand on end and crackle with electricity. Archbishop Hermit sighed and muttered, a level 0 sealed artifact. Once Ikonzer had recovered, he looked around and said, there's another question, when did Odis establish such a close relationship with the mysterious queen? Who among you will use 2 to 111? The conference room fell completely silent. Lacha Island, Emerald Palace. Odis hadn't enjoyed the sun so comfortably in a long time. He lay in his armchair, feeling a little drowsy. When he saw Arya come out, Odis calmly took off his sunglasses, finished talking. Arya nodded and quickly got into work mode. When are we going to the shipyard? Tomorrow morning then, Odis yawned. You should also get ready and let them know. He was well aware that he was, after all, a chief designer who had been parachuted in, and he definitely needed someone to help him mediate the relationships between the various parties. Arya said, okay. After agreeing on a specific time, Arya said goodbye and left. Odis got up and stretched, strolled to Bernadette's study, and said to the mysterious queen, who was looking at the sea, I also want to order a ship from you. It doesn't need to be too big, a small seagoing vessel will do, but it needs to be built using my design drawings. Bernadette glanced at Odis, all right, 15,000 pounds. Odis nearly spat out the coconut juice he had just drunk, so expensive. Chapter 212, Chapter 211 Crew of a pirate ship. Bernadette smiled at Odis's expression, which looked like she was about to vomit blood, and said, it seems you don't know much about ships. If it's a small, ordinary ship, I can sell it to you for 5 or 6,000 pounds. But if you are caught up by the navy or church ships, don't come looking for a refund. In addition, the ships you design will definitely use a lot of spiritual materials, as well as weapons and parts specially made by craftsmen. These things are very expensive. This price is already at cost. Odis scratched his head. He had just counted his savings last night, which totaled 13,522 pounds 7 sulfurs. Even in Backlund, this is a huge sum of money. He was confident that he would have plenty of money left over after buying the boat. Unexpectedly, that wasn't enough, it was a full 1,500 pounds short of the Mystery Queen's asking price. So Odis smiled and said, could you make it cheaper? If you don't have enough money, give me whatever you have now, and I can have the shipyard build it for you first, Bernadette said. You can pay the balance later when you've earned the money. But I can't go any lower, the price I'm offering will basically only cover my costs. Odis thought for a moment before saying, all right, I'll bring you the money tomorrow afternoon. Here's 12,000 pounds for you. He planned to keep over 1,000 pounds in case of any additional expenses. Bernadette sat on the sofa in the study and asked, what are your plans after you finish building the ship? Of course, I'd like to sail my own ship and cruise the seas. Odis had long planned to do this, and now that he was finally free, he was determined to fulfill his pirate dream, to strike back against pirates, to plunder merchant ships, and to live a carefree pirate life. Of course, it may be necessary to fly your pirate cruise flag, and I can hand over some of the spoils to you. Bernadette smiled and said, you're quite perceptive. Well, all the other captains under my command have to hand over half of their spoils to me, but I only want 1/10 from you. But in exchange, if the new ship encounters any technical problems, you must come back immediately to help resolve them. You cannot refuse. Odis nodded. No problem. If he flew the flag of the mysterious Queen pirate crew, ordinary pirates wouldn't dare to mess with him, saving him a lot of trouble. For him, this was a very worthwhile deal. Bernadette patiently continued, in addition, even for a small seagoing vessel, you will need to recruit a first mate, a second mate, a navigator, 2 helmsmen, and 6 sailors. Several gunners and gunners, as well as 8 to 12 raiders who dare to climb the enemy ship, will also be required. Odis calculated, even a small seagoing vessel needs more than 20 crew members. This is the bare minimum, Bernadette said. If it were a regular small sea vessel, a pirate crew of this size wouldn't even dare to rob a medium-sized armed merchant ship. However, the ship you designed certainly cannot be measured by the standards of a small ship. But because of its small size, it cannot accommodate too many combat personnel, so your so-called carefree pirate life is more likely to be about hiding from other pirates and only being able to rob when the time is right. Oh, right, I must tell you that if you're using a small sea vessel and planning to become a pirate, it's very difficult to recruit crew members. Even if you tell them it's a new type of ship, no experienced adventurers or pirates will apply. Odis pondered for a moment. I do have a way to solve this. You should have some craftsmen among your subordinates, right? I need to order a batch of special parts and items from him. We also need to order a large number of parts and products from the foundry on the island. Bernadette generously replied, I will have Arya take you to the Craftsmen's Guild on the island and have the guild leader recommend the best craftsman to you. As for the orders to the foundry, you can clearly state the purpose, draw up the blueprints, and let Arya communicate with the foundry, or you can communicate with their designers yourself. Odis was somewhat surprised. You actually have a Craftsmen's Guild? Bernadette smiled and said, on the high seas, many wild craftsmen need a certain level of protection, otherwise they can easily become high-ranking prisoners controlled by pirates. I can provide them with some protection and a steady stream of orders, so more and more craftsmen are coming to rely on me. When 4 or 5 craftsmen gathered here, they formed a guild. Currently, this guild has more than 30 members. Of course, they are not all craftsmen. There are also some low-sequence, extraordinary individuals who are just hoping to seek the opportunity to become craftsmen there. Odis smiled to himself, thinking, I've found a new channel. Backlund, Morning Street, Jowood, the new home of Hugh Deercha and Furs. The new year had just ended, and Hugh, dressed neatly and ready to go out to receive a mission, first glanced at his email as usual after leaving the house. Theoretically, no one knows their new address, and no one will send them greeting cards or New Year's greetings. But Hugh saw a thick letter. She took it out and looked at it. It was a letter to herself, but there was no sender's signature. Back in the living room, Hugh found a small knife and cut open the envelope. Just then, Furs, who had come out in her nightgown to get a drink of water, saw Hugh and asked groggily, Is it already noon? You're back for lunch. As she said this, she yawned widely. Why do I still feel like I haven't woken up yet? Let's go out and buy something to eat, I'll make dinner later. Having already read a few lines, Hugh waved the letter in his hand and said, This is a letter from the leader, he gave me my first task. Oh. Furs instantly snapped to attention. What does he want you to do? It's not to keep him company through the lonely nights, is it? Hugh glanced at his friend with a hint of helplessness. He wants me to be the new leader. Furs paused for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, You're joking. Isn't he afraid that under your brilliant leadership, the Mysticism Research Association will only have 2 or 3 members left in a month? Hugh rolled her eyes in utterly unladylike fashion. How could I be that bad? At least half of the members could stay. Furs smiled and leaned closer to ask, Why did the leader do this? He said he had to leave Backlund for some reason. Hugh continued reading. He also told me in the letter how to keep most of the members in line at the first gathering. And tell me how to cultivate my intelligence acumen. My God, just these experiential things are valuable information. After that, well, there's also the general situation of the members. Phew, with this information, I'm really confident I can hold a gathering. Furs looked at the thick stack of letters in Hugh's hand. To be honest, if I hadn't met the leader and known that you had already pledged your allegiance to him, I would never believe you if you still said there was nothing between you two. Hugh smiled and said, Do you believe me now? I don't completely trust him yet. Furs scratched her messy hair. Even if you've pledged allegiance to him, he doesn't have to take such good care of you. Shio raised his chin. Maybe he saw potential in me. Furs hummed in agreement. The leader has a really good eye. He was able to detect your potential, which was hidden so deeply. That's right. Hugh chuckled before realizing that Furs' words seemed a little off. However, she doesn't plan to go out to take on any missions today. She intends to stay home and study the information provided by the leader. As evening approached, just as Hugh and Furs were preparing dinner, there was a sudden knock on the door. Hugh saw the carriage with the mechanical holy emblem outside the window and knew that the contact person mentioned in the leader's letter had arrived, so he quickly went to open the door. Outside the door stood Max, his face sharp and angular. "Ladies, excuse me, I believe you have already received the leader's letter, haven't you?" "Yes." Hugh stepped out the door. "Please come in." Max entered the room and casually took off his hat. "Miss Hugh Dearchaw, I am your contact. If you need help, you can find me at the Backlund Mechanical Research Society or send me a telegram. If you have any important information, you can write to me. If it is particularly urgent, you can come to the Research Association to find me." Hugh invited Max to sit down over there in the dining room. "Okay. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Max took off his trench coat again, hung it on the hanger, sat down in the dining chair, and glanced at Furs, who was busy in the kitchen. Hugh immediately understood what the other person meant and said, "This is my good friend, don't worry about betraying me." Max grunted in agreement before saying, "Let's establish a code. If we meet, I'll say, Winds of Backlund, and you'll say, Stones of Tusk, which will prove everything is normal and we can make contact. The absence of a code indicates something is amiss." Max then went on to explain how to leave coded messages in telegrams and letters, which Hugh carefully wrote down. In the kitchen, Furs thought to himself, the measures taken by the church to meet with informants and verify the authenticity of information are no less than those taken by the Abraham family. After Max finished explaining the points to note, he asked, "When do you plan to hold the first party?" "Next week," Hugh said, following the leader's instructions. Max nodded. "I'll keep an eye on the GG column in the Backlund Post, and I'll bring people to protect you at the first few gatherings." "Thank you," Hugh said, then asked, "Why did the leader leave Backlund?" Max paused for a moment before saying, "You'll find out later." Then he said goodbye, and Shio saw him to the door. Lacha Island, Emerald Palace. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Odis finally stopped dressing as a local and instead wore an indie-style shirt and trousers, carrying a tall cloth bag. In the Kingdom of Rune, it was still the dead of winter. However, Lacha Island, located in the tropics, has no winter, so people can wear relatively light clothing there. Many locals wear only shorts, but those from the northern continent, even the unemployed, pirates, and adventurers, wear trousers and shirts in such temperatures. Therefore, it is clear at a glance who are the colonists and who are the locals. At the side gate of the Emerald Palace, Odis waited for Arya, who also summoned 2 lifting chairs. The so-called chair carrying involves attaching 2 wooden sticks to a chair and having 2 locals carry it while walking down the street. This is a distinctive transportation feature of the Misty Sea colony, because in these places, the locals are the cheapest labor force, even cheaper than cattle and horses. The 2 people boarded the lifting chair and moved forward together. Arya explained, the common currencies on Lasha Island, or rather throughout the Misty Sea, are Falcon and Cope. I wonder if you knew anything about the currency of Intis before. 1 Falcon is 100 copes. If you convert it to rune currency, it is roughly 24 Falcons to 1 pound. Odis looked at the exotic street in front of him, so, 1 Falcon is worth less than 1 soul, and 1 cope is roughly equal to 1/10 of a penny. He smiled and said, "That's a rather humane monetary structure, after all, in Backlund, many things cost less than 1/4 of a penny." Odis then commented, "The penny is still too expensive." Arya nodded, "That's right." Odis then asked, "Where should I go to exchange my gold pounds for some local currency?" Arya pointed to a building with a golden facade and magnificent decorations and said, "That's the bank opened by the Queen. You can exchange currency there, but there will be an 8% handling fee." Odis was taken aback. In other words, for every pound he exchanged, he had to pay Bernadette a handling fee of about 1 soul and 8 pence. This is about 3% higher than normal banks. After calculating the fees, Odis realized, the Queen actually has a bank. Yes, Arya smiled and said, "This archipelago is a small country." This was somewhat beyond Odis's expectations. He thought to himself, however, the economy and culture are highly similar to Intis, making it more like an Intis colony with Bernadette as its governor. Looking at the buildings on both sides of the street, Arya said, "The buildings on Lasha Island are mostly in the Intis style, and most of the pirates and adventurers here are also of Intis nationality. Oh, by the way, most of the people here speak Intis. I've prepared a talisman for you that will allow you to master Intis and the Intis script over the next 3 months." As she spoke, she handed Odis a brass-colored charm. The spell is Knowledge. Odis smiled and said, "Communication is indeed a crucial issue." He took the talisman, studied it carefully, and then said in ancient Hermes, "Knowledge." The talisman in Odis's hand suddenly emitted a faint brass-colored light. As the light spread, Odis felt many unfamiliar words and pronunciations appear in her mind. Soon, these words and pronunciations combined with his previous memories, creating a resonance. Odis immediately learned how to speak Intis and also understood the Intis script. The talisman in his hand had completely lost its luster and its original bright color, turning into an ordinary piece of scrap copper. Odis exclaimed, "What an extraordinary convenience." Chapter 213, Chapter 212 The New Chief Designer. After using the spell, Odis began to consider modifying the Helmet of Wisdom so that knowledge could be instilled multiple times and permanently mastered. However, he only considered it briefly before observing the surrounding buildings and local customs. Intis's architectural style is relatively flamboyant and extravagant, employing many bright colors and bold exterior designs. It is indeed quite different from the conservative lone architectural style. Most of the pedestrians on the street were North Continent people dressed in Intis-style clothing. Occasionally, a local would pass by, but they would walk quickly with their heads down. Soon, after leaving the street, Odis felt as if he had entered another world. The buildings here were low and dilapidated, some even being mud-walled structures. Odis looked back at the once bright and clean street, then at the dilapidated one, and suddenly understood what a colony meant. Bernadette's territory consisted only of a few surrounding islands, and the area had no special mineral resources. Its biggest mine was probably cheap labor. The mysterious queen wasn't there to help the poor. The main reason she built a bright street and a small palace was probably to enhance the cohesion of her subordinates. After all, those who live on that street can comfort themselves by thinking they're better off than the locals, no matter how badly they're doing. This dilapidated street is a true reflection of the local situation, poverty and filth. The local residents generally dress simply, and the children playing are mostly unclothed. The pedestrians' faces were listless, as if they had no expectations for the new day. The occasional passing carriages looked slow and listless. Odis then asked, "How many people live on the island ruled by the Queen?" "Probably 500,000 or 600,000, 700,000 or 800,000, Arya said. "I'm not really sure, or rather, nobody knows. We can't exactly conduct a census for these natives, can we? Many of their tribes are uncooperative, and even now they still attack Northlanders on horseback." At this point, Arya shook her head. "Before we came here, there were no horses on these islands. They actually called them monsters. They probably thought that people who rode monsters were monsters too." Odis glanced at Arya, who looked puzzled, and said, "You must have used cruel methods to suppress them, right? They do not accept our rule and have attacked our people." Odis asked, "Why should they accept your rule?" "Because you are more powerful." Arya was taken aback by the question. "Yes." Odis opened his mouth. For the first time he felt so clearly the conflict between his own values and the pirate-like colonial values. In his view, power is only one aspect of a ruler's power, and if a ruler relies solely on power, such a rule is unlikely to last. Even with extraordinary assistance, a society with rigid social stratification and little power to resist among the lower classes would still face constant troubles. Even Odis believed that it could not be called a reign at all. However, Odis said nothing more, deciding that he should do as the Romans do, and not comment on the situation in the colony. Arya also found Odis's question a bit strange, but the two quickly moved on to other topics, and she didn't take it too seriously. Soon, they left the city. Odis looked back and saw that the city was centered around a palace and a street with tall buildings, with dilapidated local houses on the periphery, their location seemingly representing their status in the city. After chatting for more than 20 minutes, we arrived at an industrial area not far from the city. The towering factory buildings here once again form a stark contrast with the low-rise local houses. At this moment, Odis did not express any opinion. He stopped in front of the dock by the sea and watched as Arya paid the chair lift. After traveling such a long distance, we only received 60 copes, which is equivalent to 6 pence, and we have to split it among the 4 of us. It was indeed cheaper than taking a horse-drawn carriage, but this kind of price was only available in the colonies. Led by Arya, the two entered the dock without any hindrance. Due to the need for shipbuilding and maintenance, Bernadette managed to build a large shipyard on this colonial island. There are 5 large workbenches in the dock, but only 3 are in use now, and they are all used for ship repairs. Judging from the damaged parts of the ships, they must have been bombed by enemy ships and had to be brought into the dock for repairs. All 3 ships are wooden vessels with tall sails, typical of a 3-masted ship structure. This type of ship is also the most commonly used ship type by pirates. It has smooth lines and good speed, and most of the time it can outrun the ships of the Navy and the Church. However, it has a fatal weakness: its defense is too weak. But if it is fitted with armor plating, its speed will be sacrificed. Almost all pirates prioritize speed, whether at sea or on land, being fast is the key to survival. On both sides of the dock are offices, design studios, and other workspaces built against the high walls of the dock. In the conference room, all the dock designers, as well as 6 or 7 scholars who followed Bernadette, had already arrived. When they saw Arya, they greeted her warmly and smiled back at Odis. After all, Arya had given prior notice, and unless they were fools, they wouldn't question Odis, since she was sent by the Queen. Even if this guy doesn't know how to build ships, they still have to pretend to treat him with the same respect they would show a master in the shipbuilding industry. After exchanging pleasantries, Odis took his seat without any hesitation, sitting at the head of the table. He took off the cloth bag on his back and took out a roll of drawings. These are my drawings. Take a look at them first, and we can discuss the parts you don't understand together. In order to design ships driven by spirit, Odis had previously sought out relevant materials from the wilderness of knowledge, and taught himself ship design. He also taught himself artillery design, tank design, semi-automatic rifle design, and so on. The designers were slightly taken aback when they saw the blueprints. First of all, the chief designer sent by the Queen knew about shipbuilding, but he was somewhat conservative in some aspects and had a tendency to follow the book blindly. It was a large ocean-going vessel with 4 decks. What the designers couldn't understand was that the ship had neither sails nor a steam engine. In other words, it has no power. However, the location of the power system was marked at the rear of the bottom of the ship's cabin, but there was simply not enough space to install a steam engine. Just as the designers were about to ask questions, Odis took out a second volume of blueprints. These are detailed blueprints of the internal structure of the engine system, weapon system, balance system, lighting system, and so on. Well, ship designers probably won't understand it. Let's ask these scholars to take a look. The scholars accepted the items politely, but once they saw the arrays, these extraordinary scholars couldn't take their eyes off them. This wasn't something used on a ship, it was simply boundless knowledge. Gradually, the ship designer sensed something was wrong. What were those drawings? Why did it take so long to look at them? One of the designers finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Odis, what will propel this ship?" Driven by the waves, Odis smiled. As long as there is a spirit, the waves can propel it forward continuously. The designer was taken aback, feeling that the answer was completely beyond his comprehension. See, waves. What if there are no waves? Odis said, "You may not have fully understood what I mean. The second set of drawings I gave to the scholars is an explanation of the power system. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. As long as the layout is done according to my design, waves will continuously form behind the ship, propelling it forward rapidly." The designers were stunned, they had never heard of such a power system before. Then they found it somewhat absurd, and someone directly expressed their doubts, "Will this even work?" "It will work." One of the scholars answered him, taking a deep breath before saying, "It will work." Then he smiled and said to Odis, "Thank you, Mr. Odis, for showing me such a high-level magic array. I never imagined that a magic array could have such great power." The scholar paused for a moment and then asked, "I have never seen the mystical symbols used in the magic circle before. Where did you find these mystical symbols with amazing power?" Sitting next to Odis, Arya smiled slightly. She remembered the first time she saw the magic circle in the flaming arrow, and she was probably just as surprised. Those extraordinary individuals who follow the mystery seeker path are essentially half scholars of the mysticism. They may not understand the mystical symbols appearing in the magic circle, but simply by looking at the structure of the magic circle, they know that it is definitely a high-level magic circle. "I will explain those symbols to you later," Odis said simply. This falls under the technology transfer agreement he made with Bernadette, but he will only explain the symbols used in the magic circle, and only the magic circle used on this ship, without providing any further explanation. The scholars exchanged glances, and all saw joy in each other's eyes. At this moment, they finally understood why the Queen wanted to build such a ship. Mastering the construction of such a ship was equivalent to mastering many advanced and sophisticated magic arrays. It could even be said that the research on mysticism on Shera Island would suddenly be several levels higher. However, the ship designers didn't quite understand these issues, they remained very concerned about the new ship's power system and weapon systems. Aside from the propulsion system, which they didn't understand at all, the weapon system was also beyond their comprehension of weapons, because there wasn't a single cannon on the ship, only strange-looking weapons. These weapons were completely new to them. Seeing that they had a lot of questions but didn't know where to start, Odis smiled and said, "I am not an expert in ship design, but some of my research in the mystical has been approved by the Queen. So please don't use your past experience to judge this ship. Well, this is the first extraordinary ship in human history, and many problems need to be solved through trial and error. We need to work together to complete the task assigned by the Queen." When everyone heard that it was the Queen's approval and the task assigned by the Queen, they knew that the Queen valued this new ship very much. Before they could even respond, Arya spoke up first, "Mr. Odis, please give the order." Everyone in the room was stunned. They knew, of course, that Arya was sent by the Queen, and her statement meant that the Queen wanted them to obey this young man named Odis completely. Odis was prepared and took out a list, handing it to the scholars. "These are the spiritual materials and extraordinary materials used in the magic array on the ship. You need to complete the purchase as soon as possible to prepare for shipbuilding. Because the magic array above is very large and requires a lot of carving, I will need you to become my main assistants in the future to share the task of building the magic array. So starting this afternoon, the number is still too small. At least 10 people who understand magic arrays need to come to the Emerald Palace to listen to my explanation of the uses of these magic arrays, as well as the meaning of mystical symbols and so on. In order for the magic circle to function better, some extraordinary materials are needed. These materials are basically available through the sailor route and are not difficult to buy at sea, although they will definitely be at a premium. The scholars were somewhat bewildered when they received the list, not expecting their first task to be procurement. Knowing they weren't good at this job, Arya said, "Leave the purchasing to me, you just need to determine the quantity and quality." The scholars breathed a sigh of relief and readily agreed. Then, Odis said to the ship designers, "I need your help to optimize the overall structure of this ship, but I want to be involved throughout the process because I know which parts cannot be optimized. Once the blueprints are finalized, construction will begin immediately. We will first build the basic structure, then arrange the magic array, and finally test it at sea." The ship designers breathed a sigh of relief. The ship's design drawings did indeed have many areas that needed modification. Once the general direction was determined, the construction of the new ship began immediately. Odis spent the morning revising the blueprints with the designers and the afternoon explaining the magic arrays he had invented. As for the ship's blueprints, since Odis's design was already quite reasonable, the blueprints were basically finalized the following day. That afternoon, the dock workers began organizing manpower to lay the keel. This ship was essentially an experimental vessel, so it was built using already mature wooden shipbuilding techniques, and almost all the manpower in the dock was devoted to this work. After Odis revised the blueprints, he finally had the opportunity to return the ashes and the extraordinary properties of the Night Watchers to the Church of the Night. He also planned to visit Byam, the largest colonial city in the Raging Sea, when he had time. Chapter 214, Chapter 213 Byam Under the Night. Backlund, 7th Avenue. Karen, the captain of the Night Watch, entered the old captain's bar, in the middle of the street with mixed feelings. This morning, the Night Watch team received a letter signed by the wizard Gandalf, inviting them to meet at the old captain's tavern, saying that he was returning something very important to the Church of the Night Goddess. The Night Watchers have received intelligence that Odis Gard was involved in a high-level incident on December 28 and left Backlund. Currently, both the Mechanical Heart and MI9 are looking for him. But strangely, none of them issued a bounty for Odis. At this moment, Odis's other identity, Gandalf the Wizard, suddenly appeared at her door, which was quite unexpected. Karen immediately reported the matter. To Karen's surprise, Red Gloves took over the case. Generally, this kind of thing happens to the Night Watcher, so that Night Watcher should assign a senior deacon to handle the matter. Karen realized that this was unusual because of her superior's handling of the situation. Actually, he had a pretty good impression of Odis. He was very learned at a young age and cared about ordinary people. However, they weren't very familiar with each other and he didn't know why Odis had approached him. Upon entering the old captain's bar, Karen saw Daily Simone, the captain of the Red Gloves, sitting alone in a corner, drinking by herself. This time, it was Daly's team that was ordered to protect Karen. She wore light eyeshadow and was dressed very fashionably today, but it still couldn't hide her alluring beauty. At this moment, Daly resembled a woman who had come to drown her sorrows during the day due to emotional problems, sitting quietly in a corner drinking her wine. Karen pretended not to know Daly, went to the bar and ordered a beer. She had just taken a sip when she heard a child's voice from the doorway, "I'm looking for Mr. Karen." "Which one of you is Mr. Karen?" A little boy, dressed in rags, with long, messy hair and carrying a large cloth bag, broke free from the waiter blocking the door and shouted into the bar, "Gandalf sent me." Karen immediately stood up and said to the thugs who were about to grab the little boy, "I am Karen, let him in." The little boy breathed a sigh of relief and took off the cloth bag. "Mr. Cullen, this is what Mr. Gandalf asked me to give to you." After handing the cloth bag to Karen, the little boy turned and ran away. Daly immediately gave one of her subordinates a signal, and the subordinate followed the little boy. The cloth bag contained 2 wooden boxes, one large and one small, as well as a letter. Karen opened the letter, glanced at it, and then said to Daly, "Let's go, he's not coming." The two of them got into the carriage of the Night Watchers team parked outside, and Karen handed the letter to Daly. Daly saw that the letter read, "Mr. Karen, I apologize for asking you to come out, but there are 2 things I need to return to the Church of the Goddess of Night. On December 28th, by sheer coincidence, the mysterious Queen and I encountered Slant Will, a demigod of your religion, who has been steadfastly holding his post for over 200 years. Guided by the goddess, we worked together to solve the problem, and he no longer needed to stay. After completing his mission, Slant returned to the goddess's kingdom without regret. He left a last wish that his ashes be returned to the church and buried. As for his extraordinary characteristics, after discussions with the mysterious Queen, we have returned them to your esteemed religion as a gesture of goodwill. If I have the opportunity, I will visit the Church of the Goddess of Night in Byam, and I hope we can re-establish some contact." The signature below reads, "Gandalf, or you may call me Odysseus." After reading the letter, Daly looked at the 2 boxes in the bag. Karen opened the larger box first. Inside were ashes. Both of them drew a full moon and stars on their chests, hoping that the demigod could finally rest in peace. Inside that small box was a black, seemingly intangible object. Inside, there were tiny stars, reflecting a soft, peaceful starlight. This extraordinary property was simply sealed, otherwise it would never be so harmless. Karen closed the two boxes again, and Daly said, "So, Odis wants to see you to express his goodwill towards the mysterious queen." Both of them had noticed the description in the letter that, by chance, I met a demigod of your church, but they both realized that it might involve church secrets, so they avoided discussing the topic. Karen didn't answer immediately, but paused for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, "Ms. Daly, what are your thoughts on Odis?" "I know that both Mechanical Heart and MI9 are looking for him," Daly shrugged. "I have no opinion on this, because I don't know him at all. I don't know him very well, but he thwarted the witch cult's plot a few days ago and saved many people," Karen said. "I think we can't forget what he did." Before Daly could say anything, her subordinate, whom she had just sent out, returned. He boarded the carriage and reported to Daly. The little boy did not go back to report, nor did he see anyone, and the passers-by he encountered did not seem suspicious. He hurriedly went to the bakery, bought a loaf of bread, and then found a secluded spot to eat it. "After I put him to sleep, I entered his dream and found that this person had given him a whole pound in change and asked him to deliver the cloth bag to Captain Karen." As he spoke, he took out a hand-drawn portrait, which depicted a young man who looked to be smiling brightly. Upon seeing Odis's true face, Karen immediately said, "This is Odis." Daisy then asked her subordinate, "You mean, Odis gave that little boy some change?" "Yes." The little boy could only avoid being targeted and robbed if he used a 5p or 1p coin to buy things. "We should go back," Daly said. "I think the higher-ups will inform Byam's church and have them prepare to meet with Odis." Although she didn't know Odis, she had a very good impression of the young man after today's interaction. 8 p.m., Byam. After putting on some simple makeup, Odis strolled around for a while and then came to a grilled fish restaurant. Now he spends his mornings at the shipyard, his afternoons teaching about magic arrays, and his evenings are his own time. Sometimes I would dine and chat with the mysterious queen, but most of the time the mysterious queen was quite busy and not at the Emerald Palace. At this point, Odis used the sealed artifact he had just obtained, which had the ability to travel, to take a trip to the raging sea. His first stop was, of course, Byam, the largest and most prosperous colonial city at sea, to experience the colonial atmosphere. He named the sealed artifact with the ability to travel the travel ring. With this sealed artifact, his range of activity suddenly expanded considerably. In addition to the ability to travel, the travel ring also has the ability to record, but it can only record the extraordinary abilities of the thief and diviner pathways. Moreover, each pathway can only record one ability, abilities from other pathways cannot be recorded. The extraordinary ability to steal ideas is recorded in the current travel ring, which was obviously recorded by Selt before. It only has about 60% of its original power, which means that it can be almost 100% successful against enemies at sequence 6 level. However, if facing an enemy at sequence 5 level, the success rate is only 50%. For Odis, the greatest benefit of this ability is that it helps him better study the record ability. In the past 2 days, he has used this ring to conduct many experiments in the wilderness of knowledge and has made considerable breakthroughs. In the near future, the power of Odis's magic circle will be even greater. The negative effect of this sealed item is that there is a certain probability that you will not be able to find your way to the destination. Even if you reach the entrance of the destination, you will miss it. Removing the sealed item will not help, and divination cannot solve this problem. You can only wait for the negative effect to disappear after 2 hours before you can find the destination you need to go to. For Odis, this negative effect was acceptable, since it only meant getting lost, not encountering any dangerous situations. He has tried it in the last few days and the probability of getting lost is very small. He has used the Traveler's Ring 10 times and no negative effects have occurred. After the experiment, his spiritual sense indicated that the probability should be between 2% and 3%. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At this moment, Byam's specially made grilled fish was served, and Odis ordered a glass of local specialty fruit wine and began to enjoy the food. After taking a few bites, Odis nodded slightly. The grilled fish tasted pretty good, there was almost no fishy smell, but the freshness of the fish meat was well preserved. The key is that there aren't many fish bones. For a northerner, removing fish bones is quite a challenge. I ate a plate of grilled fish and drank 2 glasses of fruit wine. Odis patted his belly, then got up and strolled around the street, quite satisfied. Byam's architectural style is based on the style of the Lone, with some colonial elements added. Blue Mountain Island, where Byam is located, is different from Shera Island, where Odis currently lives. This island is very large and is surrounded by a sea area densely populated with islands. Before the colonial era began, there were already kingdoms here, which developed unique cultures. Even after the colonial era, these cultures have survived to some extent. While the Misty Sea, where Shera Island is located, also has many colonies, the islands are generally far apart, and only large tribes or tribal alliances have formed civilizations. Under the impact of the advanced status of the Republic of Intis, these island cultures quickly and largely disappeared. More than a century after the colonial era, they have been completely assimilated by the Intis. Wearing Intis-style clothing is considered respectable attire, and drinking Intis wine, smoking Intis cigarettes, and eating Intis bread is considered the proper way to live. Just as Odis was thinking this, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. It turned out that two adventurers were fighting over a beautiful streetwalker. They are called adventurers because they bring their own money and spend it in the city. They were actually pirates. Odis bought some local mango candy from a street vendor and ate it while watching the two men fight. After watching for a while, he shook his head repeatedly, feeling that these two people didn't understand fighting at all. Police officers arrived quickly, and under their reprimands and dissuade with sticks, the two pirates finally parted ways after exchanging threats. In order to make more money from pirates, Byam did put some effort into maintaining order. For example, he would investigate every murder case thoroughly, and some of the murderers were caught and executed. This will give most pirates a sense of security, and they will come back here to spend their money next time they make it. Odis, with candy in his mouth, was about to visit the famous Red Theater when he suddenly noticed one of the pirates who had been fighting earlier glancing at him. This made Odis immediately realize that the other party must have recognized him. Although he wasn't a wanted criminal, he was someone that MI9 was looking for, and many people must have seen his portrait. That's why Odis put on makeup before coming to Byam. Odis did not continue forward, but moved closer to the side of the street and chatted idly with a drunk man holding a bottle of wine, while keeping an eye on the pirate out of the corner of his eye. He was a man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing a locally styled jacket, with a long beard, grumbling as he entered a semi-open-air restaurant. Odis immediately realized that although the other party recognized him, he was not the target. Odis bid farewell to the talkative drunkard and sat down at an open-air bar not far from the restaurant. He ordered a light beer and chatted with the drunkard next to him while secretly keeping an eye on the long-bearded pirate. The semi-open-air restaurant, like the bar where Odis was, had only one canopy, with seats placed under it. One advantage of this is that when the sea breeze blows, diners can feel the coolness of the sea. The long-bearded pirate entered the restaurant and loudly ordered some food and drinks. As soon as the drinks were served, he picked up a glass and gulped down half of it, seemingly annoyed that the fight had been stopped halfway through. At this moment, a diner at another table in the restaurant said, "Friend, if your second punch had been a little lower, you would have definitely knocked him down." There were 4 guests at the table. The one speaking was a man in his 40s who was missing half a nose, which made him look somewhat ferocious. Judging from his posture, he was probably a pirate as well. The long-bearded pirate, who was being watched by Odis, glanced at the men with the missing nose and said, "You talk as if you're a good fighter." The men missing half a nose laughed and said, "I'm not very good at it either, but I'm probably better than you." A flash of anger crossed the long-bearded pirate's eyes. He raised his wine glass as if to smash it, but upon seeing that there were 4 of them, he gently put the glass down. This action made the table of men with half a nose burst into laughter. Their unrestrained laughter infuriated the long-bearded pirate, but he only dared to vent his anger on the waiter. "Why hasn't my food arrived yet? Hurry up! Hurry up!" He got angrier and angrier as he spoke, and then stood up and slapped the waiter across the face. The man, missing half a nose, shook his head, picked up his drink, and was about to continue drinking when suddenly his expression froze, and he jumped up from the spot. The long-bearded pirate, who had just been lashing out at the waiter, was now calm and was launching a sneak attack with a punch. However, the men with half a nose dodged the punch, which landed on the dining table with a loud crash, sending the solid wood table flying everywhere. The flying log knocked the other 3 people sitting around it to the ground. Odis took a sip of his wine. This was definitely a premeditated assassination. Chapter 215, Chapter 214 The First Friend Made on the High Seas. Odis, who was just strolling around Byam, unexpectedly encountered a premeditated assassination attempt. However, the target of the assassination was not Odis, so he could sit on the street drinking beer and watching the spectacle. The long-bearded pirate must have already received word that the pirate missing half a nose was dining here that night, which is why he pretended to get into a fight and acted as if he wasn't very good at fighting, making everyone think he was just an ordinary person. Then approach the target and launch a surprise attack when the target is not paying attention. In Odis's opinion, the long-bearded pirate was quite a good actor. At least he fooled the passers-by, including himself, into thinking that the pirate wasn't very strong in combat. If he hadn't glanced at Odis, Odis wouldn't have noticed him, and she would have missed the show. At this moment, the long-bearded pirate launched a sneak attack and smashed the dining table. Although he failed to harm the pirate who was missing half a nose, the damaged table knocked down 3 of his men, leaving the long-bearded pirate with only 1 enemy left. The pirate missing half a nose suddenly produced a ball of flame in his hand and hastily threw a fireball at the long-bearded pirate. Odis made a judgment, this was an arsonist. The long-bearded pirate leaped to the side, dodging the sudden attack, and at the same time, he drew his revolver. Boom 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 boom. The long-bearded pirate fired 6 shots, using up all his bullets, 4 of which hit their target. It was an extraordinary weapon, one of its shots produced a burst of cold frost. When the bullet struck the pirate who had lost half his nose, the muscles around the wound froze. Although this prevented him from bleeding, it immediately slowed his movements. As soon as the gunshot rang out, passers-by screamed and fled, and soon only a few people remained on the bustling street. Apart from Odis and another drinker, the others were all drunkards who were too drunk to move. Odis glanced at another drinker not far away, who was also looking at Odis. The two smiled at each other and continued to watch the battle. The pirate, missing half a nose, was shot 4 times, even a sequence 7 extraordinary was seriously injured. At the same time, the flame in his hand dimmed considerably. Odis quickly realized that the long-bearded pirate was using the bribery plus weakening technique, and judging from his action of drawing his gun, this was a plan he had long ago devised. It would be best if that punch landed, but even if it missed, it would still take care of the enemy's subordinates. The real way to kill a target is by shooting at close range. At such close range, the opponent was still caught off guard and managed to dodge 2 shots, it was a miracle he escaped unscathed. The long-bearded pirate launched his final attack, catching up with the fleeing pirate who was missing half a nose, and knocking him to the ground with a powerful punch. The long-bearded pirate was very strong, and with another punch, he broke several of the opponent's ribs. The arsonist began to beg for mercy, but the bearded pirate seemed not to hear him, and drew his dagger, first blinding the man's 2 eyes. The arsonist seemed to recognize the attacker, "You're Bazel." "I was just following orders." He tried to say something more, but the long-bearded pirate stabbed his tongue in the mouth with a dagger, tearing it apart. Finally, as if performing some kind of ritual, the long-bearded pirate slit the arsonist's throat, watching his blood spurt out and him writhe and convulse on the ground. Once the target was dead, the long-bearded pirate used a dagger to cut off the head, put it in a pre-prepared cloth bag, and left immediately. At this moment, Odis and another drinker had already gotten up. One reason was to guard against the long-bearded pirate, and the other was that the excitement was over and the police and official extraordinary beings would be arriving soon, so they should leave as soon as possible. The long-bearded pirate gave Os and another drinker a deep look before turning his gaze away and continuing his escape. As Odis was about to leave, he suddenly glanced at the corpse over there. The long-bearded pirate might not know anything about extraordinary characteristics, or he might not have had time to wait for the extraordinary characteristics to be extracted. However, Odis remained cautious and did not take the body away, because there was another drinker beside him. The patron seemed to understand Odis's thoughts and possessed the corresponding knowledge. He smiled and said, "I also want to take that corpse with me, but it would be a burden to me. If you have a way to take it away immediately, please do so. But I hope you can invite me to have another drink somewhere else." Odis nodded. "All right, you name the place." As the customer left, he said, "Seaweed Bar." Odis no longer hesitated, quickly approached the corpse, grabbed its shoulder, and then used his travel ability to take it away. The patron who had hurried away turned back to look and just witnessed Odis disappear. Journey. He kept running. My gut feeling was right, this guy is something else. Everyone knows that the ability to travel is very useful, which makes the sealed items from this method always scarce. Without the support of an organization, or if you are very rich and lucky, it is difficult to obtain the sealed items from this method. On the other side, Odis crossed the spirit world and arrived at an uninhabited island near Blue Mountain Island. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, his extraordinary characteristics were released. It was a crimson object shaped like a heart, with barely visible flames spewing out from the small opening of the heart. Indeed, it is an extraordinary characteristic of an arsonist. Odis placed the body into the wilderness of knowledge, and then kicked it into the sea. He wasn't afraid of getting into any trouble, since most divination attempts would be blocked by the wilderness of knowledge, and his current ability to travel gave him more courage. If you can't beat them, run away. Once you run, you disappear without a trace. Odis used his spirituality to check himself and make sure he was not stained with the corpse's blood or left any trace before returning to Byam with the travel ring. The gunshots earlier did not disrupt the bustling city, only 2 streets were temporarily blocked off. He arrived at a fairly bustling street, asked around for directions to Seaweed Bar, and found the patrons from earlier in a booth there. It was the bar's busiest time of day, and amidst the noise, the two greeted each other and shook hands. Odis smiled and said, "It's my treat today, order whatever you like." However, if the amount exceeds 20 pounds, he will immediately disappear from the other person's sight using the travel ring. "I'm not being polite." The other person waved the wine in his hand. "This is the most famous wine in the area, called Bloody Blue Mountain Island. It costs £1.12 soles a glass, and I can drink 3 glasses. Odis thought to herself, it is indeed a bit expensive, but it is still within an acceptable range. He smiled and said, "I'll have a cup to try too." He was very happy today. He found over £1,000 while shopping, which would make anyone feel great. The crimson blue island that Odis had ordered was served. This wine had two colors, red on top and blue on the bottom. I took a small sip and found the flavor to be rich and mellow, quite different from that of wine. Moreover, Odis's inspiration sensed a subtle spirituality in this wine, which may explain its high price. Let me introduce myself, the other person said. Rupert Sean, adventurer. Oedipus smiled and said, Gandalf Gard, the gourmet. Rupert laughed and said, obviously you're not using your real name, nor is it your real profession. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Well, I don't really care about that. Everyone has secrets. Thank you. Odis leaned back in her seat and added, I just arrived in Byam. I come here quite often, Rupert said, holding his glass. It's a wonderful city, but only if you have enough gold pounds in your pocket. He then changed the subject. That bearded man was called Basil Ryan. He used to be a pirate, and now he's a bounty hunter. Odis was intrigued by Basil. You seem to know him quite well. Many people have heard his story, Rupert said. He was an orphan who, when he was 10, inadvertently saved Severed Finger's life. You might not recognize the word severed finger because he has been dead for more than 5 years, and nobody remembers a dead pirate. However, when Basil was 10 years old, Severed Finger didn't have a nickname yet, and he had only been a pirate for 2 or 3 years. Back then, Severed Finger adopted Basil. Later, Severed Finger did very well and had his own pirate crew, and Basil joined his pirate crew as well. Later, in a naval battle, Red Lion Taylor killed One Finger, scattered One Finger's pirate crew, and blinded all the prisoners, cut off their tongues, and finally slit their throats, letting them bleed to death in pain and fear. Only a few crew members, including Basil, managed to escape. From then on, Basil began to seek revenge against the Red Lion pirate crew. The one who was killed today was the second mate of the Red Lion pirate crew. Odis commented, a rational avenger. That's a very fair assessment. Rupert took a sip of his drink, eager to tell a story. The most classic example is the negotiation between Basil and the Navy. After his successful escape, it is said that Basil promised to have the Navy drop his warrant if he handed over 3 wanted criminals with bounties of more than £900 to the Navy free of charge. Because the bounty on Bazaar is £900. The Navy initially refused, but Basil said that if his warrant could be lifted, it would prove that one could obtain legal status by hunting down wanted criminals, and more people would hunt down wanted criminals. The Navy was persuaded and agreed, but only gave Basil a week. As you might have guessed, within a week, Basil killed 3 wanted criminals with bounties of around £1,000, thus becoming a legitimate bounty hunter. Rupert finished his drink. To be honest, negotiating with the Navy is incredibly creative. Odis nodded and commented, this is a very intelligent young man. He was even considering recruiting him and getting Basil to join his pirate crew. Rupert ordered another Bloody Blue Mountain Island. What's most talked about is that his revenge has never stopped for the past 5 years. He has already killed the combat captain and bosun of the Red Lion pirate crew, and today he killed the second mate. Heh, I reckon the Red Lion pirate crew will have a hard time recruiting anyone else. Odis smiled, but in his heart he was calculating, if the second mate is a sequence 7, then the captain of the Red Lion pirate crew should be a sequence 6, which means he is a big pirate and should have some background. On the 5 seas, pirates are also divided into different levels. The highest level is of course the 4 kings and 7 generals. The slightly lower-ranking pirates are called Great Pirates, which basically refers to pirates with a bounty of more than £3,000. These Great Pirates are either Sequence 7 or Sequence 6, and they usually have a fairly strong pirate crew. Another category is Famous Pirates, which refers to pirates with bounties on their heads, most of whom are low-sequence, extraordinary individuals. Of course, occasionally some vicious ordinary people are also put on bounties, but those ordinary people are the easiest to be targeted by bounty hunters and rarely live for long. The lowest level consisted of ordinary pirates and sailors, including criminals, the unemployed, and many who were forced into piracy. People like Odis, who dream of sailing the seas and thus became pirates, were few and far between. If you have a stable job and a happy family, who would risk their life at sea? Rupert suddenly said with some emotion, this is the story of Basil. I feel it is the most beautiful story I have heard on the sea. A son without blood ties avenges his father. Odis raised his glass. In a place lacking morality, any glimmer of morality is a dazzling light. Rupert raised his glass as well. Well said, my philosopher friend. The 2 men chuckled and clinked their glasses for a drink. After a couple of drinks, Rupert became even more talkative, telling tales of his sea adventures, which Odis couldn't tell were true or just boasting. However, he enjoyed listening to this kind of thing. From the other person's story, he had already used his intelligence-gathering skills to learn that the other person came from the county of Desi and Rune and was a Sequence 7 extraordinary, seemingly an extraordinary of the monster pathway. If he continued listening, he could even guess the specific city of the other person's hometown based on their language habits. After each having 3 drinks, Rupert rose to take his leave. The two shook hands, and Rupert smiled and said, "My friend, I hope we will meet again." Odis felt slightly tipsy, yes. After saying goodbye to Rupert, Odis went to a dimly lit corner and used the travel ring to return to Lasha Island. Odis was still marveling. This is the difference between the sea and the land. Without the restraint of Backlund, there are opportunities everywhere. But he soon lost his composure, because he could no longer find the Emerald Palace. This street is a straight road, and he couldn't find the most conspicuous Emerald Palace. Odis exclaimed, "How bizarre." Chapter 216, Chapter 215 Extraordinary Puppet. Odis was somewhat skeptical and walked the only street with cobblestones 3 times, but still couldn't find the Emerald Palace. Just then, Odis encountered Arya, who had just come out of the bar, and she asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" "The Emerald Palace," Odis said with a hint of helplessness. Then he seemed to have thought of a solution. "Can you take me back?" Arya initially thought he was joking, but after seeing his serious expression, she nodded and said, "Okay." 20 minutes later, Arya said, "This is really weird. We can't find the Emerald Palace." Odis was somewhat helpless. It seemed that having someone take her back was not going to work. In other words, no matter what method is used, it is impossible to reach one's destination within 2 hours. "Never mind," Odis said. "I'll treat you to a drink. Fortunately, it's just that we can't go back to the Emerald Palace, the destination where the negative effects occurred. It's not that we can't go anywhere." Arya hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay." She smiled and said, "I should have known better than to drink that Black Storm earlier." Black Storm is brewed from sugarcane and mango, and while it has a fruity aroma, it is also very strong in flavor, making it a favorite among female pirates. At this point, Arya also realized that the reason they couldn't find the Emerald Palace was probably because of some item on Odis's person. Odis didn't say, so she didn't ask. Upon re-entering the bar, Odis saw several familiar faces, some of whom were ship designers and others were scholars from Lasha Island, all there to chat and relax. A captain loyal to the mysterious queen smiled upon seeing Arya and said, "Charming Arya, why are you back again? Did you miss me?" Arya smiled and shook her head, "Forget it, if your thing were a little bigger, I might consider talking to you about sleeping together." This remark caused everyone to burst into laughter, while the captain's face turned red, but he dared not retaliate. Odis, who was following behind, was still not quite used to Intis's style. The Intis are very open to that unique nighttime activity, and both men and women are open to it. Arya appeared quite ladylike while in Backlund, but her true colors were revealed after returning to Rasha's island. Moreover, the Intis people swear words are much more vulgar than those of the lone people. In Backlund, even in factories and docks, where the lowest level of laborers gather, the most common curse word is something like shit or stupid pig. At the shipyard on Lasha Island, you can often hear foremen cursing things like, idiot who got fucked by a donkey, and good for nothing who deserves to be fucked by a donkey. Many times Odis lamented, "Let the donkeys go, they are already exhausted from pulling the millstone all day." Arriving at the bar, Arya ordered another Black Storm, which cost 2 fenken. Odis immediately did the mental conversion, estimating it to be about 1 sol and 8 pence. Rupert hadn't been polite to Odis before. Few drinks were as expensive as Crimson Blue Isle, usually under 8 pence. Black Storm was already considered quite expensive. Odis spent 70 copes, or about 7 pence, on a glass of dark beer. He took a sip and found it to be rich and quite good. The two exchanged a few words about shipbuilding before Odis asked, "Have you heard of the Red Lion pirate crew?" "I've heard of it," Arya said. Because several important figures are extraordinary individuals who have reached the hunter pathway, some people suspect that it is a pirate group supported by the Fuzaks. However, some people say that they are members of a secret organization because some people have seen that the pirate group perform some bloody sacrifices. She paused and then said, "The sea is different from the land. A lot of information seems contradictory. To obtain useful information, you need to make your own judgments." "Thank you." Odis also noticed this. It seemed that the pirates and adventurers at sea loved to boast, and many seemingly plausible stories were just boasts. Odis then asked, "Where can I recruit a reliable navigator?" "Everything else is secondary, but the navigator must be reliable." Odis doesn't want his maiden voyage to plunge into the unexplored and dangerous waters of the raging sea, or to do something as foolish as his ship sailing into a naval base or the Storm Church's fleet base. "Go to the Navigators Guild," Arya said. "You can ask the Queen to write you a letter and have the guild master recommend a reliable navigator. Of course, it also depends on luck. Usually, the best navigators have already boarded someone else's ship. She had also heard that Odis was going to build his own ship and start a pirate crew. Odis nodded. I'll go take a look when I have time. Afterwards, the two chatted about some interesting stories from the sea. Odis had spent a long time talking with Rupert that evening and had heard quite a few interesting tales about the sea. After chatting for a while, Arya exclaimed, "You've become one with the sea." 2 hours later, Odis made an appointment with Arya to visit the Craftsman's Guild the next day, and then got up to say goodbye. He hadn't walked far from the bar when he found the side entrance to the Emerald Palace. Back in the spacious room prepared for him, Odis yawned, marveling at how rich his experience had been that evening. Lost in thought, I drifted off to sleep. The following morning, since there was nothing important to do at the shipyard, Odis asked Arya to accompany him to the Craftsman's Guild to find a skilled craftsman to help him manufacture 2 sets of parts. With Arya by their side and a personal letter from the Queen, the chairman led them to meet a senior craftsman. The craftsman lived in the industrial area and had built a small villa. The key feature was that he had a large yard where he could build a warehouse to store all sorts of odds and ends. Upon entering the villa, one is greeted by a dazzling array of items, including weapons, materials, and more. The chairman smiled and said, "The homes of craftsmen are usually quite messy. Especially skilled craftsmen simply don't have time to clean up these failed or unfinished products. They also dislike having family members or servants help them tidy up, because that would make it harder for them to find what they need." With the chairman leading the way, we arrived directly at the craftsman's workshop. The craftsman was named Diff. He was in his 30s, with messy hair, but his beard was neatly groomed, and his clothes were relatively clean. He was intently attaching an ornament to a captain's hat. "Just a moment." Without even looking up, Diff said, "It'll be ready soon." He carefully used tweezers to attach a silver clasp to the left side of the hat, which already had some silver ornaments. After placing the final silver clasp on top, without welding or sewing, the clasp was firmly fixed in place. At the same time, Odis and the others sensed that once the last silver clasp was placed on, the hat gave off a completely different feeling. Dave breathed a sigh of relief before asking, "Mr. Chairman, what's the matter?" The guild leader smiled and introduced, "This is Mr. Odis. He came to the guild with a letter of recommendation from the Queen, hoping to find a reliable craftsman, so I recommended you to him." Upon hearing the Queen's letter of recommendation, Dave immediately stood up and asked, "How can I help you?" "I need you to help me manufacture these 2 parts." Odis took out the drawn blueprints. It's like a square Rubik's Cube, with different occult symbols on each face. The second item is a crystal-shaped object with 2 large magic circles and 3 small magic circles on it. Seeing those magic arrays, Dave was somewhat mesmerized. After staring at them for a good half-minute, he seemed to snap out of his reverie and said, "I heard Doyle say that the new chief designer has a very high level of knowledge in the occult. After seeing these magic arrays, I also hope to go to the Emerald Palace to study with the scholars." Doyle is one of the scholars who is now studying under Odis. Odis smiled and said, "You're welcome anytime." Dave then asked, "May I ask where these extraordinary parts are intended to be used?" Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. "On an extraordinary puppet I designed," Odis said without hiding anything, "I need 2 of each of these 2 parts first, because I still need to do some verification. After my verification is completed, I may need more in bulk." This is another core research project of Odis's over the past 3 years, extraordinary puppets. Many extraordinary individuals through extraordinary means can create puppets, but basically, one needs to reach the level of a demigod. Odis's puppets had no hierarchical requirements because he used the idea of combining intelligent robots with extraordinary abilities. Odis often felt that having the mindset of the common era was her greatest golden touch. Many ideas that were difficult to achieve in that era can now be accomplished relatively easily with extraordinary power. Even the most outstanding craftsmen of this era did not have such ideas, because they were unaware of those concepts. Of course, ideas alone are not enough. For example, Russell provided many ideas back then, the most famous of which was the tank. However, after failing to find oil, he was at a loss and only left behind some design drawings that seemed like mere conjecture. Before his time travel, Odis was a researcher, and for him, there was a very scientific logic to solving this problem. For example, his first thought was to replace petroleum with methanol or ethanol. Another thing he did was search for energy unique to this world, and he found it very quickly: spirituality. Ultimately, Odis decided to use spirituality because it is widely present in the world, requires no processing, and can be collected and used at any time once a suitable magic circle is available. Most importantly, Odis speculated that the spirituality of the entire Earth seemed to be related to the chaotic sea, and as long as that source existed, there would always be an abundance of spirituality available on Earth. This is an almost inexhaustible resource, and it doesn't cost even a penny. These are the core of Odis's research, the research he was unwilling to show in Backlund. Extraordinary puppets. Dave was somewhat surprised. This was a realm he never even dared to dream of. Not only him, but even the president of the Craftsmen's Guild was very surprised. Extraordinary puppets. Arya thought she had misheard. She had heard that demigods of the artisan pathway, also known as the knowledgeable pathway, seemed to have the ability to create extraordinary puppets. However, Odis was not an extraordinary being through the craftsman path, and he was by no means a demigod. That's strange. How could he create an extraordinary puppet? Odis did not continue to explain, but instead asked, "Are you sure?" The crystal-shaped part wasn't difficult to make, but the Rubik's cube-shaped part had a very complex internal structure. Dift carefully examined the blueprints before saying, "No problem." Although he didn't understand the function of those symbols, creating complex and extraordinary parts was his forte, and all he needed to do was carve the symbols according to the blueprints. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief and then asked, "Approximately how much will it cost?" After a rough estimate, Dave said, "Small parts require 1,000 felkin, and large parts require 300 felkin. The small part is the Rubik's cube-shaped part." Odis converted it, and it came to approximately £42 and £12.5 respectively. The price is within an acceptable range. After saying goodbye to Deef, Odis and Arya went to the foundry in the factory district, where Odis needed to make a batch of steel and copper parts. He had also drawn up the corresponding blueprints, and all that was needed was to cast the product according to the shape of the blueprints. A few more days passed, and Odis spent his days busy building ships and his evenings wandering around the islands, chatting with pirates and adventurers whenever he had the chance. After a few days, he also gained a certain understanding of this sea. The large ship being built for Bernadette is taking shape at an astonishing speed. Odis had originally thought it would take several months to build, but now it seems that in a few days they will begin to install the magic array for the power system on the ship. But this raised another problem: the spiritual and extraordinary materials needed for the magic circle had not yet arrived. Bernadette took this matter very seriously and mobilized her own channels to purchase the necessary materials. She even personally went to various places to urge the transactions to be completed as soon as possible. Based on the current speed, it should be able to meet Odis's needs. On Monday afternoon, Odis announced in advance that he would be taking a half-day off, and everyone took a break as well. The scholars and ship designers had been suffering from insomnia due to Odis's antics these past few days. Ship designers have it a bit easier, since they just need to work overtime to finish their tasks. However, Odis assigned the scholars a heavy workload, and because it involved many mystical theories that they had never encountered before, they often racked their brains and stayed up all night, yet still found it difficult to complete the task set by Odis. Some people even fainted while doing the questions. Odis was somewhat helpless, but if they learned at a leisurely pace, the ship might be built by the time they finished learning all the theoretical knowledge. Around 2 p.m., Odis lay in an armchair and read for a while, then pretended to be sleepy and took a nap. At exactly 3 o'clock, his vision was shrouded in grey mist, and he arrived once again at the Tarot Club's venue, in that giant hall, on one side of a mottled long table. As soon as she appeared, Odis noticed that there was a new member on her left. He was slightly taken aback, a vampire servant of a certain Earth Mother Goddess Church. Chapter 217, Chapter 216 New Member Moon. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's crisp greeting rang out. She also discovered the new member, but she had something more important to tell the other members. After greeting them, she said to Mr. Fool, "You have saved Backlund once again." Both Magician Furs and the new member Moon Emlyn were stunned, thinking to themselves, "When did I get saved again?" The other members were also taken aback, because there was no so-called Great Smog event. So on the surface, the past week in Backlund was peaceful and ordinary extraordinary beings were unaware of the plots of the Witch Church and the Aurora Society. Only Alger, the Hanged Man, has heard that the official Beyonders of Backlund have once again thwarted the evil organization's plot. However, he wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, because by the time the Archbishop of Backlund arrived at the scene, Mechanical Heart had already largely covered up the traces of the incident. Even Klein, the fool sitting at the head of the table, didn't quite understand what was going on. He clearly heard the Lady of Despair say that they were going to the East District to provide enough life for the Aurora Society. After he escaped danger, he inquired around and found out that apart from the strong winds, nothing seemed to have happened in the East District. Klein was also thinking of taking advantage of today's tarot gathering to ask the well-informed Hermit what was going on. However, he still had to put on an act when necessary, and responded with a smile, "I only offered a little bit of help." "No, it was your chosen one who truly saved Backlund," Audrey said sincerely. His reminder allowed the Church of the Night to prepare in time and prevent the awakening of the primal witch. Moreover, he directly disrupted the Aurora Society's ritual, once again blocking the true creator, who was trying to descend through this ritual from the real world. Because Audrey also played a role in passing on information in this matter, she learned a lot of inside information from the Night Watchers from her parents. She added, there was also a gentleman and a demigod who stopped the Lady of Despair in the East District and dispersed the thick fog created by the Witch of Despair, saving many lives. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, thought to himself, so that's how it is. He was eager to ask who the gentleman and the demigod were, but now was clearly not the right time to discuss that. Emlyn, attending the meeting for the first time, almost jumped up. The primordial witch is about to awaken. The true creator is attempting to descend. Mother goddess, no, by the moon, is this lady a fraud? Alger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder this event has caught the attention of Mr. Fool, but what benefit can he gain from thwarting the evil god's schemes? After a moment of silence in the hall, Furs, as if awakened, said, "Respected Mr. Fool, I received 3 pages of Russell's diary last week." Klein nodded slightly and said, "Very good. The more members and channels you have, the faster things will grow, like a snowball rolling downhill." Emlyn felt he had heard something incredible again. Russell's diary. Could it be those notes? It was only then that Klein remembered that he had forgotten about a certain vampire, so he smiled and introduced, "This is the newest member, Mr. Moon." So, as the fool began reading the notes, the new members and the original members began to look each other over. Audrey nodded politely while pondering to herself, "Mr. Moon. I thought the person who chose the moon card would be a lady." After carefully observing the other person's clothing, Alger, the hanged man, guessed that the moon was a rune. Magician Furs had a similar guess, and even speculated that the other person probably lived in Backlund because the lapel pin on his shirt was a style that was popular in Backlund last year. The son Derek wasn't too concerned about any of that. He was preoccupied with thanking the Hermit later. The Hermit Odis also pretended to observe for a while, but he knew the new member fairly well. However, since there had been no business dealings before, Odis did not establish contact with him in advance. Similarly, Emlyn was also wondering about the other members' pathways, their sequence levels, which organizations they belonged to, and whether they were friendly to vampires. His observation skills were average. He could only tell that Justice and Magician were rune people, but he couldn't see much detail about the other members. A few minutes later, Klein, who sat at the head of the bronze table, leaned back in his chair and smiled at everyone, saying, "You may begin." Audrey immediately looked at Little Son. "Have you broken free of the cycle?" Derek nodded seriously at first, then sincerely said to the Hermit on the side, "Mr. Hermit, thank you for the information you provided. According to our chief's investigation, it is indeed a cycle caused by the residual power of the Angel of Fate. Emlyn, the moon, appeared to be listening quietly to their conversation, but he was actually completely bewildered. What was this Angel of Fate? What was this breaking free from the cycle? Why could he understand each word individually, but not the meaning when they were put together? Odis smiled and said, "As members of the Tarot Society, we should help each other." At this moment, Alger turned slightly and looked at the son to his side, asking, "What exactly happened?" Derek didn't hide anything. "During the 6th exploration, I carefully observed the murals in the temple, and sure enough, I saw murals depicting a crowd coming from afar, making a pilgrimage to a certain place. This also aligns with the information provided by Mr. the Hermit, who said that during the 4th Age, a large number of followers of the true creator came to our world from your world. After that, we entered the room behind the temple." Upon hearing the true creator, Emlyn fell into deep thought again. Why are the questions raised by the members of this gathering all about angels or evil gods? Are they all demigods? Am I the only one in the middle order? When the other members heard the little boy say he came from Enmatport, they realized that the Forsaken Land was still connected to the North and South continents in some way. Finally, Derek continued, "The chief told me that, thanks to my prompting, he recalled some records from ancient books. It says that when the creator of all things, the all-knowing and all-powerful God, looked down upon the earth, he was surrounded by many angels, and the leaders of the angels were the 8 angel kings." At this point, he added, "This also aligns with the information previously released by Mr. the Hermit. Emlyn now completely revealed his bewilderment, because he had never heard of the King of Angels. Audrey noticed the new member's embarrassment, so she smiled and reminded him, "Mr. Moon, the information about the King of Angels is important intelligence from the 3rd Age, and this information all comes from Mr. the Hermit. If you want to know, you can make a deal with Mr. the Hermit. Emlyn quietly let out a slight sigh before smiling and saying, "Thank you for reminding me." He thought to himself, what a beautiful and kind lady. Emlyn then turned to the Hermit beside him and asked, "Mr. Hermit, what price should I pay for the trade regarding information about the King of Angels?" Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "For those transactions that don't involve trading, you can follow along with everyone else's future transactions and participate in the trading together. The intelligence that has already been traded at the Tarot Club has cost the other members a total of £2,400, but that was a collective investment. If you want to make the deal, I'll give you a discounted price of £600. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll think about it. He hadn't expected the price to be so high, and considering that he didn't seem to urgently need this information, he decided to wait until later. As Little Son finished narrating, the transaction process officially began. First said to the hangman, we have news about the eyeballs of the dragon-eye eagle, you need 2,200 pounds. She repeated her old trick and added another 200 pounds herself. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But the hanged man is not justice. He smiled and said, very well, but your price is too high. I have many channels to get a cheaper one. 1,900 pounds is the highest price I can accept. No, 2,000 pounds is the bottom line, Furs replied without hesitation. Alger immediately nodded, deal. Furs was momentarily stunned. Emlyn, who was listening in, witnessed a deal being made. After thinking for a moment, he asked eagerly, gentlemen, does anyone know how vampires can increase their strength? Without relying on gifts from their elders. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a barrage of gazes directed at him. Odis thought to himself, the 3 celestial fools truly live up to their name. Well, now they might be the second fool, since the little son has matured considerably. Furs's eyes lit up instantly when she looked at the moon, a vampire. As a novelist, she undoubtedly had all sorts of wonderful or bizarre imaginations about vampires. Audrey also re-examined the moon, is this the legendary vampire? Alger was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Every member of the Tarot Club was extraordinary, and this moon man clearly represented connections and channels within the vampire clan. Furthermore, was he deliberately revealing himself right from the start? Derek couldn't help but turn to examine the moon, a vampire hiding in the depths of darkness, covered in pus, moving like the wind. This is what vampires look like in the Forsaken Land. The world hesitated for a second before giving a normal response. To be precise, Klein hesitated for a second. This guy practically had the word vampire written on his forehead. Emlyn was momentarily at a loss under the gazes of everyone, but he also vaguely realized that he might have asked something he shouldn't have. However, he was somewhat resentful, thinking, what are you looking at me for? Can't I have a vampire friend? Should I explain myself? No, what's wrong with being a vampire? I am a vampire, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. We vampires have a long history, long lifespans, and abundant resources. We are a noble race. Thinking of this, Emlyn raised his chin and proudly added, yes, I am a pure vampire. Odis, standing next to Emlyn, twitched her lips. Nobody asked if you were a vampire. And what were you so nervous about earlier? Now what's there to be so smug about? Furs asked curiously, Moon, do you vampires have created ranks like Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, similar to humans, to correspond to different levels and statuses of powerful individuals? No, it was you humans who imitated us vampires. Emlyn sat up straight. Long before the Great Cataclysm, long before the Second Age, our vampires had a system of ranks including Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. At that time, you humans were still under the rule of the Giant's Court, and it was impossible for you to invent titles. No sooner had he finished speaking than son Derek, standing beside him, blurted out, there is no such record in the history of our Silver City. The division of the vampires is based on the birth of the desecrated stone tablet. Before that, it was very vague and general, with only titles such as patriarchs of different families and leaders of different regions. Emlyn responded dismissively, our vampire history is written over long lives, not something that can be overturned by the random records of a small, ordinary Silver City. Derek said somewhat aggrievedly, we in Silver City don't fabricate history. Audrey was observing the mind reader's daily routine with great interest, while thinking to herself, if no one stops them, I think they could argue about this until the end of the party. In terms of titles, vampires do indeed imitate humans, Odis said at this moment. Emlyn immediately shifted his focus, sir, what evidence do you have? There is a lot of evidence, but the most important evidence is still that blasphemous tablet that the son just mentioned. Odis looked at Emlyn, who resembled a rooster ready for battle, and then asked. You should know what the blasphemy slab is, right? Of course I know, Emlyn said. But what does that prove? That proves that before the blasphemy tablet appeared, there was no concept of a potion system. Odis further explained, back then, people directly devoured attributes to advance, and most of the time they even devoured those of higher levels. In other words, even if there were titles among the vampires at that time, it was very likely that a baron would be directly promoted to an earl, and there would be no stable hierarchy. Later, under the guidance of the ancient sun god, humans began to use magic potions to advance their ranks, and vampires also began to use the safe method of advancement, which is how the concept of a sequence came about among vampires. It wasn't until the Fourth Age, when the Blood Moon Queen of the Vampires married Trencist and became the Empress of the Empire, that the leaders of the vampires were granted titles such as Duke and Earl, and reappeared in people's sight, returning to the center of the extraordinary stage. After that, the vampires adopted the custom of distinguishing different levels by titles. Emlyn opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Chapter 218, Chapter 217 Extravagant Justice. Emlyn, the moon, momentarily forgot to refute, because he himself knew little about the history the Hermit spoke of. Emlyn knew more about the history of the Quaternary period and did know that the Blood Moon Queen was once the Empress of the Turnsost Empire. However, he was unaware of the other historical information mentioned by the Hermit. Emlyn then wanted to offer his usual rebuttal, but the Hermit's logic was so strong that he couldn't find a point to refute it. Klein, the fool, at the head of the bronze table, exclaimed, "The Hermit is the truly learned one. Because he knows so much, he can provide a logical and historical explanation for any problem he faces." Alger the Hanged Man was astonished to discover that during the Fourth Age, the Queen of the Vampires was the Empress of the Turnsost Empire. Although he had heard that the vampires had also participated in the War of the Four Emperors, he did not expect that they participated through marriage or political cooperation. Justice Audrey and Magician Furs also realized that they seemed to have just heard some very high-level information. The debate suddenly stopped because the moon was pondering how to refute it, and the hall fell silent. After a few seconds, Alger interrupted the discussion on this issue. "I know how vampires can increase their strength." Emlyn's attention was immediately diverted. Mr. Hanged Man, what kind of reward do you need? I can exchange it for some lost history known to the vampires." Alger smiled and said, "No, we are all members of the Tarot Club, and this kind of information exchange is free." Klein thought to himself, it's just that the information exchange is free. He knew perfectly well that what was free was often the most expensive. "Thank you for your kindness." Emlyn made a preliminary judgment in his mind. What a generous and noble person. Alger continued, "Vampires can also take potions to advance in rank, but they must be the correct kind." Emlyn rejected this approach, "But the main ingredients of those potions are from my own kind." "I think it depends on your purpose and motivation," Alger said with a smile. Odis thought to himself, the down with the political commissar is about to start his deception mode. "For example, I have a clue about the extraordinary characteristics left behind by a vampire baron. He died in a sudden conflict and didn't have time to find a successor," Alger said. "And you can use a magic potion to receive this legacy and prevent the vampire's power from being lost." This item belonged to a great pirate whom Alger knew, but because there was little demand for such extraordinary properties on the high seas, he was never able to sell it. "Inherit the legacy through potions, so that the power of the vampires will not be lost." Emlyn repeated the words of the Hanged Man, feeling that what the men said made a lot of sense. So he changed his question to, "What price will be paid?" Odis slowly nodded. "You're so easy to fool." Alger chuckled, "Between 4,000 and 5,000 pounds, but I'll have to find the owner of that extraordinary item to know the exact price." Emlyn was somewhat taken aback. 5,000 pounds. He thought to himself, with such a large sum of money, I can bring home several dolls that I've been eyeing for a long time, and I can even get several sets of clothes for all of them. The experienced Alger did not urge him, and smiled casually, "I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time to think about it. There's no rush." "Okay." Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. Audrey, who also saw through the Hanged Man's scheme, smiled slightly, but she was no longer a naive girl who had just come into contact with the extraordinary, so of course she wouldn't offer any warnings. Then Audrey initiated a new deal. "The Hermit, I have found the eyes of the spirit bird for you." Odis didn't expect to hear back so quickly. "How much?" This made him reflect. As members of the Tarot Club became traitors to various secret organizations, cough cough, they became members of secret organizations, and their channels not only became wider but also more sophisticated. 2,300 pounds, Audrey said. Or in exchange for a magical item of similar value. There's a discount if you trade with magical items. You only need magical items worth about 2,000 pounds. She didn't raise the price. That's the price that Psychological Alchemy Society offered. Odis thought to herself, it's a bit expensive, but at least the Psychological Alchemy Society accepts barter for magical items. This is, after all, an organization that only emerged in the last 100 or 200 years and has very little accumulation in terms of sealed artifacts. Odis was originally very wealthy. For some time, his savings had been hovering around 14,000 pounds. If he had only wanted to be an adventurer, he would still be very wealthy. But he thought that since he had already traveled through time, he should at least be a captain. Odis did want to seize a ship, but he looked down on ordinary pirate ships, and it was difficult to seize the ships of major pirates. Moreover, he really wanted to build a ship that he could live comfortably in, so he had to build it himself. Since we're going to build it, we can't skimp on the money, especially since it's a matter of life and death at sea. As a result, once the ship was built, we were back to square one. He did have about 1,500 pounds in savings, but it wasn't enough to last long. He had already exchanged 200 pounds of it for fair kin, and currently only 1,312 pounds and 12 pence sulphurs were available for use. He also owes the mysterious queen 3,000 pounds, but he's not in a hurry to pay it back. After thinking for a moment, Odis said, I am willing to offer a magical item equivalent to sequence 7 in the hope of completing this transaction. Alger glanced at the Hermit. This guy is very wealthy. I had previously guessed that the organization behind him was having him sell magical items through the Tarot Society's channels, but now it seems that they are his own, otherwise he would not have taken them out to trade the extraordinary materials he needed without asking permission. Furs had already forgotten how many times the Hermit had sold magical items. She always felt that this gentleman had a lot of magical items and would trade one or two whenever he was short of money. Audrey asked, Mr. Hermit, what are the abilities and effects of that item? That magical item corresponds to the Weapon Master, Path of the Warrior class, Odis explained. Its shape is a silver sword. The ability is, as long as you use or wear this weapon, you will have a wealth of experience in combat and weapon use. For example, even if you have never been in contact with firearms before, after wearing this magical item, you will be very knowledgeable about any firearm and have the level of a sniper. The negative effects are, if you wear this weapon for more than 30 minutes in total, regardless of whether there is any combat, you will feel sore all over your body, easily get tired, and your spirituality will be in a relatively low state for the next 24 hours. That was something Odis seized from the fighting arena on King's Road. He hadn't made a move on it until now. Lelouch's account had been deactivated a long time ago, and the official extraordinary ones were no longer investigating the case. Making a move on this magical item was no longer dangerous. Even if the Psychological Alchemy Society knew that this was a sealed artifact that Lelouch had seized in the fighting arena, they wouldn't be foolish enough to hand it over to the military. Finally, Odis concluded, the negative effect isn't too great, and the abilities are all very practical. Especially those extraordinary individuals with the audience pathway who are below the hypnotist level and not very good at combat need such magical items. After carefully noting it down, Audrey said, I will ask the seller if they are willing to make the deal, and I will give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest. Odis nodded. Audrey then asked the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, is there any news of the fruit of the elder tree or the blood of the mirror dragon? Yes. Emlyn responded without hesitation. He had previously made a fortune procuring extraordinary materials for a certain great detective. Southwest He always paid close attention to similar information during vampire gatherings. Before Miss Justice could ask any further questions, he continued, the fruit of the elder tree is priced between 600 and 700 pounds, and the blood of the mirror dragon is no more than 100 pounds. I don't remember the exact price. He gave the seller the original price as he was told, then added, but you'll have to pay me an extra 100 pounds. You know, I have to take risks and spend my time. Deal. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Audrey happily accepted the price. Just as she had predicted, her financial situation improved dramatically after the new year. She not only gained control over her share of the assets, but also received a certain amount of dividends every month. At the same time, she received gifts of jewelry, horses, and famous paintings, with a total value exceeding 20,000 pounds. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. As for cash, it wasn't much, only around 5,000 pounds, but it was enough for her to complete her promotion and trade some things she liked. Furthermore, Count Hall's statement that Audrey's contributions to the previous events concerning the Witch Cult and the Aurora Society led him to reimburse her for any expenses related to mysticism. Emlyn agreed at first, then asked with some doubt, how do we complete the transaction? Audrey explained with a smile, through a sacrifice to Mr. Fool. Then, with Mr. Fool's permission, she gave a more detailed explanation. Emlyn was stunned, this kind of transaction was beyond his imagination. After completing the transaction, Odis asked, does anyone have any clues about the complete crystal of the Tree of Alaman? I also need a flower from the Tree of Alaman. I have a lead, Emlyn continued. The crystals are 2,200 pounds, the flowers are 300 pounds, and you will have to pay me 300 pounds as a reward. He still resented Odis for speaking up for the son, so he demanded more money. Odis smiled helplessly. Another 2,800 pounds. He said, give me some time so I can raise the funds. Audrey was prepared, saying, I can pay 1,200 pounds on my own. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. The other members shared the remaining half, and when divided among them, it wasn't much left. Furs asked first, can I include 3 chapters from Spiritual Encounters in the deal? As the main person in charge of the transaction, Audrey nodded, okay. Having read 2 chapters, Audrey was eager to see the later chapters. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, thought to himself, you've finally decided to trade all the chapters of Spiritual Encounters to Justice. Odis asked Derek, who was standing nearby, do you want to join the deal? I can use the debt from the previous extraordinary materials to pay this fee for you again. Little Son immediately replied, yes. That was a deal involving the King of Angels, an important subordinate of the ancient sun god, so he was naturally very interested. Odis nodded, I'll pay 300 pounds for you, then we'll be even. After Little Son thanked him again, Alger immediately said, I will also join the deal by contributing 300 pounds. Audrey readily agreed, okay. Then she said to Moon, Mr. Moon, I suggest you also contribute £200 to join the deal. This information is truly amazing. She made this suggestion entirely out of consideration for the new members, not wanting them to be neglected on their first party. Emlyn initially wanted to refuse, but then it occurred to him, I could listen to his information and then consult a vampire knowledgeable in history to see if it was true. If not, then I would have a way to refute the Hermit. So he immediately said, I'll join too. The World reiterated, I'm incorporating some occult knowledge into this transaction. Audrey immediately agreed, and after agreeing on a price, the transaction officially began. Chapter 219, Chapter 218 The Origin of the Lord of Storms. Justice Audrey said to the Hermit, I will advance the £300 each of the World and the Magician for joining the deal, for a total of £1,600 to you. The Hermit Odis had no objection to this, only saying, this kind of transaction should continue to happen frequently in the future. I suggest making some more regulations, such that those who invest more than 1/3 of the capital can ask questions freely during the transaction, and I will answer them with any knowledge or information related to the transaction. Those who contribute 1/3 to 1/6 of the investment can ask 2 questions, while those who contribute less than 1/6 can only ask 1 question. If you want to ask more questions, you will have to pay an extra £300 per question. Audrey approved of the proposal, and although the other members were reluctant, it was indeed fair. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for those who contributed more and those who contributed less to hear the same information and enjoy the same rights. Seeing that everyone agreed, Odis said, let's begin, starting with the Wind Angel. There are 2 versions of the origin of this King of Angels. The first version is that during the Second Age, he was originally an angel who did not belong to any organization. Upon learning that the ancient sun god intended to reclaim the authority of the Elf King, he seized the opportunity, pledged allegiance to the ancient sun god, and thus benefited, becoming the King of Angels during the Third Age. Emlyn, the Moon, frowned as soon as he heard this. 2 ancient deities, the Elf King and the ancient sun god, had already appeared at the beginning, while the other members did not show any surprise. This made him wonder, did they trade such high-level intelligence at every gathering? Also, who exactly is the Wind Angel, and why does Mr. the Hanged Man look so excited? Apart from Alger the Hanged Man being somewhat excited, the other members didn't find the description surprising, since the Angel of Fate and the Red Angel, who were traded last week, had similar histories. The second version says that the Wind Angels were once subordinates of the Elf King, Odis continued. After the ancient sun god seized power from the Elf King, the Wind Angels turned to serve the ancient sun god. Or, when the ancient sun god seized power from the Elf King, the Wind Angel betrayed the Elf King and pledged allegiance to the ancient sun god in advance. As a result, he benefited and became the Wind Angel. When Alger heard the middle of the second version, he sat up straight, and as soon as the Hermit finished speaking, he immediately said, there's such a version. Isn't this slandering the gods? Klein, the fool behind the grey fog, didn't think so. He believed that it was difficult for ordinary angels to get the chance to become the King of Angels, especially when there was a true god in their path. To go further, they always had to pay a price, they couldn't get the benefits of this level for nothing. Justice Audrey and Magician first both knew that Wind Angel was Lord of the Storm. When they heard the second version from the Hermit, they found it somewhat unbelievable and didn't have time to think too much about it. Emlyn was stunned for a moment before he realized, the ancient sun god seized the power of the Elf King, which is why this ancient god fell. Also, who exactly is the Wind Angel? As a vampire, simply attending regular gatherings within the vampire clan allows one to learn a great deal about its extraordinary history. He had only heard of the ancient sun god and the Elf King, but he did not know that the fall of the Elf King was related to the ancient sun god. Odis glanced at Alger the Hanged Man and said, personally, I think the second version is closer to the truth. Alger was stunned, unsure of what to say for a moment. The following are all my speculations, not accurate information I have received, Odis said. I just think that if a path contains a true god, most of the extraordinary power of that path should be concentrated around that true god. Just like now, with 7 true gods, there would be no secret organization whose main members are these 7 paths. Firstly, there is the reason of the law of aggregation of extraordinary characteristics. Secondly, in the eyes of the Church of the True God, an extraordinary organization that is based on its own path is a bunch of extraordinary characteristics. Of course, they will not let such resources fall into the hands of others. So in my opinion, either the Wind Angel was too weak in the early Second Age, so weak that it did not attract the attention of the elves, or it was a subordinate of the Elf King. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the Hermit's speech, the Magician first couldn't help but ask, so, the Wind Angel was once an elf? This was a question that puzzled everyone. After the Magician asked the question, everyone immediately looked at the Hermit. Odis smiled and said, I can't give you a definite answer, but I've heard that when some evil gods smear the Lord of Storms, they say that he was once a sea monster. Alger lowered his head slightly, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away, because he had also heard such rumors, but had never taken them seriously. The one with the strongest reaction was, Moon Emlyn, what? Wind Angel is Lord of the Storm. This question abruptly interrupted the other member's train of thought, and they realized that the new member was unaware of this information, which explained his surprise. Because everyone was just as surprised as he was when they first heard this information. Odis replied, yes. After receiving the accurate answer, Emlyn was even more surprised. A lie, this can't be real. It's just information worth a little over 2,000 pounds, and it involves gods. Just as Emlyn was falling into self-doubt, Odis continued the previous topic. Another point is to put ourselves in others' shoes and speculate. I wonder if anyone has thought that the deity through which the Wind Angel travels is a brutal ancient god. It is said that when the ancient gods were at their most brutal, they would even kill and devour their own children, let alone an angel like the Wind Angel, which is clearly not an angel from the core of the elven race. If he wants to change the status quo, he must be promoted, but the Elf King is standing in his way. At that time, most people did not have the concept of adjacent paths. It seemed that there was only one path to take in front of them. Therefore, from a rational perspective, there is an irreconcilable conflict between the Wind Angel and the Elf King. Finally, Odis added, I reiterate, this is just my guess. I haven't found any accurate information that the Wind Angel once served the Elf King. I have not received any information that he ever betrayed the Elf King, but what is certain is that he was very active and played a certain role when the ancient sun god attacked the Elf King. That's why after the Elf King fell, the Wind Angel obtained some of the Elf King's characteristics and had the opportunity to become the Angel King. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought, such an opportunity likely stems from betrayal. If he were merely an ordinary angel, it would be difficult to gain the chance to become the King of Angels through direct combat in the war between gods. He must do something to make the ancient sun god feel it's worthwhile to invest in him. Alger fell completely silent. He had always felt that his faith in the Lord of the Storms was purely a means to gain higher power. But after hearing the Hermit's words today, he realized that this deity held great weight in his heart. Alger wanted to refute this several times, but he held back because he knew that the Hermit's guess made a lot of sense. Although the Hermit repeatedly said that it was not accurate intelligence, deep down Alger had already come to believe such speculation. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected the true god to have this side to him, but the Hermit's guess seemed quite reasonable. Suddenly, the values she had cultivated since childhood regarding orthodox deities began to waver. Furs still felt somewhat blasphemous. Although she did not believe in the Lord of Storms, talking about this deity made her feel as if she had said something she shouldn't have, or heard a secret that would bring trouble. She felt a little guilty. The most composed one was Little Son. After all, he only had the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord, and Mr. Fool in his eyes, and no concept of orthodox gods, so he didn't take the Hermit's words too seriously. Meanwhile, the new member Emlyn was completely out of touch with the Hermit's narration. That's the Lord of Storms. Weren't the current 7 gods already present since creation? Did they also become gods step by step? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He was still in shock that a transaction worth around 2,000 pounds at the Tarot Club actually involved a deity. Odis smiled and said, "This is your second question." Emlyn opened his mouth, then realized he only had one chance to ask a question, and he had already wasted it. "However, as a new member, I can answer your question," Odis said. "According to some information I have obtained, 3 of the current 7 gods became gods during the Second Age, 3 became gods after the Great Cataclysm, and 1 became a god in the late Fourth Age." Klein immediately began to make related connections. Those who became gods in the late Fourth Age were the god of steam and machinery, and those who became gods after the Great Cataclysm were obviously the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. So the remaining, goddess of night, god of war, and Mother Earth all became gods in the Second Age. Alger also realized what was happening, took a deep breath, and felt much better. The Hermit's answer made him suddenly realize that gods are not born. No, they are not gods from the moment they are born. They also used all sorts of means to become the gods they are now. This made Alger feel that listening to the history of the gods wasn't such a blasphemous thing after all. Furs nervously scratched his knee, becoming a god. Even gods have a process of becoming gods. Before joining the Tarot Club, my goal was always to become a Sequence 8. After learning that I needed to become stronger to break the Blood Moon curse, my goal became demigod. Godhood was a level I didn't even dare to dream of. Emlyn paused for a few seconds before reacting. Thank you. He was somewhat shocked by the Hermit's intelligence reserves. He could rattle off information about the 7 gods so easily. This made Emlyn no longer hold the same prejudice against the Hermits as before. Odis continued, "You can probably guess what happened next. There's not much to say about the King of Angels during the Third Age, since there was only one orthodox god at that time. After the Great Cataclysm, the Wind Angels gained corresponding characteristics and became gods, which is the Lord of Storms that we know. Alger had calmed down by now, and he asked, Master Hermit, where did he obtain the characteristics of godhood? This issue is not in this transaction. Odis paused and then said, in the process of constantly gathering intelligence on the Third Epoch, I have gradually collected complete information about the Great Cataclysm. Your question falls under the category of Cataclysm transactions. You can ask another question later. Alger nodded. Okay. Clearly, the Great Cataclysm is the event that continues to affect the modern era, while the deal concerning the Angel King is like information about the 7 true gods that occurred in the future, after the Fifth Age had become history. Odis continued, in the late Fourth Age, after the Pale Age, the concept of orthodox gods emerged. The Lord of Storms became one of the orthodox gods and, at the end of the Fourth Age, moved the divine kingdom to the astral plane along with other gods. Klein keenly realized that this was a crucial event, so he manipulated the world to ask, why did the 7 gods move their divine kingdom to the astral plane? When asked this question by the world, Audrey and Alger realized that something crucial must have happened to make the gods take such action. Meanwhile, Furs and Emlyn were preoccupied with their own thoughts and didn't quite realize how crucial this was. Odis glanced at the world before saying, this question can be answered. There are many evil gods in the starry sky. In order to prevent those evil gods from invading the real world, the 7 gods moved their divine kingdom to the starry sky, thus beginning the Fifth Era. Audrey paused for a moment, then asked, is it because the divine kingdom of the gods left the real world that the Fifth Age began? Odis nodded, this is one of the most important signs. Another important sign is the end of the War of the 4 Emperors. At this point, the world asked again, why the end of the Fourth Age? Didn't those before that age need to fight off evil gods? Odis said, is this your second question? Klein hesitated for a moment. The answer to this question was obviously more than £300, but he felt a sense of extravagance and wastefulness at spending a whole £300 to satisfy his curiosity. Chapter 220, Chapter 219 The Eternal Sun and the 2-5 Dragons. After hesitating for a few seconds, the fool Klein still couldn't bring himself to spend the £300, let's talk about it later. Hermit, Odis nodded, okay. He paused and added, that's the information about Wind Angel. Now let's talk about White Angel. As you may have guessed, White Angel is the current eternal blazing Sunday. And it shouldn't be hard for everyone to guess that he became a god by obtaining the Beyonder characteristic left behind by the ancient sun god. The Justice and other members weren't surprised, as they had more or less guessed this before, now it was just confirmation of their suspicions. The only one surprised was Moon Emlyn, another god. He had just recovered from the shock of the Lord of Storms and now heard information about another god. Emlyn then asked, the 3 King of Angels traded today, aren't they 3 of the current 6 gods? Odis smiled and said, this is your third question, but I must remind you that you will get the answer to this question in a moment, so there's no need to spend another £300 to trade for it. Upon hearing £300, Emlyn felt as if he had been immediately awakened by money. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you for the reminder. He sighed, what a considerate Mr. Hermit. At this moment, he no longer thought of Mr. Hermit as a debate opponent, because he now understood that the amount of information he and the other party possessed was not on the same level at all. Odis continued, like most King of Angels, Eternal Blazing Sun had no presence in the Second Epoch and Third Epoch, and only had noteworthy actions in the Fourth Epoch. Initially, he and the other 5 gods did not support the Solomon Empire that unified the North Continent. However, Eternal Blazing Sun also had some conflicts with other gods. In the early Fourth Epoch, wars among gods never ceased. Until the 6 gods felt the threat from Black Emperor Solomon and the True Creator. Upon hearing this, the hangman Alger couldn't help but ask, were Black Emperor and True Creator once allies? It's not just a simple alliance, Odis replied. At that time, the True Creator Church was the state religion of the Solomon Empire. Equivalent to the current Church of the Night Goddess and Storm Church in Lone. This answer far exceeded Alger's expectations, but he quickly calmed down. The history of the Fourth Epoch seems to have a lot hidden in the long river of history. The fool Klein behind the grey fog sighed inwardly, no wonder the Solomon Empire was destroyed. Even if Solomon was also a god, it was 2 against 6, with no chance of winning. He had this thought because he had little concept of the powerhouses in the early Fourth Epoch. Emlyn's heart was practically screaming, what? True Creator, this evil god, even had a church. And it was a state religion. What? What information am I trading for? Isn't it about some King of Angels? Why do gods keep appearing? Audrey, at this moment, was already considering trading information about the Fourth Epoch with Mr. Hermit if she had the chance, as Mr. Hermit had said that he knew a lot about the history of that time. Magician Furz's mood had gradually calmed down by this point, no longer as agitated as when the transaction first began, as she had gradually gotten used to it. The son Derek asked when he heard this, "Mr. Hermit, then how did true creator come to the forsaken land of the gods later?" Emlyn was somewhat incredulous. God. Forsaken land of the gods. Odis, however, raised a hand, signaling Emlyn to listen first and not ask. "I'm about to get to that." Facing the threat of the true creator, Eternal Blazing Sun and the other 5 gods formed an alliance. This was the earliest 6 gods alliance. They together defeated the true creator. Derek nodded in understanding. It seems that true creator was driven to the forsaken land of the gods at this time. Odis continued, "After that, Eternal Blazing Sun supported the Transost Empire, and after the Night Emperor's fall, he then supported the Sauron family in establishing a nation, which was the former Intis Kingdom. During the Pale Era, Intis was one of the main battlefields, but the 6 gods alliance that Eternal Blazing Sun was part of ultimately achieved victory. After the baptism of the Pale Era, Eternal Blazing Sun also became a legitimate god and has been preaching in Intis ever since." Audrey quickly digested the information and evaluated it in her mind. This god's experience always gives one a sense of being ordinary, seeming to have not played much of a role, yet being indispensable. Like Klein, she had such thoughts only because she knew too little about the true history of the 4th epoch. And Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, had already noticed. Mr. Hermit spoke too generally, without explaining which gods Eternal Blazing Sun had conflicts with, and why they finally put aside their differences to form the 6 gods alliance. He realized that these questions were the key parts of the 4th epoch's history, but they were clearly not part of this transaction. After all, in this transaction, the information on each king of angels was only worth £800. Just knowing about the alliance between Black Emperor and True Creator, and Eternal Blazing Sun's attitude in the 4 Emperors' War, already far exceeded this price. Lastly, its Wisdom Angel. Odis saw that everyone had no questions about White Angel, so he continued, "Regarding the origin of this angel, I have relatively accurate information. As you may have guessed, this is the current god of knowledge and wisdom." Emlyn's previous question was answered, and he was no longer as shocked as the previous 2 times, because he felt he had already used up a whole year's worth of surprises here. However, he soon realized why the other members weren't surprised. Why did they never show any surprise? Combined with Mr. Hermit's 2 previous instances of, "as you may have guessed," this made him realize that he must not have understood some key information. And the other members understood more, which is why they weren't surprised. "He is a giant dragon," Odis said, seeing the other members visibly show surprised expressions, and he raised the corner of his mouth. "He was once a subordinate god of the dragon of imagination." Klein, behind the grey fog, never expected. He is actually a dragon. And was once a subordinate god of an ancient god. Then he suddenly smiled with relief. If the Lord of Storms could be a sea monster, it seems not so unacceptable for other gods to be other creatures. After a brief surprise, Alger pondered, first a subordinate god, then a king of angels, and then directly a god. This is a god with a clear trajectory. Since the beginning, Emlyn had been telling himself not to appear as if he had never seen the world, so as not to cause other members to question the blood race's accumulation of knowledge. However, this information still made him pause for 2 or 3 seconds before reacting. The blood race had always been proud of their race's ancientness and heritage. The reason for their pride was largely because most of the races that existed during the same period as them had basically died out. Only the blood race had flourished in the 4th epoch, and their population is still considerable now. But today he learned that a giant dragon had survived and even become a god, which seemed even more glorious than the blood race. Little Sun immediately sat up straight and listened intently when he heard that he was a subordinate god of the dragon of imagination. At the same time, he suddenly recalled, no wonder when I first heard the name, Wisdom Angel Harabjan, it sounded a little familiar. It must have been in a book about dragons that I had read. As an audience, Audrey quickly calmed down. She asked, "Mr. Hermit, I remember having received some information earlier that the Dragon of Imagination seemed to be an ancient god of the audience pathway. I heard that the Beyonders of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church are Beyonders of the Reader pathway. Does the Dragon of Imagination have subordinate gods of other pathways?" "You have this question because you don't know much about dragons," Odis explained. "Dragons were once a very powerful race, and they mastered various pathways. Every single word is perfect and flows naturally. However, among them, high-sequence dragons should basically be of the audience and reader pathways, with at most some dragons of the bard pathway. I once speculated whether White Angel might also be a dragon, but there was never any evidence to support this, and I ultimately rejected the speculation that he was a dragon." Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, noticed the 3 pathways Mr. Hermit mentioned, audience, reader, and bard. Are they adjacent pathways? Shouldn't the sailor pathway be adjacent to reader and bard? After all, the Storm Church, Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and Church of Knowledge currently regard each other as mortal enemies. Could there be 4 adjacent pathways? He immediately thought, it's not impossible. The ancient sun god was a god of the sun pathway, which is also the bard pathway. It was precisely because the pathways mastered by the Dragon of Imagination and the Elf King were adjacent to the Sun pathway that he actively reclaimed the authorities of these two ancient gods. Klein remembered that the ancient myths provided by Little Sun stated that the ancient Sun God had actively reclaimed the authorities of the Dragon of Imagination and the Elf King, which matched up. The other members lacked Klein's extensive knowledge, so their associations with dragons were limited. Only Moon Emlyn felt a little unconvinced. The blood race is also a very powerful race. Odis continued, in addition, there are also some dragons proficient in fire and ice attacks. The legendary images of dragons burning down a city or making an area cold are not groundless. Audrey nodded, I understand. She then smiled, it seems I imagined the Beyonder races of the second epoch to be too simple. Emlyn slightly raised his chin, of course, the Beyonder races of the second epoch all had deep foundations. Odis continued, also, I have obtained some verified information, though not verified by me. He smiled and said, Wisdom Angel believed in and pledged allegiance to the ancient Sun God very early on, but he secretly maintained his faith without leaving the Dragon of Imagination's faction. And he made active contributions when the ancient Sun God reclaimed the authority of the Dragon of Imagination. At that time, he seemed to already be Sequence 1, and after gaining the ancient Sun God's trust, he received another Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, becoming a King of Angels. Magician Furs let out a soft sigh. The process by which these King of Angels became gods could be adapted into an inspirational novel. Derek sighed, the omniscient and almighty Lord's magnanimity is truly vast, able to accept even such a betrayer. Alger noticed, Mr. Hermit had emphasized twice that his description of Wisdom Angel was based on accurate information. In other words, there was conclusive evidence of this King of Angels' betrayal of the Dragon of Imagination. Klein also thought of this, after Wisdom Angel became a god, why didn't he erase these blemishes? Or were too many people, and too high-ranking, aware of these blemishes to be erased? He wanted to ask again, but he didn't want to spend those £300. This made Klein sigh, the Justice is still too young, when trading information with Mr. Hermit, she always fails to find the key points. Then he thought to himself, Mr. Hermit is experienced. The rule he set, only one question can be asked, makes me want to pay more next time so I can ask questions without hesitation. At this point, only Audrey still had the opportunity to ask a question. Seeing that she didn't ask, Odis continued, after that, Wisdom Angel's trajectory was similar to that of the other King of Angels. He also became a god after the Great Cataclysm, and was one of the 6 gods of the 4th epoch. That's the information about Wisdom Angel. Audrey took a deep breath, I really want to know the origins of the other 4 gods. Furs was slightly startled, she actually felt a bit of anticipation too. She quickly realized, after hearing about the King of Angels, my view of God seems to have changed somewhat. Odis smiled, perhaps we can trade for related information in the future. As the main part of the transaction concluded and it was time to pay the Justice, Furs immediately said to the Justice, I will sacrifice the remaining chapters of the Spirit World experiences to Fool after the gathering ends. The world then said to the Justice, during an exploration, I saw sculptures of the 6 gods from the 4th epoch. I can show them to everyone. Chapter 221, Chapter 220 The Unsung Hero Leaving Backlund. Klein once explored a quaternary ruin with Miss Sharon, where they found a statue that appeared to be that of the 6 gods during the quaternary period. Just now, the Hermit mentioned the image of gods in ancient times, so he plans to show those images to Justice in exchange for paying the transaction fee. Upon hearing this, Audrey, the Justice of the group, immediately replied, okay. So the world pretended to consult the fool Klein, and then showed him the 6 sculptures. Klein first presented the image of the Lord of the Storm, a majestic middle-aged man clad in black armor, standing on the waves, surrounded by storms, with lightning behind him, and wielding a trident. Next is a young man dressed in a pure white robe, holding a book of contracts in one hand and the sun in the other. This is the sculpture of the Eternal Sun. Next is the sculpture of the God of War, who sits on a throne, holding a long sword in front of him, his armor exuding an indescribable sense of decay. There was also an old man carrying a book and the all-knowing eye, wearing a hood that only revealed his mouth and long beard, a plump lady with ears of wheat growing from the soles of her feet, surrounded by a spring, and a beautiful lady with a hazy face, wearing a layered classical dress that shimmered with starlight. Upon seeing the images of these deities, the other members were stunned for a few seconds. This also includes Odis. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the gods stopped using human forms. He had thought that Goddess of Night was very powerful and awesome, but when he suddenly saw her human form, he immediately realized that she was actually just bit sequence 0. This should be the difference between a personified deity and an abstract deity. Abstract deities rely entirely on people's imagination to support their image, making them seem omnipotent. Once the image of the gods is personified, it seems to constantly remind people that their authority is limited to a certain area and that they are not omnipotent. It also serves as a reminder to the extraordinary that even gods were once extraordinary, which is of no benefit to the extraordinary realm. Alger, the hanged man, was the first to react. I never imagined that the gods had humanoid forms during the Fourth Age. Then he asked, why did these gods later abandon these forms? Currently, the images of deities are replaced by sacred symbols, such as the symbol of night and the symbol of machinery. Odis thought back and realized that once the gods were represented purely by symbols, the faith in the anchor, that is, the function of the anchor, would directly point to abstract authority. If there is a human figure, the image of the deity will be more concrete, and the anchor will point to the deity itself. Many believers, when they worship gods or pray to gods, mix in a lot of human desires and distractions. This would affect the state of the gods, so in the Fifth Age, they abandoned human form and made the anchors point directly to their authority. This way, they could stabilize their state with a large number of anchors and would not be corrupted by their desires and distractions. However, he certainly wouldn't release such important information so easily. Klein, manipulating the world, said, I haven't gotten the answer to that question either. The magician, Furs, asked with some confusion, why isn't there a god of steam and machinery? Audrey answered her question with a smile, you may not have noticed the second question Mr. Moon asked earlier. The Hermit said that a deity ascended to godhood in the late Quaternary period, which may be the god of steam and machinery. Furs recalled that there had indeed been such a question and answer, but at that time she was shocked by Mr. Hermit's speculation about the process by which the Lord of Storms became the King of Angels. Thank you. After saying thank you, she didn't feel relieved. Furs was a novice believer in the god of steam and machinery, and for the first time, she felt that she was not so far away from the gods. Although they are separated by more than an epoch, one is a god and the other is sequence 9, and although the distance between them is still very, very far, Furs now knows exactly how far apart they are, unlike before when he had no concept of this distance. At this moment, son Derek suddenly said, World, are these the gods you mentioned, such as the goddess of night and the Lord of Storms? Seeing that son's expression, Klein guessed that he seemed to know some information about the 6 gods, so he manipulated the world and said, yes, have you seen a similar image before? He thought to himself that even if he had seen them, he should only have seen the images of the 3 gods who became gods in the Second Age, including the goddess of night. Derek seemed to think for a moment before saying, I saw a similar image in the abandoned temple of the true creator, but it was only similar. Audrey asked curiously, could you show us? All right. Derek then obtained the fool's consent and displayed the image of the evil god depicted in the murals of the temple of the true creator. First, he presented a woman dressed in a long, classic black dress, her clothes studded with starlight. Her face was indistinct, seemingly wearing a mask without features. Around her, darkness surged, and eerie eyes appeared and disappeared. Upon seeing this image, Audrey immediately exclaimed, this is blasphemy against the gods. She had already recognized that this was the goddess of the night, but a darkened version of the goddess. This almost made Audrey lose her composure as an audience member, and she desperately wanted to ask the sun to help her scrape down the murals depicting the goddess. Although justice speaks for everyone, no one agrees with her or makes any comments now, because everyone is watching to see how she will be perceived. The following images are, a young man wearing a pure white robe, whose face has grown ugly beards made of rays of light. A monster wielding a trident, with an octopus-like head, treading on dark waves. An old man with a sinister smile, wearing a hood, and whose face is not human. A graceful lady holding an infant with a rotting face, with black wheat ears at her feet. A one-eyed warrior wearing tattered armor and wielding a long sword. Alger's eyes were fixed on the octopus-headed monster. This is the smeared image of the Lord of Storms. If it were before, he wouldn't have taken it too seriously. However, during the recent transaction, the Hermit even speculated that the Lord of Storms might have been a subordinate of the Elf King and might even be a sea monster. Seeing this image again now, he felt it seemed to be evidence of the Hermit's conjecture. Klein also felt that the sculptures he saw in the Quaternary ruins were sculptures that the gods themselves approved of, so of course they would appear in a positive image. The murals displayed by Little Sun represent the true creator's view of the true gods, which is considered the insults of the enemy, and of course, they will mercilessly expose the shortcomings. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this is just a smear campaign against these gods. We don't need to be too serious about the images of the gods. Odis suddenly broke the silence in the hall. These images are the work of followers of evil gods, and they were all banished to the Forsaken Land by the 6 gods, so of course they wouldn't praise the orthodox gods. He paused and then said, regardless of the image of the true gods or what they have done in the past, one fact remains, throughout the Fifth Age, they have been blocking the evil gods who wish to enter the real world. At the same time, it was the existence of the 7 major righteous churches that ensured the basic order of the extraordinary world throughout the Fifth Epoch. Whatever their purpose or their plans, these are indelible achievements. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback and realized that they had indeed been stuck in some kind of mental block. Reminded by the Hermit, they immediately seemed to have emerged from a mental maze. No matter what form the 7 gods took, they were still the 7 gods. Having concluded the intelligence transaction, Alger then inquired, ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have a method or item that can simultaneously put everyone on the ship to sleep? The reason Alger hasn't gone to that primitive island to hunt the blue shadow falcon yet is because he hasn't figured out how to leave the Azure Avenger without arousing suspicion. Moon Emlyn thought for a moment and said, I can ask around for you. I remember there are similar drugs. Alger smiled and nodded, thank you for your help. Klein then manipulated the world to make a new demand, everyone, help me keep an eye out for the remnants of the ancient vengeful spirit and the eyes of the six-winged gargoyles. These are 2 auxiliary materials for sequence 5 potions. Although they are auxiliary materials, they are not cheap. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Because he possesses the extraordinary trait of Master of Mystic Puppetry, he only needs to prepare the ritual and auxiliary materials when he is promoted. Everyone promised to keep an eye out for the world. After Odis traded 3 extraordinary materials of sequence 9 with Little Sun, the trading session of the gathering ended, and the free exchange session began. Audrey stood up first and bowed to the head of the bronze table, Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the truth about last week's events concerning the awakening of the Primal Witch and the descent of the true creator. Is this purely due to the madness of cultists? Why would Prince Edsac choose to cooperate with them? Based on the principle of equivalent exchange you established, what do I need to give in order to obtain the corresponding information? Klein thought to himself, if I had known, things would be resolved by now. However, he remained calm and said in a relaxed sitting posture, no need. The root of the problem has not yet been discovered, but there are enough clues. Hopefully, the people of the 3 major churches will not be too foolish. Audrey's attention was immediately diverted, the root of the problem had not yet been discovered. The matter had not yet been completely resolved. Taking a deep breath quietly, Audrey said sincerely, thank you for your answer. Odis leaned back in her chair, what did this guy just say? It seemed like he said something, but it also seemed like he didn't say anything at all. What's there to thank him for? At this moment, World suddenly asked, Justice, you just said that someone stopped the Witch of Despair, could you elaborate? No problem. Audrey sat down and said, however, my information is limited. All I know is that the Witch of Despair wants to spread a disaster in the East District. The specific approach appears to be to make the fog even thicker and allow the extraordinary virus to spread along with the fog. But that extraordinary individual used some method to create a strong wind throughout the East District, dispelling the fog and ruining the Witch of Despair's plan. However, the extraordinary virus produced by the Despair Witch also caused a large-scale flu epidemic, with hundreds of people dying that day. After the new year, the number seems to have risen to 2,000. But the people of the East District are very lucky, because if the Witch of Despair had not been stopped in time, at least tens of thousands of people would have lost their lives. The world nodded and asked again, do you know how that extraordinary individual achieved their status? And where did that demigod come from? Was they an official extraordinary individual? Audrey shook her head, I don't know. I know, Odis smiled. That was not an official extraordinary being, and that demigod was not a member of the church. Furs asked, somewhat puzzled, not an official. Then who is it? A kind man from Backlund, and his demigod friend, Odis said with a smile. He has already left Backlund, so these things can be discussed. Audrey judged from the Hermit's tone and expression that the kind man from Backlund was Mr. Hermit. Then she asked, Mr. Hermit, you, that kind person from Backlund, how did you stop the Witch of Despair? She inquired several times but couldn't get any detailed information. A powerful magic circle, Odis said. A magic circle that can generate hurricanes. Klein thought to himself, that must be the Hermit, who is an expert in occult symbols and magic circles. However, he discovered a problem and then manipulated the world to ask, how did that kind person from Backlund get advance information that the Witch of Despair was going to cause disaster in the East District? Since a magic circle was used, it needed to be drawn in advance, so we must have received the relevant information several hours beforehand. He recalled that during the conversation between Lady Despair and Mr. A, their plans seemed to have been suddenly brought forward, so it was very rushed. Odis smiled vaguely and said, we received the news in advance through a special channel. Seeing that the Hermit didn't elaborate, Klein didn't ask any further questions. However, he suddenly felt that the Hermit seemed more mysterious than he had imagined. Alger, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked, how did the official Beyonders resolve this matter later? Did that kind person from Backlund receive any reward? The reason he hadn't spoken earlier was because he had noticed the Hermit's demigod friend, which made him guess that the Hermit must come from some extraordinary organization, and one that was inclined to collect ancient history. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mere sequence 7 like the Hermit to have discovered so many hidden ancient histories. The official extraordinary beings noticed the royal family's unusual behavior and realized that Prince Edsac was just a scapegoat, Odis smiled. There was another very crucial figure at the time who disrupted the ritual for the descent of the true creator. As he said this, Odis smiled and looked at the world. Audrey immediately sat up straight. That man is Mr. the World. The two key figures in this incident are Mr. the World and Mr. the Hermit from the Tarot Society. This excited her greatly, as she believed it was a joint action by members of the Tarot Club. As for the reward, Odis laughed. The key figure and the Good Samaritan of Backlund were forced to leave Backlund, and that was their reward. Sorry, it's a bit late today. Chapter 222, Chapter 221 Recent Plans. Backlund, south of the bridge, White's house. When Emlyn the vampire opened his eyes and saw the dolls he had been collecting, he felt that the party he had just attended was a dream. So what kind of gathering was it? Emlyn couldn't help but exclaim, they're actually exchanging information about the gods. And such intelligence is only worth a little over 2,000 pounds. This reminded him once again of the Hermit's erudition. The secret history this member knew was almost on par with some vampire experts who specialized in history. Emlyn then felt a little guilty, because he knew in his heart that the Hermit was more knowledgeable and that the historical information he knew seemed to be more advanced. It was indeed a gathering that was joined under the guidance of the progenitor. Emlyn sighed again. In this gathering, I am the one recognized by the progenitor as the savior of the vampires. Do the others also have a similar identity to me? Is this a savior gathering organized by Mr. Fool? Emlyn paused for a moment and then slowly nodded. The other members must also have some special qualities, otherwise why would the progenitor let me join them? Emlyn thought with absolute certainty, by attending this gathering, I will definitely become stronger quickly and take on the responsibility of saving the vampires in the future. He had already begun to imagine himself becoming stronger and shocking the other adult vampires at the vampire gathering. Suddenly, he thought of the hanged man and the 5,000 pounds, and his previous daydreams vanished like bubbles. Emlyn looked at his dolls with some disappointment, got up and tidied up some clothes on one of them, then immersed himself in the world of dolls. Misty Sea, Emerald Palace on Lucha Island. After the tarot session ended, Odis returned to the real world, lay in an armchair for a while in a daze, then got up, stretched, and, carrying candles and spiritual materials, used the travel ring to arrive at a deserted island. After all, the Emerald Palace is Bernadette's territory, and if the Fool's bestowal ritual were to be performed, she might notice. Arriving on a deserted island, Odis set up a ceremony and waited for more than 20 minutes. He then received 2,100 pounds as a reward from the intelligence exchange, as well as 3 extraordinary materials from the Little Sun. The transaction with Little Sun was still a barter, exchanging extraordinary materials for extraordinary weapons. In this round of trades, Little Sun acquired 2 more thunder bombs and 2 more ice bombs. During the transaction, he stated frankly that both weapons were very useful for clearing monsters, and members of the exploration team had already inquired about where he obtained the items. After this round of transactions, Odis received 3 extraordinary materials of Sequence 9, Little Sun received 4 extraordinary weapons, and a debt of 250 pounds. This is good news for Odis. As more and more members of Silver City use Odis's weapons, Odis will obtain a large amount of low-sequence, extraordinary materials. As for the sales channels for these materials, Odis had already figured it out. He planned to establish a base in Byam, not only to gather intelligence but also to sell the extraordinary materials there. Being a pirate isn't just about fighting and killing, you also need to be well informed, knowing what your fellow pirates are up to and how strong they are, so that you can take the most appropriate action when you encounter them. After completely destroying the altar, Odis used the Ring of Travel to return to the Emerald Palace. His savings have now returned to over 3,000 pounds, but he doesn't intend to repay the Mysterious Queen debt immediately because there are still many other things to spend money on. Each of his extraordinary puppets cost around 120 pounds, and at least 15 extraordinary puppets were needed to operate a ship properly. In addition, there is the money needed to establish a base, including building relationships, recruiting people, and doing publicity, which also requires an expense. As for the official forces he would rely on, Odis had already made up his mind. He planned to go to the Church of the Goddess of Night in Byam to pray in the next few days. Although there are few churches of the Church of the Goddess of Night in the Raging Sea, they are an extraordinary force that cannot be ignored as long as they are in the colonies of Rune. The model worked very well in Backlund, and he planned to replicate it in Byam, establishing his own intelligence base. Moreover, Odis no longer needs to worry about being captured by the Church of the God of Steam and Machines at any time, so this intelligence base will be an important channel for him in the future. Then Odis thought of another problem: how to digest the magic potion. His potion was almost fully digested. If he were still in Backlund, he could probably finish digesting it after serving 3 or 4 more clients, or even just 1 or 2. Odis' first thought was to play the role of a wizard on Lucha Island, but then felt that it wasn't worth the investment if it was only for entertaining a few clients. After thinking it over, he decided to rent a place in Byam and play the role of a wizard. At the same time, while playing the role of a wizard, he also recruited a few helpers and crew members. In the Odis project, positions such as sailor, helmsman, gunner, and raider were all assigned to extraordinary puppets. However, he still needs a few crew members he trusts to serve as first mate, second mate, navigator, and so on. He sighed and thought to himself, indeed, everything is difficult at the beginning. However, he enjoyed it, because it was his own pirate crew, and when it was established, he could imagine the scene of sailing the seas with his pirate crew. The last question is about promotion. The Scroll Professor's potion is currently missing one main ingredient and one crucial auxiliary ingredient. Emlyn's offer of 2,800 is too expensive, and Odis cannot afford that much money at the moment. So he decided to ask Bernadette, who should also have the relevant main materials, and the price wouldn't be so high. As for the possibility of receiving special treatment from the hidden sage after his promotion, Odis wasn't too worried at the moment, because he now had the blessing of the goddess of night, and under normal circumstances, the gods couldn't find him. Moreover, the magic array he used to avoid the gaze of the gods can also be used during his advancement to avoid hearing the hidden sages nagging right after his advancement. Coincidentally, Bernadette stayed at the Emerald Palace for dinner that evening, and during the meal, Odis expressed his desire to obtain the crystal of the Tree of Alaman. 1,800 pounds. Bernadette said, seemingly unconcerned. Well, you should also need the flowers of the Tree of Alaman, 200 pounds. Odis smiled, took a delicious sip of seafood soup, and saved a full 800 pounds. As he peeled the crab, he said, okay, once I've raised enough money, I'll complete the transaction with you. As for the main ingredient of the other potion, he still planned to trade with the Psychological Alchemy Society. After all, the magical items used for trading were spoils of war, and he didn't need them normally, so this trade was very worthwhile for him. Bernadette glanced at Odis. I can occasionally give you some tasks so you can earn some bounties. After all, Odis has been focused on shipbuilding on Lasha Island recently, and it seems he has no source of income. Alternatively, there's another way to trade, Bernadette said considerately. I know of a deserted island with at least 3 trees of Alaman. I can tell you the location of that island. Odis asked, what is the reward? Once you create an extraordinary puppet, give me one, Bernadette said, taking a small sip of her drink. Odis peeled a piece of crab meat and put it in his mouth. He had not talked to Bernadette about the extraordinary puppet before, but he was not surprised by it. After all, Lasha Island was Bernadette's territory, and he believed that everything that happened here could not be kept from her. Okay. Odis thought it was a good deal. After all, an extraordinary puppet was only worth about 120 pounds. Moreover, even if Bernadette obtained an extraordinary puppet, she would not be able to replicate it, because the most important component, the wisdom cube, contained a secret process that only Odis knew. Only after going through that process can the smart cube operate on its own, otherwise, the extraordinary puppet can only perform extremely simple actions such as squatting and walking. After Odis finished eating the crab meat in his hand, he picked up another crab and peeled it open without any gentlemanly manners. I'm curious, since you know the location of the Tree of Alaman, why didn't you just turn them into extraordinary materials? After all, extraordinary materials can be stored for a long time, and there is no need to worry about being discovered by others. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Bernadette ate the lobster in front of her with an elegant knife and fork, without hiding anything, because this way I can regularly collect some flowers or fruits from the Tree of Alaman, which are very high-grade spiritual materials. Even a single leaf from the Tree of Alaman is worth about 1 pound. Furthermore, I've hidden that island. Unless I provide precise coordinates, most people won't be able to find it. Odis nodded. This is something I didn't expect. As he spoke, he ate his third crab, having achieved complete seafood freedom since arriving on Lasha Island. Odis would go to the kitchen to make some dipping sauces herself, and then eat seafood until she was full. Back when I hadn't traveled through time, I'd never experienced anything this luxurious. Odis then asked, what should we be careful about when hunting the Tree of Alaman? Prepare some magic to counteract attacks from various natural forces, Bernadette said. For example, you might face gales, snow, lightning, and so on. Yes, you can think of this tree as a powerful wizard because the Scroll Professor's knowledge of manipulating natural forces and related knowledge basically comes from its crystals. The scrolls created by the Scroll Professor can be seen as an enhanced version of witchcraft, capable of summoning more natural forces to launch more powerful attacks. Moreover, after becoming the Scroll Professor, even without using scrolls, the power of witchcraft is greater than when he was Sequence 7. If we use numbers to represent the relationship between the 3, witchcraft at Sequence 7 is equivalent to 1, and when using witchcraft at Sequence 6, its power can reach 1.5. However, if we use a scroll, it can reach 2 to 2.5. After finishing their business, the two chatted about the progress of shipbuilding and interesting anecdotes at sea. Bernadette said she would be going to the raging sea the day after tomorrow to trade some spiritual materials, and after completing this transaction, Odis would have all the spiritual materials he needed. The bottom layer of the large ship is also basically completed. In a few days, Odis will lead the scholars from Lasha Island to set up the engine array. The first round of sea trials will likely take place next week, and this round of sea trials will mainly test the reliability of the power system. Because they were building wooden boats, the construction process was faster than Odis had imagined. Bernadette told Odis, who was somewhat surprised by the speed, the technology for wooden ships is quite mature, because the shipyard on Lacha Island has experience building ships more than once before, so there is no need to go through the stages of fundraising, material selection, and shaping. Odis nodded. At this rate, the ship could be completed in a little over a month. During this time, he had to build his own intelligence team and recruit enough crew members, so the task was quite urgent. While chatting, Odis had already eaten a lot of various seafood shells and some fruit, and the meal was over. Bernadette didn't care whether Odis's dining manners were gentlemanly or not. She had received a traditional aristocratic education since childhood, but that didn't mean she would demand such standards of others. Of course, this depends on the person. If any other subordinate dared to eat like that in front of her, they would have been whipped long ago. Odis returned to his lodgings, made some preparations, and planned to go to the deserted island the next day to try hunting the Tree of Alaman. The next day, Odis first went to the shipyard for a tour. Before the magic array was set up, the shipyard basically didn't need him anymore, and the ship designers could supervise the construction work according to the predetermined plan. So Odis asked Arya to take her to the Navigators Guild. On the way there, Odis remarked, the guild established by the Queen saves a lot of time. If there is a need, there is no need to visit each one individually. Going to the corresponding guild can basically solve the problem. Arya nodded, that's true. There's no such convenient organization, whether in the Raging Sea or the Gargas Islands. The Raging Sea refers to the colonies of the Kingdom of Rune, while the Gargas Islands refer to the colonies of the Fuzak Empire. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Navigators Guild, in the middle of the Long Street. The so-called Long Street is the only decent street on Lacha Island. Because it has never been named, people call it Long Street. There was no sign outside the Navigators Guild, only a sextant symbol. Because they were brought by Arya and had a letter of recommendation from the Queen, the President personally received them. The chairman, named Elijah, was about 50 or 60 years old, with grey hair and beard. After learning of Odis's purpose, Elijah introduced 3 or 4 young navigators to Odis. But Odis wasn't entirely satisfied with any of them. He asked Elijah in a seemingly casual manner, Mr. Chairman, do you have any plans to go to sea? Chapter 223, Chapter 222. The main ingredients for the potion are gathered. Arya smiled helplessly upon hearing Odis's words. Those young navigators did seem somewhat inexperienced, but Chairman Elijah was already so old that it was unlikely he would set sail again. Even when they go to sea, they act as navigators for the Queen, and they don't board Odis's ships. Elijah stroked his grey beard and laughed, as you can see, my beard is all white. Teaching navigator apprentices is more suitable for me. Odis smiled and said, these navigator apprentices should be sent out to sea to gain experience. If you are willing to go to sea, I am willing to provide them with food and lodging. Elijah shook his head, then they will definitely die under enemy artillery fire and muskets, or in close combat with the enemy. On a ship, being a navigator is a very special profession. In the event of battle, the navigator is the only one who can hide in the ship's cabin. Once captured, the navigator would most likely not be killed. After all, the ocean is so vast and there are not many landmarks. Navigators who can determine their direction and approximate location by observing the stars are the guides of the sea. Furthermore, the best among them can even judge the approaching storms and tempests by observing the clouds. They are highly skilled professionals at sea, and once captured, they will certainly not be killed indiscriminately. If Ireis and his apprentices boarded Odis's ship, he would be the only one to enjoy the treatment of a navigator. The other apprentices would have to participate in battles and go out on deck to fight the weather and the sea when storms struck, just like the other crew members. These young people, who only learned the theoretical knowledge of navigators, had a lower survival rate than ordinary crew members. Odis wanted to try to persuade him further, but in the end he just smiled and said, that's such a pity. Seeing that Odis did not insist, Elijah smiled and said, I will keep an eye out for you. If any navigators leave other ships, I will notify you immediately. Odis nodded, okay. After leaving the guild, Odis asked Arya, how many years has this guild master been a navigator? When did he start teaching students? He started working as a navigator when he was 18. Arya didn't think too much about it and replied, he was the navigator of the Dawn from his 20s to his 50s. I've forgotten exactly how many years I did it, but I'm widely recognized as the most experienced navigator. He retired from the Dawn 4 or 5 years ago and was elected president of the Navigators Guild the following year. Odis nodded, I understand. Arya smiled and said, you're not really going to ask him to be your navigator, are you? It's not impossible. If Odis asks the Queen to intervene, then Ireis will have no choice but to board Odis's ship. Odis smiled and said, I don't like forcing others to do things they don't want to do. Arya responded with an "oh," and didn't pay much attention to the matter. In the afternoon, Odis continued to teach the students about mysticism and magic circles, and told them that they would begin carving the engine magic circle on the ship in 3 or 4 days, and that they must master all the knowledge of this magic circle in the next few days. The scholars felt like they were about to vomit blood. They never imagined that at their age, they would have to suffer like this. Bernadette was away from the Emerald Palace that evening. Odis quickly finished his dinner and, taking advantage of the twilight, used the travel ring to reach the uninhabited island with precise coordinates provided by Bernadette. The island is not large, its outermost layer is a ring of coconut trees, while the interior is a dense forest. In the middle of the island is a volcano that shows no signs of activity. The slopes are covered with trees and grass, but there is little vegetation on the summit. The tree of Alaman was not hard to find. Odis came to the top of the mountain, took a quick look, and saw a bronze-colored tree that was not very tall. The reason it was so easy to spot was because within a radius of about 10 meters around it, there were many large trees that had been snapped in half. There were also some animal carcasses, which looked very dangerous at first glance. Odis touched his hair and felt it was still quite thick, so he put on a hat to prevent his hair from falling out. Then, he put on the Hand of Judgment, gloves and used the travel ring to get close to the Tree of Alaman. Up close, the tree looks somewhat like a metal tree, with a trunk that is close to brass in color and leaves that are somewhat like bronze in color. At the top of the brass tree trunk, there is an irregularly shaped burl, and the patterns on these burls form several characters that look like mystical symbols. 5 white flowers bloomed at the top of the tree. The flowers are trumpet-shaped and not very large. Odis didn't face much pressure dealing with the Tree of Alaman, since it was only slightly stronger than Sequence 7, while Odis had 2 sealed artifacts comparable to Sequence 5. Just as Odis was about to pick up a dry branch from the ground to test the firepower of the Tree of Alaman, suddenly, the 5 flowers on the tree slowly turned towards Odis. As Odis raised his hand, the earth suddenly trembled, and a wave formed from the soil crashed towards him, preventing him from aiming at the Tree of Alaman. He had no choice but to scatter a large handful of yellowish-brown powder. The powder spread in the air, emitting a strong earthy smell, and the earthy wave immediately became distorted, forming a vortex. Before Odis, this soil wave was neutralized by his sorcery. Odis immediately sprinkled a handful of seemingly transparent, flying powder, and shouted at the Tree of Alaman, imprisonment. The air around the Tree of Alaman suddenly became viscous, enveloping the tree and forming a giant piece of amber. Odis flew forward abruptly, death. Just as the viscous liquid thinned and the Tree of Alaman was about to break free from its imprisonment, Odis rushed to the tree and smashed it in half with a single punch. Odis stepped back a few paces, not immediately moving forward. Today was his first time hunting extraordinary plants, and he felt that he should just wait for the crystals with the same extraordinary characteristics to precipitate out, just like when he killed an extraordinary being. But to Odis's surprise, the fallen Tree of Alaman suddenly stood up on its own, and a hurricane blew towards Odis. Odis paused for about half a second, but quickly reacted and sprinkled out a large handful of white powder. The powder instantly melted into the air, forming a spiritual barrier in front of Odis, blocking the hurricane and sharp wind blades coming towards him. At the same time, Odis realized that his attack had not hit the vital point of the Tree of Alaman. At that moment, he looked at the burl at the top of the tree trunk. Odis used flying magic again to fly into the air, and he took out the thunderstorm bomb, shaped like a silver-white axe that he had prepared and threw it out. Sizzle. A silvery white light quickly spread out and penetrated the ground. The light expanded, forming a constantly flashing semicircular electric arc. This arc instantly expanded to about 5 meters, encompassing the Tree of Alaman within its range. The Tree of Alaman was momentarily paralyzed. Odis drew his dagger, plunged it into the tree burl, and swiftly flew forward to flick it off with the dagger. Most of the burl separated from the trunk, and the entire Tree of Alaman seemed to tremble. Then Odis seemed to feel that the spirituality of the Tree of Alaman on the ground in front of him suddenly solidified. Odis was certain that this time the tree had been dried up. He soon discovered that some crystals had appeared at the knot, indicating that the crystals of the Tree of Alaman were beginning to precipitate. Odis then removed the Hand of Judgment, shaped like a glove, and used her spirituality to search the surroundings to make sure that none of her hair had fallen around. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. During the crystal precipitation process, Odis did not rest. He used his dagger to collect the flowers and leaves of the Tree of Alaman. There were 5 flowers in total, and the leaves were not very dense, with only about 100 leaves. Finally, there were the spiritually rich tree bark and sap. After all the spiritual materials had been collected, the crystals had completely crystallized. Odis took out the wooden box that he had prepared beforehand and placed the crystals inside. Although he knew there were 2 other Trees of Alaman on the island, it was Bernadette's backyard after all, and it wasn't appropriate to completely destroy them. So he simply didn't go looking for the other 2 Trees of Alaman, and returned to Lasha Island with the travel ring. After placing the spiritual materials and the crystallization of the Tree of Alamon into the wilderness of knowledge, Odis suddenly realized that keeping the Tree of Alamon was indeed more valuable. It seems to bloom 3 to 5 flowers every year, and each flower can normally sell for more than £200. Even if it only sells for £200, that's still an income of £600 to £1,000. Even in Backlund, this is a pretty good investment project. However, he only thought about it because he didn't yet have the ability to cultivate such an extraordinary plant. The following day, Odis began to carry out his plan, renting a small shop on Kentland Street in Byam. Kentra Street isn't long, but it's Byam's famous herbal antiques street. Herbs aren't hard to understand, they were Odis's old trade. The so-called antiques are actually shipwrecks salvaged by pirates at sea, or artifacts dug up from colonies. In addition, there are many fortune-telling stalls or shops on the streets here, and it is also a gathering place for occult enthusiasts and, low-sequence, extraordinary individuals. Odis chose this place because it was chaotic. There were genuine business people, but also many swindlers. Such locations can make intelligence outposts more concealed. At first, Odis also planned to use this place to digest magic potions, so he had a sign made that read, Wizard's Office, with a small note explaining, specializing in solving all kinds of strange and unusual matters. They're practically saying they specialize in solving mystical cases. The signboard wouldn't be finished until tomorrow, and some of the ordered furniture wouldn't be delivered until tomorrow either. After agreeing on a delivery time with them, Odis used the travel ring to return to Lacha Island and gave the scholars an afternoon of lessons. As evening fell, Odis received a transaction reminder from Justice, indicating that the Psychological Alchemy Society was willing to complete the transaction with him. So Odis sacrificed the seal in the shape of the silver-white sword to the fool, while the eyes of the spirit bird would not be available until tomorrow. The collection of the main ingredients for the potion is going more smoothly than expected. By tomorrow, we will have both main ingredients. The most crucial auxiliary ingredient, the flower of the almond tree, has also been obtained, and the other auxiliary ingredients, Odis, have already been prepared. Now all that's left is to digest the last bit of the potion. This led Odis to plan to visit the Church of the Goddess of Night in Byam within the next couple of days and to do some simple renovations to the Wizard's Office. I'll go there every night from now on and try to get some new customers as soon as possible. Bernadette was still not at the Emerald Palace that evening. Odis didn't plan to go out today, so as usual, she ate dinner while chatting with Bernadette's personal maid. Although Bernadette was not there, the tableware was still set out for her, and her personal maid was waiting there. The tableware would be removed if Bernadette had not returned by 8 p.m. So when Bernadette wasn't around, Odis would usually eat while chatting with his personal maid. Audrey was getting a little tired of eating seafood these past few days, so she asked the chef to make 3 vegetable dishes, as well as steak and salad. When Odis ate the sweet and sour lettuce dish, she heard from Bernadette's personal maid that Bernadette had gone to the Raging Sea to buy spiritual materials. The personal maid knew very well that Odis was a good friend of the Queen, so she did not hide this fact, which did not need to be kept secret. Odis took a bite of the lettuce served with tomatoes as a side dish, and the taste was similar to what she remembered as a cold dish. He remembered Bernadette saying a couple of days ago that this was the last batch of spiritual materials needed for shipbuilding. So Odis, while chewing, casually asked, where exactly did they go? The personal maid said, it seems they went to Banseaport. Where? Banseaport. Seeing Odis's strong reaction, the personal maid asked, what's wrong? Odiston had a bad feeling, because Mr. Fool's beloved had gone to the Raging Sea, and danger followed wherever this guy went. If he remembered correctly, Klein should have arrived in Banseaport recently, which made Banseaport very dangerous. However, Odis wasn't too worried. After all, Bernadette was a Sequence 3 with strong self-defense capabilities. Moreover, Bernadette hadn't encountered any major danger before finding Roselle. But soon, Odis realized, the reason she wasn't in much danger was because she should be in Backlund. And because I participated in the Backlund Great Smog event and changed history, Bernadette, who was originally in Backlund, is now trading spiritual materials for shipbuilding. Odis immediately got up. He was a little worried and prepared to go to Banseaport. Chapter 224, Chapter 223 Encounter with Gehrman Sparrow. In addition, Odis thought, if Bernadette were an ordinary extraordinary being, she would definitely leave as soon as she realized that Banseaport was in danger, but she was a very powerful demigod, and might even investigate out of curiosity. That's the most dangerous thing. Because Odis remembers that the danger in Banseaport comes from the source material, City of Calamity. After a little thought, Odis decided to use the travel ring to go to Banseaport. If you're just looking for someone and not doing anything reckless like conducting an investigation, the danger is still within acceptable limits. The descendants of Medici seem to have been corrupted by the City of Calamity, and those bloody, local customs are a manifestation of their corruption. However, if you don't investigate further, you will only encounter monsters caused by the local, evil god worship. There is only a very small chance of encountering the descendants of Medici, and you will not be affected by the pollution of the City of Calamity. For Odis, such risks were within acceptable limits. After a moment's thought, he said to Bernadette's personal maid, "Go quickly and fetch Lady Daphne. Tell her that the Queen may be in danger, and I have a few questions to ask her." Daphne is Bernadette's assistant and secretary, and Odis wanted to confirm Bernadette's schedule with her. To avoid the elementary mistake of him going to Bancyport while Bernadette had already gone somewhere else. Knowing that Odis wouldn't lie about such a thing, the maid quickly went to fetch Lady Daphne. Odis returned to her residence, changed into a rune-style outfit, took out some spiritual materials from the wilderness of knowledge, and brought along a modified wooden staff. A dozen minutes later, Odis returned to the restaurant, and after waiting a short while, Daphne arrived. "Mr. Odis, what happened?" "I've received intelligence that Bancyport is in danger in the next few days." Odis had already prepared a lie for the situation, "and I just learned that the Queen is currently in Bancyport." Daphne didn't answer Odis's question, but asked with some confusion, "How come we didn't receive such information?" Odis replied, "I have a very sophisticated intelligence network in Backland." His seemingly irrelevant answer was actually a veiled way of implying that he had a very well-established intelligence agency. However, Odis has not yet re-established contact with this intelligence agency. Daphne also knew that although Odis was the Queen's subordinate, the Queen valued Odis's research and trusted Odis very much. She thought for a moment before saying, "Yes, according to the plan, the Queen will go to Bancyport this afternoon to complete a huge transaction. She should have dinner there and then rush back." Odis then asked, "If I were to go looking for her, where could I find her?" "The Queen loves the specialties made from animal blood on Bancy Island, and she always makes sure to try them whenever she's in the area," Daphne said. "You can find her at the Lime restaurant." Odis nodded. "Don't make this news public yet. To avoid causing panic among the people of Lacha Island." "I know," Daphne said. "Do you need any help?" Odis smiled and said, "It would be more convenient for me to do it myself." As he spoke, he used the travel ring, and a phantom door appeared beside him. A few minutes later, Odis's spiritual senses told him that he had arrived in the spirit world corresponding to Bancy Harbor. The spirit realm ahead appeared somewhat distorted and turbulent, as if a terrifying storm was brewing in the illusory space. The spirits are all fleeing from that place. Just from this point of view, you can tell that it is very dangerous there now. Odis arrived in the real world, at a beach on an island. The wind was strong on the beach, and the waves were whipped up by the wind, making it seem like a rain that was sometimes heavy and sometimes light. Odis first recited Bernadette's name, but there was no response. While he was reciting the name of the revered one, Odis was already soaked. He wiped his face, put on a mask, and braved the strong wind and night to head towards the lighthouse. A dozen minutes later, he arrived at the port's dock and saw several ships moored in the strong wind. After a quick glance, Odis noticed the words "White Agate" on the port side of the bow of one of the large steamships. The ship also has huge sails and more than a dozen gun emplacements on each side. For a passenger ship, this level of firepower is already quite strong. Odis smiled slightly. The fool's follower has indeed arrived here. His expression immediately turned serious, because it meant that it was really dangerous here tonight. But Odis, who knew the monster's weaknesses, did not back down and hurried toward the port city where there were faint lights. After walking a few steps, Odis noticed that the wind around him had died down and a thin mist was rising. As he walked forward, he removed the disguise from the top of his staff, revealing a short sword inside. At the same time, Odis slowed his pace, because he remembered that in the mist there were some desiccated heads flying in midair, biting people. But they are not difficult to deal with, having a long weapon is enough to take them down. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, Odis finally saw the outline of the buildings, which proved that he had entered the edge of the port city. Generally speaking, these small port cities have a distance between the urban area and the port. This distance was originally used to defend against pirates. Even if pirates successfully landed, this distance could be used to organize a second line of defense. Later, as the stormy seas gradually prospered, this distance was still preserved. This was to ensure that there was enough space for the port's goods to be transferred to land transport without causing any congestion, so this planning design has been retained. The fog started from this midpoint distance. As Odis was about to search for houses with lights and inquire about the location of the Lime restaurant, his intuition suddenly made him look to his side and behind him. There was a faint light flickering there, like a will-o'-the-wisp staring at Odis. Visibility was low, and Odis couldn't make out what it was. He put one hand in his pocket, ready to use the corresponding magic at any moment. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Odis saw a dark shadow behind the light. It looked like a person, but it could also be a monster. The other side also spotted Odis and suddenly stopped there. Odis quickly realized that the light was from the lamp in the other person's hand. Extraordinary beings of the spy pathway have amazing eyesight. Odis hadn't carried a lamp at night for a long time, so he hadn't thought of this for a moment. "Who are you?" Odis shouted. Since it's a lamp, it must be a human. The other person didn't reply, but walked towards them. At that moment, another figure appeared behind him. It turned out there was someone else following him. Odis gripped his weapon tightly and quickly made out the outline of the other man's face. He was a young man wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted long dress. His face had distinct features and a sharp, cold look. Although Odis's spiritual senses didn't perceive anything familiar, he guessed that this guy was probably Hermit Sparrow, Klein's new identity. The person opposite him was Klein. He chose to walk quickly forward instead of immediately drawing his gun because his intuition sensed that the person in front of him was very familiar. Upon closer inspection, the person was wearing a white shirt and black trench coat in the style of Rune, with an ordinary top hat. But when Klein saw the mask, he knew that the person in front of him was Mr. Gard. Because it was a mask worn by the leader, and after being promoted to faceless man, Klein became extremely perceptive about other people's height and build. The man in front of them was almost identical to Mr. Gard in both height and build. Then Klein recalled the Hermit's speech at the tarot meeting and learned that the Hermit had also been forced to leave Backlund. Klein had no idea that he would run into the other party here. Odis asked again, "Who are you?" Then he looked behind Klein at the man in his 20s with sallow eyebrows and blue eyes. Odis thought to herself, this must be big girl. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone's name? Klein, who had the face of Hermit Sparrow, said. It's basic courtesy. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At that moment, he was thinking to himself, you probably can't imagine, but I know you are Mr. Gard, the behind-the-scenes owner of Namu Dance Hall, and I also know you are the Hermit. Odis casually replied, my name is Bob. Klein was about to make up a name on the spot, but considering that Danitz was present and that he needed to maintain the persona of German Sparrow, he coldly said, German Sparrow. Following behind Klein, Danitz seemed to suddenly sense that the atmosphere eased immediately after the two announced their names. He was somewhat puzzled. They just knew each other's names, so why did it feel like they had suddenly gone from strangers to old friends? Klein asked coldly, aren't you a local? Yes, Odis said, I'm here to find someone. Ugh. A sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring up the thick fog. All three people sensed the threat. Two dark shadows the size of watermelons were flying rapidly toward them. Klein swung his cane and sent one of them flying backward. Then, a pure and clear light descended from the sky and landed on the shadow. That's a head. A head that has lost its body and is hanging from the esophagus. The moment the light struck its head, it let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, Odis, who had already figured out how to deal with this thing, stepped forward and stabbed another head with the short sword at the end of his staff. Sizzle. Sparks flew everywhere, and the head, amidst a piercing scream, quickly withered and died. Odis swung his staff, throwing the head off the dagger and smashing it to pieces like a watermelon. Danitz, standing behind, smiled and said, I didn't even have a chance to make a move. He thought to himself, this guy's extraordinary weapon looks really strange, but it seems pretty powerful. Odis glanced at Klein, the sudden appearance of thick fog is a bit strange. Let's move forward together. Klein nodded, where are you going? I'm going to the Lime restaurant to find someone. After the battle, they had developed a great deal of mutual trust. Klein was slightly taken aback, let's go together, we're also going to Lime restaurant. The two men kept a watchful eye on their surroundings as they walked quickly forward, with Danitz keeping up, why do I feel like they know each other so well? At this point, Odis asked, do you know where the Lime restaurant is? I don't know. Klein pointed behind him. He knows. Danitz smiled, about to boast a bit about the Lime restaurant, when he suddenly heard the guy called Bob say, then hurry up and lead the way. The smile on Danitz's face vanished. Klein coldly replied, lead the way. Danitz cursed under his breath, bullshit, but had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the front. Fortunately, the Green Lemon restaurant wasn't far from here. After dealing with a few more flying heads, 4 or 5 minutes later they saw a few somewhat bewildered people standing on the street ahead. They had both men and women, and 2 children around 10 years old. Uncle Sparrow, the 2 children shouted almost simultaneously. These people were the merchant Aldi and his family, along with his hired bodyguards, led by Crives, and the 2 children were Aldi's daughter and son, Donna and Denton. Klein tossed the lantern to Danitz, picked up his cane, and calmly asked, where are the Daymore family? Those were the other 2 passengers on the white agate. Aldi replied, they're still in the restaurant. At this moment, Odis had already passed the crowd and spotted the Lime restaurant not far away. He first reached out and knocked on the door, opened the door. No one responded. At this moment, the head of the bodyguards, Crives, said, there is a strange custom here, in Bansi, on foggy nights and nights with drastic weather changes, it is best not to go out or answer knocks. Odis nodded, then I won't force them. As he spoke, he sprinkled a small handful of powder that looked like tiny pearls. Click. The latch inside was broken by an invisible force, and the two doors were opened. "Look, the people here are quite hospitable," Odis said, before stepping inside first. Danitz, carrying a lantern, thought to himself, this guy may not be as crazy as Sparrow, but he is definitely cunning and doesn't follow the rules. As soon as Odis entered, the chubby restaurant owner, Fox, asked, "What do you want to do?" Odis seemed not to notice the other person's strange way of punctuating his sentence. He took out a portrait of Bernadette that he had prepared beforehand. "I'm looking for this person." Fox's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the hairs on his body seemed to stand on end. "She shouldn't be here." Chapter 225, Chapter 224 A Trip to Bancyport with Klein. In Bancyport, at the Lime restaurant. After hearing the restaurant owner Fox's reply, Odis asked, "Why do you say that?" Fox did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Klein and the others who had barged in, and then looked at Odis again, as if he had no intention of answering the question. Odis had no choice but to press the short sword on his staff against Fox's heart. Donna and Denton, upon seeing this, were so frightened that they held their breath. Fox then replied, "Her eyes are too sharp, she might see things she shouldn't see." Odis frowned. This was his biggest worry. "Where is she now?" "You can go to the Chamber of Commerce and try your luck." "She's friends with the Chamber's president, Cyril," Fox said, using his unique way of punctuating his sentences. Odis then put away his weapon. "How do I get to the Merchant Guild?" "Go out, turn left, it's next to the church." Odis smiled and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he stepped aside and gave his seat to Klein. Klein, playing German Sparrow, stares at Fox with a cold gaze. "Where are the Diamortos?" Fox avoided eye contact with him and awkwardly turned his head away, saying, "There's another table upstairs, with people from out of town." Klein coldly ordered, "Let them come down." Fox remained silent for several seconds until Klein swiftly drew his gun and aimed it at Fox's head. He took a breath and sent a waiter to the second floor. Odis laughed, mimicking Fox's tone, "You're like a spinning top, you won't spin unless you're whipped." Danitz smiled slightly, which eased the tense atmosphere considerably. After picking up the DeMurdo family, Klein put away his revolver and politely bowed slightly to his boss, Fox, saying, "Excuse me." As he spoke, he gestured for the others to leave first, and he left at the last moment. Clang. The door of the Lime restaurant slammed shut, swaying slightly in the wind. At the moment the door closed, Odis's spirituality sensed a subtle change in the surrounding atmosphere, but this change quickly disappeared. He pretended not to notice, lest he ignite the enormous hidden danger in Bancyport. Klein's spirituality seemed to have also sensed the subtle change. He was clearly taken aback for a moment before making the same choice as Odis. Then he said to Odis, "We also need to go to the telegraph office over at the church. Let's continue walking together." You walk behind. At this time, most of the dozen or so people in the team were ordinary people. For Klein, only Danitz and Mr. Gard could be his helpers. The three bodyguards were basically of no help. Odis said, "All right." He walked at the very back of the group, holding a weapon. Klein, who was leading the way, reached out and touched the sun brooch. An invisible force spread outward rapidly, surging like waves across everyone present. Odis and the others felt as if they had arrived in the south and were basking in the sunlight, which dispelled all the chill in their bodies. Other ordinary people were no longer so nervous and worried, as if they had regained their own courage. Klein drew his pistol again, gripping his cane in his other hand, and repeated, "Go to the telegraph office first." They had only taken a few steps when three moldy, shriveled heads flew out of the thin mist ahead and rushed toward Odis and the others from different directions. Just as Odis was about to repeat his previous trick and stab one of the heads. But they suddenly changed their flight direction. Odis, with his spiritual senses, saw a brass whistle being thrown into the air at the front of the procession. Believing that it must be the bronze whistle that Mr. Ascetic gave to Klein, the three withered heads around him quickly flew towards the bronze whistle. Meanwhile, Odis discovered that something else had been drawn to the bronze whistle. To the left rear of the group, two figures wearing black cloaks appeared. They were headless, blood was gushing from their necks, and they were making low growls like wild beasts. The instant they rushed toward them, Odis scattered a handful of golden powder, which spread through the air and, in less than a second, emitted an intense sunlight as intense as midsummer. The two headless corpses that were running suddenly stopped and turned to run back, but it was too late. Even though they were not directly in the sunlight, they were still being exposed to the intense sunlight and were emitting white smoke. Amidst piercing screams, flames erupted from the two corpses, and they collapsed to the ground, motionless, after only a few steps. Odis smiled to himself. He remembered that these guys were all undead monsters, so he prepared a lot of that kind of spiritual powder. Danitz was somewhat surprised by the power of this magic, for he had certainly seen wizards on the high seas. But I've never seen any wizard with such powerful witchcraft. This made Danitz wonder, could this Bob be a sequence 6? But why didn't he use a scroll? If he were a sequence 7, how could he possess such powerful witchcraft? That was actually developed by Odis, an enhanced version of the Sunfire spell. The ordinary Sunfire spell did not have such great power. At this moment, Klein also used the Sun Brooch to deal with the 3 heads, and the ordinary people around were already pale with fright. They saw flying heads, and headless corpses that could still run. Of course they saw all of these. One of them, Demoto, who was in his 30s, asked in a panic, What is that? Odis' daughter, Donna, was calmer than the adults. We'll ask when we get back to the white agate. After saying that, she raised a finger and put it to her lips, making a shush gesture. This is a gesture that Gehrman Sparrow made on the white agate, and the little girl imitated it. The intense sunlight emitted by the blazing sun spell quickly disappeared. Dimerdo saw a masked young man holding a weapon at the back of the group, seemingly unaffected. Perhaps it was the sunlight, but he actually saw a divine aura emanating from this young man. Dimperer swallowed hard, took his wife's hand, and didn't say a word. Klein didn't take it too seriously. After all, he had seen this Mr. Gard display his power and control a desire apostle. Keep going. With these 2 people protecting them from the front and back, the others felt much more at ease and immediately followed. Odis was at the back of the procession, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a man wearing a yellow hat walking quickly past on his left. Odis turned his head sharply to the left, but saw nothing. This made Odis take a deep breath and look carefully around. Where was there anyone wearing a yellow hat? But his spirituality reminded him that he hadn't misread anything. At this moment, Danitz, who was walking in the middle of the group, noticed that Bob seemed to be checking something, so he asked, What's wrong? Odis said, It's nothing. Danitz clearly did not see the man in the yellow hat, so Odis simply did not ask any further questions, but instead remained cautious and observant. However, his spiritual sense did not detect any danger. There are only 2 reasons for this feedback. One is that the other party is not dangerous. Another reason is that the other party was too dangerous and of a higher level, completely concealing their dangerous aura, or Odis's spirituality simply crashed. Regardless of the reason, Odis had no intention of actively investigating it. Soon, the group arrived at the telegraph office, where they learned from the female telegraph operator, who also had strange punctuation, that Captain Ellen of the White Agate, whom Klein was looking for, had gone to the church next door. After the group arrived at the church entrance without any major incident, Odis said, Gentlemen, I'm going to the merchant guild next door, so I won't be going to the church with you. Aldi and the others expressed their gratitude. After all, this was not a passenger on the White Agate or someone they knew. He possessed magical abilities and could have walked on his own, but instead he followed behind ordinary people who were all burdens, and even killed 2 headless corpses. It was clear that they were provided with some protection, so everyone expressed their sincere gratitude. Klein suddenly said, I'll take them to the church first, then I'll go to the Chamber of Commerce with you. If it were any other extraordinary individual, he would at most advise them to return to the White Agate with him and come back to find them the next morning. If they didn't listen, he would simply leave them alone. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But Mr. Gar is different. Klein cannot reveal the potential dangers in Bansi Port, because that could be the trigger that makes things dangerous, but he also does not want to see Mr. Gar die here without knowing why. Odis did not refuse. Okay. After watching Klein lead his men into the storm church, Odis went to the door of the nearby merchant guild and knocked on the door. Soon, a somewhat sinister male voice came from inside, Welcome to the Bansi Chamber of Commerce. How can I help you? The voice was clearly cold and icy, like some distorted recording. I'm looking for your president. Odis once again ignored the other party's strange way of punctuating his sentences and did not rush in. The sinister male voice replied, I'm sorry, the president isn't here. Please come back tomorrow. Odis asked again, where did he go? It might be the Green Lemon restaurant. The chairman mentioned that a distinguished guest dined there. Odis said somewhat impatiently, that's where I came from, and I didn't find him. Then he asked, do you know where that distinguished guest, whom your president was entertaining, is now? The so-called distinguished guest is very likely the mysterious Queen Bernadette. A sinister voice came from inside the door, you can go to the chairman's house and try your luck. He lives at number 15 on the next street. Odis nodded, okay, thank you. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the voice from inside the door said again, please be careful, there's a man wearing a yellow hat. Adi immediately withdrew his foot, why should we be careful of him? He is also looking for that distinguished guest. Odis asked, who is that? He was dead, for a very long time, and now suddenly, he's come back to life. The other person's voice grew increasingly faint, as if it were getting further and further away from the doorway. Odis froze for a few seconds, wasn't the Medici family's descendant supposed to be hiding in Bansi Port? Theoretically, they should be using the hunter pathway, so why aren't they zombies? Or are they people who have come back to life? However, he quickly came to a logical guess, it was very likely that the descendants of Medici had been contaminated, causing them to become somewhat strange and exhibit behaviors beyond those of hunter pathway extraordinary individuals. Under their influence, undead with heads or only bodies appeared. "What's wrong?" asked the aloof German sparrow as he came out of the church. "It's nothing," Odis smiled. "I just heard from the person inside that the person I'm looking for should be on the next street." Klein earnestly played his role. "Let's go then." "There might be some danger," Odis said frankly. Klein, however, had already taken a large step forward. "You didn't know those ordinary people, but you still chose to protect them in the end. And they are my friends." Odis followed, thinking to himself, is this guy acting, or is he just naturally a repressed pervert? Why not just say, "You protected my friend, so I will help you in return"? However, in this kind of awful weather, having a trustworthy companion is still very reassuring. The key point is that Odis doesn't need to worry about Klein being contaminated, since he also has the protection of source matter. The two walked side by side, and Odis casually asked, "Friend, are you an adventurer?" Klein carefully observed his surroundings. You too?" "No, I'm a gourmet." Klein felt that German Sparrow's persona was almost ruined. "Foodie. When you were dealing with those zombies, did you sprinkle pepper on them?" Odis added, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." He planned to get to know the other party again first, since they were both in the same boat and there would definitely be opportunities to cooperate in the future. "You're mistaken," Klein said bluntly. Odis chuckled awkwardly. This guy's way of talking is really irritating. As they were talking, the two of them walked through a small alley and entered the street next door. Upon arriving on this street, the two immediately sensed that it was even more dangerous than before. Odis asked, "Do you want to continue? We've come this far." As he spoke, Klein still took the lead and stepped forward. Odis determined the direction and headed towards number 15. Just as they were about to reach their destination, the two suddenly stopped. In the thin mist in front of them, a headless figure appeared. Their spiritual senses indicated that this living corpse was different from the one they had just encountered. Phew. Suddenly, dozens of fire crows flew out from behind the zombie. Klein stepped forward and made a gesture as if embracing the sun. But before he could launch an attack with the sun brooch, a fireball flew from behind the men. In midair there was a shriveled head suspended, with an esophagus and spine, surrounded by 3 fireballs. Odis looked again at the headless body. Could these two be a set? Chapter 226, Chapter 225 Finding Bernadette. The living corpse before him could clearly use extraordinary abilities, and according to Odis's observation, the eyes on that withered head were bright, unlike the previous heads, where the eyes were either missing or had a numb look. Of course, the obvious difference is that below that head, there is not only an esophagus, but also a long, blood-stained spine. However, now is not the time to think about these things. The moment the fireball appeared, Odis and Klein made a very tacit division of labor. Klein stood still, letting the fireball hit him. But the moment the fireball struck him, Klein vanished. It turned out that it was just an illusion. The real Klein had already taken a few steps forward, bringing his head in midair into attack range, mental pierce. He began to attack his enemies with wriggling hunger. On the other side, Odis tossed his staff aside, realizing it was useless against the corpse before him. Suddenly, the fire crows flew towards Odis, and the corpses launched an attack on him. Odis took out 2 large handfuls of powder from the corresponding pocket and sprinkled them out. The grass and trees on the roadside suddenly shook and disappeared without a trace. In their place, dozens of wooden stakes shaped like javelins appeared in midair. This was one of the most powerful spells invented by Odis, and it was being used now to attract the attack of the flock of fire crows. Under Odis's control, the stake ignored the fire crows and instead pierced the headless corpse. The fire crows that were originally heading towards Odis did indeed prioritize burning the wooden stakes. However, there were more wooden stakes than fire crows, and a few of them still managed to break through the fire crow's blockade and pierce the headless corpse. The headless corpses either nimbly dodged the attacks or burst into flames, burning away the spikes on the wooden stakes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Odis put on the Hand of Judgment glove, imprisonment. Odis, who suddenly became extremely majestic, issued a seemingly irrefutable command. The air around the headless corpse instantly became viscous, enveloping it like amber. Then Odis sprinkled golden powder with his other hand, and the intense sunlight reappeared. The headless corpse instinctively tried to hide, but was imprisoned there and could not move. Despite its extraordinary abilities, it could only stand there exposed to the scorching sun, emitting wisps of white smoke and showing signs of melting. The reason why flames did not appear as before was mainly because the corpse was not afraid of fire at all, so it simply showed signs of melting. At this moment, Odis suddenly stepped forward and threw out a thunderstorm bomb that he had prepared beforehand, taking over the control of the target from imprisonment. Sizzle. Under the purification of the electric shocks, the corpse was rapidly weakening and falling into a state of paralysis. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis used Blazing Sun again. This time, the corpse melted away even faster and lay motionless on the ground. The other half, the head, also melted away amidst a shrill scream under the attack of Klein's sun brooch. Extraordinary properties immediately began to precipitate from the corpses here. Klein strode over and carefully examined the corpse's neck. The spine and esophagus looked like they were torn out by some tremendous force. Odis had no intention of investigating further, but instead said to Klein, "You wait here for the properties to be extracted, I'm going to number 15. As he spoke, he pulled his hat up tighter to keep his hair from falling on the ground. As soon as Odis arrived at number 15, a dangerous omen struck again. A black wave seemed to crash down at the end of the street, and Odis smelled a strong stench of blood. Above the waves, a blood-red flame appeared, like an eye, staring intently at Odis. Odis instantly made a judgment. Although the creature in front of him had no body, it was of a higher level and more dangerous than the zombie from before. Klein immediately stepped forward and used his frenzy ability on the black tide, while looking at Odis and signaling him to hurry up. The zombie we just encountered was probably around sequence 6, the two of us took it down quite easily by working together. However, the black wave is roughly at the sequence 5 level. Although they both have seals at this level, it will be difficult to defeat them in the short term. Moreover, during the battle, it was unknown whether it would attract even stronger enemies, so Klein only intended to stall the opponent and give Odis time to go to number 15 to find someone. Odis strode to door number 15 and knocked loudly, opened the door. He also smelled a faint odor of blood inside the room. Soon, a deep voice from inside asked, "Who are you?" "I'm here to see Cyril, the president of the Chamber of Commerce." A voice from inside the door said, "He's not here." On the other side, Klein used his deterrence ability to shift the attention of the black tide from Odis to him. The fireball directly above the black wave suddenly began to shake, seemingly caught in a state of intimidation. Then Klein made a hugging the sun gesture, as if piously praising the sun, using the divine light from creeping hunger. As a magnificent pillar of light descended, the black wave suddenly contracted, concentrating into a single point, and a layer of deep red flames appeared on its surface. The falling beam of light extinguished much of the crimson flames. Without the protection of the flames, many parts of the black tide were scorched, and some were even evaporated. But after the pillar of holy light ended, the scorched areas were suddenly lifted, and a middle-aged woman with dark red skin, a face covered in rotten parts, and wearing a blood-red robe emerged from them. Looking at the other person's appearance, it was very much like a corpse that had been dug out of a coffin and had been dead for several months. But the other person's eyes were very sharp, looking Klein up and down. Klein suddenly felt like prey being targeted by a hunter. Judging from the fact that the holy light attack wasn't very effective, this middle-aged woman didn't seem to be the undead she had encountered before, or rather, she wasn't entirely an undead monster. On the other side, Odis was already somewhat agitated. "Where is Cyril?" A deep voice from inside the door said, "No, I know. He left with a distinguished guest." Odis stared at the two large doors. Bernadette had indeed been here before, so he asked again, "When was that?" 20 minutes ago. They just left a short while ago. Odis quickly asked, "Why did they leave?" "Hiding from a person wearing a yellow hat." "It's that guy in the yellow hat again." Odis was a little surprised. Bernadette was also avoiding that guy in the yellow hat. "Who is this guy?" At the same time, Odis felt something throbbing on the left side of her back. "My neck is also a bit uncomfortable, it feels a little awkward when I turn my head." At this moment, a deep voice from inside the door continued, "They shouldn't have left. Because of them, the door was opened, violating the taboos of the island. So, the men wearing the yellow hat found this place and killed everyone here." Odis was stunned. Damn it, if everyone inside was killed, who was I talking to for so long? Suddenly, Odis sensed that the atmosphere in the room had become strange, and an extremely dangerous aura was spreading outwards. "Run!" Odis shouted to Klein, who was still holding off the middle-aged woman, "Run!" By this time, the fireballs from the middle-aged woman had already left Klein in a very sorry state. This guy's fireballs always seemed to come from unexpected places, and they always seemed to target his vitals. Upon hearing Mr. Gar's voice, the divine light descended once more, temporarily blocking the middle-aged woman whose face was rotting. The two ran as fast as they could, and as they passed the zombies, Odis also picked up the extraordinary properties that had been extracted. Klein was relieved. He had been thinking that if Mr. Gard didn't pick up the extraordinary traits, he would definitely pick them up himself. Although these two guys were willing to risk their lives for their money, they ran fast enough to quickly leave the danger behind. When they returned to the alley, they looked back. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The middle-aged woman did not immediately catch up, but stood in front of number 15, as if expecting something. Suddenly, she turned into black liquid again and flowed into the room through the crack in the door of number 15. Odis and Klein dared not observe any further and immediately went through the alley to the street where the church was located. Upon arriving on this street, their spiritual senses immediately felt that the level of danger had decreased. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief and held out his hand to display the extraordinary properties he had just witnessed, this trophy. He had just finished speaking when he felt a flash of yellow light before his eyes, and the person wearing the yellow hat swaggered past them. But because the other party was moving so fast, there wasn't even time to see what they looked like. At the same time, Odis felt a lightness in his hand, and that extraordinary property simply vanished. Huh. Odis hadn't expected that the yellow hat would actually steal something right in front of him. Klein was also stunned. If it weren't for the disappearance of the special properties in Odis's hands, he would have thought that he was seeing things. Odis smacked his lips. Luckily you were there too, otherwise it would be hard to explain. As he spoke, he rubbed his neck, feeling that the muscles in his neck were even more uncomfortable. Klein never expected that his prized spoils would be gone just like that. But even as he plays the mad Gehrman Sparrow, he has no intention of reclaiming that extraordinary trait. "Let's get out of here quickly," Odis said. He had a bad feeling. Klein hummed in agreement, offering no objection. The two had only taken a few steps when they saw strange lights flickering in the thin mist in the distance. They felt an immense pressure coming from mid-air and immediately stopped again. A dozen seconds later, the light in front of them gradually disappeared, and an object with a faint black flame flew towards them. Odis reached out and caught it. It was the very extraordinary property that had just been stolen. The two were stunned, but someone speaks out against injustice and helped them regain their unique characteristics. At this moment, the thin mist in front of them suddenly stirred and condensed, forming a line of words in front of the two of them. "What are you doing here?" Odis breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're all right. I received intelligence that there will be danger in Banseaport recently, so I'm here to inform you to go back immediately." Klein, standing to the side, quietly observed the way the two communicated. The mist began to swirl again, condensing into individual letters and forming a sentence. "This place is indeed very dangerous. I am currently on the beach near the port. If I go in again, it may awaken an even more terrifying being. Come out and meet me." Odis nodded. "All right, I'll head to the port right away." The letters moved again, recombined, and formed a sentence in two parts. "Anyone who sees a person wearing a yellow hat will be cursed. The mark of the curse is below your left shoulder on your back. You need to use a dagger to pry out that piece of rotting flesh, otherwise your head, esophagus, and spine will be pulled out by a tremendous force." Odis and Klein's eyes both sharpened, especially Odis, who had seen the men in the yellow hat not long after leaving the Lime restaurant. He had felt his neck muscles tightening since earlier, and it was only after Bernadette reminded him that he realized it was the feeling of a huge force lifting his neck. "We will handle it immediately," Odis said. The mist dissipated, and no new words appeared. Odis took a deep breath and said to Klein, "Now, I have no choice but to entrust my back to you." Klein didn't say anything, he just nodded. Odis lifted her clothes, but the rotten flesh was neither above nor below her, and she couldn't reach it from either side. Odis had no choice but to take off his coat in the cold wind and hand the dagger to Klein. Then he felt a chill down his back and heard a squeak like a mouse. A piece of rotten flesh the size of a fingernail fell to the ground, squeaking and wriggling as if trying to escape. Odis bent down and took a small handful of golden powder from his clothes, sprinkling it on the writhing, rotting flesh. The flesh immediately dissolved, turning into a pool of black water. The discomfort in his neck disappeared immediately. At this moment, Klein had also taken off his shirt. He was still somewhat hesitant, but after seeing the rotten flesh that had been cut from Mr. Gard's back, he decided that saving his life was the priority, and he should put aside his public image and remove the curse first. Odis saw a piece of black, rotting flesh on the lower left side of Klein's back. There were also some dark red colors in the rotting flesh, and these colors, whether by coincidence or not, formed a pattern of a human face with closed eyes. Odis stabbed with his dagger, and the crimson face suddenly opened its mouth, making a squeak 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 sound. He threw the rotten flesh on the ground, immediately sprinkled it with golden powder, and watched as the rotten flesh quickly dissolved. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, a figure appeared in the thin mist. Danitz emerged from the mist and was stunned to see two shirtless men. I didn't see anything." Chapter 227, Chapter 226 The evil god appears in Banseaport. The people in the church waited for a long time, but Gehrman Sparrow and Bob, who were Klein and Odis, did not return. Since the church was not safe either, Danitz went out to look for them to see if he could help in any way. He then saw Odis and Klein shirtless, because they had just been gouging out the rotting flesh formed by the curse. While saying he hadn't seen anything, Danitz thought to himself, these two are really bold, having the time and energy to do this in a place like this. The scene fell silent. Klein wanted to say something, but suddenly realized he didn't know what to say. Just then, Odis suddenly said, "I suspect you're also under a curse. Take off your shirt." Danitz was taken aback. "Huh? Ah, a curse. Klein reverted to his usual cold demeanor as Gehrman Sparrow. Hurry up and take it off, do you want to die here? Upon hearing what the madman said, Danitz quickly took off his clothes, realizing at the same time that he had misunderstood. After taking off his shirt, Klein took the dagger from Odis, grabbed Danitz's shoulder with one hand, and with the other hand stabbed. A piece of normal flesh the size of a fingernail fell to the ground. Danitz jumped in pain. What kind of curse is this? Odis pretended to sprinkle some powder, and Danitz's normal flesh and blood quickly melted away, destroying the evidence. As the three of them dressed, Odis said, if this isn't dealt with in time, you'll end up like those mummies, with your head and esophagus pulled out. When Danitz saw that German Sparrow and Bob also had a fingernail-sized wound on their backs, he immediately believed their story. Thank you. Otherwise, he would be completely unaware, and it would be dangerous when the curse takes effect. Odis nodded magnanimously and was about to pick up the spoils again when Danitz seemed to suddenly remember something. Quick, let's go deal with the curse on Ellen and the others. They landed before us, and the curse may be about to take effect. Odis paused in his outstretched hand, pondering how to bluff his way out. At this moment, Klein coldly explained, no need. It's precisely because we landed late that we were cursed. Those who landed early are fine. Odis smiled slightly and picked up the extraordinary property that he had just placed on the ground. Danitz, completely convinced, nodded, I see. Then Klein strode forward and walked quickly toward the church. Odis said, this trophy was recovered with the help of my friend, and I think she should get a share as well. Klein thought to himself, is the friend Mr. Gar is looking for a woman? She seems to be a demigod. He said, I have no objection. Generally, the value of extraordinary properties at this level is between 3,000 and 4,000 pounds. I will sell it as soon as possible and then divide it into 3 parts, one for each of us, Odis said. Of course, if you have the means, you can sell it yourself. Danitz, who was following behind, thought to himself, only a fool would agree to this. No matter who it is given to, that person will definitely disappear forever with extraordinary characteristics. Klein replied, keep it with you. Give me my share whenever you sell it. Danitz was taken aback. He just agreed like that. He watched the backs of the 2 people in front of him and suspected that there was some unspeakable secret between them. Odis withdrew his extraordinary abilities. Where do you plan to go next? How will you get your reward then? Danitz was highly skeptical. Would they really give it to him? Klein stated frankly, I will be traveling to Byam aboard the White Agate. What a coincidence, Odis smiled. I've been spending a lot of time in Byam lately. If you're on the White Agate, I can find you directly. If it takes too long to process the spoils, I'll run a series of ads in the newspapers about buying up Fursac sausages. After you see this, meet me at 10 o'clock the next day in front of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Please be there on time. I will only wait for 10 minutes. If you miss it on the same day, you will have to wait until the next day. Klein nodded, okay. After finalizing how to divide the spoils, the 2 returned to the church. Odis continued with them, and now the group had been joined by Captain Erlenkag, the captain of the White Agate. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a dark coat and a boat-shaped hat. After sending a telegram to the Church of Storms from the telegraph office next door, he stood in the middle of the group, keeping an eye on his surroundings while chatting with Odis at the back. Friend, you don't seem to be a passenger on the White Agate. No need for all this beating around the bush, Odis said bluntly. I know MI9 is looking for me. Erland's back stiffened abruptly. You. He didn't expect the other party to know that he worked for MI9. You underestimate the leader's intelligence network. Odis smiled. I'm not afraid of you reporting to your superiors afterward, because I will have already left Banseaport by then. And now, you're just a Sequence 8. If you want to arrest me, I'll knock you out and throw you onto your own ship. Aldi and the others exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the conversation between the 2. From the tone of this Mr. Bob, they could tell that the captain, armed with a pistol and a straight sword, was no match for him at all. After a moment or 2 of silence, Erland said, Mr. Bob, thank you for helping me escort my passenger. Odis smiled and said, you're welcome. On the other side of the line, Danitz smiled to himself, thinking, even the notary Ellen has moments of fear. Then he realized, so this guy really is an informant for MI9. Also, who exactly is this Bob? Ordinary people wouldn't mess with MI9, would they? He must report to the captain when he gets the chance that a madman has appeared in the raging sea, along with a very troublesome person. Klein, who was at the front of the group, also confirmed Erland's hidden identity. At that moment, he suddenly saw a dim yellow light coming from the depths of the mist toward them. Klein immediately became alert and quickly discovered that it was a middle-aged man carrying a lantern, wearing a dark blue bishop's robe embroidered with storm symbols, breathing rapidly, and walking with a slight stagger. Erland recognized the other person, Bishop Miller. The middle-aged man raised the lantern. You are, Erlan. Erlen, an experienced captain, did not immediately go to meet them. He simply stopped in front of Odis and the others and asked, "Yes, Bishop, what exactly happened?" Bishop Miller coughed twice and said, "Ancient customs are reviving. A group of cultists with filthy blood have begun to sacrifice living people and share flesh and blood again. After we discovered them, they used rituals to change the weather and attempted to attack the church, but they were defeated by the Punishers and fled to the mountains. I was wounded in battle and could not continue fighting, so I could only slowly return." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light burst forth from the distant fog, as if countless bolts of lightning had struck down. By the light, Erlen and the others could vaguely see that thick bolts of lightning were unnaturally striking the mountain peaks on the shore, which were shrouded in mist. This, to some extent, confirms Bishop Miller's words. Just as Erland was about to step forward to help him up, he saw German Sparrow pop out a gold coin for divination and mutter, "He harbors ill intentions." Mr. Bob, who had been at the back of the line, came to the front and handed his weapon to a bodyguard. He then calmly put on a black glove. Klein tossed the coin, and it landed head up. "This means yes." Bishop Miller stared intently at the scene, a dark red light suddenly surging in his light brown eyes. A fierce wind blew out from his body, snapping tree branches on both sides of the road and sending them flying into the air. All the ordinary people in the group were blown to the ground, and some even rolled several meters away. In prison. Odis stood in the raging wind, raised his hand, and pointed his black glove at Bishop Miller. The thick air enveloped Bishop Miller, rendering him unable to move. Klein, who had originally planned to wait for an opportunity, immediately stepped forward, opened his arms to embrace the sun, and used crawling hunger to unleash divine light. A thick, pure beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Bishop Miller, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Bishop Miller's body began to evaporate, first his skin, then his flesh. When the brilliant pillar of light disappeared, he was no longer human but a monster made of bones and flesh, his breath already quite weak. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis thought to himself that the combination of extraordinary abilities was really important. This bishop was a sequence 6, but he didn't expect to defeat him so easily. Klein was somewhat envious of the imprisonment ability in Odis's sealed artifact, which was very useful among control abilities. At this moment, 6 undead rushed out from different directions, clearly waiting for Bishop Miller to give a signal before launching their attack. But now that Bishop Miller has been defeated, they have lost control and have rushed out to pounce on fresh flesh and blood. Clang, clang, clang. Klein threw Azek's bronze whistle again, and the 6 headless zombies instantly changed direction, rushing towards the spot where Azek's bronze whistle had stopped. Just as he was about to use holy light again, he suddenly saw Mr. Gard pull out a red axe. So Klein crouched down and placed his hand, which was writhing with hunger, on the pile of flesh, allowing the sealed artifact to feed. On the other side, Odis threw the firebomb into the center of the 6 headless zombies, and immediately turned his back and crouched down to avoid the impact of the explosion. Boom. The violent explosion shook the ground, and the 6 zombies were blasted away, disintegrating in midair and bursting into flames. The only 2 people still standing, Danitz and Erlen, were pushed back a few steps by the shockwave, their ears ringing. After a couple of seconds, Danitz regained his senses. Had I just imagined it? Wasn't that an axe? Why did it look like a powerful bomb? Erland also sighed. Luckily, we didn't clash with him just now. The white agate docked in the port couldn't withstand 3 blows like that. Having finished feeding, Crawling Hunger retracted its extraordinary ability, retrieved the Azek bronze whistle, picked up the top hat that had been blown away, dusted it off, and put it back on. He said to Odis, "This property is not easy to divide. I think that as long as we intend to continue operating in this sea area, it is best to return it to the Church of Storms." Bishop Miller was killed by 2 people together, so Klein needs to explain. "I have no objection," Odis laughed. "I don't want to be targeted by these hot-tempered old men so soon after arriving at the raging sea." Klein pursed his lips, grumpy old man. He really likes this nickname. By this time, everyone had either gotten up or had largely recovered from the shock of the explosion. Klein said, "Get out of here as soon as possible." As he spoke, he took his steps at a leisurely pace, still walking at the very front. Having witnessed the extraordinary battle, Aldi and the others didn't dare ask a single question and quickly followed. The group returned to its previous formation and continued towards the dock. Ta-da-da. Just as they left the city, Odis, at the back of the procession, suddenly heard heavy footsteps. It looked as if someone was wearing leather shoes, stepping on the road, which was mainly made of stone slabs. Just as Odis was about to turn around to look, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. He had a similar feeling when the door of the Lime restaurant closed earlier. His heart skipped a beat, and the hairs on his body stood on end. In Banseaport today, the most dangerous monster lurking in the shadows is following behind the group. You can't turn back, you'll die. The extraordinary individuals, including Klein, who were ahead of them, also sensed that something was wrong. Odis quickly swallowed and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Don't turn back. Never turn back, even if it means death." At this moment, Bernadette instinctively wanted to turn his head and ask what was going on. Odis placed the short sword from his wooden staff on his shoulder. "Don't turn back. Keep going." Klein noticed that Mr. Gard's voice was trembling slightly, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and quickly led the team forward. Ta-da-da. The footsteps continued to follow them at a leisurely pace. Odis felt a tingling sensation on the back of her head, and even had the illusion that she could feel the other person's breathing. At this moment, the ordinary people in the group also sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere around them. One of the servants, and the first mate of the white agate, were both unable to withstand the immense mental pressure, while the other was probably out of curiosity. They only turned their heads slightly, they probably didn't see anything. Puff, puff. Before Odis could remind them again, their heads were pulled out by an invisible force and left suspended in midair. Fear and surprise froze on their faces, and their esophagus, which had just been pulled out, was still trembling slightly. Blood was gushing from their necks. This had a huge psychological impact on ordinary people, leaving them momentarily unable to take a step. Ta-da-da. Odis could sense that the footsteps seemed to be coming from right behind him. He swallowed hard and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Go quickly, don't stop." Chapter 228, Chapter 227 Bernadette's beautiful back. Odis could feel that terrifying thing, whether it was a monster or something else, was right behind her, and she could even feel the air it was exhaling. But he dared not look back, his spirit told him that if he did, he would surely die. Ta-da-da. The footsteps continued to follow at a leisurely pace. Whether from fear or nervousness, Odis felt herself trembling all over. Google search TWKAN. But we can't stop, we have to keep moving forward. His last shred of reason told him that the thing behind him wasn't there to kill, otherwise, if it appeared within a certain distance, the entire team would immediately collapse and turn into monsters. The truth is, he seemed to have merely been following the group, and only those who turned back slightly were killed. Odis had the illusion that they were a group of defenseless ants, while the other was an elephant. When an elephant goes for a walk, it certainly won't pay attention to a group of ants at its feet. But the ants had to quickly get out of the way and not block the elephant's path, lest they be trampled to death. The only way now is to move forward as quickly as possible. Odis struggled to take steps with his trembling legs. Some ordinary people could no longer stand, but they knew that it was very dangerous behind them. Urged on by Odis, they simply knelt down and crawled forward, which was faster than walking. The group moved forward cautiously, and they didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like time had become very, very long. Da-da-da. Finally, the footsteps faded into the distance and disappeared behind them. Odis let out a long sigh of relief, and said in an extremely hoarse voice, "Go. Keep going." After walking for a while, the wind ahead grew stronger, and the thin fog gradually dissipated. They saw the lighthouse and the brightly lit, white agate ship anchored in the harbor. A cool breeze made Odis realize that her clothes were soaked with sweat. One by one, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, even extraordinary beings like Bernadette and Ellen. Odis took out his pipe with trembling hands, only to find that he had not brought any tobacco because he had just changed into these clothes before setting off. He had no choice but to ask, "Who brought cigarettes?" Erlen took out a pack of cigarettes. Although there was no longer any danger, he still didn't dare to turn around and handed it to Odis with his back turned. Odis took out a cigarette, lit it with fire magic, and took a few puffs before feeling much calmer. At this moment, Bernadette, who also dared not turn around, asked, "Mr. Bob, what was that just now?" Donna and the others also pricked up their ears, as this was also the question in their minds. "I don't know." Odis smiled wryly and said, "We can only say we were lucky to have encountered something legendary." He guessed that it was most likely a strange demigod or angel from the Medici family hiding in Bansi Port. At the same time, he is also the weather god worshipped by the natives of this island through human sacrifice, and the source of all the strange events in Bansi Port. At this moment, Odis was actually glad that he was too weak and that the other party did not take him seriously at all. Just like a human taking a walk wouldn't care about a small flying insect flying past. Upon hearing Bob's reply, Bernadette did not ask any further questions. In the extraordinary world, one could survive longer by not asking unnecessary questions. Once Odis felt that her mental and physical strength had basically recovered, she stubbed out her cigarette and returned it to Airland. "Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again." Without waiting for anyone's reply, he quickly left. At this moment, Klein, who was at the front of the group, said, "Let's keep going after we've rested enough." He was extremely grateful that he had encountered Mr. Gard in the mist earlier, otherwise, had he faced the danger just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable, no matter who was in the last place. Only after they were all back on the white agate did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that they were completely safe. After they returned to their respective rooms, Odis' daughter, Donna, asked the head bodyguard curiously, Mr. Crives, between Mr. Bob and Uncle Sparrow, who is more powerful? After thinking for a moment, Creevy smiled helplessly and said, I don't know. Their abilities are beyond my comprehension. But Mr. Bob's courage is admirable. Just thinking about the feeling of having an unknown monster following behind is maddening. But Mr. Bob kept urging us to leave quickly, instead of running away and abandoning us. Donna recalled the fear she had just felt and instinctively trembled. She imagined that if she had been at the back, she probably would have been crying so hard she couldn't walk anymore. It was precisely because Mr. Bob was at the end that their mental and psychological pressure was not so great. Odis searched the area near the port and soon spotted Bernadette waiting on the beach. Beside Bernadette was a man in his 40s, clean-shaven, dressed in a suit, holding a cane, a typical gentleman. Bernadette asked, What are you doing here? If we weren't waiting for you, we would have left long ago. Although she was complaining about Odis, she had a smile on her face. In the moonlight, the smile was gentle and beautiful, lacking her usual heroic demeanor. Odis scratched his head. Who would have thought? My luck is so bad, just in time for the danger to break out in Banksy Port. Why didn't anyone pray for me? After arriving here, I prayed to you first, Odis said. But after waiting for a long time without any response, I dared not pray after entering the city. Or perhaps she dared not utter Bernadette's name. After all, she was only a Sequence 3, and there might be Sequence 3 or Sequence 2 evil gods on this island. It wouldn't be good if that name were used by an evil god. Bernadette nodded. That's a very good response. Then she introduced the middle-aged man next to her. This is Cyril, the president of the Banksy Chamber of Commerce. Odis smiled and shook hands with the other person. I've heard a lot about you. Cyril was taken aback and was about to ask what she meant when Bernadette spoke first. Banksy Port is likely to be very dangerous recently. Cyril immediately nodded and said, I'll leave with you and never come to Banksy Port again. Bernadette hummed in agreement, about to say something, when she suddenly looked toward the direction of the island's mountain range. Odis immediately sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. The tap-tap-tap of footsteps seemed to appear behind him at any moment. Bernadette immediately took out the sage's forehead ornament and put it on her forehead. In an instant, the three people transformed into three scrolling streams of information composed of numbers, symbols, and graphics. Under Bernadette's manipulation, the three streams of information flowed towards the sea at an extremely fast speed and quickly moved away from Banksy Port. Only after Banksy Port disappeared from sight did Bernadette lead Odis and Cyril into the spirit world and board the pumpkin-shaped carriage that had been waiting there. At this moment, the three streams of information reverted back to Odis and the others. Odis then realized that the figure who had made the clattering footsteps, resembling an evil god, was searching for Bernadette. That makes sense. There might be other demigods on the island, but to that evil god, they are all one of their own. Only Bernadette, the foreign demigod, would easily attract the other party's attention. Fortunately, Bernadette had a level 0 sealed artifact, otherwise, she could have escaped immediately, but Odis and Cyril would definitely have lost control and turned into monsters, or had their heads and esophagus pulled out. Bernadette stroked her chin and said, There really is an evil god on that island. She could sense that the other person was on a higher level than her, and that it had been very dangerous just now. Odis asked, You didn't accidentally open your Eye of Secrets, did you? Bernadette glanced at the somewhat worried Odis. I know this basic common sense. After realizing the danger, I dared not look around recklessly. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. If Bernadette sees something she shouldn't, Odis currently has no way to remove the contamination from her, and the fool doesn't seem to possess that ability yet. Cyril first looked at Bernadette, then at Odis. He could sense that Bernadette was somewhat different in front of the seemingly sunny and cheerful young man. I can't quite put my finger on what's different, but I feel like his expression and tone are different from usual. The carriage first went to Byam to drop off Cyril before returning to Lasha Island. Upon entering the Emerald Palace, Bernadette hurried to her chambers, with Odis following behind. Why are you walking so fast? Aren't we going to discuss what happened in Banksy Port? Bernadette said as she walked, I've also been cursed by the man in the yellow hat. And I just tried it. The curse is very strange, it can't be expelled from the body through information flow. Odis was taken aback. You didn't handle it in time. Bernadette said coldly, Do you expect Cyril to handle this for me? Odis thought it made sense, so he followed Bernadette into the palace and watched as Bernadette called her personal maid into the bedroom. Odis waited in the living room, preparing to imply in the upcoming conversation that Bernadette had descendants of the Angel family in Banksy, and that she should avoid the area for the time being and not conduct any investigations. But soon, the personal maid, pale-faced and trembling, came out and said, Mr. Odis, Her Majesty the Queen requests that you go in and help with this. Odis was taken aback and immediately realized that this personal maid was an ordinary person and might not be able to face the curse directly. It was too late to find someone else now, and Odis was happy to help. He took the dagger from the maid and went to Bernadette's bedroom. The first thing that catches the eye is a flawless, beautifully curved back. Her chestnut brown hair fell perfectly to her back, and those strands seemed to prick at Odis's heart, making him feel a ticklish sensation in his chest. Odis took a deep breath, trying to stop herself from overthinking. At this moment, Bernadette asked, "Does it look good?" Odis came up behind her. "It shouldn't be called good-looking, but beautiful. Thank God for allowing me to see such a beautiful sight." The mysterious queen smiled with satisfaction. "Stop flattering me and get to work." "Okay." Then Bernadette felt a warm hand cover her shoulder. She turned her head slightly and asked, "Why are you putting your hand on my shoulder?" "Borrowing strength," Odis smiled. "Just for the sake of borrowing strength." As he spoke, he used a dagger to gouge out the rotting flesh on Bernadette's back. The piece of rotting flesh also had facial features composed of deep red veins, and its eyes seemed to be about to open, indicating that it was in great danger. Odis's hand moved steadily, scooping out the rotten flesh in one swift motion. A drop of blood flowed from the wound, making her beautiful back look somewhat alluring. But soon, the wound and blood disappeared instantly, and the flawless back looked as if there were no injuries at all. Bernadette glanced at the wriggling, rotting flesh, which then disappeared with a squeaking sound. Odis glanced once more at the chestnut brown hair and the white back before saying, "I'll wait for you outside." Upon entering the outer living room, a maid served tea and fruit. Odis took a sip of tea absent-mindedly before suddenly realizing that, without knowing when it started, his feelings for Bernadette seemed to have changed. When they first met, he was very wary of Bernadette, but later the two gradually developed some mutual trust, and Odis sometimes even became somewhat dependent on Bernadette. Odis struggled with this, but then he thought, why not take advantage of such a readily available powerful ally, and gave up the struggle. He then smiled and shook his head. Such a change couldn't be revealed for the time being. After all, the two of them were too different in terms of both level and status. Odis believed that she should wait until she became a demigod before considering such matters, and for now, she should just be content to be the queen's subordinate. This shouldn't take long, since Odis is no longer bound by any constraints. As long as there are enough resources and he can digest the potion as soon as possible, advancing to demigod status will only take 2 or 3 years. Bernadette had changed her clothes. She was wearing a shirt with a floral collar and trousers, an image very much like Odis's impression of a modern woman. Bernadette walked over to them, laughing as she said, "Don't you think my outfit is weird?" "No," Odis said honestly, "it's exactly my style." The two maids in the spacious living room smiled knowingly upon hearing Odis's words. Bernadette, sitting on the sofa next to Odis, said, "If you were an Intis, I would find your compliment disgusting, since their compliments to women all stem from their own desires. But since you're from Rune, I'll believe you halfway." Odis was slightly taken aback. "What if I were a Fuzak?" Bernadette took a sip of her red tea. "They don't have that skill." Odis said, "Oh," meaning Bernadette meant that the Fuzaks, a people from a warrior nation, didn't know how to compliment women. Chapter 229, Chapter 228 Lunch with Gehrman Sparrow. After a few casual words, Odis and Bernadette's conversation gradually got to the point. Taiwan novel website ttl.tl. Bernadette crossed her legs and said, "What happened tonight reminded me of some rumors I've heard before. It is said that when the Rune people first occupied Bansi Port, strange things often happened. What impressed me most was the strange distress signal. Back then, there were no wireless telegraph machines. On an island, information was mainly transmitted through campfires and light signals. For a period of time, on the mountaintop not far from Panjang, a distress signal would appear every night. Because only the people of Rune could master this light language, the local garrison immediately sent people to rescue them, but those people never returned. And at night, the light will reappear." Odis said, "I have heard some similar stories." "This isn't a story." Bernadette leaned back on the sofa. "Cyril said that many elderly people in Bansi Port have seen that light message. Of course, they are not the old people who lived to the present day when Rune first occupied Bansi Island, but rather the ones whose light language appears once every now and then or several times in a row." Odis understood. In other words, the official extraordinary beings have not found the reason for the appearance of the light language. Bernadette nodded. "That's one way to understand it." "I've also heard some rumors," Odis said. "During the Fourth Epoch, there was an angelic family that left the northern continent for some reason, and they seem to be hiding in Bansi Port." Bernadette repeated Odis's words, "the angel family." Then she took a deep breath, as if she had suddenly realized something. "No wonder there is more than one high-level opponent on that island." Bernadette paused for a moment and then explained, "The person wearing the yellow hat is a demigod. I fought him before. His condition was a bit strange. The main extraordinary ability he used was the Hunter Pathway ability. But it seems that he also possesses some abilities from the Death God and Witch pathways. I can understand the abilities of the witch pathway, since he may have switched pathways, but why does he also possess some abilities similar to the death pathway? This reminded Odis of the witch he had encountered in the outskirts of Backlund, who was associated with the evil god of the stars. The power bestowed by the evil god is somewhat like a combination of multiple pathways. Odis pinched one of his temples. Theoretically speaking, the descendants of Medici were only corrupted by source matter. Could they have fallen so low as to worship evil gods? It's just that it's a bit beyond the scope of his memories. Bernadette concluded, "This island is more dangerous than you think, don't try to investigate it." Odis laughed and said, "Of course not." He just hinted that there are descendants of the Angel family in Bancyport, mainly because he was worried that Bernadette would investigate. Then Odis took out the extraordinary item that he and Klein had captured. "Because you helped us retrieve this trophy, we all agree that you should get a share of it." Bernadette didn't refuse, but she was a little puzzled. "They seem to trust you a lot. They actually let a stranger handle the spoils." Odis smiled and said, "I have worked with him before." The mysterious queen said, "Oh," thinking to herself, "I see." Then she said, "You can sell me this extraordinary item for 3,900 pounds. That's a good price. If you agree, I'll give you 2,600 pounds directly, and then you can split the money." "No problem," Odis smiled. "I didn't expect you to offer such a good price. If this item were in the Intis or the Fussac Empire, it would definitely sell for 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. Of course, although they did not use gold pounds, they used their own currency and would have to pay 4,000 or 5,000 pounds in value to obtain this extraordinary property. On the high seas, the sailor pathway traits are the most sought after, while the hunter pathway traits might not normally sell for 3,900 pounds. Bernadette suddenly smiled mysteriously. "I have my own way of making money. Moreover, she can earn quite a bit of money from it." Odis nodded slowly. It is said that many large organizations use this price difference to earn operating funds. As a former princess of Intis, Bernadette should have some connections within Intis. Odis immediately gave the extraordinary properties to Bernadette, and the two talked about shipbuilding. Odis then went back to make some preparations. He'll be very busy tomorrow. He originally planned to rest early tonight, but he ended up going to Bancyport. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and it won't affect his schedule tomorrow. Just as he was preparing to rest, the fool suddenly informed him to prepare for the bestowal ceremony. Through the ritual, Odis obtained another main ingredient for the potion, the eyes of the spirit bird. These were eyes with relatively large pupils, smaller than human eyes, but very expressive, as if they were still staring at Odis. With all the main ingredients ready, Odis took a deep breath. He had to get the wizard's office open tomorrow night and try to use up the last bit of the potion as soon as possible. Backlund, Morning Street, Jowood, the new home of Hugh Deercha and Furs. After getting dressed in the early morning, Hugh went out to find new tasks and earn bounties. She first glanced at her mailbox as usual. Seeing a package lying inside, Hugh quickly took it out. Just like the letter from the leader before, it only had the recipient's name written on it, but not the sender's name. Hugh took the letter and hurried back to his room. Upon opening the package, there was indeed a letter from the leader, and the prearranged code words matched, confirming it was indeed a letter from the leader. In the letter, the leader told Hugh that the last gathering had some extraordinary traits that the members needed, and he had collected them all, so a new gathering could be held. Furthermore, the leader also outlined detailed precautions for the first gathering in the letter. Hugh read it carefully, then took a deep breath. Although she felt a little nervous just thinking about it, this was the leader's first task, and according to their previous agreement, she couldn't refuse. Fortunately, the leader's guidance was meticulous, which gradually gave her confidence that she could host the gathering well. So today's plan needs to be changed. The most important thing now is to publish the party invitation in the Backlund Post. Just as Hugh was about to leave again, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and came back to carefully examine the package. Although no traces of tampering were found, as a sheriff, her intuition was basically able to determine that someone had already checked the package before she received it. The person who inspected the package should be an official extraordinary from Mechanical Heart. But Hugh didn't pay much attention. It would be strange if the Mechanical Heart wasn't monitoring him. Raging Sea, Byam, Kent Blue Street. Odis hired 5 local laborers to help him set up his shop. The furniture and signboard were delivered, and Odis bought some green plants, as well as curtains and drapes to darken the room. He also incorporated many local specialties, buying some tropical fish from the vicinity of the Raging Sea. The shop is big enough, but the rent isn't too expensive. Odis even left a large vacant lot for future use. As he was directing the arrangement of the fish tank, his spirit seemed to be moved. He turned around and saw a young man in his 20s with no beard looking over at him. Odis recognized him at a glance. It was Bazel Ryan. When he first came to Byam, he happened to witness a revenge battle, and the one who launched the attack was this Bazel. Although he was disguised at the time, with a long beard and a face that was significantly different from today's, Odis, with the help of her spirituality, still recognized him at a glance. Bazel clearly recognized Odis as well, because when the battle began, everyone else had fled, leaving only 2 spectators, one of whom was Odis. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The other is Rupert Shaw, an adventurer who loves to tell stories. As Bazel was leaving, he made a point of glancing at Odis and Rupert. Odis wasn't wearing a mask today, and his disguise was similar to the other day, so the other side should be able to recognize him easily. Odis smiled kindly at the other men, and Bazel nodded slightly, thus exchanging greetings. After the other party left, Odis continued to direct the renovation of the store. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that 2 people were following Bazel. Are the members of the Red Lion pirate crew? Odis didn't intend to delve into it. The most important thing right now was to digest the potion and advance as quickly as possible. Just 2 weeks ago, he wasn't so enthusiastic about the promotion. Firstly, he was constrained by the mechanical heart at the time, and advancing too quickly wouldn't be a good thing. Secondly, he feared that after being promoted to Scroll Professor, he would receive special treatment from the Hidden Sage and be frequently indoctrinated with knowledge. But now there's no fear, because Odis has not only completely pledged allegiance to Bernadette, but has also latched onto the coattails of the Goddess of the Night. With the protection of the goddess's hidden power, Odis estimated that the Hidden Sage would have difficulty targeting him specifically, and at most, the sage would only be able to temporarily sense his location during promotion. Therefore, Odis is no longer afraid of promotion. The wizard's office had been simply renovated, and it was already noon. Odis paid the laborers their wages, went to a deserted corner of the street, put on the mask that the leader had once worn, and entered the spirit world using the travel ring. He had observed the white agate up close, and since the ship had no anti-divination protection, it was easy to find it from the spirit world. When Odis left the spirit world, he appeared in the lavatory of the passenger ship. Upon opening the lavatory door, guided by his spirit, he found Klein, the aloof German sparrow, preparing to have lunch in the first-class dining room. And Danitz, who was disguised but still easily recognizable. Meanwhile, Odis, wearing a mask, had already attracted the attention of the sailors, and someone had gone to inform the captain. Mr. Bob. Donna was the first to spot Odis. Aldi's family also stood up to greet them. To them, everything that happened last night was like a dream. Odis smiled slightly and raised his hand. Hello. Hello everyone. As he spoke, he sat down opposite Klein and picked up the menu. What's good to eat here? At another table, Donna whispered to her brother Denton, did the ship dock this morning? Denton shook his head seriously, no. Donna asked in surprise, when did Mr. Bob, who didn't board the ship with us last night, board the ship? The 2 children's eyes immediately lit up as they secretly observed Mr. Bob. At Klein's table, Klein, who was playing the role of an adventurer, said, the lobsters here are quite good. Danitz, standing to the side, felt a pang of regret, because every time he ate with German Sparrow, he had to pay the bill. Judging from Bob's appearance, he doesn't seem like the type to proactively pay for a meal. Odis exclaimed, I've been eating seafood almost every day lately. Danitz suggested, you can try the soup here. Too bland. In the end, Odis ordered grilled fish and grilled lamb chops. Danitz had already given up. Grilled fish wasn't too expensive, but grilled lamb chops were one of the most expensive dishes in the restaurant. At this moment, Captain Erland arrived at the restaurant. He smiled and said, I heard from my men that a masked person suddenly appeared in the restaurant, and I knew it must be you. He approached the table where Odis and the others were sitting. This meal is on me, as a way of thanking you for your help last night. When Danitz heard the captain of the White Agate say this, he thought to himself, this guy, Erland, isn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, he planned to treat himself to foie gras and a bottle of good wine later, since someone was paying anyway. Odis did not refuse, thank you. He then said, I'll have lunch here, chat with German Sparrow for a bit, and then leave. Erland secretly breathed a sigh of relief, please go ahead. After Erland left, Odis gave Klein a small cloth bag, this is your share of the payment. It totaled £3,900, £1,300 each. Danitz, standing to the side, was stunned, so fast, so much. Klein opened the cloth bag, ran his fingers through it, counted the money quickly, and after confirming it was correct, took out a wad of cash from his pocket and counted out £72. This is a thank you fee from the Aldi family and the DeMurdo family, half for each of them. Klein believed that without Odis, it would have been difficult for him to bring so many people back to the White Agate on his own yesterday. As for Danitz, Klein had already taken out 2 5-pound notes for him beforehand. What Klein didn't know was that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Mr. Gard, they wouldn't have encountered the evil god of Bancyport when they left. Odis did not refuse. After taking the money, he took off his mask and prepared to enjoy the lamb chops he had ordered. Klein gave Odis a serious look. He hadn't expected Mr. Gard to be so young, and he didn't have any of that gangster boss vibe at all. Odis picked up his knife and fork and smiled. The reason I took off my mask is because I roughly know who you are. Chapter 230, Chapter 229 Recruiting the First Crew Member. Klein was surprised that Mr. Gard would take off his mask in front of him. They had interacted several times in Backlund and had basically established mutual trust, but Mr. Gard had shown no intention of taking off his mask at the time. But once he reached the open sea, he so easily removed his mask. Moreover, Mr. Gard's appearance and demeanor exceeded Klein's expectations and imagination. He originally thought that the behind-the-scenes owner of Nanma Dance Hall must have had the air of a gangster even if he didn't have a fierce face. As it turned out, his appearance was somewhat like that of a recent college graduate in his memory. He seemed very easygoing. The only thing that contradicted this feeling was his eyes, which were like those of a seasoned warrior, calm and wise. Google search TWKAN. Danitz, standing nearby, remarked, "I never expected Mr. Bob to be such a young pretty boy. If I hadn't witnessed his prowess yesterday, he would have seemed like a very easygoing and kind person." But when Odis said that he probably knew who German Sparrow was, the atmosphere at the table became a little awkward. Facing Klein's cold gaze, Odis smiled and said, "German Sparrow's identification was forged by me. Well, to be precise, my friend was commissioned to forge it, and I helped her find someone to do it." He meant to say that Bernadette received a commission from Miss Sharon and then asked her to find someone to forge the documents. After all, when they set sail later, they would be flying the Element's Dawn flag, and his superior-subordinate relationship with Bernadette couldn't be hidden, so he told such a lie. Klein interpreted it as, he had asked Miss Sharon to provide the documents, and Miss Sharon had asked Mr. Gard to forge the documents. Although Klein misunderstood, he basically understood what Odis meant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find out who was using German Sparrow's credentials. "Don't worry, I won't investigate any further," Odis said proactively. "After all, everyone has secrets." He smiled and said, "I just hope that once I take off my mask, we can communicate more honestly." Klein then asked, "What do you want to discuss?" "I'm assembling a pirate crew," Odis said. "I'd like to recruit a crew member who has worked the sailor route." Danitz thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? To form a pirate crew? That would require buying ships and cannons, which would be a lot of trouble." Then he thought, this might just be a spur-of-the-moment idea of the young man, and he won't think that way anymore once he realizes how troublesome it is. Klein said calmly, "I am not an extraordinary one of this path." "I know, I asked you to keep an eye out for me," Odis said. Just then, the lamb chops arrived. As Odis ate the chops with his knife and fork, he thought to himself, "You probably can't imagine what a great fortune awaits you in Byam." Although Klein does not currently know any extraordinary individuals who have achieved this path, there should be such extraordinary individuals within the Church of Poseidon or the Rebel Alliance. On board, it would be best to have an extraordinary person who has passed the sailor route, since the sea is their domain. Moreover, he could also be used to access the Resistance Army's channels. However, as a reward, they will definitely have to plunder some supplies from the Resistance. Klein hummed in agreement, "I'll keep an eye out for you." After finishing their business, the two began to chat casually, with Danitz occasionally joining in their conversation. After enjoying a delicious lunch, Odis wiped her mouth with a napkin and then got up to take her leave. Klein politely got up to see him off, and when he saw Mr. Gard go to the restroom, he suddenly remembered that the Hermit had previously sought to purchase a magical item with the ability to travel at the tarot meeting. It seems that it was purchased through other channels. Danitz noticed that after Mr. Bob left, he went into the restroom and didn't come out for a long time. He asked, "Were the lamb chops not fresh today? Did Mr. Bob get an upset stomach?" Klein glanced at him but offered no explanation. Odis returned to Lacha Island, rested for a while, and then began to teach the scholars. Tomorrow they will begin setting up the drive array on the large ship, so their workload is not as heavy as before. Because Odis realized that it was impossible for each of them to understand the magic circle he designed in a short period of time, he simply divided the magic circle into 3 parts, with 4 people learning each part. This greatly reduces their learning burden, and they can also act as Odis's helpers when setting up magic arrays in the future. That evening, Odis's wizard's office officially opened for business. He turned on the lights, opened the door, lit incense, and then waited for the first customer to arrive. Kentland Street was bustling with activity at this time, with many people coming to have their fortunes told, buy herbs to prepare for occult rituals, or purchase antiques as gifts. Whether it's divination, occult rituals, or buying antiques, the night makes people feel more at ease. This time, Odis didn't dress up as a wizard, she wore normal rune clothing. He wanted to try it out. What if he didn't actually play the wizard, but unintentionally revealed that he was a wizard and gained the other person's trust? Would that be a better way to play the role? Before any customers came in, Odis roughly calculated her current funds. He recently earned £2,100 from the Tarot Club, and last night he made another £1,300. This afternoon, not only did someone treat him to lunch, but he also received a £72 thank you fee. This brought his savings back above £4,000. Although he couldn't repay Bernadette's debts yet, it was much better than before. At least with robot crew members, we can confidently manufacture several spares. Just as Odis was thinking this, he looked towards the door and saw someone enter. But to his surprise, the person who came in was none other than Bazel, whom he had met at noon. Odis paused for a moment, but did not get up. He simply gestured, "Please sit down." Bazel carefully observed the furnishings of the room. The shop consisted of only one room, and on the shelves against the wall on the inside were many glass jars containing various processed or unprocessed herbs. Inside the room, there were several glass tanks containing a group of fish. Several animal skulls hung on the wall, their eye holes adding an eerie atmosphere to the room. Incense wafted around the curtains, adding a touch of mystery to the room. After confirming that there was no danger in the room, Bazel sat down opposite Odis. "What does a wizarding agency do?" Odis pointed to the doorway. "Didn't I write it up there? It's for handling all sorts of strange and unusual matters." Bazel then asked, "Want to take on bounty missions?" Odis leaned back in his chair, smiled at Bazel for a moment, then glanced outside. "You're being followed." "Yes." "People from the Red Lion pirate crew?" "Yes." Bazel was not surprised that the person in front of him knew his enemy. "This is an enemy I attracted, but I just realized that I misjudged the situation. The enemy is stronger than I thought, so I urgently need a helper." Odis asked, "What benefit will I receive for helping you?" There were about 15 or 16 of them, 4 of whom had bounties. First Mate Sandra had a bounty of £1,800, Combat Captain Bowen, who had recently joined the pirate crew, had a bounty of £1,200, and the 2 vice captains had bounties of £800 and £700 respectively. "We can split the bounty equally. Of course, you may have heard of the Navy's vampire gang, who only end up getting about 90% of the bounty. This is already a pretty good channel. Most of the time, you can only get about 80% of the bounty." Odis nodded slowly. Based on the amount of the bounty, he roughly deduced that the enemy consisted of 2 sequence 7s, 2 sequence 8s, and a dozen or so ordinary people, or sequence 9s. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Such an enemy is indeed difficult to deal with for a sequence 7 briber. Bazel originally thought that the assassination attempt on the second mate of the Red Lion pirates would only attract the attention of the first mate, Sandra, but he did not expect that this time Red Lion Taylor would go all out and send out all his capable assistants to surround and kill him. It was too late to find reinforcements at this point, so Bazel thought of the owner of the wizard's office, whom he had met at noon. He noticed this man and Rupert while fighting the second mate of the Red Lion pirate crew. He knew Rupert. He was a fairly capable adventurer. Theoretically, anyone who dared to watch the excitement with Rupert should also be quite strong, so he decided to try his luck. Odis smiled and said, "The bounty can be divided among us, but the special feature belongs to me." Bazel was taken aback. He was obviously aware of the existence of extraordinary traits, but in the previous battle, in order to get out of the fight as soon as possible, he only took the head of the second mate of the Red Lion pirate crew. After all, you can get the bounty if you only take the heads. However, to obtain the extraordinary trait, one must wait for some time. Bazel hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay. I have another request," Odis said. "Join the pirate crew I'm currently forming." Bazel frowned and said, "Sorry, I don't plan to join any pirate crews." "Don't rush to refuse," Odis smiled. "Haven't you considered that it would be difficult to complete your revenge using only your own strength? You are sequence 7 now, and Red Lion Taylor is sequence 6. You can only kill the people around him, but you can't hurt Taylor. But if Taylor wants to kill you or attack you, like today, he can easily corner you without even showing his face." Before Bazel could retort, Odis continued, "I know what you want to say. You want to say that you will be promoted again, but the problem is that you can be promoted to sequence 6, but Taylor can't be promoted to sequence 5. Furthermore, you should already be aware that without the help of an extraordinary organization, it is extremely difficult to advance to sequence 6. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy potion recipes and main ingredients for potions. But Taylor is different. Some clues suggest that he is a member of an extraordinary organization, and if he wants to get promoted, it will be much easier for him than for you. Besides, even if you kill a group of his subordinates, he can just recruit more. It's very difficult to really harm him. And if you're not careful, you'll be killed by his subordinates. To be honest, I see no hope in this kind of revenge." Bazel's face was ashen. He knew this all too well. However, he always harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Red Lion had no powerful backers and that his strength would eventually catch up with his. However, the person in front of him shattered his last shred of hope with a firm tone. Odis did not urge them because there were still many pedestrians outside, and the Red Lion pirates would not make a move for the time being. Bazel hesitated for 2 minutes before asking, "Will you help me get revenge? After the pirate crew is formed, I plan to hunt down a few great pirates to establish my authority," Odis said with a smile. "Helping you get revenge and my own goals are not contradictory. Aren't you afraid of the extraordinary organization behind Red Lion, Tyren?" Odis shrugged and said, "These days, who doesn't have some powerful backers?" After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Basil said, "Give me some time to think about it." "No problem, come find me here once you've thought it through." Odis smiled. "I might not be able to come tomorrow or the day after, but I will definitely come here on Saturday or Sunday night." Bazel nodded, "Okay." Odis then said, "Now tell me, what abilities do our enemies possess?" Bazel cleared his throat and said, "First Mate Sandra is a beautiful woman with abilities such as invisibility, creating black flames, and creating frost. Moreover, they can use a mirror as a substitute, making them very difficult to kill." "Combat Captain." Odis nodded slowly. This was a witch, the battle captain should be a weapon master, and the 2 vice captains were a raging people and a provocateur. The other members were all armed, and neither Odis nor Bazel were known for their high defense, so a volley of fire from them would be quite troublesome. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "Wait here for a moment, I need to make some preparations." With that, he used the travel ring to temporarily leave and went to a secluded spot on Blue Mountain Island where Byam was located, where he retrieved some extraordinary weapons and sealed artifacts from the wilderness of knowledge. When Bazel of Kent Blue Street saw the illusory door, he paused for a moment before realizing that there really was an extraordinary organization behind him. Having spent many years at sea, Bazel had certainly heard of the ability to travel. This kind of magical item can't be bought with money alone. Soon, Odis returned carrying a cloth bag. "There's no point in waiting any longer. Let's take the initiative." He smiled slightly, "Let's lure them into the woods on the outskirts and have a good fight." Bazel had long been prepared for a fierce battle, so he nodded and followed Odis out to hail a horse-drawn carriage, which headed towards the outskirts of the city. Soon, they saw 2 horse-drawn carriages chasing after them. Chapter 231, Chapter 230 Captain Odis's Strength. Inside the carriage, Odis handed Bazel 2 shields. These shields are enough to block 1 volley from the enemy, but a second volley will be too much for them. Therefore, we must completely seize the initiative before the opponent launches 2 volleys. The specific tactic is that I will launch an attack first, and you will help me block their volley. Then I'll deal with those 2 sequence 7s, and you deal with the others. Taiwanese novel website TV.tv. Bazel was taken aback. "You? Don't worry, I'm confident." Odis smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, if there's a huge explosion, don't panic, I'll make it." Bazel didn't say anything more, but in his heart he reassessed the strength of the person in front of him. "We've been talking for a while, and you still don't seem to know my name," Odis said. "You can call me Captain Gar." "Well, although my ship hasn't been built yet. But we should be able to go into the water soon." Elton immediately felt that this was a bit unreliable. The ship hadn't even been built yet, but he was already calling himself the captain. However, there are many strange people on the sea, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he asked, "Why would you want to invite me to be your crew member?" "I don't know if those rumors on the high seas are true, but I think you must have been fighting the Red Lion pirate crew for some reason," Odis said. Bazel took a deep breath before saying, "I'm not entirely motivated by revenge for Severed Finger, because he wasn't a good father, but he was a good captain. Compared to him, the other crew members were more like my family. The first mate even died while being pursued by Red Lion Taylor, in order to cover for me. I feel that I should do something for them." Odis smiled and said, "Friendship, that is precisely what is scarce on the sea. In my opinion, if a person is so cold-blooded that they don't even care about their own family and friends, they are not trustworthy. Some people think it's ridiculous to talk about friendship on the high seas, but it's the foundation for mutual trust, and it's precious because it's scarce. You are not very strong, but you possess a kind of friendship that many strong people do not have. This is what I admire most about you, and it is also the most valuable thing about you." Bazel nodded seriously, "I will consider it carefully." Odis hummed in agreement, and the 2 fell silent, making final preparations and adjustments. After arriving in the suburbs by carriage, they hurried away from the road and headed towards the woods on the edge of the city. Blue Mountains Island is located in the tropics and has lush vegetation. Outside the city are undeveloped forests. The reclaimed farmland is located some distance from the city. Here, the bright lights of the city seem very far away. Once they reached the woods, the people behind them simply began to follow them openly. After walking for a few minutes in the dark woods, Odis looked back and saw that Byam's lights were completely blocked by the trees, indicating that they were far enough away from the city. So he pulled his hat on tighter and then slowly put on the black glove. Bazel stopped in unison, slinging one of his shields over his back and holding the other in one hand. He held a gun in the other, aiming it at the pirates. The pirates drew their guns, and all that was needed was a signal before a massive melee ensued. The signal arrived quickly, and Bazel's spirit suddenly sensed danger, instinctively raising his shield in front of him. Just then, the figure of Sandra, the first mate of the Red Lion pirate crew, suddenly appeared from the darkness. She held a dagger and delivered a fatal blow to Bazel. Odis smiled, took out a small mirror from her right hand which had been in her pocket, and threw it at Sandra. He knew that in the darkness, Sandra would definitely use her invisibility ability to try to launch a sneak attack. So Odis deliberately came to the dark forest to create an opportunity for her. When Sandra saw the small mirror flying towards her, she had a bad feeling and suddenly twisted her body to dodge, but it was too late. Several thick strands of hair instantly wrapped her into a black cocoon with only her head showing. This was back in Backlund, when the Moors Penitentiary launched their first attack on Odis, and these were the spoils of war that Odis obtained. Although it's not a high-level tool, it's very useful when the time is right. For example, right now, luring Sandra out is the first step, and tying her up is the second step. At this moment, Odis looked at Sandra's subordinates. Now it was time for the third step. The pirates never expected that, in the blink of an eye, their first mate would be bound into a cocoon. But they were not flustered, believing that they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Under the command of Combat Captain Bowen, the pirates, who had already drawn their guns, began the first volley of fire, and for a time the sound of bang 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 echoed through the woods. Following the previously agreed-upon tactics, Bazel raised his shield and stood in front of himself and Captain Gal, with bullets hitting the shield instead. After a volley of fire, the shield was riddled with bullet holes. At this moment, Odis quickly took out 2 large handfuls of powder from his pocket and scattered them. The powder spread in the dark forest, and many of the surrounding trees suddenly disappeared. In their place, hundreds of thick wooden stakes appeared in midair. At this moment, the enemy's first volley ended, and the shield was rendered useless. The next second, the wooden stakes in midair suddenly pierced down on the pirates. From the moment the wooden stakes appeared until they flew rapidly toward them, the speed was so fast that most people didn't have time to react before being impaled by one or more stakes, falling to the ground on the spot and dying instantly. The rest of the people hid behind the trees. Odis continued her attack, pulling a red axe from her backpack and throwing it toward the spot where Combat Captain Bowen was hiding. Bazel also came to his senses, threw away the shield in his hand, took out another shield, and raised his gun to aim at Sandra, who was struggling. Odis, who had suddenly moved behind a tree, said, "Don't attack her." Bazelton suddenly realized his mistake and lamented how foolish he had been. If he attacked Sandra, he would have given her a chance to escape using her stand, so it was better to deal with her at the last minute. He didn't react immediately because he couldn't keep up with Odis's attack pace at all, or rather, the battle was completely beyond his expectations. He was prepared for a fierce battle, but he ended up being an assistant. Boom. Just as Bazel realized this, he was thrown back a few steps by the huge blast of air. He was momentarily stunned before recalling that Captain Gal had warned him not to panic in the event of a powerful explosion. But he hadn't expected the power to be so great. Just now, he thought it was a large-caliber naval gun from a warship firing at them. Many splinters from the explosion also pierced Bazel, but he couldn't care less about these minor injuries at the moment, because he really couldn't understand how Captain Gal had done it. Bowen and the others were stunned by the explosion. One of the vice-captains was even half destroyed, and Bowen was also seriously injured. Odis, the only one unaffected, had already taken a straight sword from her backpack and was rushing towards the enemy. Bazel realized what was happening, abandoned Sandra, and quickly followed. In the pitch-black forest, Odis, with his Eye of the Secrets ability, still had excellent vision. He rushed to the tree where the enemy was hiding, only to find that the combat captain, Bowen, had already limped away some distance. Odis casually threw a thunderstorm bomb at the other enemies. The pirates, who were hiding behind a tree and pointing their guns at him, were so frightened that they quickly rolled away to avoid them. Sizzle. A silvery white light quickly spread out and penetrated the ground. The light expanded, forming a constantly flashing semicircular electric arc. This arc instantly expanded to about 5 meters, encompassing the pirates within its range. Whether the pirates were crawling on the ground or covering their heads to avoid the explosion, they were all jolted violently by the electric shock. However, the range of the thunderstorm bomb was limited, and several pirates still managed to escape. But Bazel had already come over with his shield raised and started firing at them continuously. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis then raised his hand and used imprisonment on the fleeing combat captain Bowen. The air around Bowen suddenly became viscous, trapping him in place. Odis strode forward, death. In fact, Bowen was already seriously injured at this point, and even without using Hand of Judgment to attack, it would be difficult for him to escape. But at this point, of course, we need to end the battle as quickly as possible with the strongest attack, since there's still a witch tied up there who needs to be dealt with. When Bowen was punched by Odis and fell to the ground, he was already close to death. Odis pierced his opponent's heart with his sword and unleashed lightning. The newly appointed combat captain of the Red Lion pirate crew was killed instantly. Odis dragged Bowen's corpse to the other side of the battlefield. At this point, Bazel's attack resembled a one-sided massacre. He had been shielded by his shield, which had kept the pirates' bullets at bay, so he strode forward, firing at the enemy as he went. After firing all the bullets from his 3 revolvers, a total of 18 bullets, he easily took down 5 enemies, protected by his shield. Then he drew his short sword and walked toward the enemies who were still in a paralyzed state. At this point, Odis left Bowen's body on the battlefield and quickly went to deal with Sandra. But after taking only a few steps, a cluster of orange flames ignited around Sandra, and the flames binding Sandra's hair seemed to be afraid of the flames and quickly retreated back into the small mirror. Odis did not proceed forward, but stared intently ahead. A middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat, with a long mustache and a sinister look, emerged from the woods. Bazel, standing to the side, said coldly, "Red Lion, Taylor." Taylor gave Bazel a cold smile, then glanced at Odis, before gesturing for Sandra to retreat. Sandra retreated first, while Taylor followed behind, keeping an eye on the two of them, before quickly disappearing into the dark woods. Apart from Bazel, no one spoke throughout the entire process. To Odis, Taylor was at least a Sequence 6. Although he had the Hand of Judgment, who could guarantee that Taylor didn't have powerful magical artifacts? Moreover, Sandra has regained her freedom, and 2 Sequence 7s are not confident of defeating a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7. Therefore, under these circumstances, Odis will not take the initiative to attack. As for Taylor, he didn't know Odis's background, but judging from Odis's performance in the battle just now, he knew that this guy was not simple. Therefore, given the lack of clear intelligence, he would choose to withdraw. Odis stared at the spot where the other party had retreated for a while, and only after confirming that they had really left did he go forward to pick up the mirror. He then said to Bazel, who was standing to the side with his fist clenched, "Very good." The worst thing that just happened was that Bazel lost his composure and charged towards the enemy. In that case, Odis would have no choice but to bite the bullet and fight the other side. Bazel let out a long breath, as if all his strength had been used up, and then said to Odis, "I'll join your pirate crew. Please help me get revenge." Seeing Taylor just now made Bazel realize the gap between himself and Taylor. He originally thought that the gap would narrow a lot after he advanced to Sequence 7, but that was not the case. The gap between the two was still very large. However, Captain Gal's composure and strength changed his previous opinion. In Bazel's view, the enemy, whom he could not deal with alone and could only seek help from strangers, was completely overwhelming to Captain Gal. Bazel knew very well that he had just played the role of an assistant. Even the sudden appearance of Red Lion Taylor did not cause Captain Gard to show any panic, which was a sign of his confidence in his own strength. "I promise you, I will avenge you in the near future," Odis said. "And you are now my first mate." Bazel immediately replied, "Yes, Captain Gar." Odis found the title Captain Gal quite appealing, and with a smile, he ordered, "Now pack up the spoils as quickly as possible, and we'll get out of here as soon as possible." As he spoke, he sprinkled out a handful of bone-white powder. This powder possessed certain death god abilities, which could accelerate the extraction of extraordinary properties. They cut off the heads of all the wanted pirates. Although they failed to capture Sandra, there were still 2 wanted pirates among the dead pirates, with a combined bounty of 700 pounds. At this point, most of the extraordinary characteristics have been extracted. Odis put away these extraordinary qualities, and the two quickly separated and returned to Byam. More than an hour later, Odis returned to the wizard's office. He briefly looked at his haul for the night: 1 Weapon Master trait, 1 Wrathful People trait, and 1 Provocateur trait. There are also 3 Sequence 9 traits, 2 Hunter and 1 Sailor. The traits of Sailor and Wrathful People sell well at sea and fetch a good price. However, other features are not so easy to sell and need to be stored in hand for a period of time. About an hour later, Bazel returned. "Captain, I have handed over those heads to the Navy, and we should receive the bounty in the next couple of days." Chapter 232, Chapter 231 The first test of the new ship. Odis did a quick calculation. Bowen's bounty was 1,200 pounds, the 2 vice-captains' bounties combined were 1,500 pounds, and the bounties for the other 2 wanted criminals combined were 700 pounds. So the total bounty for tonight is 3,400 pounds. If we assume we can only get 90% of it, we can get around 3,060 pounds in the end, and each person can get 1,530 pounds. This made Odis exclaim, "No wonder so many people yearn for the sea, it truly holds endless wealth." But the prerequisites are having the ability, being smart enough, and knowing how to be patient. Just like now, although Odis received £1,530 at once, he was well aware that such an opportunity could not come every day. Never take action if you are not confident. If you lose your life, no amount of money will help. The point that requires patience is that even when you know that there seems to be wealth everywhere, you cannot be too greedy and lose your rationality. It was getting late, so Odis told Bazel to be free to move around in Biome and continue his bounty hunting, but to come to the wizard's office often so that he could be notified immediately of any new developments. Captain, Bazel asked, should I recruit sailors in advance? No need, Odis smiled. I have already recruited sailors, gunners, and combat team members, etc. Now that I have a first mate, all I need is a second mate, a third mate, and a navigator. It's okay if we don't have a third mate, but we can't do without a second mate and a navigator. Bazel nodded, okay. Then he said, is Taylor here tonight to ambush me? That's right, Odis said. People who are this cruel usually have some kind of psychological problem. He probably wanted to kill the Avengers himself. Bazel breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he hadn't overestimated himself and had found the right helper. If it weren't for Captain Gar's help, ordinary adventurers or bounty hunters would be no match for Taylor. After Bowser left, Odis also used the travel ring to return to Lacha Island. I was supposed to finish my performance as soon as possible today, but I didn't expect this to happen. However, he also made a significant contribution. Although he didn't receive the bounty, he was certain he would receive it this week. Most importantly, they found a reliable first mate. For Odis, this was more important than bounties or extraordinary traits. Lying in bed, Odis began to seriously consider his pirate crew once again. This kind of small pirate crew was not suitable for large-scale naval battles, but it was very suitable for treasure hunting, exploration, and raids. The reason for this policy was that Odis had a long-term plan. He hoped to create an opportunity to contact General Iceberg and gradually make contact with the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. With the help of the Goddess of Night, Odis's mind was instantly opened. Since the God of Steam and Machinery and the Hidden Sage both had their eyes on him, he could use the power of other gods and the Church to fight against them. The first choice would naturally be the Church of the Goddess of Night, where they could find a way to legitimately become a follower of the Goddess of Night. However, the problem is that Odis does not possess the abilities of the Faceless Men and has not dared to return to the homeland of Rune recently. The Church of the Goddess of Night has little influence at sea, so the chosen ones are of little use here. So Odis thought of a second option, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Although this deity seems to have little presence, he plays his cards very well, always making the right choices at the right time. This is something that reassured Odis. He wasn't afraid that all the hard work he put into building relationships would result in the church being dissolved. If you extend goodwill to the Church of War at this time, you are likely to encounter such a situation, similar to the situation of joining the National Revolutionary Army in 1949. However, they were able to be incorporated into the Church of the Goddess of Night. Lost in thought, Odis fell asleep. The next morning, Odis arrived at the dock early, as he was to set up the first large-scale magic array. He led the scholars aboard a large ship that was only an outer shell, with only the bottom layer completed. During his recent studies, Odis selected 12 scholars to become his assistants. In addition, there are a dozen or so extraordinary individuals who have passed the Secret Seeker pathway. They are assistants to assistants, performing simple carving tasks or helping to process spiritual materials. It can be said that Bernadette used all her knowledge and talent reserves to build this great ship. Moreover, she herself was present and observed the event for an entire afternoon. The first step in creating the magic circle was carving. Odis led the way, drawing the magic circle with a huge soft brush. Then the scholars were divided into 3 groups and used the method provided by Odis to carve inside the ship. This process doesn't require much technical skill, you just need to keep your head down and work. Bernadette also had many things to take care of, and she did not come again in the afternoon. After completing the carving, they began to fill the carved magic circle with spiritual materials. This requires prior knowledge, because the order in which symbols fill in the spiritual material must be followed. The procedure was completed the following morning, and the final step was to install the extraordinary materials. To make the magic circle operate more stably, Odis used 3 crystals of deep-sea jellyfish in the design process. This is one of the main materials for the Navigator Pathway Sequence 7, which allows for better stabilization and control of ocean currents. Once the magic array was fully set up, the scaffolding outside the large ship was almost completely dismantled. Since it was the first time setting up a magic array for the engine system of a seagoing vessel, Odis was not confident and wanted to take it out to test it first. Although this will affect the construction progress of the large ship, it will provide Odis's team with enough feedback to make the next step of setting up the magic array smoother. The sea trials began at 2 p.m., and Bernadette was present again. Odis accompanied her on a small boat, watching the large ship, which had no sails and no space reserved for a steam engine, being towed out of the dock by a steam-powered tugboat. Several key members of the Elemental Dawn were also on the same ship as Bernadette. It was the first time Odis had met them, and they were also curiously observing this new face beside the queen. Arya first introduced Odis to everyone, and then introduced Odis to the important members. They were mostly captains of several flagships in the Elemental Dawn fleet. In their spare time, they would lead fleets of several ships to plunder merchant ships, attack colonies, or engage in naval battles with other pirate groups. In addition, there are the two deputy leaders of Elemental Dawn. Bernadette rarely gets involved in specific affairs, and they are basically the ones maintaining the normal operation of this extraordinary organization. Regardless of what they've been busy with lately or whether they have time, Bernadette insisted that they attend today's sea trials. They had all heard some rumors that the Queen was building a large ship, but the ship's shape seemed rather strange. Like the ship designers, the captains were also curious about what would power the ship. Hearing her subordinates' questions, Bernadette said calmly, "Let the ship's designer, Odis, answer them." Odis smiled and said, "This ship will be powered by spirituality. I know that this kind of power is novel and may be difficult for everyone to understand. But if our design works properly, it will be a power and energy system that can change the entire world. And those of you here are witnesses to this new dynamic." Everyone looked at each other, as if they heard the young man explaining very seriously, but also as if they hadn't heard any useful information. Since no one knew Odis's background, no one made any sarcastic remarks. Instead, they continued to report the recent situation to the Queen while watching the sea trials. The large ship was already being towed and pushed, gradually entering the harbor. There was little wind and waves today, which was good news for the sea trial. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Because a balancing system has not yet been installed, the stability of the large ship is a serious problem if there are large waves. While everyone was actively reporting on their work, Bernadette was clearly distracted, her attention entirely focused on the large ship in front of her. Only she knew that this was the core of Odis's research in mysticism, and that it was bound to produce amazing results. Everyone noticed this, and thus began to take the upcoming sea trials more seriously. Captain Aubrey asked Odis, "What is the speed of this ship?" Odis casually replied, "The maximum design speed is around 30 knots, and the cruising speed can reach around 20 knots. What? Aubrey thought he had misheard. You must be joking. That's almost twice the size of the most advanced warships currently in service. Odis glanced at the bearded captain and knew that the man hadn't sworn in only because Bernadette was present. He simply smiled and said, "We'll be arriving at the sea trial location soon, so please look forward to it." The captains fell silent. They knew, of course, that raising any questions at this moment would be questioning not only the pretty boy but also the Queen. Some people wanted to remind the Queen that the speed was ridiculous. With such a speed, the steel warships that the Kingdom of Rune boasted about were simply decorations. But considering that the Queen had always been reliable and unlikely to be fooled, they simply waited for the sea trial results to see if the design was just too innovative or if the guy was a big fraud. As the large ship was towed out of the harbor and into the deep water, someone on the ship signaled with flags in this direction. Odis said, "Your Majesty, the test may proceed." Bernadette hummed in agreement. Odis took two small flags of different colors from Arya and signaled, "Begin," to the large ship. For a moment, everyone felt that the spirituality around them seemed to be fluctuating in some strange way. Immediately afterwards, without any wind, layers of waves appeared behind the large ship, and beneath the waves, there were undercurrents. They are working together to propel the large ship forward. The large ship, which had been mostly stationary, suddenly began to move and accelerated in a manner that seemed very unusual to the captains, quickly gaining a certain speed. At this moment, the waves behind the large ship affected the small boat and tugboat, causing the small boat to suddenly rock. Bernadette raised her hand, and the small boat stopped rocking. The waves seemed to suddenly avoid the boat, swaying to both sides. In the blink of an eye, the large ship was already moving very fast, reaching a speed of about 15 knots. Cheers erupted from the large ship, and scholars and ship designers observing the sea trial from the other small boats joined in the cheers. The captains around Odis were all stunned. How could this ship accelerate to such a speed in such a short time? Bernadette patted Odis on the shoulder with satisfaction, "Very good." Odis smiled and said, "It seems there are no major problems with our design, and we can proceed with further arrangements." He paused and then said, "However, the ship only has the power system installed at this time. I suggest we stop testing here for today and proceed with the next sea trial after further improvements." Bernadette said, "Okay." So Odis signaled again, and the large ship, which was already some distance from the small boat, began to slow down, and the tugboats quickly moved closer. It was only then that Bernadette's key subordinates snapped out of their astonishment. The female captain, Belinda, asked, "Your Majesty, what kind of ship is this?" Captain Aubrey then asked, "What exactly is this powered by?" Odis replied, "This is a novel force, a force that can change the world." The captains were so angry they almost vomited blood. That's exactly what this guy just said. Please continue. What exactly is this novel driving force that can change the world? But by this time, everyone had reached a consensus. This was indeed a power system that could change the world. People couldn't help but re-examine Odis and wondered where the Queen had found such a shipbuilding genius. Bernadette addressed the scholars on the other ships with words of encouragement and announced that a banquet would be held that evening at the Emerald Palace to warmly welcome them. The main part of the sea trial had been completed. Thanks to Bernadette's extraordinary abilities, the small boat they were on flew quickly across the sea and soon returned to the port. The captains and 2 deputy captains had a lot of questions, but they didn't know where to begin, so they could only stay quietly in the back. The group returned to the shipyard, where Bernadette and Odis discussed the construction of the large ship. Does the ship also need maintenance? It needs maintenance, Odis said. It's about every 2.5 years. The main thing is to add some spiritual material so that the magic circle can operate more smoothly. Bernadette was taken aback. Don't the things you make usually need maintenance about once a year? That's because I didn't dare to use the most core elements back then, Odis smiled. In this magic circle, I added many novel symbols, which I only taught to those 12 scholars. That's equivalent to cutting-edge technology, so please be sure to keep it confidential. Of course. Bernadette glanced at her subordinates following behind her. No one but me has the right to interfere. Chapter 233, Chapter 232, A Whole Generation Ahead. That evening, Bernadette hosted a grand banquet at the Emerald Palace to celebrate the success of the first sea trial. If it's just a regular sea trial, there's really no need to make such a big fuss. But today's sea trial is different from others. This is the world's first large ship powered by spiritual energy. Bernadette was delighted after the successful sea trial, knowing that Odis's core research must be quite astonishing. While the scholars and ship designers drank heartily, Belinda and the other captains could only sit in their seats and drink in silence. This afternoon in the dock, they had already been warned by the Queen not to ask any questions about the new ship. They had only heard that the magic array was used to accelerate the ship to such a high speed in a very short time, but they couldn't understand how a magic array with only some auxiliary function could have such powerful propulsion. What disappointed them most was that Odis was sitting in the seat closest to the Queen, and judging from their conversation, they were already very familiar with each other and had known each other for quite some time. They only learned today that the Queen had such a person by her side. Just as they were wondering why the Queen had summoned them, Bernadette, sitting at the highest point, said, "Now let Odis tell you about the new ship's weapon system." Everyone immediately snapped out of their daze and looked at Odis. Odis, holding a wine glass, smiled and said, "Gentlemen, this ship has 3 types of weapons. The most powerful one is the spirit wave cannon at the front of the ship. The maximum range is around 60 kilometers, and each shot can take down a large steel warship. No need to worry about aiming." Several captains were nearly dumbfounded. What the hell is this ship? Even some legendary ghost ships don't have this much power. At this moment, they felt very strange. They dealt with ships every day, yet they were surprised by a ship. But soon, they accepted it all, because the ship was clearly beyond their understanding of what a ship could be. However, such things happen frequently in this extraordinary world, so they did not question it and listened quietly. Odis took a sip of his drink and continued, "In the extraordinary world, there is this advantage: as long as it is operated properly, every shell can be guaranteed to hit the target. But if there are demigods on the opposing ship, then even if you hit them, it won't cause any damage to the target ship. However, as long as there are no demigods, we can definitely injure the target." Having already drunk several glasses of wine and feeling slightly tipsy, Odis sighed and said, "The only problem is that the spirit wave cannon requires a lot of spiritual energy. After firing 3 shots in a row, you need to rest for 1 minute before you can fire again. Moreover, 1 shot can only be fired every minute, and only after resting for more than 10 minutes can it be fired continuously again." Captain Aubrey finally couldn't help but ask, I mean, Mr. Odis, what are the negative effects of this ship?" "There are no negative effects," Odis explained, who was also pleased today. "This is neither a ghost ship nor an extraordinary vessel like a sealed artifact." Raymond, one of the vice leaders of the Elemental Dawn, voiced the question on everyone's mind, "Then why is it able to unleash such a powerful attack?" "This is a secret for now," Odis said. "To be precise, the fewer people who know about this core technology, the better." The magic array on the ship made extensive use of the symbols he deduced, namely the Gar runes, which are something that can completely change humanity's understanding of the extraordinary and are the true core of Odis's research. Of course, as long as he uses it, such things will eventually become widespread, but Odis wants to control the speed of its spread to avoid endangering himself. Bernadette's subordinates realized that they shouldn't inquire about the truly core matters, they should just listen quietly to what Odis had to say. Odis continued, "The second weapon is a machine gun located on each side of the ship, as well as at the bow and stern. It has 3 modes of attack. One is to fire a series of fireballs with an explosive effect, with a range of about 10 kilometers. Another method is to fire a series of frost shells, which, if fired continuously, can freeze an entire enemy ship. There is also a water cannon attack, which fires a large amount of seawater to wash the enemy on the target ship into the sea, or wet the enemy's ammunition. Seeing that her subordinates hesitated to speak, Bernadette said, "Ask whatever you want, as long as it doesn't involve secrets, I will answer you." Captain Belinda quickly asked, "Mr. Odis, don't you have any normal cannons?" Odis was taken aback, "No." Belinda took a deep breath and said, but extraordinary ammunition is usually very expensive, and the person operating such a weapon needs to be at least sequence 7 level. On the high seas, many ships are equipped with extraordinary cannons, but these extraordinary cannons also require extraordinary ammunition, and a great deal of spiritual energy is needed to activate them when they are fired. This is why conventional artillery has never been phased out, because it's easy to fight for half a day and only get a few £100 worth of loot. If this is all we've gained, and we still rely entirely on extraordinary weapons in combat, the losses will be even greater. No special ammunition is needed. Odis once again made a startling statement: the weapons on the ship, as long as they are used according to the instruction manual and maintained for 2.5 years, do not require any ammunition. Moreover, ordinary crew members can also use these weapons after receiving certain training. Because the ship has a large number of magic arrays that gather spiritual energy, it can automatically form extraordinary ammunition under the action of the corresponding magic arrays, and can be launched with only simple mechanical operation. This. Vice Leader Raymond did not hide his surprise. In that case, this ship is basically invincible. He had just noticed that the more powerful of the two weapons had a range of about 60 kilometers, which is about twice the range of the most advanced and longest-range naval guns currently available. If you encounter ironclad warships from other navies, you can use such weapons to deal with them. The 4 machine guns could be used to deal with ordinary pirate ships, most of which still used old-fashioned cannons with a range of no more than 5 kilometers. Wooden ships cannot be equipped with the powerful naval guns of today because the recoil is too great. Wooden ships simply cannot withstand such recoil. If ammunition is no longer a concern, then the end is nigh for ordinary pirate ships. The remaining 10 kilometers is still outside the capabilities of most Sequence 5 ships, meaning that if there are no demigods on board, the target ship will be sunk within a minute. Furthermore, Odis thoughtfully designed water cannons, clearly for better plundering of spoils. Raymond exclaimed, "If we equipped ourselves with 10 such ships, we would be the rulers of this sea. That's why I called you here." Bernadette popped a grape into her mouth. "But before that, let's hear about the last weapon." The Queen's words gave everyone a clear signal. Odis was not boasting, and the weapons he spoke of might actually come to fruition in the near future. Odis continued, "The third weapon is at the stern of the ship, which I call the electromagnetic cannon. Its principle is roughly to use extraordinary force to compress lightning and fire it out rapidly. When it encounters external forces or reaches a certain position, the power of compressed air disappears, generating electromagnetic shock waves in the air. This is actually not the same as the electromagnetic cannon that Odis was familiar with, because in his mind, the electromagnetic cannon used electromagnetic power to increase the range and muzzle velocity of steel projectiles. However, the electromagnetic cannon, invented by Odis, had a cannonball that was a bolt of lightning. After exploding at a certain distance, the cannonball would radiate outwards, first causing paralysis, and then the impact would cause extremely powerful physical damage. Odis smiled and continued, "Moreover, the electromagnetic gun is flexible and has anti-aircraft capabilities." Everyone was taken aback. Air defense. They didn't quite understand why this design was used. Generally, apart from dealing with wind-centered ones, there is no need for anti-air capabilities at all. At this point, everyone realized that this design might be intended to deal with the wind favorites. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Before they could think it through, Bernadette said, "After the first new ship is launched, I will build several more of these new ships for you to use as your flagships. But there's one thing you need to be aware of. Normally, this ship sails at a normal speed, creating the illusion that it can only use its high speed and weapons in critical situations." She paused and then explained, "We have no protection from the political power of major countries. Suddenly possessing a powerful ship makes us vulnerable to attacks from various countries and churches. We need to be patient until the time is right, but with these ships, our fighting strength will definitely be enhanced. Don't be polite when you encounter ironclad warships demonstrating against various countries. Give them a few shots from a distance and let them know how powerful we are." Before the advent of new ironclad warships in the navies of various countries, the fleets of the 4 kings of the sea dared to plunder even the navy's supplies. However, after the advent of the powerful ironclad warships, they dared not approach the navy as much. Bernadette's so-called "the time is ripe" means that after she becomes an angel, other political forces will be wary of Elemental Dawn and will not dare to openly capture Elemental Dawn's new ships and then go back to study them. The only option left was to use the more reliable method of purchasing to acquire new ships. This was something Odis had already discussed with Bernadette when he first arrived at the Emerald Palace. Ships could be purchased, but technology could not. Thus, countries lacked sufficient references and were almost unable to grasp the symbols deduced by Odis in a short period of time. Then they will need to buy technical services afterwards, and if they want to learn, the price will be astronomical. Although the cost of each ship may seem high now, it will be recouped quickly in the future, and in a very large way. This is Bernadette's whole plan, but she is not an angel yet, so she can only ask her subordinates to keep a low profile. Moreover, the current display of firepower is also very important, which is equivalent to a product introduction. Although no one knew the Queen's true purpose, they were still very happy to have a new type of ship. With such advanced weapons, we can now consider targeting those we previously dared not seize, and we can also give those enemies a try. Anyway, with such a high speed, as long as it doesn't recklessly challenge other kings, it will definitely be able to escape. Next, Bernadette announced the order in which several of her key subordinates would receive the new ships and instructed them to communicate regularly after receiving their ships to master them as quickly as possible. Everyone was happy this time, and several captains toasted Odis, which made Odis drink more than a bottle. Even an extraordinary person like him was a little drunk. The banquet ended around 10 p.m. This wasn't Backlund or Trier, and the attendees weren't nobles, so there was no tradition of holding a ball. After eating and drinking their fill, they went back to sleep or found streetwalkers. Odis followed Bernadette back to the Emerald Palace's backyard. Bernadette looked at the full moon and suddenly invited Odis, "Let's go for a walk on the beach." Odis nodded, "Okay." Under the hazy moonlight, the waves slowly pushed against the shore, making the beach very smooth. Odis and Bernadette strolled leisurely along the beach, chatting about the new ship they had built that day. Bernadette remarked, "Now I finally understand why you were so low-key when you were in Backlund. Even though they have found a way to cultivate spiritual herbs and animals, they only dare to use it on a small scale. When one's power is insufficient, but one possesses technology and knowledge that can change the world, one will either be hailed as a great person or have it seized by the powerful." When Odis initially offered to build her a ship, she was quite pleased, but after witnessing the sea trials today, she suddenly felt a threat from the angelic realm. The total cost of this ship is only around 60,000 pounds, while the largest ironclad warship in the Kingdom of Rune currently costs about 130,000 pounds. If there are no demigods on an ironclad warship, a new ship can destroy it with just 2 shots at most, making it extremely cost-effective. If the Republic of Intis were to learn of the ship's specific capabilities, they would surely send angels to seize it. This is true not only in Intis, but also in other countries. Therefore, Bernadette instructed her subordinates to only occasionally accelerate to maximum speed, and the ship's weapons were only used occasionally, creating the illusion that such operations would require a considerable price to be paid. Odis pondered for a moment and said, "I can set a self-destruct button. Once pressed, the magic circle will automatically burn away, leaving no clues for the other party." Bernadette paused slightly, then said, "That's a good idea. The person in charge of this button cannot be the captain," Odis added. "We need to find 1 or 2 inconspicuous people on this ship to assign this task." Chapter 234, Chapter 233 Must wear formal attire. Bernadette had the illusion that what Odis was talking about was a sophisticated profession. The self-destruct system of the new ship is controlled by an inconspicuous person, which sounds crazy, but it makes perfect sense. The captain is an easy target for the enemy, and if the enemy is too strong, he will be killed in the early stages of the battle. But if it's an insignificant person, there might still be time to make a judgment and complete the corresponding action. Bernadette laughed and said, "It seems you were prepared for today's situation all along." "I suppose so," Odis said somewhat guiltily. He remembered that there seemed to be such a person on a nuclear submarine during the Common Era. Then, Bernadette changed the subject. "What are your views on the future situation at sea?" "The countries are being too naive," Odis said, glancing at the boundless sea. "They think that having ironclad warships will end the current chaotic maritime era. But they overlooked an important issue. The power system of this world is composed of extraordinary elements. No matter how powerful their ironclad ships are, without a demigod in charge, they pose no threat to the 4 kings, and it seems that the 7 generals could not even find it difficult to attack an ironclad ship. Therefore, I believe that the current situation will remain for a long time to come." Bernadette nodded. This was similar to her opinion. Odis added, "However, the lower-level pirates will definitely be affected. Ironclad ships can't attack the 4 kings and 7 generals, but attacking ordinary pirates is relatively easy. Then these ordinary pirates will definitely seek the protection of more powerful pirate groups, which will lead to the emergence of more great pirates in the sea area in the future, and the strength of the 4 kings and 7 generals will also be strengthened." Bernadette paused slightly. This differed from her view of the future. Won't the appearance of ironclad warships reduce the number of ordinary pirates? Will it deter those who want to plunder from going to sea? She once speculated that with the emergence of increasingly advanced ships, in the coming decades, countries and secretive organizations would gradually divide up spheres of influence at sea. By then, there will only be powerful figures like the 4 kings and 7 generals at sea, and those big pirates will no longer have room to survive unless they're backed by a secret organization. No, Odis said firmly. The reason there are so many pirates on the sea is entirely due to the intense internal conflicts in various countries, or rather, the huge gap between the rich and the poor. People had no choice but to take risks and seek opportunities at sea. When there are no more vagrants on the streets of Backland and the people of the colony live a prosperous life, then the profession of piracy will come to an end. Bernadette pondered for a moment before saying, it's probably impossible to reach that point. That's how it is under the current economic system. Odis loosened his tie, feeling a bit hot after drinking too much. Bernadette stepped forward quietly, convinced by Odis's reasoning that piracy was still a promising profession. Ordinary pirates are the most important cornerstone of the piracy industry. Only when there are more ordinary pirates can the big pirates recruit more excellent subordinates, and only then can countries and secret organizations devote more resources to the sea and make more extraordinary investments. Her silence stemmed from the realization that Odis was not only a genius in the study of mysticism, but also possessed a profound understanding of the current world situation. This made Bernadette take another look at Odis. Today, Odis was wearing a suit, which was rare for him. He looked much better and more energetic and handsome. Previously, Odis's appearance seemed average, mainly because his clothing was too casual, which seriously affected people's first impression of him. Now that I've dressed up properly, I look pretty good. However, Odis seemed to hate wearing formal attire, so she simply took off her bow tie and unbuttoned 2 buttons. Although it was very ungentlemanly, Bernadette thought it was all right, as it gave off a dashing and unrestrained vibe. After a long silence, Bernadette suddenly said, "From now on, you must wear formal attire every day." Odis was taken aback. Huh? What kind of request is this? A chief architect should act like a chief architect, Bernadette said seriously. Otherwise, my subordinates will think I brought back a vagrant from Backland. Odis smiled, my talent has long since won them over, even if I wear beggar's clothes every day. Bernadette immediately changed her approach, if I find you not wearing formal attire, the price of the ship you're building will increase by £1,000 every time. Odis was initially puzzled, then smiled wryly and said, I love wearing formal attire the most. Saturday morning, Backland, 199 High Run Avenue. The damage caused to the building by the explosion has been largely invisible after more than half a month of repairs. In fact, this building was already considered a dangerous building. After all, a single firebomb would cause huge damage to the load-bearing walls. The mechanical heart used some extraordinary power to ensure that there was no danger here. Today, we are holding our first annual meeting of the Mysticism Research Society. The first thing members who came to the gathering saw outside was a carriage with a mechanical emblem. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief because they had all heard, to varying degrees, that a violent explosion had occurred here. They were all very worried that something might have happened to the Mysticism Research Society or its leader. Upon seeing the carriage bearing the mechanical holy emblem, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of any changes that had occurred to the Mysticism Research Society or the leader, the mechanical heart had pledged to ensure the gathering proceeded as scheduled. By 9 o'clock in the morning, most of the members had arrived. Those who didn't come were not in Backland for various reasons. Just as everyone was quietly waiting for the basement door to open, Hugh Deerchaw, a member who wasn't very tall, suddenly got up and went to the leader's chair. Everyone was stunned, not quite understanding what she was going to do. Gentlemen, Hugh took a deep breath and said in a loud voice, I have been entrusted by the leader to preside over the Future Occult Research Association. The leader's suggestion has been approved by the mechanical heart. For a moment, no one reacted. The Hound, who knew some of the inside story, asked, Is the leader all right? He's fine, Hugh replied, but he's not suited to be in Backland. The Hound nodded slightly and then said, I support you. Only then did everyone realize what was happening, and they were engulfed in chaotic discussion, with many even trying to figure out how to escape. The sense of security that the leader had once shown vanished in an instant. Someone asked, Where is the leader? Where is the leader now? Some people asked, Why did the leader ask you to host the meeting for him? Following the leader's instructions, Hugh first reassured the members attending the meeting, Please rest assured, you are safe here with me and, mechanical heart, protecting you. No matter what organization you belong to, as long as you want to trade intelligence, you will not be harmed. She paused for a moment before answering, As for why the leader chose me, it's mainly because I've been saved by the leader more than once, and I will faithfully carry out some of the leader's ideas. For example, today, the leader asked me to bring the extraordinary materials that Vulture, Seagull, and Cheetah needed at their last gathering. Furthermore, if anyone needs these materials in the future, they can buy them from the leader, but the transaction will only take place at the next gathering. In addition, if you need other extraordinary materials at the low sequence level, you can also try your luck here. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. This made many members realize that the leader had access to an extraordinary source of materials. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the leader had expected, his words had indeed calmed everyone down. Only then did she sit in the leader's seat and calmly say, "Let's begin." The first deal she made was with members of a vulture and others to trade for extraordinary materials. The leader promised her 10 pounds for each of the 3 extraordinary materials. After the materials transaction was completed, member Peacock asked Hugh, "I would like to know where the chief is now. Why did he leave Backlund? Name your price." "I can't answer your first question," Hugh replied calmly, wearing a mask. "Because I don't know where the leader is right now." The reason she remained so calm was that the leader had guessed the answer to this question and had prepared accordingly. Xiao cleared his throat and said, "As for your second question, I can tell you for free, and also tell everyone else to put their minds at ease." Everyone looked at Owl and felt that this little guy was all right. He was very calm and was a confidant of the leader, so it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to host the gathering. "Before this, the leader told me to put this certificate up." As he spoke, Hugh pasted the certificate, which had obvious burn marks, in a conspicuous position. That was the Good Citizen Award, given to the leader by Darnasy of MI9 after the leader escorted Hugh to MI9. At the time, Odis posted it in a prominent position, but most members didn't pay much attention to the certificate. After all, the leader had an official background, so it wasn't strange for him to receive such a certificate. At the time, only Hound was somewhat angry and helpless. He was angry because he didn't expect that Darnus would be able to fool people with such a thing. Unfortunately, Dainsey was a grade above him, so he couldn't say anything. After the new year, Odis wrote to Hugh asking him to look for the certificate and, if he could, to put it back on the wall. At this moment, everyone noticed that the certificate was issued by the Military Special Intelligence Service, which many people present knew was the official name of MI9. Many people then looked at the Hound, but the Hound remained calm and continued to listen to the Owl's story. During an operation, the leader accidentally killed the brother of MI9 Captain Karaymond, Hugh recounted. So Karaymond took revenge and framed the leader, leading MI9 to carry out an operation to arrest him. That's the main reason. Another reason is that the leader's actions in Backlund thwarted the plots of the Aurora Society and the Witch Church, so he had to leave Backlund to avoid the limelight. At this moment, several other members turned their attention to Peacock and Wolverine, both of whom appeared calm and composed. The Hound spoke first. Kremond died in the previous operation. Not only him, but also Chief Selt of MI9, according to divination, died. This news is very gratifying. Then someone asked, what conspiracy did the Aurora Society and the Witch Cult have, and how was it thwarted by the leader? Hugh replied, the Witch Cult wants to create a plague. Then she shrugged, I don't know the specifics either. To be precise, the leader did not provide details in the letter. I know that, said the Hound. The Witch Cult has a witch who wants to use the great smog of Backlund to spread disease. But the leader used a strange method to blow away the smog. Peacock quickly asked, what peculiar method is it? The higher-ups of the Witch Cult never understood how the leader had received the news in advance, or how he had managed to conjure up such a strong wind. The Hound replied, this needs to be kept secret, and there is no trading involved. The Peacock crossed its legs, expressing some dissatisfaction. Next, the intelligence transactions began one by one. This also means that the gathering will continue, because they have experienced the convenience of it, and as long as there is no danger, it is barely acceptable to have someone else host it. After the gathering, Hugh first went to the Backlund Mechanical Research Society, where he shed his disguise and reported the gains of the gathering to the Heart of Machinery. However, because she is not as experienced as Odis, she is unsure of the accuracy of some intelligence, and because she is currently under the protection of the Mechanical Heart, she will not receive the bounty from the Mechanical Heart for the time being. Only after she can make accurate judgments will Mechanical Heart give her large sums of money. After exiting through another door of the Mechanical Research Society, Hugh arrived at 66 Rose Street, where he wrote a briefing on the gathering and placed the extraordinary materials obtained from the transactions at the gathering on the coffee table in the living room. This was what the leader instructed Hugh to do in the letter. Odis had previously paid 6 months' rent for this townhouse in one go, so why not take advantage of it? There are definitely MI9 agents here, but even if there aren't, Hugh's height would give away that she is Owl, the new host of the party. With the protection of his Mechanical Heart, and being an informant for MI9, Hugh is not afraid of being monitored. But they will certainly take it seriously, thinking that the leader has returned here to collect his reward and briefing. Chapter 235, Chapter 234 Captain Gal's official background. Outside 66 Rose Street in Backlund, a demigod from MI9, after receiving a report from his subordinates, personally came here to prepare to stake out Odis. When Hugh arrived around 3 p.m., he took the reward and briefing and went to the East District to do bounty missions as usual. The demigod didn't react for a moment, and several important figures in MI9 were also asking themselves, why did Hugh Dearchaw leave the payment and briefing at 66 Rose Street and then take it away? They quickly realized they had been tricked by the leader. It must have been the leader who made her do this, with the aim of getting MI9 to send people to stake out the place, so that Hugh could take those things away in front of everyone. They even seemed to see the leader's smug face. You've been fooled, I never intended to come for these things. But while the people at MI9 were angry, they were also somewhat helpless, because Hugh was not only an informant for MI9, but was also currently under the protection of the Mechanical Heart and had become the new convener of the Mysticism Research Society. Hugh becoming the convener would also be of great benefit to MI9, as they would certainly not want to disrupt the current situation, and therefore could not interrogate Hugh. The demigod could only leave somewhat helplessly, but he thought that Odis might also take the reward and briefing, so that the two Sequence 5s would continue to monitor the situation carefully. They were indeed very vigilant in their surveillance, especially after Hugh acted somewhat unusually that evening, taking a horse-drawn carriage to church to pray. They immediately mobilized more people to keep an eye on Hugh's every move. However, after simply observing the carriage that Hugh was riding in and finding nothing unusual, they gave up the surveillance. Backlund, in a dark corner of a street. Odis suddenly appeared from the illusory door, and then he took out a black iron ring and put it on. This is a sealed artifact obtained from a member of the Aurora Society that I killed when I first started playing the role of a wizard last year. It can make him a shadow, hidden in the darkness. As for the negative effects, they are barely acceptable if used for a short period of time. Using the travel ring once again, Odis appeared in the corner outside the church where she had arranged to meet Hugh. At this time, he was blessed by the goddess of the night, and he hid in the darkness at night, making it difficult for angels to detect his presence. After seeing Hugh get off the rental carriage, Odis, under the cover of night, slipped into the carriage in the darkness and covered the paper bag Hugh had left behind, which contained the payment and a briefing. After doing all this, Odis quickly left using the travel ring. Just like when she came, Odis didn't go far before returning from the spirit world to the real world and taking off the black iron ring on her hand. This comes from a hermit, and it wouldn't be good if, under its influence, one encountered some evil creature in the spirit world. Odis originally planned to wait until next week, or when there was an opportunity in the future, to collect the payment and briefing. However, Odis suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to annoy MI9, so he devised this plan. Meanwhile, a letter will be sent to MI9 tomorrow, telling them how I got paid and briefed, just to annoy them. Although Odis wasn't a vengeful person, he was still furious about being ambushed by MI9 and almost captured. At the time, he was busy working for Backlund, but MI9 was playing dirty tricks. Now that he has the chance, he will definitely take revenge. Back in Byam, Odis glanced at the intelligence summary Hugh had written. He first put away the £450 he had earned from selling the extraordinary materials, then wrote a letter to Hugh, helping her analyze which of the intelligence reports were important and which were less so. In fact, with enough experience, one can tell whether the information being presented is important just by listening to or reading a few sentences. Odis intends to seriously train Hugh and strive to get her to stand on her own as soon as possible, as this will be an important source of information for him regarding Backlund. The intelligence that can be obtained from Backlund is not limited to that city, it is practically one of the intelligence exchange centers of the entire northern continent. At the same time, it also provides a lot of intelligence from the sea and the southern continent, which is the channel that Odis is least willing to give up. So even with the surveillance of the Mechanical Heart, and despite the risks, he would still risk contacting Hugh to remotely direct the gathering of the Mysticism Research Society. At this moment, Odis lamented, if only I had a messenger. He planned to summon a messenger as soon as possible after his promotion. It will be much more convenient to send a letter or something then. Odis did not send the letter to Hugh immediately, but planned to do so in a few days. He then changed into a formal suit and waited for the client to arrive. This loan-style suit was just bought by Odis for £9.60. For Odis, who rarely wore formal attire, this expense seemed somewhat wasteful. He could only console himself, as long as he put on this outfit, he could avoid a £1,000 debt. After waiting for more than half an hour, the customer didn't show up, but instead, Bazaar arrived. He came to deliver the bounty to the pirates of the Red Lion pirate crew. Odis quickly counted them and put them in his pocket. You've come at the right time. I was just about to go to the Church of the Goddess of Night. Shall we go together? Bazel was taken aback. Captain, I am a follower of the Lord of Storms. Odis smiled and said, don't just go and pray. Come on, you'll find out when you get there. Basil didn't ask any more questions and followed closely behind. We took a horse-drawn carriage to the Church of Tranquility in Byam, which also hosts worshippers for prayer in the evenings. Among the churches of the seven gods, only the Church of the Goddess of Night consistently receives believers at night. Other churches may also have some that receive believers at night, depending on the actual situation, but only the Eternal Sun Church closes on time, as soon as the sun sets. Upon entering the church, Odis first prayed to the symbolic symbol of night. This was actually to avoid being marked by the demigods of Mi-9 or by the god of steam and machines himself during Baklan's operations. Although the probability of this is extremely small, with a powerful figure like the goddess of the night around, there's no harm in not using her. After praying, I confirmed that there were no problems. Odis led Bazel straight to the confessional. He gestured for Bazel to wait outside, then opened the door, went in, and sat down in a chair. The pastor said, "Praise be to Goddess, may the starlight illuminate your heart, so that you may sincerely confess your sins." Odis said, "Greetings, Your Excellency, I am Odis Gard, the leader from Bakland, and I wish to see the bishop." "Oh, Mr. Gard." The priest paused for a moment before realizing what he meant. "The bishop informed us a few days ago that we should keep an eye on Mr. Gard's movements." Odis breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the night watch had informed the clergy of the Church of Tranquility. "Please come with me," the pastor said, and the door on his side opened first. Bazel, who was outside, vaguely heard the conversation between the two people. When he saw the priest come out, he was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but guess in his heart, so Captain Gal is a member of the Church of the Goddess of Night. He did not look down on the Church of the Goddess of Night because it did not have many followers in the Raging Sea. He knew very well that there were a large number of goddess believers in both the northern and southern continents. This is the Church of the True God, one of the 7 largest and most powerful extraordinary organizations. There is no more reassuring official background than this. At this moment, Odis also came out from the confessional side, pointed at Bazel and said to the young priest, "This is my companion." The priest nodded and led the way, with Odis and Bazel following closely behind. This was the first time Bazel had come to the church's backyard. Everything was new and exciting to him. He had never imagined that the church would have such a structure, and that it would also have a restaurant, offices, dormitories, and restrooms. After passing through the backyard, we arrived at the main hall at the back, where the clergy work. Because many of them don't get much sleep, there are quite a few people playing cards and working in the lounge at night. The pastor politely said, "Please wait a moment." Odis agreed. The pastor hurried up to the second floor, and soon a middle-aged man wearing the bishop's robe of the Church of the Goddess of Night and a clergyman's soft cap came down quickly. "This is the bishop of Anning Church." He smiled kindly and said, "Mr. Gard. Bakland's telegram has been sent for a week, and we haven't received any news from you yet. Moreover, we have inquired 3 times during this period, and today we can finally give them a satisfactory answer." These words surprised Bazel, who hadn't expected the Church of the Goddess of Night to value Captain Gal so much. "I'm sorry," Odis said truthfully, "something came up and I couldn't come to see you right away." "It's all right, it's good that you're here." The bishop seemed very easygoing. "This way, please." The two arrived at a reception room. Before entering, Odis said to Balzer, "Wait at the door for a moment." "Yes, Captain." Bazel replied immediately. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Now he has complete faith in the backer that Captain Gal mentioned before, and even speculates that the pirate crew that Captain Gal wants to build is the power of the Church of the Goddess of Night on the sea. After all, he had been at sea for so many years and had never heard of any pirate crew having any connection to the Church of the Goddess of Night. In the reception room, the bishop took the initiative to say, "My name is Dean, you can call me Bishop Dean. On behalf of the Church of the Goddess of Night, I thank you for returning Archbishop Slantwool's ashes and attributes. Please also convey our gratitude to the mysterious Queen. You're welcome," Odis said, sitting opposite the bishop. "I will convey your gratitude." He paused and then said, "I am here tonight to express my hope to cooperate with the Church of Anning on intelligence matters." Bishop Dean asked, "How can I help you?" Bakland's first telegram mentioned Odis Gard's resume, and even in the Raging Sea, Bishop Dean had heard of the leader of the intelligence community. The Archbishop of the Raging Sea also ordered Bishop Dean to provide as much assistance as possible regarding cooperation with Odis Gard in intelligence matters. And he asked Bishop Dean to do his best to facilitate cooperation, since there were almost no churches of the Church of the God of Steam and Machines in the Raging Sea, so there was no need to worry about conflicts between the two churches because of Odis. "I want to hold an intelligence gathering in Byam," Odis said bluntly. "I hope the official extraordinary individuals will not mistake this gathering for an organization with ulterior motives. In return for the protection you provide, I will provide you with all the information I have regarding the evil god, and all information that is detrimental to the Raging Sea or Byam. If there's anything you'd like to know, I can keep an eye out for you." The so-called intelligence gathering was basically a project to get something for nothing. Odis received protection from the official extraordinary beings, and then used that protection to organize an intelligence exchange meeting. Many organizations and individuals would like to have such a place to exchange intelligence, especially in the Raging Seas, where pirates are eager to buy intelligence. This project has a market, but lacks a reliable leader. Now things are much better. With Odis, who has official backing, acting as the facilitator, everyone can trade with confidence and without worrying about being arrested halfway through a transaction. With Odis involved, there's also no need to worry about receiving false information. Odis then used the information she had gathered to provide feedback to the official extraordinary ones. Everyone gets what they need. However, Odis, the middleman, only paid for the venue of the gathering, and he was able to gain the protection and attention of the official extraordinary individuals. He would also become the head of intelligence in the region in the shortest possible time. Odis's request was simple for Bishop Dean, who immediately agreed. I will formally inform the Storm Church and the governor's mansion tomorrow. Where do you plan to conduct the intelligence exchange? Kentlawn Street, Wizarding Agency. Okay, no official extraordinary individuals will cause you any trouble. Odis secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the Church of the Goddess of Night valued their intelligence cooperation, so he added, I hope you can attend the first meeting. You don't need to participate anymore after that. Just wait for my summary after the transaction. No problem, Bishop Dean readily agreed. After all, we need to let everyone know that this gathering has the background of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Odis hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. After finishing their business, the two chatted for a while before Odis got up to take his leave. On the carriage ride back, Bazel asked, Captain, are we now considered informants for the official Beyonders? I suppose so, Odis smiled. However, the word informant isn't quite right. It should be called an intelligence officer or intelligence specialist. He took a deep breath and said, I won't have time in Byam for the next 2 days. You can use your channels to spread the word that there will be an intelligence exchange meeting at the Wizarding Agency soon. The venue is absolutely safe. No matter what organization you belong to, anyone who wants to exchange information can go there to take a look. But those with ulterior motives will certainly be punished accordingly. And I want to tell them that I have some amazing news to announce about Byam. Odiston paused for a moment and then said, besides using your connections, also spread the word in various bars. I will give you funds for the activity, and you will also receive a certain reward after it is done. Bazel realized this was the first task the captain had given him, and he definitely had to complete it seriously. I'll do it tonight. No, spread the word tomorrow afternoon, Odis instructed. Because Bishop Dean will only inform the other official extraordinary beings of this news tomorrow morning. To be on the safe side, it would be better to spread the news tomorrow afternoon. Back at the Wizarding Agency, it was already quite late, and there were certainly no clients coming in. So, after seeing Bazel off, Odis also used the travel ring to return to Lasha Island. The sea trials have just ended, and the shipbuilding work is not very busy, but the construction of the ship for Odis is about to begin, and there are many details that need to be discussed with the ship designers. This ship did not employ any new technologies, it basically used the same weapons and propulsion systems as large ocean-going ships. The only difference is that, because this ship is smaller, Odis made some modifications to the overall magic circle, such as adding more diverse weapons and a diving mode. Therefore, there were many things to discuss with the ship designers. I spent the whole Sunday in the dock and didn't even have time to attend classes with the scholars. Odis didn't need to go to the dock on Monday, but he had other things to do. Recently, whenever he has free time, he experiments with his new witchcraft in the wilderness of knowledge, and based on practical experience, he constantly summarizes the uses and methods of witchcraft. After accumulating knowledge and experience over this period, he felt he could complete the complete book of wizardry. So, in the early morning, under the pretense of sleeping in, he entered the wilderness of knowledge to write complete book of wizardry. After spending 3 days in the wilderness of knowledge, he finally completed his second book. From an introduction to witchcraft and wizards to demonstrations of 56 spells, and then to the practical application and techniques of these spells, this book can be considered a textbook for wizards. However, Odis did not intend to publish it publicly like the competition manual. Instead, he planned to put it in the wilderness of knowledge, and bind it himself when he had time, and use his extraordinary ability to make a copy. The copy was originally kept in the wilderness of knowledge, and when the opportunity arose, it was passed on to a certain wizard, just like teaching a student. Odis stretched and returned to the real world. In that instant, he was surprised to find that the wizard's potion had been completely digested. Chapter 236, Chapter 235 Promotion to Scroll Professor. As that feeling of shattering arose, the wizard potion was completely digested. This surprised Odis somewhat, but he soon realized that he had overlooked a problem for some time. Wizards also need to conduct some research. He was always thinking about playing the role of a wizard, but he forgot about the research aspect of wizards, which is why he never digested that little bit of potion. Odis then remarked that fortunately, conducting research in the wilderness of knowledge was his habit for the previous 4 years, which prevented the progress of writing the Compendium of Wizardry from being affected. Otherwise, it might take some time before they realize their problem. Odis frowned. I haven't been reflecting on myself enough lately. Please remember the Taiwan Novel Network. Circle them website for the fastest chapter updates. He was a little too happy that he had finally gotten rid of the god of steam and machinery and the steam church some time ago. Odis reminded himself again, this is an extraordinary world, and we must not let our guard down for a moment. After careful consideration, Odis began to think about promoting himself to Scroll Professor. The main and auxiliary materials had been gathered long ago. Odis checked himself and found that he was in good condition, so there shouldn't be any problem with his advancement. So Odis decided to complete the promotion this morning. He first locked the door to the room to avoid being disturbed by others, and then took out a measuring cylinder and a balance, as well as the materials needed to make the potion, from the wilderness of knowledge. Then Odis took out the spiritual materials for writing magic circles and drew a magic circle in front of the desk. This magic circle was something he had researched before, the one designed to prevent being seen by the gods. He planned to use it to block the influence of the hidden sage on himself. After completing the preparations, Odis began to concoct the potion. First, she weighed out 8 grams of dragon tooth grass powder using a balance scale. This was a spiritual material that was easy to buy and had analgesic properties. Next came 80 grams of deep-sea blue cod blood, which Odis had purchased in advance while he was in Backlund, and it wasn't very expensive. The third auxiliary material is 30 grams of psychedelic herb essential oil. Although this material is a bit expensive, it is sold at Gard Herbal Shop, and Odis had also taken a bottle in advance. The final auxiliary material is the flower of the Tree of Alaman. This is the most valuable auxiliary material, it's small, and consists of trumpet-shaped, pure white flowers. Odis had been picking them for over a week, but the flowers showed no signs of turning black or spoiling. After putting all the auxiliary materials into the beaker, there was already a slight reaction. Without stirring, the materials began to flow slowly clockwise. Then Odis began to add the main ingredients, the first being the crystallized, Alaman tree crystal. Sizzle. As soon as the main ingredient was put into the beaker, it made a sound like food being put into a hot oil pan. When the pair of eyes that seemed to still be staring at Odis were also put into the beaker, the main ingredient melted rapidly and emitted some ethereal white smoke. The white smoke didn't dissipate, instead, it sank back to the bottom of the beaker, merging with the potion. Finally, the Scroll Professor's potion was completed. It was a viscous white liquid that looked rather disgusting. Odis picked up the beaker, the smell made him feel a little nauseous. He then took out a crystal sphere full of spirituality, emitting a soft light, from the wilderness of knowledge, and placed it in the magic circle. He discovered this crystal sphere by chance while studying the silk provided by the Little Sunday. It is a substance that can store spiritual energy. He later discovered that this material would appear in any soil that was influenced by divinity for a period of time. Odis used this crystal sphere to release spiritual energy at a key point in the magic circle and activate it. Because after he drank the potion, he couldn't possibly be distracted by infusing spiritual energy into the magic circle. After taking a deep breath, Odis picked up the beaker and drank the potion. The viscous liquid flowed through her mouth and into her stomach, and Odis felt her head suddenly buzz. At that moment, a vast sea appeared before him, with waves gently lapping against the beach and a cool breeze blowing slowly. But this beautiful scene lasted for less than a second. Soon, a storm struck, dark clouds gathered, and it looked terrifying. Odis felt like a kite with a broken string, spinning wildly in the sky with the howling wind, and several times he felt like he was about to be torn apart by the wind. The next instant, Odis reappeared under the scorching sun, the intense sunlight almost making him faint. Just as he was about to faint, the scene before Odis's eyes changed again, as if he were suddenly in a world of ice and snow. The sudden change from cold to hot made Odis feel as if he had lost consciousness. He arrived in complete darkness, like a walking corpse, where monsters seemed to be slowly approaching him. Odis's last shred of reason was a little strange. He had been promoted to Scroll Professor, so how could he be having hallucinations of storms, blazing sun, and darkness? Promotion. He suddenly regained more of his rationality. That's right, he was advancing to Sequence 6. He soon realized that the scrolls created by the Scroll Professor were actually mobilizing more of the power of nature, and what lay before him was not just strong winds, scorching sun, ice and snow, and darkness, but nature itself. Or rather, it is one aspect of nature. With this idea in mind, Odis tried hard to make himself shine. Tiny specks of light were drawn to him from unknown areas, gradually emitting a faint glow around him. The darkness before him shattered, and Odis fell into a dense thicket of vegetation. The vegetation, like small snakes, coiled around Odis from different directions, as if trying to tear him apart. Odis tried to control them, but to no avail. He suddenly realized that he had not been promoted to biologist but to Scroll Professor. So he tried to calm himself down and imagined the blazing sun and the endless ice field. Sure enough, a cold ice field appeared under his feet, and the snake-like vegetation became less active after encountering the intense cold. At this moment, the scorching sun appeared high in the sky, making the vegetation somewhat limp. Odis's vision suddenly blurred for a moment, and the desk and the glass beaker that had fallen to the ground came into his view. Although he still felt hot and cold intermittently, it was a bit like having a fever. However, he completely regained his rationality and began to use his spirituality to sense the power of nature around him. Soon, all discomfort disappeared, and Odis successfully completed her promotion. In that instant, the magic circle that Odis had set up earlier came into play, emitting a pure white light that blocked the hidden sage's special attention to him. But a cold voice still appeared in his ear, boundless universe. You are not only a pile of matter, but also, leaping about, you are every moment, knowledge. Canner, endless. However, unlike the previous two promotions, this time there was none of the noise that drove Odis crazy. He pondered what he had just heard. Now he could make out two lines, but why did it sound like a modern poem? Was the hidden sage reciting poetry to him every time he was promoted? Odis thought to himself, then I really have to thank his whole family. Then Odis recalled the promotion process, and felt that being promoted to Scroll Professor was somewhat like being promoted to Nature Professor. But soon, Odis realized, it is very likely that I am the only one with this idea. The Scroll Professor has always been known for creating scrolls with all sorts of magical abilities, which is why he is called the Scroll Professor. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Even those extraordinary individuals who followed the Secret Seeker path did not correct this, demonstrating how deeply ingrained this understanding was. What sets Odis apart from other extraordinary beings is that, even at Sequence 9, he was already attempting to interpret this world, which was based on the extraordinary, using magic circles and mystical symbols. This made his thinking different from other extraordinary individuals. When he saw those natural forces, he immediately thought of the scrolls created by the Scroll Professor, which were like releasing a code in nature. This code will change the operational process of this world, extracting corresponding power from nature to form corresponding, powerful magic. Indeed, in Odis's view, it was still a form of witchcraft, except that what was originally intended as a command for himself was now a command for the forces of nature, thus greatly increasing the power of the witchcraft. This is different from a Trojan horse, which causes the operation to malfunction, while witchcraft merely causes natural forces to erupt within a prescribed range. Perhaps only Odis possessed such a way of thinking. After Odis completed his ascension, a wealth of knowledge appeared in his mind, including more mystical symbols, which could also communicate with the Gar runes that Odis deduced. The symbols obtained from advancing to Scroll Professor, combined with those obtained from advancing to Wizard, can be pre-written onto specific materials with a little research, creating extraordinary attacks. This is equivalent to the powerful magic arrays that Odis researched. In other words, even without Odis's research, this knowledge could still be used to make limited changes and write scrolls with different abilities. The Scroll Professor believed that the scrolls he wrote by imbuing himself with spirituality and using extraordinary power could unleash powerful witchcraft. This effectively prevents other Scroll Professors from studying occult symbols, much like how having enough food every day means you don't need to worry about finding food. However, Odis's Gal rune is equivalent to deciphering the power of nature and fundamentally understanding where the power of this sequence of potions comes from. Having just figured out these questions, Odis sensed that Professor Scroll had already digested about 2/3 of the potion. This is a typical case of premature digestion, because the logic behind his ideas comes from his previous continuous research and thinking, and now it seems to have suddenly erupted, prompting the potion to complete its digestion. At the same time, Odis also realized that the scrolls he wrote were much more powerful than those written by the normal Scroll Professor. Because he not only possesses the mystical symbols granted by the potion, but the Gar runes also allow him to express the power of nature more fluently. This is knowledge that extraordinary individuals of the same path and sequence do not possess. Taking a deep breath, Odis used her spirituality to continue examining the changes after the promotion. The Eye of Secrets has been further enhanced, allowing users to not only see the general fortune of a target but also discover more extraordinary clues about them. The problem is that this ability is so dedicated that it sometimes turns on its own, and whether it will show things it shouldn't see depends entirely on its own character. Apart from that, I did not gain any new abilities after the promotion. If I had to categorize it, his strength, physique, and speed have all improved, so overall his fighting ability has been enhanced once again. After about 10 minutes, Odis, in excellent condition, successfully restrained her spirituality and entered the wilderness of knowledge to see if she possessed any new abilities there. Through meditation, Odis arrived at a field of light and entered a tower made of orbs of light. Suddenly, an orb of light floated out of the tower and landed in front of Odis. Odis paused for a moment, then reached out and touched the ball of light. The ball of light vanished instantly, and at the same time, Odis's mind conjured up the idea of using parchment instead of various writing materials. One of the most troublesome things for the Scroll Professor was that the materials for writing scrolls were so varied that it took a lot of time to collect and process them. For example, by writing corresponding symbols on treated holly bark, scrolls with a frozen effect can be created. Another example is using treated smooth fish skin, combined with corresponding symbols, to create scrolls with a paralyzing effect. This knowledge is also acquired after promotion. However, the knowledge gained after the promotion did not specify which materials to use or which scrolls to make, it only provided some knowledge about writing materials. For example, Odis's knowledge included that frozen scrolls made from materials made from black tree bark were more effective. There was no specific requirement for it to be Ilex chinensis, but the first choice that came to Odis's mind was Ilex chinensis. The fruit and leaves of this plant can be used to make powder for freezing techniques. It is a cold plant, and its bark is tough and easy to process. If Odis had not acquired the necessary knowledge in the wilderness of knowledge, he would have chosen to use the bark of the iron holly tree to create scrolls with a frozen effect. However, Odis suddenly realized that this was a misconception. It's just that using that kind of material makes the corresponding scrolls look better. If Odis had added a few more mystical symbols to the scrolls, the same effect could have been achieved with parchment, given the knowledge he had just acquired from the wilderness of knowledge. This made Odis realize a truth: the abilities of the secret seekers are quite varied, and there is no standard answer. The more knowledge you acquire, the more powerful you become, and the more types of scrolls you can create. Chapter 237, Chapter 236 The Hermit's Advancement on the third day of the third month. Odis realized the most unique aspect of the secret seeker path. With enough knowledge, his strength far surpassed that of other paths, such as the newly promoted Sequence 6. Knowledge is the standard by which those who excel through this path are judged, unlike the fixed abilities of other paths. For example, no matter how powerful the Faceless Man is, all he can do is wear the clothes of the opposite sex and become a cross-dressing master. The strength of the scroll professors can be clearly distinguished: the weak ones use the scroll as all their abilities, while the strong ones use the scroll as an introduction. Odis possessed enough knowledge, therefore he was strong enough. However, the shortcomings of the secret seeker approach still exist. It lacks the ability to kill with a single blow, and its defense is relatively weak. Therefore, the consistent strategy remains unchanged: develop stealthily, launch more surprise attacks, and avoid direct confrontation. The knowledge gained from the wilderness of knowledge was not difficult for Odis to understand, so for him, parchment was sufficient as the only material for writing the magic circle. Then, Odis sensed something in his spirit and reached out to touch the central simulator in the room. He immediately discovered that he could use the wilderness of knowledge to deal with some tricky, divine-level contamination. He could also use it to shatter extraordinary properties. The third ability is that one can easily utilize the levels of angels to perform some simple operations. The first ability isn't very versatile, but the second ability is a way to make money. According to the law of aggregation of extraordinary properties, after being crushed, it will spontaneously form different levels of properties during the aggregation process. Odis realized that he could simply take the extraordinary properties, crush them, and sell them. For example, if one extraordinary trait of Wizard is shattered, it will create one trait each of Wizard, Fighting Scholar, and Mysterious Seeker. Moreover, sometimes, the resulting characteristics may be more than one. For example, if the owner of a Wizard trait uses an extraordinary trait to advance to Wizard, it is equivalent to him consuming an additional potion of Fighting Scholar and Secret Seeker. When extraordinary traits are recombined, 2 Fighting Scholar traits and 2 Secret Seeker traits are obtained. This suddenly reminded Odis of her conversation with Bernadette not long ago when they traded the Conspirator extraordinary trait. At that moment, he suddenly realized why the mysterious queen was so quick to give him the money. Bernadette had a level 0 sealed artifact, which could also shatter extraordinary properties. In other words, although Odis traded one Conspirator trait to Bernadette, Bernadette could sell at least 4 traits. Odis recalled that last week he planned to sell a Briber trait at the Tarot Club, so now was the time to use his ability to crush extraordinary traits. He waved his hand, took the Briber characteristic, and placed it in front of the central simulator. Odis touched the central simulator with his hand and felt a surge of power filling his palm. He carefully guided this power onto the Briber characteristic. This property silently decomposed and quickly turned into powder. Then, with its characteristic of shimmering light, it began to reassemble, although the reassembly process took about an hour. Moreover, this hour cannot be replaced by simulated time, it must be a real-world hour. Odis could certainly wait that long. As for the third ability that Odis obtained in the wilderness of knowledge, its uses are also very wide-ranging. For example, Odis can enhance the magic circles she has drawn or the scrolls she has made. This method is also very simple, because Odis can already use the power of the wilderness of knowledge to a certain extent in the outside world. However, its function is very limited, it can only perform simple operations such as enhancement. Of course, it can also be used to scare away sealed objects. This made Odis think back carefully. He remembered that when Klein was at Sequence 6, he didn't seem to be able to use the power of the Source Castle in the real world. But Odis immediately realized that each source substance was different, and there was no comparability between them. Before Klein became an extraordinary, Source Castle was able to provide a venue for tarot meetings, while Knowledge Wilderness still does not have such an ability. So Odis didn't think about this issue in detail. Overall, the ability to shatter extraordinary characteristics is still the most useful. Finally, Odis once again possessed a potion recipe through the diviner pathway, but it still only had sequences 6 to 9. That's understandable, since after a diviner reaches the level of a demigod, he needs to study a lot of ancient knowledge. To some extent, at that time, it was a time when, the more you know, the more powerful you are. Odis now possesses 5 relatively complete potion recipes: the seer, the know-it-all, the reader, the thief, and the diviner. The reason it is described as relatively complete is that these 5 pathways only have recipes from sequence 6 to sequence 9. Higher-level recipes can only be obtained as Odis advances. However, Odis was already quite satisfied, because many extraordinary organizations led by demigods might not have so many systematic recipes. After reviewing all the abilities, Odis sat at the desk formed by the sphere of light and pondered 2 questions. The first question is, since there are no hard requirements for making scrolls, is it possible to make some scrolls that can be used multiple times? For example, a shield scroll similar to a mage's shield could be generated. If we do some research, make some improvements, and then enhance it with wilderness of knowledge, wouldn't it be possible to use it multiple times? However, some aggressive scrolls cannot do this. Those scrolls must release occult symbols in order to complete the process of witchcraft. Theoretically, the shield scroll can achieve the desired effect without being cast. It's like a mobile magic circle, and theoretically, it can be used multiple times as long as it's infused with spiritual energy. Another problem is that after Odis completed his ascension, 12 different methods for making scrolls came to mind. Among them are paralysis scrolls and psychedelic scrolls, which, compared to scrolls like the lightning scroll, are essentially detached from natural forces and lean more towards extraordinary powers. After all, it would be a very complex process for natural forces to numb or hypnotize people. It can be seen as the power of plant toxins, but it is not a direct natural force like lightning or sunlight. It requires biological processing to achieve such an effect. Odis observed the way the 2 scrolls were made and suddenly had a feeling of drawing inferences from one instance to another. He had been researching the record officer and record abilities of the apprentice pathway, but had not made any significant breakthroughs. At this moment, the way the scrolls titled Paralysis and Psychedelic were written gave Odis a sense of having found a breakthrough. Just as he had previously guessed, extraordinary abilities are also part of this world. Theoretically, they can be expressed using specific symbols and can invoke corresponding forces in nature to complete the performance of an extraordinary ability. But Odis had not found this way of expression before, but now he had some good ideas. However, Odis will have to study these 2 issues later. He quickly returned to the real world, trying to calm himself down, as he had an important meeting to attend that afternoon. After lunch, Odis's spirituality had completely subsided, and he went into the wilderness of knowledge to observe. The characteristics of the briber had been fully formed. However, the briber probably used magic potions to complete the advancement, so there was no surprise and he received 3 extraordinary traits. This is already quite good. It was originally worth £1,200, but now it's worth £2,100. Only a few professions, such as robbing banks or working in finance, are as lucrative as this kind of money-making method. Back in the real world, Odis read the novel in a good mood for a while, then brought out his briber traits again, preparing to make a deal. He also has several sequence 7 and sequence 8 characteristics, and even a sequence 6 judge characteristic, all of which should be assigned to him to complete the crushing process as soon as possible. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Odis, who had been lying on the recliner, had his vision obscured by the grey mist. When he regained his vision, he was already sitting on one side of the mottled bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey's greeting quickly got the other members into the zone. As is customary, after greeting the Fool, Audrey greets the Hanged Man, the Sun, the Magician, and other members in the order they attended the tarot meeting, and finally concludes with the world. Regardless of what everyone was doing before the meeting, the greeting process gave them a clear idea in their minds: the tarot meeting has begun. It's almost become a conditioned reflex. Klein, the Fool, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at each member and suddenly stopped at the Hermit. This guy has been promoted again. Klein quietly activated his spiritual vision, and indeed, Odis's spiritual interior was clearer and brighter, with many small points of light appearing. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The flickering light gave his spirit a slightly mysterious aura. This is totally illogical. Klein thought to himself. Back in October, the Hermit had just joined the Tarot Club and was only a sequence 9 at that time. Now he's a sequence 6. I felt like my promotion speed was very fast, but his promotion speed is even faster. The greetings ended while Klein was still somewhat confused. Emlyn Moon, attending the party for the second time, immediately said, "Justice, miss, you." Audrey immediately made a stop gesture and smiled slightly. "We'll talk about it during the transaction." This is Mr. Fool's reading time. However, judging from Moon's tone, it seems that he obtained at least one of the main materials traded last week. She said cheerfully to the person at the head of the bronze table, "Respected Fool, sir, I have obtained 3 more pages of Russell's diary. This is what I promised before, as a token of my gratitude." During the Great Smog incident, Audrey received a message from the Fool, which prompted her to report the conspiracy of the Primal Witches' descent to the church, for which she received many benefits. This made Audrey feel a little guilty, so during one of her prayers she mentioned that she hoped to pay the Fool by collecting 10 pages of Russell's diary as a reward. The magician first also said, "Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Russell's diary. This is to thank you for freeing me from the Blood Moon curse." During a previous gathering, Justice expressed her gratitude to Mr. Fool in her diary, which reminded her of this matter, and she also planned to submit some diaries without expecting any reward. The Fool, Klein, smiled and nodded, "Very good." These 6 pages of the diary didn't require him to answer any questions or make any equivalent transactions. The diary quickly materialized, appearing in Klein's palm. 2 or 3 minutes later, Klein said, "You can begin." The reason I read it so quickly was because these few pages of the diary were records of what I invented today and what I plan to invent tomorrow. Klein almost lost control of his expression as he read this, wanting to slap these diaries in Russell's face. Why wasn't there quotation marks around the word "invented"? The only positive finding was that Russell collected some historical information about the Second Age. So I finished watching it very quickly. After the Fool's reading time ended, Audrey immediately looked at the Moon. "Mr. Moon, do you have any information about the Elder Tree Fruit and the Mirror Dragon Blood? The former is the main ingredient of the psychotherapist potion, while the latter is a more expensive auxiliary ingredient." Emlyn nodded slightly. £750 in total. Once you pay this money, they will belong to you. Of course, there's also my reward, £100. If we're talking about the recipe and extraordinary materials for Secret Seekers, then Morse's Penitentiary, Steam Church, and Elemental Dawn are undoubtedly the 3 best sources. At this point, Odis had one of these 3 channels. The other members simply assumed that the Hermit had acquired the main ingredient for the potion through other channels, completely unaware that he had already advanced in rank. Otherwise, the hanged man Alger would have become reclusive again. At this moment, Audrey suddenly said, "The Hermit, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately." Odis paused for a moment before replying, "Okay." After Audrey asked Mr. Fool to establish a private conversation, she immediately said, "You are Lelouch, aren't you?" Chapter 238, Chapter 237 The once powerful Solomon Empire. During the tarot reading, Odis the Hermit felt a sudden jolt of fear upon hearing Audrey the Justice. How did she know I was Lelouch? But he quickly realized, it was that magical item I traded with the Psychological Alchemy Society that exposed my relationship with Lelouch. After all, that magical item was captured by Lelouch. Odis also considered that, given Audrey's audience observational skills, she might recognize the magical item, but at most she would only suspect that Lelouch and the Hermit had a close collaboration. Knowing this isn't a big deal, since Odis had already brought it up during the previous tarot gathering when they were trading extraordinary weapons. Odis looked at Justice and was about to deny it when he suddenly saw the other party scrutinizing him. This made him immediately realize, oh no, I've fallen into her trap. Audrey wasn't even sure I was Lelouch, she was just observing my reaction. And by not denying it immediately, I had already fallen into her trap. Or perhaps Audrey would be certain of getting an answer once she asked the question, because she could tell if Odis was lying. The Fool, Klein, was also listening intently to their conversation, the Hermit or Lelouch. He's playing with nesting dolls. First Mr. Gar, then the leader, and now Lelouch. Wait, could he also be a time traveler? Odis smiled and said, I did stay in Backlund, but after Lelouch set fire to King's Road, I stayed in Backlund for a long time. Audrey opened her mouth slightly, because she had indeed observed the Hermit's surprise at the beginning, and she thought things were going as smoothly as she had planned. If the Hermit tells the truth, she can get the answer to her question. But if the Hermit lies, she can detect it, and she can still get the answer. This is how she uses her abilities. Under normal circumstances, she would not be willing to do something that involves deception. But Lelouch's matter was very important to her. She wanted to know if the Hermit was Lelouch. If not, she hoped to trade some information about Lelouch. But Audrey then realized that the Hermit was telling the truth, but the Hermit did not answer her questions directly, and she was unable to make an accurate judgment. Just as Audrey was feeling a little discouraged, the Hermit smiled again and said, All right, let's have a frank conversation. I'm the one playing Lelouch. Klein remarked, This guy has even more identities than I do. It's tough on him, maintaining so many identities without the abilities of the faceless men, relying entirely on masks and makeup. Then he thought, this guy is really bold. He set fire to the king's house and still dares to stay in Backlund. But then again, why haven't the official Beyonders found him? This made Audrey pause for a few seconds before she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said, I knew it. So you played Lelouch, and after setting a fire, you went back to being yourself. And not long ago, you even worked with Mr. World to stop the arrival of the evil god and thwart the evil plans of the witch cult. Odis smiled and said, yes, I have indeed done quite a lot over the past period of time. Then, he said seriously, I don't really want others to know about my past, because these things have caused me a lot of trouble. The person in the Sadrak Palace now must hate me to the core. So we'll only talk about these things today, and from now on please pretend you have no idea that I am Lelouch. There's really no point in hiding these things anymore, since those accounts have already been deactivated, so it doesn't matter if people find out. After all, no one would have imagined that Mr. Gar of the Cusenwood Ballroom, and Lelouch who set fire to King's Road, were currently building a ship for the mysterious queen while simultaneously assembling their own pirate crew. Klein immediately realized the most important information in the Hermit's words, the one in the Sadrak Palace, the previous actions of the Aurora Society, and the witch cult were indeed related to the royal family. Then he thought, how can we verify whether the Hermit is a time traveler? While the name Lelouch might have come from an anime that Klein remembered, it's also possible that he just came up with it on a whim. Audrey's ability to be an audience allowed her to appear very calm, but inside she was extremely excited. Ever since witnessing Lelouch's exploits in the arena, she has always considered him her role model. If she were strong enough, she would also teach some people a lesson, just like Lelouch. It was precisely because she couldn't do it that Audrey felt envious when Lelouch did those things, and wanted to learn more about him. She paused for a few seconds before saying, Mr. Lelouch, no, Mr. the Hermit, how did you escape the pursuit of the official extraordinary? I think it's more than just taking off a mask, isn't it? Since the official extraordinary individuals can also use abilities such as divination to investigate, they should be able to find him very soon. Of course not, Odis smiled. I can't tell you the specific method, but you just need to know that they can't predict my whereabouts. Then it's very simple, leave the scene and act as if nothing happened. However, the substitute still came knocking on my door. Fortunately, I had made some preparations beforehand and had an alibi. Audrey then asked, so, what are your plans for the future? Will you go back to Backlund? I won't be going back anytime soon, Odis said. As for my future plans, I want to be a pirate. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, paused for a moment, when you have a bounty on your head, try to stay away from me. Audrey thought to herself, I've always dreamed of sailing the seas. She then asked, what was the meaning behind your use of the name Lelouch? Klein resisted the urge to rub his hands together, that's a good question. Odis said, that's a name I came up with on the spot, it doesn't have any special meaning. Klein smiled helplessly. He couldn't make an accurate judgment on this answer and could only wait for an opportunity to test the waters. Audrey had many more questions. How do you know so much extraordinary history? Odis did not answer the question directly, but said, most of it comes from some records I have read, and some comes from some research I have done myself. Then he raised his hand and said, I think our conversation should end here for now, since the trading part of this tarot meeting has only just begun. I have two last questions, Audrey said quickly. If I need any help, could you please assist me? Sure. Odis readily agreed. He would help if it were just a request from a member of the tarot club. I'd love to trade with you a detailed history of the Quaternary period. Do you have any tips? Odis was happy to answer this question. Trade according to empires, in the order of Solomon Empire, Tudor Empire, Trensust Empire, Byron Empire. The Solomon Empire can conduct the transaction in two parts, which can reduce your economic burden and allow other members to participate in the transaction, while other empires can complete the transaction in one go. Audrey nodded, took a quiet breath, and said, I have no other questions. After their private conversation ended, the other members could clearly see that Miss Justice seemed quite pleased, but she quickly concealed her emotions. The Hermit seemed unchanged, and everyone tried to guess what they had been talking about for so long, but no one could figure it out. Next, Klein, controlling the world, asked Justice, I have a clue about the extraordinary characteristics of the psychotherapist, do you still need it? He knew that Miss Justice also had a pet from the same line of work. Of course. Audrey replied almost without hesitation. She had realized that Susie would be a good assistant, since people wouldn't care about a dog lying next to them when they were having some confidential conversations. The world added in a low voice, this will take some time, maybe a month or two. The specific timing depends on when someone can be found to replace the psychologist's soul in The Creeping Hunger. After the two reached an agreement on the deal, Alger the Hangman turned to the Hermit and said, I've found out the buyer for the extraordinary property you entrusted to sell last week. £1,200, but I want to take £50 as a commission. No problem, Odis said with a smile. If it were last week, he might have felt a little bad about the £50, but now he doesn't feel bad at all. After all, what was originally one feature has now become three. After the two agreed on the details of the transaction, neither of them initiated any new transactions. Last week's transactions have basically satisfied everyone's needs for a long time. For example, Odis has just been promoted, and he plans to initiate a new transaction after obtaining the potion recipe for Sequence 5 Astrologer. Klein's situation was similar. To advance to Sequence 5, all he needed to do was purchase 2 relatively expensive auxiliary materials, find a mermaid, and prepare the ritual. The other members, Justice, the Hanged Man, the Sun, and the Magician, will only have new needs after they are promoted. Emlyn the Moon was the only one who didn't have the money to buy the Potion Professor properties that the Hanged Man was selling. After the transaction was completed, Audrey said to the Hermit, "Mr. Hermit, I would like to trade with you information about the Fourth Age. Let's start with information about the Solomon Empire." "No problem." Odis smiled. "The intelligence about this empire will cost 4,000 pounds in total, but it can be split into 2 transactions." Alger the Hanged Man noticed, "Another 4,000 pounds, could it be as amazing as the information about the King of Angels?" Magician Furs is hesitant about joining the deal, "I really want to hear it." Then she comforted herself, "Actually, my current financial situation is not bad. I already have the main materials for Sequence 8, so I can spend some money to satisfy my curiosity." Klein thought to himself, "Why does this feel like an open book exam?" The Hermit just explained how to trade the history of the Fourth Age, and now Justice is immediately offering to do so. Audrey immediately said, "Then let's trade the first part." I'll offer 1,000 pounds. Who else wants to join the trade?" "Me." Emlyn was the first to speak, "I'll put up 200 pounds in the deal." The last transaction made him realize how sophisticated the Tarot Society's intelligence trading was. Last week, he consulted some vampires who were good at history and found that their knowledge was far inferior to that of the Hermit. He even sold information about the Pure White Angel for 200 pounds at a party, and only stated that it was an important subordinate of the ancient sun god, without daring to say that it was the later Eternal Sunday. This gave Emlyn the feeling that he had found a way to make money. By simply joining the trade and listening to what was being said, he could turn around and sell at the right time to break even or perhaps even make a profit. However, he only dared to trade information that wasn't too astonishing. If he were to trade information at the level of gods, Emlyn estimated that he would immediately arouse suspicion from the marquises and earls. Alger and Furs also expressed their willingness to join the deal, and Klein was certain to join as well, but he was hesitant about whether to join with gold pounds or again with occult knowledge. The knowledge he currently lacks for trading is of high value, and replacing it with 200 pounds would be a waste, but he doesn't really want to spend the money. However, Klein quickly made a decision, manipulating the world to say, "I will also join the deal with 200 pounds. Because his current financial situation is relatively optimistic, and he hasn't had any major expenses recently. Odis couldn't help but glance at the world. "It's not easy, I actually managed to fleece the fool." The most conflicted one is the son Derek. Information about the Quaternary period is not very useful to him, but he really wants to know what happened in the outside world after the cataclysm. Odis noticed the other party's hesitation, so he turned to the side and said, "This trade fair involves the deeds of many gods in the Fourth Age." Derek didn't hesitate any longer and immediately said, "I'll join the deal." "Okay." Odis agreed, "I will cover your fee for joining the transaction. When the last transaction ended, I still owed you 250 pounds. Now that I have used 200 pounds, I still owe you 50 pounds. Derek hummed in agreement, "Thank you." After the price was agreed upon, the transaction officially began. Odis said, "Let's start by talking about the protagonist of the Solomon Empire, the Black Emperor, Solomon. First of all, I want to clarify that the title, Black Emperor, is exclusive to Solomon and is not a title shared by all emperors of an empire. To be precise, the entire empire has only had one emperor from beginning to end, and that is Solomon." Klein, a history student, recalled some of what he had learned. Historians generally believe that Black Emperor is a fixed title, a title used by every emperor of the Solomon Empire. That's right, that's the history studied by ordinary people, while the Hermit is now talking about extraordinary history. Then he thought, the Hermit first of all means that Solomon is a high-sequence extraordinary being, and the Solomon Empire has only ever had one ruler. Audrey also realized that Mr. Hermit was trying to make everyone distinguish between the currently accepted history and the true history. Odis continued, "Judging from the other party's title, he is a true god through the Black Emperor pathway." At this point, everyone was taken aback again, and Furs simply asked in return, "Is Solomon a god?" Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis countered, "Is this your problem?" Furs then realized that he had only paid 200 pounds and could only ask one question. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "No. No. Since Mr. the Hermit has said so, it proves that Solomon is indeed a god, and there is no need to waste your questions on this." Audrey was also somewhat surprised. The Black Emperor is a god, then the other 3 emperors. Odis replied, he is also a true god. Everyone took a deep breath, and Alger exclaimed, I never expected that the so-called Battle of the Four Emperors would actually be a war between gods. Klein, behind the grey fog, also realized, the level of the Battle of the Four Emperors is much higher than I imagined. Roselle had previously speculated that the Night Emperor and the Empire Emperor were gods, which I hadn't taken seriously. Now it seems he must have obtained some evidence to make that guess. Emlyn stroked his chin, the Blood Moon Queen is an angel, so it doesn't seem surprising that Emperor Trencist is a god. I didn't even think of that before. I have certain channels to learn about some ancient history, and I've done some research based on that. This has led me to discover a very interesting question, Odis said with a smile. Before the Fourth Age, neither the Black Emperor pathway nor the Judge pathway, which are also known as the Lawyer and Arbitrator pathways, produced any well-known figures. This is actually somewhat unusual. Of the 22 pathways currently available, 17 of them, if traced back to history, can always be traced back to a great figure from the Tertiary period or even earlier in the extraordinary world. Of course, it's also possible that I'm overthinking it. There might not be any special reason why these 5 pathways have failed to produce high-sequence extraordinary individuals. Or perhaps they have, I don't know. Audrey then asked the Hermit, besides the Lawyer and Arbitrator paths, what are the other 3 options? Klein thought to himself, that's a good question. Justice has been doing well this week, always getting to the heart of the matter. Of course, it's also possible that they haven't yet acquired any truly astonishing intelligence, and Justice hasn't been surprised enough to slow down their thinking. He had a premonition that the intelligence he had acquired today would be very different from the history he had learned back then and the history he had guessed based on some clues. Odis replied, the Secret Seeker, and the Knowledgeable One, as well as the Assassin path. The god of steam and machinery may have already been an archangel, or at least an angel, during the Third Age. But Odis did not recall any description of this deity during the Third Age, meaning that at that time, he was just an ordinary angel. Klein and Alger both fell into deep thought. They felt that there must be some reason why high-sequence extraordinary individuals only appeared in the Fourth Epoch. That's probably not the Hermit overthinking things. In the extraordinary world, anything unusual usually means something is wrong. But they had no clue as to the specific reason, let alone any speculation. After answering Miss Justice's question, Odis continued, although I haven't seen any explicit records, I speculate that during the Third Age, Solomon was probably an angel serving the ancient sun god. Well, to be precise, he was one of the angels who served the ancient sun. I couldn't find any record of him during the Third Age. That's not surprising, after all, in that era, the King of Angels only had 1 or 2 important deeds passed down to posterity. As for why such speculation exists, it is because Solomon had little influence in the Third Age, but quickly became a god in the Fourth Age, only 1 step behind Wind, Wisdom, and White. Therefore, Odis believed that there must be the help of the true creator involved. However, if we explain it too clearly at this point, it will be difficult to explain the relationship between the true creator and the ancient sun god. So Odis skipped the reasoning part and continued, in the 100 years following the Great Cataclysm, without the only orthodox god, the ancient sun god, the world was plunged into a brief period of chaos. There is some evidence that during those 100 years, many angelic families rose to power, but they were all eventually defeated by Solomon or submitted to him. After Solomon unified the northern continent, this continent was no longer so chaotic. Hearing this, Klein couldn't help but frown. The Black Emperor unified the northern continent. Then how did the War of the Four Emperors happen? Were the other 3 emperors in the southern continent? Or were the 4 empires established one after another, as the history textbooks say? Was the so-called War of the Four Emperors just everyone's imagination? No, this is only the beginning of the Fourth Era, perhaps there will be other changes later. Alger smoothed his hair and thought, the history of the Quaternary period is more complicated than I imagined. Little Son thought to himself, luckily, I joined the trade. This round of trade even included descriptions of the Great Cataclysm and the ancient sun god. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The Fourth Age follows the Great Cataclysm, and the 2 eras must be closely connected. Emlyn was now listening intently. This was so different from the history of the Fourth Epoch that I knew it all along. If I hadn't already verified the accuracy of the information the Hermit was trading, I would have suspected that he was making up a story. In this respect, Solomon the Black Emperor has some merit. After all, he ended a chaotic era, Odis said. The Solomon Empire was at its peak at that time. Apart from Solomon himself being the true god, the great nobles at that time were all angelic families. I think each of us knows 1 or 2, or even more, of them. Let me give you a brief overview. There are the Sorin family, the Einhorn family, the Castile family, the Augustus family. Klein thought to himself, good heavens, now the 4 royal families of the northern continent. Odis continued, the Medici family, the Zoroaster family, the Zarathustra family, the Antigonus family, the Stiano family. That's all I know, there must be other families involved. Klein noticed the last three families. The Zarathustra family was said to possess the potion formula for the diviner pathway. Unexpectedly, they were also an angelic family, and they were at the center of the extraordinary world stage during the Fourth Age. Then there was the Antigonus family. For me, their notebook was the beginning of everything. And the Stiano family, I'd also seen them mentioned in Emperor Roselle's diary, but why hadn't I heard of any members of this family active in the real world? Audrey asked, the Hermit, does each family represent an angel? You can think of it that way, Odis said. And among them are not only angels, but also archangels, such as Medici, who is the king of angels. Oh, right, there are also two great noble families, the Tudor family and the Trencist family. Everyone was in an uproar. Emlyn asked almost reflexively, the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor were once high-ranking nobles in the Solomon Empire. Odis, still smiling, asked, is this the question you wanted to ask? Having learned a similar lesson at the last gathering, Emlyn immediately said, no, I was just asking, no. I was just expressing my surprise. Just as the magician asked, the Hermit said so, which proves that these two are indeed angels of the Solomon Empire. Odis continued, this is still the force on the surface. According to some evidence, Abraham and Salinger, who later became the Emperor of the Underworld, also supported the Solomon Empire at this time, and both of them already had considerable strength. Furthermore, it is said that the Witch family, now known as the Witch cult, was once a supporter of this empire. And the Tamara family, a great noble family in the Tudor Empire, I deduce that they must have also once been loyal to the Solomon Empire. By the end, everyone was somewhat numb, the Solomon Empire was simply too powerful. At this moment, little son Derek suddenly asked, the Hermit, what were the two angel kings, Ammon and Adam, doing at that time? And who did, Angel of Fate, Eurolius, and Angel of Darkness, Sazriel, support? Besides the Great Cataclysm and the ancient sun god, what he cared about most were Adam and Ammonius. Klein and Alger both secretly gave a thumbs up in their hearts, thinking that little son asked a very good question. After all, these four were prominent figures in the third epoch, and they should have played a very important role in the fourth epoch as well. As for the other three angel kings, as mentioned before, three of them became gods, while Medici was also a high-ranking noble in the Solomon Empire. Odis replied, Ammon and Adam did not take sides during this period, or they were also taking some actions, but they did not affect the course of history in the Fourth Age. The Angel of Fate will be mentioned later, while the whereabouts of the Dark Angel are to be traded along with some information from the third epoch, which cannot be disclosed here for the time being. Little son nodded and didn't ask any more questions. First then asked, the Hermit, the Solomon Empire was once so powerful, but how did the other three empires, no, I should ask, how did the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor establish their nations? We'll get to that later, Odis said. You can ask another question. First pondered for a moment and then asked, the Solomon Empire eventually perished, or split up, right? What caused the empire's decline? In her view, if the emperor were a god, it would be difficult for him to decline. According to historical inertia, if an emperor reigns for only a few decades or even a few years, then if he is a wise emperor, the empire will be strong, but if his descendants become increasingly incompetent, the empire may decline as a result. However, under the influence of extraordinary power, an emperor at the level of a true god should have a long lifespan. Moreover, those with divine-level power can use their individual strength to eliminate all opposing forces. So why did this empire decline? Was it simply because it chose the wrong state religion? Odis replied, because of the opposition of the six gods at that time. Klein thought to himself, I almost forgot about them, the opposition of the six gods is enough to destroy everything. Odis continued, this brings us to the true creator and his church, which for a time was the most powerful church in the northern continent. The Redemption Rose, led by the Angel of Fate, Eurolius, is loyal to the true creator. As far as I know, the Redemption Rose has more than just the Angel King, the Angel of Fate, there are also some other angels. These angels are very likely those who once served the ancient sun god. Furthermore, the true creator and the Black Emperor don't cooperate while maintaining mutual suspicion, unlike the current church and royal family, Odis said. These two deities formed a very close alliance to fight against their common enemy, the six gods. Alger suddenly understood the meaning behind the Hermit's description. In the Fourth Age, from the perspective of the Solomon Empire, the six gods were not only not orthodox gods, but were probably evil gods at the time. The antagonism between the true creator and the six gods was due to the extraordinary path, Odis continued. What many may not know is that the mystic is connected to the sailor, singer, and reader through adjacent paths. Emlyn was slightly taken aback. He had a vague understanding of adjacent pathways, while the other members already knew the concept of adjacent pathways from previous transactions. However, they were still somewhat surprised by the information released by the Hermit. Alger asked, there are actually 4 adjacent paths. Odis smiled and said, no, there are 5, plus the audience a route. These 5 paths combined constitute omniscience and omnipotence. Chapter 239, Chapter 238 The First 6 Gods Alliance. In Alger's concept of the hanged men, there are usually 2 or 3 adjacent paths. He never expected that there would be a case with 5 adjacent paths. However, this also made him understand why the Storm Church was going all out to hunt down the Aurora Society members who had come to the sea to make a pilgrimage. The reason is that sailors and mystics are adjacent paths, but because this path is too dangerous and easily gets out of control or is influenced by the true creator, the Church has not cultivated any extraordinary individuals in this area. Within the Church of Storms, a small number of extraordinary individuals exist who follow the pathways of singer and reader in order to better understand the enemy and to address their weaknesses. Klein, the fool behind the grey fog, had already guessed this. Now, upon hearing the accurate information, he thought to himself, I seem to see a broad road with 5 paths. This also means that there are more options available, and the chances of becoming a demigod are greater. Justice Audrey and Magician first recalled that when they asked Mr. A to assassinate Ambassador Intis, he had proposed 2 payment options. One was £10,000, and the other was a partial potion recipe from the 4th level of Sequence 4, available through 4 pathways: singer, sailor, reader, and audience. At the time, they didn't pay much attention to this requirement, but now they realized that Mr. A lacked the opportunity to become a demigod in this path, which is why he wanted to jump to an adjacent path. It was only then that Audrey realized that she and the hanged men were extraordinary beings on adjacent pathways. Odis smiled and said, so now everyone knows where the contradiction lies between the true creator, the Lord of Storms, the eternal Sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, right? Everyone nodded slowly, except for Emlyn, the moon, who asked, why? Among vampires, the way they improve their strength is basically through gifts from their elders. Most of them believe that vampires are unique beings with special channels for advancement, which are significantly different from ordinary human extraordinary beings. Therefore, they almost never exchange information about advancement channels at their gatherings. Ordinary adult vampires don't even have a clear concept of drinking potions, let alone the concept of jumping to adjacent pathways. To be precise, it would be difficult for them to jump even if they wanted to, since their adjacent path is the farmer path, which belongs to the Church of Mother Earth. Odis thought for a moment and said, this information is quite crucial and is worth far more than £200. In addition to using up your questioning opportunity, you will need to pay another £200. Emlyn glanced at the other members and found that none of them had any objections, meaning that in their eyes, the intelligence was worth even more than £400. So he nodded hard and said, okay, deal. Odis then explained, once you become an extraordinary one through a certain path, you cannot switch to another path. This is a matter of common sense. But there is one exception, and that is adjacent paths. Among the 22 pathways, some are called adjacent pathways. Generally, when a person ascends to demigod status at Sequence 5, an extraordinary person on an adjacent pathway can switch to another pathway. Or, after becoming a demigod, there may be an opportunity to switch to another path. For many extraordinary individuals, such an opportunity is extremely important. For example, a Sequence 4 individual obtained a potion recipe at the Sequence 2 level through the same pathway, but the Sequence 3 recipe has yet to be found. So when looking for recipes, you can also try looking for recipes with adjacent path Sequence 3, which instantly turns a single plank bridge into a chain bridge that can be crossed by 2 people. Emlyn, surprised, asked, my adjacent pathways, what are the adjacent pathways of the moon? The farmer, Odis smiled. This answer is a gift. Alger, the hanged man, nodded slightly. No wonder the Church of Mother Earth didn't kill vampires after capturing them, but instead developed them into believers of the Mother Goddess. It turns out it's because they are from adjacent paths. The magician first thought to himself, I've learned about 2 more adjacent paths. Then she smiled helplessly, I don't even know which path is adjacent to mine now, but I already know that hunter and witch are adjacent paths, and today I also learned that pharmacist and farmer are adjacent paths, as well as 5 other paths including sailor. Odis continued, adjacent pathways mean more opportunities, but also competition from those who are extraordinary in adjacent pathways. Such contradictions are irreconcilable, so extraordinary beings from adjacent paths are usually mortal enemies. This is one of the root causes of the conflict between the 3 gods, including the true creator and the Lord of Storms. He paused and then said, and between the Black Emperor, Solomon and the 6 gods, there is a conflict over the right to rule. During the 4th Age, the 6 gods each had their own divine kingdoms, which were not under the rule of the Solomon Empire. Moreover, when wars broke out between the 6 gods, the conflict of armed forces would often spread to the territory of the Solomon Empire. Sometimes, the territories of the 6 gods' kingdoms are not even adjacent. If war breaks out, they will recklessly pass through the territory of the Solomon Empire and attack each other. This greatly displeased Solomon, so there was a deep conflict between him and the 6 gods. Audrey and the other members nodded slowly, or made expressions of understanding. After the Hermit said that, they immediately understood the stakes involved. This is a war between two divine alliances, Odis said. It is not a war between the gods and the royal family. As for the 6 gods, the conflicts were also very deep at the beginning of the Fourth Age. For example, the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom are still mortal enemies to this day. Fur suddenly seemed to understand. No wonder the Storm Church hated the believers and members of the Eternal Sun Church, it was because their gods were mortal enemies. Emlyn thought, I never thought that the relationship between churches could be explained by the concept of adjacent pathways. This made him realize once again that he had traded for a very important piece of intelligence. Audrey shared the same sentiment. Why didn't I think of that before? The relationship between churches, whether good or bad, can be explained entirely by the neighborly approach. Odis continued, besides the 3 gods, including the Lord of Storms, there was also a deep conflict between the goddess of night and the god of war. So in the early Fourth Age, the 6 gods were basically in a state of chaos. It was precisely because of the conflict between them that Solomon was able to successfully unify the northern continent in a very short time. But as the Solomon Empire grew stronger, things changed. First, the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom felt threatened by the true Creator. Secondly, in order to create balance, the true Creator supported Salinger in unifying the southern continent and establishing the Bailang Empire. This angered the Goddess of Night and the God of War, thus setting the tone for the first 6 gods alliance, and the Earth Mother Goddess was also invited to join this alliance by the God of War. In an instant, the first conflict between the divine alliances arose in the northern continent. Klein sighed, the large-scale wars of the Fifth Age sound grand and epic, but they're on a completely different level compared to the wars of the Fourth Age. In the Fourth Age, the gods were constantly getting involved in wars, who could stand that? Alger also sighed, why do I suddenly feel that the wars of the Fourth Age, the War of the Four Emperors, is not the most exciting war? For example, the alliance of gods and the confrontation between factions sound very sophisticated, even more sophisticated than the War of the Four Emperors. Little son Derek exclaimed, what an alliance between the gods. This reminded him of some legends from the Second Age that he had read. At this moment, Klein recalled some descriptions he had seen in Emperor Roselle's diary, and asked, I have read some records that the gods consider the true Creator to be evil and blasphemous. Is that because the true Creator stands in opposition to the gods in this alliance? There is absolutely no problem with saying that the true Creator is evil. But Klein didn't understand why he was considered blasphemous. It should be understood that insults between deities never come out of nowhere, there must be some reason behind them. This may be related to some of the abilities of this path. Odis pondered for a moment before answering, firstly, because this deity represents madness and bloodshed, which matches the description of the evil god. Secondly, well, everyone should have heard about the shepherd pathway ability from the sun, but have you ever wondered what the shepherd ability would be like at the level of a god? After a moment of thought, Alger was the first to think, could it be possible to herd the gods? Then he had an urge to cover his mouth, because such a thought was so blasphemous. Even the supreme deities of this world can be herded. Other members had similar thoughts and felt it was blasphemous, but they quickly realized that if the shepherds of Sequence 5 could herd demigods, why couldn't the true Creator herd gods? Most members thought of this but didn't think any further. It involves the level of gods. Odis also said vaguely, I don't know the specifics either. But at this level, anything is possible. Odis once wondered if the true Creator could graze the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 1. Or perhaps even graze uniqueness. Regardless, with such abnormal abilities and the ability to mobilize a portion of the chaotic sea, the true Creator should be somewhat more powerful than a normal god. For the first time, Emlyn felt he couldn't hold his head too high, because he had heard some very blasphemous remarks that day, and he didn't even seem to know how to deal with them. One can only sigh inwardly, the Hermit and the world are really daring to speak their minds. Just thinking about these kinds of questions makes one feel like they'll be punished by the gods. Klein had similar conjectures before, but he was never sure, because if it were really the case, the true Creator would be too powerful. He then received a reply from the Hermit and discovered that he was not the only one who thought this way. Klein then speculated, was the reason the 6 gods formed an alliance during the Fourth Age also out of fear of the true Creator's ability? After all, at the level of gods, they would not want to see any being more powerful than themselves, even if only by a little bit. Furthermore, was the Solomon Empire so powerful because the true Creator was very powerful, which allowed it to attract the loyalty of so many angels? Alger, however, felt that the true Creator should not be able to herd the gods. Otherwise, since the Fourth Age, several gods have fallen, and 2,000 or 3,000 years have passed. Why haven't we heard of any gods being herded? The key point is that such an ability would obviously disrupt the balance of power among the gods. After all, even a true god is on a different level and cannot be much stronger than any other god. Although they had different ideas, they did not discuss the issue. To discuss these issues before the deity fool would be blasphemous. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Odis continued, this war must have been extremely fierce. Because after the war, the former capital of the Solomon Empire disappeared. And the course of the war is probably unimaginable to most people. Lucian first turned the powerful nobles of the Solomon Empire, Tudor and Trencist, against their side. What? Klein could hardly believe his ears. 6 gods had turned Tudor and Trencist against each other. He was about to ask a question when he realized he had already used up his chance. First thought, could it be that Tudor and Trencist used this opportunity to complete the process of establishing a nation? But why would the 6 gods do this? The other members also realized this and wanted to ask questions, but they all found that they had already used up their chance to ask questions. So everyone looked at Miss Justice, hoping this audience member could understand their gaze. Justice Audrey easily understood the question on everyone's mind, because she had the same question. So, just as the Hermit was about to continue speaking, but before he could finish, she quickly asked, why? She paused, then continued, I mean, why did the 6 gods try to turn Tudor and Trencist against each other? Yes, why? This is a very strange thing. The alliance of the 6 gods is so powerful, why would they need to use such despicable means as defection to win the war? When Audrey asked this question, Odis probably understood what she was thinking. Do you think that the alliance of the 6 gods is so powerful, so why would they need to resort to such a means as turning someone against their own side? Not only did Justice Audrey nod, but the other members also nodded, as they had the same question. That's because people don't realize how powerful the alliance between the Black Emperor and the true creator is, Odis said. Besides these 2 true gods, Abraham is also a very formidable opponent. Even in the early Quaternary period, he was universally acknowledged as the being closest to God. Hearing this, Furs was naturally the most surprised. When the Hermit mentioned Abraham among the supporters of the Solomon Empire, she was very curious about what role this ancestor of the Abraham family played in the 4th age, what happened afterward, and why this family was cursed. But because she hadn't had a chance to ask, she kept the question to herself. Now that Abraham had been mentioned again, she took a deep breath and asked the Hermit, Sir, could you tell me more about this Abraham? I can pay an extra 300 pounds. According to the new rules of the last gathering, if you contribute less than 1/3 of the funds and want to ask a second question, you will need to pay an additional 300 pounds. Odis smiled and said, this is a very key figure in the 4th age. He is not included in this transaction. We can make the transaction separately when we have time. Klein thought to himself, it seems that this door had quite a story even before it was sealed. Alger also realized Abraham's unusual nature. Abraham's family is not a very active family now, but they did not expect their ancestors to be so powerful in the 4th age. Furs then asked, how many gold pounds would be needed to trade for information about Abraham? 1,500 pounds, Odis said after a moment's thought. Furs nodded and didn't say anything more. The main reason was that she didn't have enough money herself, and if she made a deal with the Hermits, she didn't know if the other members would join in. If no one joins the trade, Furs will be in an awkward position. Odis continued, and then there was the later Emperor of the Underworld, Salinger, who, with the support of the true creator, also possessed the strength of an angel king. In addition, the true creator should be able to win the support of the demon king, the only remaining ancient god who occasionally appears during the 4th age. In addition, the primordial witch, at that time would most likely have supported Solomon, and the god of spirits, which is now the bound god, also once joined the redemption rose. The other members were taken aback, as they were unfamiliar with this deity. Only Klein had heard Miss Sharon mention it before. Bound God seemed to have disappeared. And Red Angel Medici and Angel of Fate, Eurolius, these 2 angel kings, Odis said. If you count them all, the true creator's camp is actually quite powerful. They are so strong that even if the 6 gods join forces, they have to be careful. If they really have an overwhelming advantage, they won't use tactics like turning people against them, they'll just start a war directly. Audrey suddenly realized, the reason I thought the 6 gods alliance had a huge advantage was entirely because the former 6 gods were now 6 orthodox deities, while the true creator was an evil god hiding in the Forsaken Land. But in the 4th age, it didn't seem to be like that. The true creator had many helpers around him. Klein chuckled, I forgot that in the 4th age, gods and angels walked on the earth, and there were more angels and extraordinary figures than now, so there were more factors that influenced the outcome of the War of Gods. Other members had similar thoughts, feeling their thinking suddenly shift and understanding why Lucian did what he did. They understood, but the education they had received made it difficult for them to accept that orthodox deities had won through such despicable means. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis continued, the reason for turning Tudor and Trencist against us is because they are both angels of the lawyer pathway. If Solomon is always the Black Emperor, they can only always be sequence 2. At this point, Odis sighed and said, "This is the most cruel place in the world. Not only are neighboring roads mortal enemies, but roads on the same road can also be mortal enemies." Klein silently echoed the words of the Hermit, "This is the extraordinary. Or rather, the essence of the extraordinary is cruelty and distortion. For the sake of promotion, there is no such thing as loyalty." "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics of the battle," Odis concluded, "but the outcome is clear. The Black Emperor, Solomon fell, the Solomon Empire perished, and the true creator was banished to the Forsaken Land. That concludes all the details of this transaction. Do you have any further questions?" As Audrey was digesting the intelligence she had acquired that day, a question suddenly occurred to her. "The Hermit, you said that intelligence about the Solomon Empire could be traded in 2 parts, and today we only traded a portion of it. So our transaction just now only involved trading half of the Solomon Empire's intelligence?" Odis nodded. "That's one way to understand it." He smiled mysteriously. Although the Solomon Empire perished, a second Solomon Empire later emerged. The Second Empire. Audrey's eyes lit up instantly. Is it an empire founded by the descendants of Solomon? Odis leaned back in his chair. "Let's talk about it next time we make a deal. The answer will definitely surprise you." Audrey was about to continue the deal, but then she realized that other members might not join. She didn't care much about the gold pounds involved in the transaction, she just felt that it wasn't very interesting to hear this kind of hidden history by herself alone, and that it would be more interesting to hear it together with others. Therefore, she did not initiate the transaction immediately. First sighed again, if Mr. Hermit only relied on selling information, he could live a life of comfort and ease. After the transaction was over, Little Sun said, "Mr. Hermit, I'd like 2 more thunderstorm bombs and 2 ice bombs. These 2 weapons are so effective against monsters that many people are now asking Derek to buy them." Derek also guessed that Chief Colin should know about the existence of this weapon, but he did not send anyone to inquire or monitor him because these weapons were used on monsters, and the number of them was not very large. He knew very well that in order not to attract too much attention from the chief, he could not sell in large quantities at this time, but only 1 or 2 at a time. Once more and more people know about it and use it, and if we supply this weapon in large quantities, the chief will understand that he is doing it all for Silver City, and he will no longer refuse the weapon. Odis nodded. "All right, I still owe you 50 pounds, now we're even. In addition, you need to pay for 2 extraordinary materials of sequence 9. As we said before, if I need tier 9 materials, it will be calculated at 140 pounds, if you need weapons, it will only be calculated at 120 pounds. Because I can't guarantee that I can immediately sell those extraordinary materials, and the weapons you need require some expensive spiritual materials, which will put some pressure on my finances." Derek said somewhat embarrassedly. "The Hermit, actually, 120 pounds is still too much. It can replace only 60 pounds, or even 50 pounds. Previously, the Hermits had specific requirements for materials, some of which required hunting or exchanging a lot of merit points. The transactions between the 2 parties were basically of equal value. However, if the Hermit does not have specific requirements, they can trade with those extraordinary materials that can be obtained with a small amount of merit. The merits Derek earned from selling a weapon were enough to buy 5 or 6 pieces of materials that Silver City didn't need. It wasn't that he sold them for too high a price, but rather that those extraordinary materials were worth very little in Silver City. The warehouse managers were even hoping that Derek could exchange his merits for more of these materials, since they were just taking up space. This made Derek feel really embarrassed to make such a big profit margin. He actually said that 50 to 60 pounds would still be quite profitable, but he wanted to leave himself some leeway, fearing that if he exchanged too much in the future, the materials that Silver City didn't need would also increase in price, so he gave such a price. If we were to use the gold pound conversion, then those unwanted sequence 9 extraordinary materials in Silver City would currently only be worth around 10 pounds. When Odis heard Little Sun say this, he thought for a moment before saying, then the extraordinary materials of the 9th rank will replace 70 pounds, and the extraordinary materials of the 8th rank will replace 150 pounds. The other members envied the price, but none of them initiated a similar transaction. First, they lack access to extraordinary weapons. Second, they lack stable channels for selling extraordinary materials. Even if you manage to acquire these extraordinary materials, they will be difficult to sell. However, to meet the needs of Little Sun, you will need to pay some gold pounds. Okay, Derek readily agreed. Then I will need to provide 3 sets of materials at sequence level 9. Emlyn was about to think fool to himself, but a sigh replaced it, because it was clear that this guy could get his hands on extraordinary materials at very low prices, something he himself did not have. In addition, he consulted some historians and polymaths among the vampires last week, and none of them had ever heard of Silver City, but there was a Silver Country in history. However, the Land of Silver is located in the eastern continent, which is very likely the present-day land forsaken by gods. Recalling their previous conversation, Emlyn had a bold conjecture the Silver City, where the sun resides, is located in the Forsaken Land. This also fits the characteristics of the Gathering of Salvation. Emlyn thought to himself, I am the savior of the vampires, and Sun is the savior of the Forsaken Land. However, because the two had some unpleasantness at the last gathering, he doesn't plan to verify it now. After completing this transaction, no one had any further trading needs, so they moved on to the free trading phase. Justice Audrey habitually wanted to say something, but at this moment she was still at her family estate in East Chestershire, and apart from banquets and hunting, there was really nothing interesting to do. The magician, Furs, then said after a moment's thought, MI9 has suddenly undergone some personnel changes for unknown reasons. This was what Hugh told her. It wasn't a secret, but she thought it must be quite novel for the other members. Sure enough, Alger couldn't help but wonder, did the magician also have a background with MI9? Odis smiled and said, I happen to know the reason for these personnel changes. He paused and then continued, because the head of MI9 died. Furs was taken aback, the section chief is dead. At this point, Hugh's level is not yet able to access information at this level. Alger smiled and said, this is a major event for the Rune intelligence community, no, for the world intelligence community. Then he asked, when did you die? How did you die? Shortly after the plot of the Aurora Society and the witch cult was exposed. Odis only answered the first question from the hanged men, completely ignoring the second. Because that section chief was the one he buried, and this involves the Goddess of the Night's scheme, so I can't go into too much detail. However, his answer led the other members to link the director's death to a conspiracy by the evil extraordinary organization. Seeing that the Hermit did not answer his second question, Alger did not ask again, but said, the sea has been relatively calm recently. At this moment, Klein manipulated the world and said in a hoarse voice, I just heard about something that happened at sea. Before the hanged man could ask, the world added, that matter is related to the Church of Storms. As he spoke, he glanced at the Hermit. He had no intention of hiding what had happened in Bancyport, because his perception of the world had gradually changed from that of a minor figure to that of the representative of Mr. Fool's followers. Detective Sherlock Moriarty is a follower of Mr. Fool, as is Gairman Sparrow, so their encounters and the information they obtain will all be gathered here in the world. The world continued in a hoarse voice, the ancient customs of Bancyport have been revived, some residents have become cultists, and even the bishops of the Storm Church have fallen. I heard the matter has been resolved, but many people have died. Bancyport. Everyone recalled that at a previous gathering, when the Hermit and the world were exchanging information about the Red Angel Medici, they mentioned Bancyport. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened there just over half a month later. Alger wasn't particularly surprised. He recalled the situation there and explained to Justice and the others, there's a tradition of human sacrifice there, and the target of the sacrifice is an evil spirit called the Weather God. Klein recalled the immense pressure he felt upon returning to the port. If he wasn't mistaken, he must have encountered this evil god, but thankfully, we weren't his target at the time. Odis added, last week, I specifically looked into information about Bancyport. Klein listened attentively. He had brought this up to see if the Hermit had done any further research on Bancyport. The descendants of Red Angel Medici seem to have been corrupted in some way, Odis said. Chapter 240, Chapter 239. The first generation of extraordinary puppets emerges. Alger, the hanged man, was slightly taken aback by the Hermit's words. The problem in Bancyport is not as simple as the sacrifice of the evil god. The other members, upon hearing that the matter initially involved an evil god and later the Red Angel Medici, gradually became drawn to it as well. Justice Audrey asked before the hanged man, the Hermit, what has corrupted them? I don't know, but it said that the pollution was very advanced and evil, Odis said. So the angels among the descendants of the Medici became evil gods. Angel. Alger immediately asked, is there an angel in Bancyport? This is just my guess, Odis said honestly. As you just mentioned, the local evil god is called the God of Weather, and I learned from another source that the name of the potion for the hunter pathway at the angel level is called Weather Sorcerer. Everyone was slightly taken aback, not expecting to hear such information during the exchange. Alger, somewhat surprised, immediately asked, was that angel corrupted? This is the information I have, Odis said. So, the situation in Bancyport is quite serious. After a moment's thought, Alger asked the Hermit, may I report part of this information to the church? He can only report a portion of the information, because there is a lot of intelligence that he simply cannot gather at his current level, and reporting it would only arouse suspicion. Odis smiled and said, of course. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, fell into deep thought. If the pressure he felt at the time was accurate, then it was indeed possible that he was an evil god at the level of an angel. Before this, he had always thought that it was a demigod, because if it was an angel, even if he didn't see it, his spirituality would still be affected. However, after Klein returned to the white agate and carefully examined it, he found that he had not been affected in any way, so he guessed that it was a demigod-level being. An angel in a strange state could be explained. But he couldn't understand why a corrupted angel hadn't corrupted them. Soon, he made another connection. The situation at the telegraph office in Banseaport was clearly not right, and there were also problems with the Chamber of Commerce that the Hermit had visited, as well as number 15 on the next street. But if he didn't push open the door, these problems would only be inside the door and wouldn't affect the outside. Therefore, the corrupted angel's true form is not on the streets of Banseaport. The pressure we feel is likely just an extra manifestation of what he is doing while searching for something, and not pressure directed at us. Perhaps the true form of the evil god is behind a certain door, which is why we have not been corrupted by him. Thinking of this, Klein came to his senses. At this moment, the moon Emlyn was asking for help. Gentlemen, I have a question. Here's what happened. Suppose a powerful person assigns you to investigate something. You successfully obtain the information, but for some reason, you can't report it to that powerful person. Then, how can we continue to obtain support from that powerful figure? Mr. Hermit, what are you laughing at? Odis couldn't help but laugh. I remembered a joke I heard before the party. As he spoke, he took a deep breath, his expression turning serious again. I was careless, I couldn't help myself, but who could have imagined that the moon would suddenly do this? In fact, not only he laughed, but the other members also smiled to varying degrees. Klein, behind the grey fog, felt an urge to cover his face. If he were captured by an official beyonder, there would be no need for torture or even interrogation. They would just talk to you, and you would have to voluntarily reveal all your secrets. Hypothetically, Emlyn emphasized again, hypothetically. We know, Audrey quickly reassured. I just think the character you've imagined is a very capable person who easily fulfilled that powerful person's request. These words hit the nail on the head, immediately silencing Emlyn, who then smiled slightly and said, yes. Then Audrey and the other members turned their attention to the hanged men, whom they believed had a wealth of experience in this area. Alger glanced at the moon and said, it's simple, but you have to take certain risks. Emlyn immediately denied it, saying, it wasn't me. This was his last act of defiance. Alger smiled and replied, let's assume it's you. He paused and then continued, you can gradually show some abnormalities in your daily life so that the powerful person will realize that something is wrong with you. He will have two options. One is to interrogate you directly, but that could easily lead to a dead end in the investigation. The other is to subtly offer you assistance so that you can conduct a more in-depth investigation, and then have someone monitor you. I think the second possibility is the most likely. The risk you need to take is how to avoid revealing the intelligence you want to hide while under surveillance. Emlyn was stunned. Could it be like this? Then he thought, I won't expose myself. Every time I attend a tarot meeting, I rest in the Harvest Church. The people Lord Nibbe sent to monitor me will never approach the Harvest Church. Then, he remembered something and said to the hanged men, didn't you ask last week how to make everyone on a ship fall asleep at the same time? I can provide a magical anesthetic gas that spreads effectively, has no irritating odor, and will cause unconsciousness even if you smell it directly on the deck. Of course, you'd better choose a night when there's not much wind. It can induce sleep for more than 3 hours, after which the effect will gradually decrease. £100 a can, plus an extra £30 as payment. After thinking for a moment, Alger said, okay. He didn't haggle because he wanted to establish a certain image in front of the moon to prepare for a bigger deal later. As the exchange was drawing to a close, Klein, through the world portal, asked Justice and the magician, ladies, could you help me buy a radio receiver? He inadvertently obtained the Blood General's telegram frequency and code, along with those of intelligence officers scattered throughout the raging sea, intending to use a receiver to obtain their approximate location. I can give it a try, said Furs, the magician. At a writer's salon a few days ago, she had just heard a science fiction writer talk about telegraph machines, but she wanted to ask that science fiction writer for help in purchasing one. After exchanging a few more words, Klein announced the end of the gathering. In the castle of the Earl of Hall's estate in East Chestershire, Audrey returned to the real world and first sacrificed the gold pounds used for the transaction. Then, a slight smile appeared on her lips. The Hermit is Lelouch. No wonder I've always had this feeling that Lelouch is not far from me. It turns out we can meet at the weekly gathering. Then she thought to herself, being a pirate on the high seas, that has always been my dream, digging for treasure, fighting pirates, having different adventures every day, and leaving behind legendary stories at sea. Just then, Susie, who was on lookout duty, came in from outside, looked up at Audrey, and said, Audrey, it seems you've suddenly learned something exciting. Yes, Audrey said, I've thought of something very interesting. What is it? I'm going to write to the post office and ask if they have a local newspaper in the raging sea, Audrey said, walking toward her desk. If they do, I'll subscribe to a few. She believed that she could find information about Lelouch's whereabouts through those newspapers. Susie tilted her head, seemingly not understanding what was so happy about this. Lacha Island, inside the Emerald Palace. Odis opened his eyes and saw the roof of the Emerald Palace. He was in a daze for a moment, and then, just like last week, he took candles and spiritual materials and went to a deserted island. After setting up the altar, Odis waited for more than 10 minutes before receiving a notification from Mr. Fool to proceed with the bestowal ceremony. He soon received £3,150 in cash, as well as 3 extraordinary materials of sequence level 9. Odis had a great haul at the tarot meeting, first by making a deal with the Hanged Men for extraordinary properties, and receiving £1,150. The trade intelligence yielded £2,000. He was originally only supposed to receive £1,800, but after explaining the adjacent route to the moon, he received an extra £200, so he ultimately received a total of £2,000. Odis then sacrificed the extraordinary properties of the briber and 4 extraordinary weapons. In addition, the extraordinary weapons transaction left him owing the Sun £60. After completing the transaction, Odis returned to the Emerald Palace. He was just thinking about where to have a meal to celebrate his promotion when Arya came to visit, bringing the first batch of parts produced by the foundry. Odis had previously commissioned a foundry on Lasha Island to produce a batch of metal parts, and the first batch of parts was delivered today. There weren't many, only 2 sets, mainly for Odis to check and see if they met his requirements. Odis thanked her and offered Arya a cup of tea. After seeing Arya off, he simply used travel to get to the craftsman diff. Sure enough, the extraordinary parts he had commissioned this craftsman to make were already completed, but he hadn't had time to send them to Odis yet. Odis paid 2,600 Filkin, about £110, and after a brief chat, he returned to the Emerald Palace. He took out his self-made foot-operated carving machine from the wilderness of knowledge and began carving mystical symbols on metal parts he had brought from the foundry. The entire design of the extraordinary puppet was in Odis's mind. He knew exactly which symbols needed to be engraved on which parts. He originally just wanted to carve for a while and then go to Byam for a nice meal around 6 o'clock. However, once he started working, Odis immediately devoted herself to it, carving one part after another. Finally, he discovered that a set of parts had already been carved, so he simply took out the corresponding extraordinary materials and applied spiritual materials to the carved mystical symbols. As Odis was assembling the puppet, he heard Bernadette's personal maid outside ask, "Mr. Odis, are you there?" "Mr. Odis." Odis paused for a moment before asking, "I'm here." "What is it?" "The Queen sent me to invite you to dinner," said the personal maid. Bernadette's original words were, "This guy is usually quite enthusiastic when eating. Go check if he's in his room. If not, then don't wait for him." Odis said, "Go and invite the Queen to come to me. Tell her I have something very important to discuss with her." The personal maid hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Okay." Odis continued installing the extraordinary puppet, and when he sensed that there was suddenly another person in the room, he said, "Wait a moment, it will be done soon." By this time, he had assembled the body of the extraordinary puppet. After installing the breastplate with the magic array inside, Odis installed the crystal-like parts that he had commissioned Diff to make into the hollow abdomen of the puppet. Once it's secured, the rest is relatively easy. The steel spine is already installed. Next, the back armor and steel neck are attached. The neck is very thin, and the top is a bowl-shaped container. Odis placed the hexahedral Rubik's Cube into the container and smiled. "Look closely, the first extraordinary puppet has been born." As he spoke, Odis turned around and saw Bernadette, who had been silently observing. Seeing that the audience was indeed there, Odis infused the iron object with primordial spirituality at its lower back, and the iron object's abdomen immediately emitted a soft light. That was the start of the spiritual energy gathering array, and then a faint light was connected by the arrays and spiritual materials, spreading in 2 different directions, upward and downward. As it reached the neck, the bowl-shaped container emitted a faint, pure white light, and the extraordinary symbols within it gradually lit up. The 6-sided Rubik's Cube slowly floated up and gradually transformed into a shape with its pointed corners pointing downwards. Clack! The Rubik's Cube suddenly rotated on its own, and the entire extraordinary puppet seemed to tremble. Odis said, "Go and pour me a glass of water." Clack 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 clack. The Rubik's Cube spun a few more times, and then the extraordinary puppet began to move, turning and walking towards the table. During this process, you can hear the sound of metal parts rubbing together, but the sound of rubbing together quickly becomes quieter and quieter, and the extraordinary puppet moves more and more smoothly. It poured a glass of water and then brought it to Odis. Although the extraordinary puppet's movements were quite stiff and it even spilled a little water, it was not a big deal. Odis took a sip of water and asked Bernadette, "How is it?" Bernadette seemed to suddenly come to her senses. How did you do that?" If it were a demigod-level extraordinary being, creating an extraordinary puppet wouldn't be a big deal, but for a sequence 7 to actually create an extraordinary puppet was enough to surprise her. Before this, she had always thought that the extraordinary puppet that Odis mentioned was a mechanical puppet with a mechanical structure, driven by a spring, and only able to perform fixed actions or do fixed things. These puppets can be used for rowing, firing cannons, and even fighting. But she never expected that it would be such an exquisite puppet capable of executing complex commands. To be honest, the puppet's appearance is somewhat frightening at the moment, with long limbs and a long neck, and only half a head, but it also has a strange beauty that made Bernadette a little lost in thought just now. The core technology of this puppet comes from one of my studies, spiritual wave signals, Odis explained. I discovered that if you study spirituality as waves, the waves it forms can create completely different signals under different stimuli of length, strength, and distance. Theoretically speaking, there are countless different combinations of this signal. Inside this Rubik's Cube, each small piece contains a corresponding mystical symbol. Through the processing of these mystical symbols, spirituality can form a complex combination signal. The combined signal then returns to the magic circle inside the puppet's abdomen, which can then drive different magic circles to complete complex or simple actions. Oh, right, after the upper part of its head was installed, it could actually talk. Bernadette stared at the extraordinary puppet in a daze. She understood each of Odis's theories individually, but when they were put together, she couldn't quite grasp them. After a long pause, she asked, "What exactly can this puppet do? Well, I mean, how complicated can it do?" "Creative work is out of the question," Odis said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "For example, he can't design a ship or write a poem. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. However, it has the ability to learn. For example, it can't build ships now, but if it sees workers building ships, it can imitate them accordingly. Or rather, it's called poor imitation, because when objective conditions change, such as tools breaking or materials running out, it needs to be reminded to replace or repair the tools, or to obtain materials from designated locations, so that the shipbuilding work can continue. Of course, it's not stupid either, it can come up with a solution the next time it encounters the same problem." He scratched his head as he said this. After a period of learning, it can do anything except creative work, or work that involves emotions or feelings, or even very delicate work. Well, theoretically speaking, that magic can generate 400 trillion different commands. Of course, in reality, you definitely won't need that many commands, but it's enough for it to complete some complex tasks. To be precise, this smart cube only has 6 sides, so it can't be used for very delicate work. If it were Odis's most complex design, the 32-sided wisdom cube, the extraordinary puppet's movements would never be so stiff, they would be exactly like a human's, and would even possess the logic of emotions and feelings. It can be said that, except for the inability to create, it can do almost everything else. Bernadette concluded, "This is completely different from the extraordinary puppet I had in mind. This puppet was not created using extraordinary abilities, but rather is a product of accumulated logic and technology." Bernadette suddenly felt it was out of place in this extraordinary world. At this point, Odis installed the last part of the extraordinary puppet, the upper part of its head. Odis left a structure of 2 glass mirrors in the eyes, allowing pure white light to shine through. After being refracted by the mirrors, it formed a light that somewhat resembled the gaze of the eyes. Odis asked, "What is today's date?" The extraordinary puppet said in a voice devoid of emotion and somewhat ambiguous, "5th era, 1350, January 17th. Odis smiled and said, "Remember this day. It is your birthday, and the birthday of your people." He then explained to Bernadette, "You can determine if it is working properly by asking about the date. In addition, do you remember the smart helmet? After my modification of the smart helmet, it can also be instilled with new knowledge and common sense in the way of knowledge installation. Of course, that also involves the corresponding magic array for extracting knowledge. In the past half-month, there has been a significant breakthrough, and it should be able to enter the application stage soon." Bernadette then came to her senses and asked with a serious expression, "You plan to use these puppets on your own ship?" "I know what you're worried about," Odis smiled. "Their existence is truly astonishing, and it means that once the time is right, we can build an absolutely loyal and fearless puppet army. Bernadette nodded, she thought so too. The extraordinary puppet before her was something that could completely change the current world order. Even if the major powers have extraordinary strength to support them, the side with the extraordinary puppet will definitely have a huge advantage. Odis smiled easily, "I've thought about this issue before. Similarly, because of its extraordinary power, if one does not understand the technology and internal structure of this puppet, then this puppet is not so special." Bernadette immediately understood what Odis meant. When people see this puppet, they will first think that it is something made by a demigod. People's understanding of the extraordinary makes them never think that this is something designed and made by a Sequence 7. Finally, Odis said, "As for its technical structure and design philosophy, I will only tell you about them. If there was a leak, it must have been you who told someone else." Bernadette smiled and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "It's good that you have the idea." Odis looked out the window, "If you're not very hungry yet, I'll treat you to roast meat." "Well, it'll take some time to prepare it." Bernadette hummed in agreement. So Odis brought the puppet to the kitchen, asked the cook for beef and mutton, and asked him to marinate the meat first. During the meat cutting process, Odis put clean gloves on the puppet, demonstrated the technique, and then let the puppet cut the meat. Bernadette followed behind, watching quietly. The chefs, who were initially too afraid to even breathe because of the mysterious queen's presence, later watched this iron contraption cutting meat with rapt attention, as if watching some kind of performance. The servants working at the Emerald Palace all possessed some extraordinary knowledge, so they were not surprised that this iron contraption could move or be so flexible, rather, they found it novel. In addition, some chefs are worried that this iron contraption will take their jobs away from them. After marinating the meat, Odis had the puppet move the oven to the beach, and also to test the puppet's strength. Next came moving tables and beer bottles. The puppet completed all the instructions. By this time, the meat was almost marinated. Odis was still in charge of demonstrating. After skewering the meat, he grilled a batch of meat skewers and then let the puppet skewer and grill the meat. Odis sat down on the beach, listening to the waves crashing against the shore. Neither of them needed any lights to see anything around them, and there was moonlight tonight as well. Odis poured himself a beer, occasionally glancing at the puppet's operation, enjoying his skewers and beer with great pleasure. Bernadette raised her glass and said, "Congratulations on your promotion." "Thank you." Odis clinked glasses with her and then finished his beer. Bernadette clearly knew that he had been promoted to Sequence 6. Odis was not surprised by this. Bernadette inquired about Odis's condition and, after confirming that he hadn't received any special treatment from the hidden sage, said, "I'm issuing you a mission. Originally, I planned to reward you with gold pounds, but it seems that a Sequence 5 potion recipe can be used instead. However, this mission is not dangerous, and its value is not enough to exchange for a Sequence 5 recipe. I can give you the recipe first, and you can go and collect the materials. After all, it takes a long time to collect all the materials at this level. You'll need to complete more tasks in the future to make up for the potion recipes you owe me." Odis nodded. "Okay, what's the task?" He had originally planned to obtain or trade the potion recipe from Bernadette. "Investigate a man named Odell in Byam," Bernadette said. "His nickname is Silver Coin Viper." She then explained, "My intelligence officer in Byam heard that Odell recently claimed to be working for me. The main thing is to check his background, whether he represents a person or an organization." Odis felt the name sounded familiar. After a moment's recollection, Odis, with her god's perspective, remembered who Silver Coin Viper was. Odell claimed to work for the mysterious queen, but in reality, he served the Blood General. He couldn't remember the specifics of this person, only that he seemed cunning and not very high-ranking. So he asked, "Is it just a matter of finding out? Do we need to find out his background and then kill him? In that case, the value of this task would be even greater." "No need," Bernadette smiled. "This kind of person can be eliminated at any time, but if he lives, he might be of greater use in the future." Odis nodded. "All right, once I've finished these last 2 days, I'll start investigating in Byam." Bernadette nodded, took a bite of the roasted meat that her personal maid had picked off the skewer, and then took a piece of parchment from her pocket and handed it to Odis. Odis took it, opened it, and saw that it read, "Sequence 5, Astrologer. Main materials, core crystal of the shining star tree, pituitary gland of the trickster Pegasus. Auxiliary materials, 50 grams of black-striped peony essential oil, 50 grams of misty black birch sap, 1 fruit of the shining star tree, and 12 grams of the liver of the deceptive Pegasus. Ritual, ride on the back of a colorful star-eyed beast and drink the potion in the midnight sky." Odis frowned. Not to mention the 2 main ingredients, he had never even heard of the 2 auxiliary ingredients, the essential oil of the black-veined peony and the sap of the misty black birch. Bernadette smiled and asked, "Do you find it difficult to advance to Sequence 5? For wild extraordinary individuals, reaching Sequence 6 is generally the limit, because at Sequence 5, not only are the main ingredients for potions difficult to obtain, but the advancement ritual is also very difficult to complete. Therefore, wild extraordinary individuals, without the support of extraordinary organizations, find it difficult to become Sequence 5. Indeed, Odis said frankly, "I have absolutely no clue about this potion recipe. If you really can't find the main material, I can provide you with extraordinary properties," Bernadette said readily. "In addition, I have 3 multicolored star-eyed beasts under my care, which can help you solve the ritual problem. As one of the main extraordinary organizations on the path of secret seekers, it is only natural to be prepared in order to avoid having the Moss Ascetic Order affect the promotion of its members." Odis felt as if she had suddenly seen hope. At this point, Bernadette changed the subject, saying, "However, you need to accumulate enough merit with me to receive this help." Odis gave a wry smile. The debt of the potion formula had not yet been paid off, and now he was burdened with the debt of extraordinary properties and rituals. He thought about it for a moment and felt that he should try to find the main ingredients, as well as the auxiliary ingredients for the potion recipe. Once you've gathered all the materials, it's best to ask the mysterious queen for help with the ceremony. Otherwise, if you rely entirely on the mysterious queen, you might not even have time to gather all the merits. Then Odis asked, besides completing quests to earn merit points, what else can you do to earn merit points? You can do what you're used to, Bernadette said. Gathering intelligence, whether it's about elemental dawn or not, as long as it's valuable, you'll earn merit. Odis nodded, I understand. In other words, there's no way to buy merit points with money. Having finished discussing this issue, Odis focused on the operation of the extraordinary puppet while considering his next plan. He never expected that on the very day he was promoted to Sequence 6, he would receive a Sequence 5 potion recipe. Odis didn't even know if this was lucky or unlucky. To put it bluntly, this level of formula is something that some extraordinary individuals never obtain in their entire lives. I'd say I was lucky. I'd just been promoted, and before I even had time to be happy, I was overwhelmed by the main materials and the ceremony. Seeing that the extraordinary puppet was functioning normally, Odis took a deep breath. Let's not worry about the advancement for now. We can worry about the potion in a few days. In the meantime, let's enjoy the joy of advancement. So he said, let's give the first extraordinary puppet a name. We may make some improvements in the future, but this puppet is of extraordinary significance. Bernadette nodded in agreement. Do you have any good names? How about calling it Unit 1? For the first time, Odis felt that the name she had chosen was quite good. As promised before, this extraordinary puppet belongs to you. Previously, Odis obtained information about the Tree of Alamon from Bernadette, on the condition that he would give Bernadette one after the extraordinary puppet was completed. Bernadette had no objection to the name and readily accepted Unit 1. After a hearty meal, Odis simply lay down on the beach and quietly gazed at the night sky. Bernadette sat quietly to the side, staring blankly at Unit 1 as it carried the oven back. The personal maid suddenly felt as if time had stood still. Chapter 241, Chapter 240 The Art of Explosion. Odis once again approached the craftsman Diff and placed a bulk order with him for 40 sets of key parts for the extraordinary puppets. Once his ship is built, he will need more than 20 extraordinary puppets as crew members, and he will also need to reserve more than a dozen puppets as spares. In addition, he will need to prepare more spare parts for future repairs. Odis was suddenly being so generous because his recent financial situation was quite good. Even if the total cost of making 40 extraordinary puppets was around £4,000, he could afford it. After resolving the issue of the extraordinary puppet cost, these are basically the major expenses for going overseas. Odis didn't think about how to recoup his costs. After all, this was something he aspired to, and he was willing to spend some money on it. In this respect, he has indeed let himself go a bit. After being monitored for more than 3 years, I was suddenly free and wanted to quickly realize some of my ideas. Odis was very busy that day. In the morning, in addition to placing new orders, he went to the foundry and the machine shop to modify the shape design of some parts. Although only one extraordinary puppet has been installed, some flaws in the original design can already be discovered. Modifying these parts is to try to cover up those flaws. On the way back, Odis also bought a large bag of parchment. Back at the Emerald Palace, Odis began making scrolls. With his extraordinary knowledge, a scroll he innovated could achieve the desired effect simply by being written down, without even needing a draft. The process of making a scroll involves using spiritually imbued materials to write individual Garbana runes in a specific order and format. The method of writing is different from that of drawing a magic circle. Drawing a magic circle requires many geometric shapes as an aid, while writing a scroll is like writing a short but extraordinary paper, which is much simpler than drawing a magic circle. Of course, it wasn't just about writing. Odis also needed to use his extraordinary abilities to successfully create a scroll during the writing process. In this process, extraordinary traits essentially serve as an enchantment. Without the aid of extraordinary abilities, it would just be a series of Gar runes. With the help of extraordinary abilities, the symbols written on parchment will emit a faint glow, and when rolled up, they will also emit a faint, weak glow, which indicates that the scroll is a success. This makes the process of making scrolls much simpler than writing magic circles, and the key point is that scrolls can be carried on your person and used wherever you want. It was also because of the use of the extraordinary power that Odis discovered that no matter how he tried, the scroll's power had a limit. Because Odis possessed the complete set of Gar runes, his scrolls were more powerful than those of a normal scroll professor. However, since the enchanting process only reaches Sequence 6, even if it is powerful, it cannot be compared with a Sequence 5 scroll. There were no requirements for the writing materials used in the scrolls made by Odis. Before lunch, he had already made more than 40 scrolls. While parchment was convenient, it presented Oedipus with a new problem: how to carry these scrolls. When he was a wizard, he sewed pockets on both the inside and outside of his clothes. However, the powder used for witchcraft has virtually no carrying requirements. It doesn't matter if it's pressed, bumped, or knocked around in your pocket. Scrolls written on parchment are not suitable. They dent easily when pressed, causing the spiritual material used to write the runes to fall off and the positions of the symbols to change, thus rendering the scroll ineffective. After thinking it over, Odis went to a leather goods store and ordered a special leather bag. It was rectangular in shape and had many cloth compartments inside. He planned to put the scroll in the empty space. Because Odis needed it urgently and had paid in full, the leather goods shop owner promised that it could be completed first thing tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, his busy schedule continued. He first went to the shipyard to check on the progress of the large ship, as well as his own small boat. The small boat was being built faster than he had imagined. He estimated that the array could be deployed in a few more days. The exterior of the large ship is basically completed, and it is estimated that starting next week, a large number of arrays will be installed. After returning from the dock, he went to teach the scholars extraordinary knowledge. In the evening, he assembled another, extraordinary puppet. When this extraordinary puppet was also able to function normally, it once again proved that Odis's design was very successful. On Wednesday morning, Odis picked up the handbag from the leather goods store. It looked quite nice, but dressed in a suit and carrying such a handbag, she looked a bit like a salesperson. Fortunately, the leather shop owner added a belt to one side. By fastening the belt, Odis wouldn't need to be carried by hand, and riding a horse or running wouldn't affect his movements. From an appearance standpoint, such a handbag is not common, but it looks quite nice when paired with Odis's formal attire. That morning, Odis was going to the shipyard to resolve some design issues when his companion, Arya, noticed his briefcase. This is. Odis didn't hide anything, it's for storing scrolls. How many scrolls have you made? Then Arya realized, you're already the scroll professor. She remembered that 4 months ago, when she first met Odis, he was only a sequence 9. Odis nodded, yes, I was just promoted. Arya forced a smile. How are you feeling? Not bad. Not bad. This puzzled Arya. Even if she knew about the acting method, she wouldn't have to worry about potion recipes and extraordinary materials. It would take at least a year to maintain a normal state after advancing from sequence 9 to sequence 6. But Odis has only been using it for 4 months, how can he still be in good condition? Of course, Odis couldn't tell her that he had digested his potion in advance. As a fighting scholar, he could basically digest the potion completely by summarizing the rules of the role. The role of the wizard did not go so smoothly, but the Demon King helped him a lot. Odis did not know that 0-08 had once admitted that he was a wizard. That's why Odis ran all the way, and arrived at sequence 6 in a very short time. What's even more infuriating is that he's already digested most of the sequence 6 potion, which is why he's been in such good condition. Then, the two returned to the topic of scrolls, and Arya asked, how did you find so many materials to write on the scrolls? But in her heart she was thinking, was it given to me by the queen? Odis smiled mysteriously, it's a secret. I'll tell you when I have the chance. The knowledge of using parchment instead of other writing materials may not seem very important, but it brought great convenience to the scroll professors. It was a major improvement to their writing habits and one of Odis's trump cards. Arya nodded knowingly, it must have been given by the queen. Although she knew very well that Odis was not the queen's male favorite, she also noticed that the queen's attitude towards Odis was very special, and it seemed that it was not just about appreciating Odis's talent. However, this is something you absolutely must never say out loud. At this point, Odis asked, where do you usually keep your scrolls? Arya showed the inner lining of her coat, which was made up of small cloth bags, enough to hold at least 20 scrolls, though she had only put in about 13 or 14 at this point. For a typical scroll professor, they basically only possess the scrolls that come with the 12 potions. For a senior professor like Arya, being able to master 20 scrolls with different effects is already quite impressive. Therefore, generally speaking, the scroll professor will only make about 10 scrolls that are used frequently, and bring some spiritual materials with him. If there are not enough scrolls, he will directly perform witchcraft. Most of the time this is enough, because extraordinary individuals through this path generally try to avoid getting involved in battles. If a battle is unavoidable, they will mainly resort to sneak attacks. In short, if you can't severely damage an enemy with 4 or 5 scrolls during a sneak attack, then don't hesitate, run away as fast as you can. If it's an encounter battle and you still can't escape after using 5 or 6 scrolls, then you basically have no chance of running away. Therefore, for an ordinary scroll professor, a sufficient number of scrolls are enough. After talking with Arya, Odis realized that she had indeed made a lot of scrolls, since the expiration time of the scrolls was only about 3 to 6 months. Immediately afterwards, Odis conceived the idea of selling the scrolls. The scrolls that Odis is currently creating, such as the explosive scroll, already have a power comparable to that of a fire bomb. However, it's not that the explosive scroll should have such power, but rather that only Odis's improved version of the explosive scroll possesses such power. After all, he had previously made fire bombs the most, accumulating considerable experience. Even a senior professor like Arya could only create explosive scrolls with about 1/3 the power of Odis's explosive scrolls. The flame bomb costs a little over £23, but the explosive scroll only costs about £4 16 sulfurs. This was the cost that Odis had roughly calculated that morning. To be precise, all the scrolls he wrote cost roughly this much. Although high-quality parchment is not cheap, it only costs about 3 souls to make just a scroll-sized piece of parchment. The expensive part is the writing material. It must be written with spiritually rich and corresponding materials. It can be said that most of the cost is in the writing material. The flame bomb that cost £23 sold for £50, but the explosive scroll that cost around £5 couldn't be sold for only £10, because this thing was so powerful that it was abnormal to sell it for such a small amount of money. Moreover, Odis believed that his scroll should also incur a certain technical cost, or knowledge cost, since only he could produce such a scroll. Although no patent has been applied for, it is unique because this scroll explodes once opened, so even if someone wanted to study it, there would be no sample available. Therefore, Odis believed that the price should be between £46 and £50. It must be mentioned here that Odis's advancement also helped him in writing magic arrays. The explosion scroll is now at its limit, but the power of the flame bomb has room for improvement. However, Odis only intends to upgrade the thunderstorm bomb and ice bomb, which currently have an effective diameter of only about 5 meters. Because if the power of the fire bomb were increased further, the user would likely be injured as well. Lost in thought, Odis and Arya arrived at the shipyard. They spent the entire morning walking among the large ships under construction, carrying blueprints, to ensure that every design detail was accurate. In the afternoon, he taught the scholars again. In the evening, Odis finally had some time. After dinner, he used the travel ring to go to Byam, the wizarding office on Kentland Street. Odis originally intended to rent the place to digest the wizard's potion, but now that his potion has been completely digested, many of the decorations used to create an air of mystery have been prepared in vain. Fortunately, the space here is spacious enough. Odis plans to place rows of chairs in the reserved open space, where future intelligence exchange meetings will be held. Just as Odis was making new plans, Bazel arrived at the wizarding agency. He came over every night for the past few days, but only tonight did he encounter Captain Gal. "You've come at the right time," Odis said with a smile. "This place will be a public space in the future, so it's not suitable for us to meet here. There needs to be a hidden stronghold in Byam to make people feel safe." Then he asked, "If I want to rent a place, where should I go?" In his early 20s, Bazel, who was about the same age as Odis, did not answer immediately, but instead asked, "What level of housing do you want?" Byam has detached villas, townhouses, apartments, and houses built by locals. "An apartment, please," Odis said after thinking for a moment. "We don't need to live there. Renting a villa would be a waste." "Then let's go to the North District, also known as the Bix District. There are a lot of apartments there, as well as all sorts of workshops and shops. Most of the residents are runes," Bazel explained. "The security there is also quite good." Odis nodded. "Let's go there and take a look." So the two of them got into a horse-drawn carriage and headed to the North District together. On the way there, Odis handed Bazel £100. "This is for your campaign expenses, as well as payment for spreading the word over the past week. Okay, let's set the intelligence exchange meeting for Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. Although Odis was very frugal most of the time, he also knew very well that money should be spent where it was necessary. Even if he didn't pay Bazel, this newly promoted first mate would still work diligently. However, although this process did not cost money, it consumed Captain Gal's credibility and prestige, since no one wants to work for someone else for free. At first, Bazel didn't take it seriously, simply because Captain Gar's credibility and prestige hadn't been fully exhausted, and he considered himself an investment. In response, Odis believed that if a reward could be paid with money, one should not use one's credit and prestige to pay for it, because money can be earned back, but credit and prestige are hard to regain once lost. Moreover, this job is somewhat dangerous and requires skill. If this job is viewed as a task, the reward of £100 is quite generous, so Odis won't have to waste his goodwill on such a trivial matter. Bazel declined several times, but Odis insisted, so Bazel accepted it. Then Odis inquired further, "Have you heard of Silver Coin Viper, Odell?" Bazel replied, "I've heard of him. He's supposedly working for the mysterious queen. Odis nodded. "Where can we find him?" "It is said that he frequents the seaweed bar." Odis seemed unconcerned and simply said, "Oh," before moving on to other topics. Upon arriving in the North District, Barzal showed Odis several apartments. Odis thought one of them was quite nice, and Barzal then used his connections to find the landlord and rented it for 6 months at £6.20. The rented room is on the 3rd floor. It has 2 bedrooms, one large and one small, as well as a bathroom. The largest room is the living room, which is connected to the kitchen and balcony. There wasn't much furniture, but since she wasn't staying there, Odis was quite satisfied with the room. Odis gave Bazel a key to the room as a sign of his trust in his first mate. After Bazel left, Odis went to the larger bedroom and began writing the magic circle using the spiritual materials she had prepared beforehand. Although she already had the travel ring, Odis only felt safe with several protective magic circles around her. In addition, Odis also planned to use a magic circle to give the first-time attendees of the gathering a small shock, so as to take the initiative as quickly as possible. This might expose Odis's special status, which would then reach the ears of the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, but Odis did not intend to continue hosting this exchange. Once the exchange meeting becomes more formal, Odis will support an agent like Hugh. Odis even planned to train several people to gather intelligence so that he would no longer directly appear at such gatherings in the future. Even if the Steam Church came looking for him, they wouldn't be able to find him. On the high seas, the Steam Church has no foothold, making all investigations extremely difficult. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After tidying up the newly rented apartment and then the wizard's office, Odis took out her pocket watch and checked the time. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. But Odis wasn't tired yet, so he took a taxi to the seaweed bar. The bar was still very lively at this time, and the noise could be heard from far away. Many people were already slurring their words, and the sounds of their conversations were chaotic. Having disguised himself to some extent, Odis walked through the crowd and arrived at the bar, a glass of Zara. This is a local malt beer that costs only 3 pence. The bartender handed the beer to Odis, who picked up the glass, took a sip, and then gave the 2 patrons by the window a cold look. Those must have been 2 drunken thieves, because they had been eyeing the purse around Odis's waist ever since she entered. The 2 thieves immediately turned their heads away. The cold look in his eyes made them realize that the guy with the bag around his waist was not someone to mess with. As Odis drank, he observed the people around him and listened to their conversations. However, he was unlucky and did not hear any conversation about Silver Coin Viper Odell. Just as he was about to leave, the bar suddenly fell silent. It turned out that a man wearing a dark trench coat and with a scar on his face had pushed open the door. Odis glanced at him, but he didn't know who this person was. The scarred man gave all the patrons a cold look, then went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the bar also has a considerable space, with a card room and many streetwalkers protected by the owner of the seaweed bar. Odis finished his cup of Zara and then had another cup. Just as he expected, after the scarred man went up to the 2nd floor, everyone started talking about him. One of the drinkers said, "This is Scarface Creek, the new adventurer." "That's him," another patron said. "He just killed One-Eyed Carta last week." A nearby patron exclaimed, "That's a pirate with a bounty of 1,200 pounds. 1,200 pounds. Another middle-aged patron looked toward the stairs with his cloudy eyes, as if he was already imagining how he would spend such a huge sum of money if he received it. Odis took a sip of beer and thought to himself, adventurers at this level are already idol-like figures. How about Gehrman Sparrow? Just then, he saw a familiar face enter the room. It was Rupert Shawn, the man Odis had previously treated him to Bloody Blue Mountain Island. Although the other party had also made some disguises, his short, dark brown hair provided Odis with a crucial reference. "Ah, my friend." Rupert recognized Odis as well, and he spread his arms wide in an exaggerated manner. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Odis smiled and said, "Long time no see." Then he generously added, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me, just beer. Because the most expensive beer only costs 8 pence. Rupert swallowed the Bloody Blue Mountain Island, and smiled at the bartender, saying, "I'll have a Zara too." This beer has a rich malty aroma and is a local brew, not having undergone long-distance transportation, which is why it is so popular. The two had just exchanged a few words when suddenly an argument came from the direction of the stairs, followed by what appeared to be someone tumbling down the stairs. From Odis's vantage point, he could clearly see the direction of the stairs, and he saw Scarface Creek, who had just come up the stairs, tumble down the stairs. On the 2nd floor stood a middle-aged man wearing a tailcoat, with his hair neatly combed back and a light mustache around his mouth. He held the cigar between his fingers, pointed at Creek, and said, "Don't let me see you at the seaweed bar again." The patrons on the 1st floor looked surprised, and many, fearing they would be affected, had already moved far away. Rupert, standing beside Odis, looked up at the building and smiled, saying, "Silver Coin Viper, Odell." Odis nodded slowly. He had seen Odell's portrait at Bernadette's place and recognized him. Scarface Creek, who had tumbled down from the 2nd floor, got up in a panic and hurried away in a disheveled manner. He had long lost the arrogance he had when he first arrived, and he didn't say a word until he left the bar. When Odell returned to the card room to continue playing cards, the patrons began to whisper amongst themselves. They hadn't expected Scarface Creek to be so easily defeated and to leave in such a sorry state. Next, everyone began to discuss the strength of Silver Coin Viper again. Odis and Rupert also looked away, and Rupert asked, "What did you see?" "Odell is not very strong," Odis said. Rupert smiled. Anything can happen in Byam, in the raging sea. Many people are willing to be stepping stones for others because of their own interests or other reasons. I can say with certainty that pirates with bounties under £1,000, or adventurers of that caliber, will no longer be interested in Odell. He could also see that Odell was indeed stronger than Scarface Creek, but not strong enough to have an overwhelming advantage. Odis continued on this topic. I've heard that Silver Coin Viper is currently working for Mysterious Queen. His question wasn't abrupt at all, because everyone around him was talking about Odell. It might just be that he provided some intelligence or something similar to the Mysterious Queen, Rupert guessed. Because he once vaguely admitted to it, which is very unusual. Even if the Mysterious Queen is powerful enough to provide some protection. But those who work for the King of the Sea won't expose themselves so easily. The talkative Rupert took a sip of beer and added, and I've heard that Silver Coin Viper worked with Old Quinn in Demir Harbor. He smiled and said, you may not know, but Old Quinn is the intelligence officer for Blood Admiral. Upon hearing this, Odis paused slightly. This should be very valuable intelligence, right? Especially intelligence like that of an intelligence officer for a pirate general. If traded, it could easily fetch tens of pounds. If you encounter an enemy of the bloody general, it's normal for them to ask for £100 or £2. We're friends, Rupert smiled. I'm always very generous to my friends. Odis smiled slightly and asked bluntly, do you have a portrait of Old Quinn? Where can I find him? Rupert was indeed a good friend. He immediately took out a pen and started drawing a portrait of Old Quinn while saying, you can try your luck at the back of Lily Avenue. Some people have seen Old Quinn there a few times. There should be one of his strongholds there. Thank you. Odis took the portrait handed to him, opened his purse, took out a scroll and handed it to Rupert. This is a return gift. I never let my friends suffer losses. As he spoke, he put away the portrait, finished his beer, and mimicked Rupert's tone, saying, farewell, my friend. Oh, right, the incantation to open the scroll is, art. Rupert examined the scroll in his hand carefully, because it was very different from the scrolls he remembered. He was about to ask what kind of power the scroll possessed, but Odis had already walked away. Because the scroll emitted a faint glow, it was clearly a special item, so Rupert quickly put it into the inner pocket of his coat. He glanced coldly at the few patrons who were looking at him with greedy eyes, and intentionally or unintentionally revealed the revolver at his waist. As he drank, he pondered whether there was anything that could resolve the crisis that night. Tonight, as Rupert was about to rest, his spirit suddenly sensed that he would be in great danger tonight. He took a potion from the monster pathway and is currently a sequence 7 lucky one. If he is in great danger in a short period of time, he can sense it spiritually, but he does not know where the danger comes from. The best way to save yourself at this time is to wander around aimlessly. Lucky people cannot accumulate luck, but they are much luckier than ordinary people, especially when they encounter a major crisis. They will be luckier than usual. But this is a passive skill. Rupert can only find his luck in resolving the crisis by constantly interacting with others. When he entered the bar and saw Odis, he guessed that this might be the hope for resolving the crisis. Besides being lucky, the lucky ones also have a certain degree of awareness of their own destiny. This perception was very faint, but it was enough for Rupert to notice something unusual about himself when he last met Odis. With his experience, Rupert quickly realized that it was a feeling that his fate was about to change dramatically. That's why he took the initiative to make friends with them, wanting to see if it would bring good or bad changes to his fate. Based on his observations, things should be changing for the better. However, he wasn't sure, so he only took the initiative to make friends with them, but didn't actively get closer to them. Snap. Just as Rupert was thinking this, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around abruptly and saw a very beautiful woman. She had fair skin, an elegant demeanor, and was wearing an elaborate long dress popular in Backlund. She also had a very graceful figure. The patrons in the bar were stunned, they had rarely seen such a beautiful woman. But Rupert gave a wry smile, finally realizing where his crisis tonight came from. Beverly, I've heard there are some traitors within the school. Rupert is a member of the secret organization School of Life, and he and Beverly in front of him belong to different paths, following different senators. He realized that Beverly was one of the traitors. Yes, Beverly smiled charmingly, I am now tracking down and eliminating the traitor. I understand. Rupert picked up his glass. Looks like there's nothing more to say. He smiled and said, let me finish this glass of wine. Beverly is sequence 6, potions professor. This sequence doesn't sound like it has much offensive power, but the previous sequence was called a vampire, which has strong combat power. Rupert is no match for her at all. Beverly smiled and gestured for them to proceed. Rupert gulped down his beer, but because he drank too fast, he suddenly choked. Puffed. Cough cough cough. Rupert suddenly coughed, spraying beer out of his mouth, and Beverly quickly moved away because she was a germaphobe. Lucky Rupert realized this was an opportunity to escape, so he scrambled out of the bar. Beverly checked carefully to make sure she hadn't been splashed by Rupert's beer before quickly chasing after him. Then, the patrons buzzed again and began talking about the beautiful lady. Rupert ran as fast as he could, but Beverly was too fast and quickly caught up. He quickly turned into the morning market by the roadside, hoping to use the complicated environment there to shake off his pursuers. But Beverly was getting closer and closer. Just as Rupert was starting to despair, a thought struck him. As he threw out the scroll Odis had given him, he shouted in ancient Hermes, "Art!" Boom. Rupert, who was fleeing for his life, was knocked down by a huge blast of air and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. What did I just throw? A scroll. Chapter 242, Chapter 241 Odis Gard's Messenger. Beverly, who was chasing after him, saw Rupert casually toss a scroll and shout, "Art!" In that instant, Beverly's spirit immediately sensed the danger, so she slightly shifted to the side. She only dodged slightly, because in her opinion, how much power could a scroll possibly have? Boom. Beverly was blown 7 or 8 meters high. If she were an ordinary person, she would have been torn to pieces by now. The surrounding morning market was largely destroyed by the bomb, and burning wood and rags were blown further away, setting fire to even more makeshift stalls. Up ahead, Rupert, who had been thrown to the ground by the blast wave and rolled around several times in a disheveled state, was somewhat bewildered. Did I just throw a scroll? Why didn't that guy warn me that his scroll was that powerful? Wasn't he afraid I'd get blown up too? After a brief moment of confusion, about 1 or 2 seconds, Rupert quickly sat up and looked at Beverly behind him. By this time, she had been blown to pieces, her intestines and internal organs spilling out onto the ground, completely devoid of any elegant feminine charm. But Beverly didn't die. On the contrary, she suddenly stood up, slashed her internal organs, and looked at Rupert with bloodshot eyes. Even with such severe injuries, a potions professor is still capable of fighting. Rupert scrambled away as fast as he could, and soon he realized that Beverly wasn't chasing after him. He guessed that Beverly was afraid that the explosion would attract the attention of the official extraordinary, and that she would have difficulty escaping in her current state. Arriving at an open-air bar, Rupert ordered a beer and drank half of it in one go before feeling alive again. Feeling the pain all over his body, Rupert thought to himself, I really did find the right person, but I never expected to escape in this way. He then thought that Gourmet Gar was an unusual person and that he should find an opportunity to get to know him better. Perhaps he could ask him for help with that matter. Byam, the latter half of Lily Avenue. After receiving the news from Rupert, Odis immediately went to Lily Avenue to see if she could find old Quinn. Because there was only a rough address, and it wasn't easy to ask around, to be precise, there weren't many people on the streets at this time. So Odis quietly climbed up the clock tower and observed his surroundings. He plans to observe the surrounding environment and come back to search tomorrow or the day after. Boom. At that moment, an explosion in the distance resounded throughout Byam. This immediately triggered a cacophony of barking dogs, exclamations of alarm, and the sound of people rushing out to investigate. The bronze bells in the bell tower where Odysseus was located were shaken slightly by the vibrations. He glanced toward the explosion. It sounded a bit like an explosive scroll. Rupert used the scroll so quickly. Then Odis smiled, hopefully he wasn't injured in the explosion. By this time, Odis had memorized the surrounding terrain and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that people were coming out of the surrounding houses to check the source of the explosion. A thought struck him, and he lowered himself slightly, carefully observing the people who had come out to investigate under the moonlight. Odis quickly found his target. In a very inconspicuous little courtyard, a young man carrying a lantern went out to investigate, followed by an elderly man with gray hair dressed as a local. This old man was none other than old Quinn. He went outside to take a look and found that the explosion was far away. He then asked the young man carrying the lantern to observe the area from outside while he went back inside. Odis nimbly descended the clock tower. After his advancement, his corresponding abilities as a fighting scholar also improved, and he became much more agile. Odis strode through the pointing and whispering crowd, discussing what had just happened, and, following his memory, quickly approached the courtyard he remembered. After observing for a moment, Odis opened his bag and took out the invisibility scroll. After being promoted to Professor of Scrolls, not only are scrolls much more powerful than witchcraft, but he can also create scrolls with effects such as invisibility and sleep. Of course, the effects of these scrolls are far inferior to those of extraordinary individuals through the corresponding pathways, but if used properly, they can still produce unexpected results. Just like an invisibility scroll, its invisibility effect is incomparable to that of a witch, since a witch can remain completely silent whether walking or running after becoming invisible. Odis, however, had to be careful, otherwise he could easily make a sound and would have no way to hide his scent. In addition, the theories behind their effectiveness are different. The witch's invisibility is achieved through extraordinary abilities that allow her to disappear without a trace. Odis's invisibility scroll is only an optical invisibility. It can be understood as Odis suddenly becoming transparent, allowing light to pass through her. People around him couldn't detect the light reflected from his body, so they naturally couldn't see him. Therefore, in Odis's view, the invisibility scroll is mainly meant to catch the opponent off guard, and one should not expect to deceive the spirituality and senses of extraordinary beings for a long time. Odis uttered the word hide in ancient Hermes, and the scroll in his hand shattered, forming a dark vortex that made Odis's figure quickly become transparent. While Odis was impressed by the scroll's effectiveness, he also realized that he should standardize the spells on his scrolls. Otherwise, if each scroll had its own spell, he would have to distinguish them later, which might waste crucial time. With that thought in mind, Odis focused his attention, stopped his random thoughts, and climbed over the courtyard wall. At this moment, the young man carrying the lantern was still listening attentively to the conversations outside, hoping to find some useful information. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a sound. He looked towards the courtyard wall, but there was nothing there, so the young man didn't pay any attention to it. Odis stepped past the young man and glanced into the house, where only old Quinn and 3 or 4 thugs were present. They haven't gone to sleep yet, they're playing cards. As soon as Odis entered, old Quinn immediately looked towards the doorway. Although he saw nothing, the old man became alert. While invisible, Odis quickly took out the scroll of sleep from her bag, recited the corresponding incantation, and threw it on the card table. The moment he heard the Odis incantation, old Quinn jumped back. He didn't know what kind of attack the enemy was using, but it was best to dodge it for the sake of safety. But he was a bit too slow in his dodge. He saw a scroll on the card table break, emitting a peaceful light. Old Quinn immediately felt very sleepy and struggled to fight off the drowsiness so that he didn't fall asleep. The others at the table immediately slumped over the table and fell asleep. Odis strode forward and kicked old Quinn to the ground. At the same time, his invisibility was also deactivated. Odis, dressed in a suit and with a leather bag around his waist, appeared in front of old Quinn. He placed one foot on the chest of old Quinn, who was struggling with exhaustion, and slowly put on the hand of judgment. Old Quinn immediately felt that the young man in front of him had become much taller and more imposing. The pressure emanating from him even made old Quinn feel as if a boulder was pressing on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. His sleepiness had vanished, but his spirit was exposed to the young man as if it were completely unprotected. The young man seemed to be wielding a whip, as if he could lash out at his spirit at any moment, causing terrifying pain and harm. Odis asked coldly, "Do you know Silver Coin Viper, Odell?" "I know him." Old Quinn felt that only by telling the truth could his spirit feel a little better. It is said that he works for the mysterious queen. After saying that, old Quinn's face was flushed, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. Odis smiled and said, "How about it? Just thinking about having to hide something makes you so uncomfortable. Do you want to experience what it feels like to lie?" Faced with overwhelming strength, old Quinn immediately shook his head. Odis continued, "Why do you think I came to ask you about Silver Coin Viper? I'll give you 5 seconds to think it over and then tell me who that guy works for." 5, 4. Although old Quinn, an intelligence officer, was only a sequence 9, his years of experience in intelligence work had given him access to a great deal of information about secret organizations. Under immense pressure, his mind suddenly became active, recalling the scroll that had just appeared on the card table. This reminded old Quinn of a lot of information about the Elemental Dawn, such as the fact that many members of this organization could create scrolls with all sorts of magical abilities. He immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that some of Odell's actions had angered some members of the Elemental Dawn, prompting them to send people to investigate Odell's motives. So when Odis had just counted to 2, old Quinn quickly said, he is actually serving the Blood General. His attempt to cover up his identity by claiming to work for the mysterious queen was a clever idea he came up with to conceal his true identity. Odis nodded in satisfaction, "Very good." As he spoke, he withdrew his foot, seemingly about to leave. As if granted a pardon, old Quinn immediately struggled to sit up. To his surprise, Odis suddenly bent down, grabbed old Quinn's gray-haired head, and snapped his neck in one fell swoop. Odis had disappeared into the room to prevent the presence of Blood General's important subordinates. After realizing that there was only one sequence 9 here, there was no need to waste scrolls. Old Quinn was convulsing, his eyes fixed on Odis, as if cursing the murderer with his gaze. Odis said, "None of the subordinates of the Blood General are good people." As he spoke, he strode into the courtyard. The young man carrying the lantern saw Odis, and before he could react, Odis kicked him, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious on the spot. Odis had no intention of leaving any survivors. He took out the dagger he carried with him and prepared to end their lives. It wasn't that he was afraid of being targeted by Blood General, but rather that Blood General's pirate crew was known for its bloodlust and killing, and his subordinates had their hands stained with blood, so they deserved to die. Odis had just killed the young man in the courtyard and was about to go inside the house to kill the thugs when his spirit sensed something was wrong as soon as he reached the door. Without hesitation, he immediately left the room and quietly observed the situation inside. After all, the Blood General, whom Old Quay served, was backed by the Rose School, and the background of this secret organization was even more terrifying. Odis feared that Old Quinn's death would trigger some strange events, and if the danger continued to spread, he planned to throw an explosive scroll into the house to attract the attention of the official extraordinary beings, and then he would leave immediately. But the danger didn't seem to be spreading any further. At that moment, Odis, as if sensing something, looked at the stone door locked with iron chains. He saw the stone door when he first entered, but since he didn't feel any danger, he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from inside the stone gate, and a tremendous force snapped the iron chains, causing the stone gate to open instantly. Inside the room was a man with striking features, a rugged profile, and dark blue hair. He saw the people outside slumped over the table and smiled slightly. But when he saw that the characteristics of Old Quinn were already being released, his eyes narrowed, and after a quick search, he found Odis in the yard with a leather bag tied around his waist. Meanwhile, Odis was also a little confused. This guy looks familiar, Could it be the hanged man Alger? He's here. Wait a minute, Old Quinn, the intelligence officer of Blood Admiral. Could Gehrman Sparrow be the second mate who's hunting Blood Admiral tonight? That was indeed Alger, and it was indeed the second mate, Iron Maywady, who was cooperating with the World tonight to hunt down Blood Admiral. Alger just received a notification from the World that the hunt was successful, so he released the anesthetic gas he traded with the Moon and is preparing to go on a killing spree. The danger that Odis's spirit had just sensed was the danger of those anesthetic gases. At this moment, Alger was unable to determine whether the young man in the courtyard was friend or foe, nor could he ascertain the other party's strength, so he chose to observe for the time being. The two stood there facing each other for 2 or 3 seconds, as if locked in a standoff. Odis, with his God's eye view, was the first to react. If you're not one of Old Quinn's men, throw out his body, it's my spoils. His first point was that he had just killed Old Quinn and was not one of his men, so there should be no misunderstanding. Secondly, he should clarify his purpose to avoid Alger making a misjudgment. At this point, after Alger saw the corpse in the yard, he roughly understood what had happened. So, somewhat warily, he threw Old Quinn's body into the yard, watched as the young man with the leather bag at his waist retracted Old Quinn's characteristics, then slightly removed his top hat and politely took his leave. Only after the young man left the courtyard did Alger swiftly kill the thugs around the card table, loot the place, and leave immediately. Odis quickly left the courtyard, a slight smile playing on his lips. He hadn't expected to encounter another member of the Tarot Club today. Then Odis thought, Klein made quite a bit of money from tonight's hunt. He had finally become somewhat wealthy since coming to sea, and could be considered to have temporarily escaped the shadow of the god of poverty. Lost in thought, he came to a deserted street corner and used the travel ring to return to the Emerald Palace on Lacha Island. Although he had discovered the true allegiance of Silver Coin Viper today, he planned to go to buy him again tomorrow or the day after before reporting the information he had found to the mysterious queen, to show that this task was not so easy to complete. Then Odis took out the property extracted by Old Quinn and glanced at it. At this point, his Eye of the Secret could already see that it was a property of Sequence 9 level. Upon arriving at the Knowledge Wilderness, they examined it again and confirmed that it possessed the characteristics of a prisoner. Odis casually tossed the trait onto a storage shelf in the room. It wasn't something he could easily sell, so he decided to leave it there for now. Back in the real world, lying in bed, Odis carefully recalled Klein's recent actions. Sea god Kavitova was about to meet his end, and then he would make contact with Iceberg Admiral. Odis wondered, should he try to make contact with Iceberg General through Klein? Besides fulfilling his own desire to go to sea and become a pirate, he recently had another important task, to make contact with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom as soon as possible. Odis believed that his research would attract the attention of the Church of Knowledge, and with their protection, he would have nothing to fear from the God of Steam and Machinery and the Hidden Sage. But then he thought about it again and felt that this was not a good idea, because Gehrman Sparrow was a very individualistic person and it would affect Iceberg General's first impression of him. After thinking it over, Odis decided to look for another opportunity. Then he took a deep breath, so the important task for the next few days is still to organize an intelligence exchange meeting. As for the incident involving sea god Kavichua, Odis did not intend to get involved. After all, he did not possess the abilities of the Fool, and since he could not find Kavichua's hiding place, he could not gain any benefit from it. Moreover, if Odis is too enthusiastic about this, it may attract the attention of the Storm Church. However, we could present the battle between Aquaman and Poseidon a few days later as important intelligence at the intelligence exchange meeting to make a splash. However, it is important to note that the final outcome cannot be disclosed, otherwise the person who takes the punishment will almost certainly be invited for questioning. In terms of the process alone, the Punisher would at most ask a few questions, and might even just consult Bishop Dean. After all, the struggle between those two was so obvious that anyone with relevant and extraordinary knowledge could guess what was going on. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Lost in thought, Odis fell asleep. On Thursday morning, Odis first went to the shipyard. There wasn't much to do that day, and he returned to the Emerald Palace around 10 o'clock. Just as Odis was considering whether to take a break or go to Byam, he suddenly realized that he should get a messenger as soon as possible so that it would be easier to contact the people in Backlund. Odis possessed the knowledge to obtain messengers, but before Sequence 6, he feared summoning a somewhat malicious being, leaving him without the ability to protect himself. Therefore, no ceremony for obtaining the messenger had been held before this. Having some free time today, Odis took candles and spiritual materials and went to a deserted island. After carefully recalling the process of summoning the messenger, Odis lit a candle on the ground and solemnly declared in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name. The spirit that wanders in delusion, the benevolent creature that can be commanded, is willing to be my messenger. With a demonstration of Klein summoning a messenger, which resembled a recruitment fair, Odis directly used such a spell to see what he could summon. Ugh! A cold wind blew by, making Odis, who was under the blazing sun, feel a sense of gloom, and at the same time, the candle flames turned a sinister green. But there was nothing in front of Odis. Just when he thought the summoning had failed, his spiritual senses detected that there was actually a creature in front of him, but it was in a state of invisibility. That's good, as it makes both retrieving and delivering mail very discreet. Odis smiled and asked, would you be willing to become my messenger? Just then, a cool breeze suddenly blew across his neck, making him shiver. Odis thought the other party was going to harm him and was about to use the travel ring to leave, but then he realized that he had not sensed any malice from the other party. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that this was how the other person was responding to him. This made him slap his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to add the description, can communicate. So he said apologetically, your condition would make you a great messenger, but we can't communicate. I'm sorry, that doesn't meet my requirements. However, I won't let you come for nothing. I have prepared a spiritually rich gift for you to take back to the spirit world and enjoy. Odis was so polite because he was not the master of the Source Castle which was above the spirit world. Perhaps only Klein could summon him multiple times, and no spirit creature dared to complain. To avoid trouble, Odis prepared several bottles of spiritually rich essential oils, which are the favorite food of spirit beings. Sure enough, after accepting the gift, the invisible being disappeared, and after Odis ended the summoning, the candle's color returned to orange-yellow, and the surrounding chill disappeared. Odis stretched his arms, cleared his throat, and continued to summon, me. I summon in my name. A spirit that wanders in delusion, a benevolent being that can be commanded, that can communicate with language, and that is willing to be my messenger. The candle flame turned a dark green again, and the surroundings became cold and damp once more. At this moment, the candle light grew larger, and a tentacle stretched out from it. Then, a strangely shaped creature crawled out. It moved with its tentacles, but it grew a human-like torso and head, except that it had no arms. Moreover, the head only has 3 organs, the mouth. After appearing before Odis, one of the mouths said, was it you who summoned me? Before Odis could answer, the middle mouth opened, nonsense, is there a second person here? The third voice said, what if there's another person who's invisible? The middle mouth said indignantly, why did he have to perform the ritual while invisible? The third voice said, maybe it's just a hobby. Odis stretched out his hand, hey, I told you to communicate with me using language, not to communicate yourselves, brother. Also, are you Medici reincarnations? You have mouths on one head, why are you arguing? He quickly interrupted the 3 mouths, the 3 of you, I'm sorry, you don't quite meet my requirements, so please. What? The first one spoke with a roguish tone, you summoned us here, and now you say we don't meet the requirements. But the 3 mouths did not unite against the enemy. The second mouth said, I knew all along that growing up with you would not end well. The third voice added, it's mainly because you two talk too much, which annoys the people who summoned us. The first one wasn't going to back down either, although I'm a bit better than all of you, when it comes to shirking responsibility, I'm far inferior to you. The 3 mouths closed simultaneously only when Odis took out the spiritually rich essential oils she had prepared. Odis quickly said, I won't let you come all this way for nothing. I have prepared a spiritually rich gift for you, please take it back to the spirit world and enjoy it. The 3 mouths exclaimed in unison, good stuff. As they spoke, they extended their tentacles and wrapped them around the bottle of essential oil. Odis quickly replied in ancient Hermes, me. I end this summoning in my own name. The candlelight suddenly grew larger, and a suction force pulled the 3-mouthed monster into it, causing it to disappear from the real world. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, luckily, I was prepared. Otherwise, his messengers would likely have to recite a passage from taking off the long gown to the sender before doing their proper work each time they delivered a letter. Odis pondered for a moment before summoning for the 3rd time, me. I summon in my name. A spirit that wanders in illusion, a friendly creature that can be commanded, capable of normal communication, and willing to be my messenger. Ugh. A cold wind blew again, the candle light turned green and grew larger, and a leg stepped out from inside. Os breathed a sigh of relief. It was a normal human-shaped leg, wearing trousers and leather boots. This time, he was sure of it. When the other party came out completely, Odis was stunned again. The creature summoned this time was dressed in a classic hunting outfit, had beautiful long black hair, wore a dark beret, and leather gloves. All of these looked normal, except for the head, which was a skull, the kind of skull with no flesh at all. Was it you who summoned me? The other asked, opening its mouth which contained only teeth. Odis then came to his senses. The skull's head emitted colorful light, clearly indicating that it possessed intelligence. Yes. He cleared his throat. Well, I am. Let's not talk about anything else for now. I'm curious, what organ do you use to make your voice? The other person replied, spiritual. Odis slowly nodded, thinking to himself, apart from being a skeleton, he's pretty normal in every other way. But he was afraid that when he delivered the letter, he might scare the recipient. Just as Odis hesitated, the skeleton said again, I know you. Odis thought to himself, you wouldn't say that I killed you, would you? He quickly said, I'm sorry, I don't remember killing or seeing you. You're not the murderer, the skeleton said. You want a messenger, don't you? I'm the perfect candidate. Odis was taken aback. Why do you say that? If you have any needs, I can help you contact the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord. Although the skeleton had no flesh and could not make expressions, Odis could sense that the other party spoke very frankly. Odis smiled and said, you probably don't know this, but he has been dead for many years. No, he did not completely perish, the skeleton said with great certainty. I can connect to both his humanity and his divinity. Odis was immediately astonished. This was the highest secret of the ancient sun god, the true creator, and Adam, something he would never normally dare to even consider. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Who exactly are you? The skeleton replied, guess. Then she said, I can also help you find Amon, so that he... Odis quickly stopped her, I ask you to be my messenger. Shall he come and destroy me? Don't joke like that guy is terrifying. The skeleton dressed in hunting attire fell silent and waited there quietly. Odis took a deep breath and, following the ritual, asked, are you willing to sign a contract and become my messenger? The skeleton took off his beret, okay. But I have one request. Odis said, you speak. After you become a demigod, help me regain my traits, the skeleton said. But if you fail to become a demigod, then consider me your free postman. Odis was slightly taken aback. Madam, your request sounds like a very dangerous operation. I just want you to help me deliver a message. There shouldn't be too much danger for you, the skeleton said. I can offer you some assistance. Of course, if you feel it's too dangerous, you can leave and go back when you're ready. In addition, you will definitely gain some benefits from this process, so it's not a loss for you. Odis thought for a moment before saying, I need the right to postpone the search and refuse, otherwise I dare not sign an agreement with you. The skeleton laughed, sometimes, you're too cautious. Odis took a deep breath and said, that way we can live longer. All right, the skeleton said cheerfully. You have the right to refuse and postpone. Odis then said, let's sign a contract. This skeleton was clearly not an ordinary spirit creature, and Odis was still inclined to sign a contract with her. Odis had already prepared the contract, the terms of which included that the messenger must not peek at the letter, discard the letter, or endanger the life of the contractor, etc. Odis took out a parchment, added the contents of their previous discussion, and specifically noted that he could refuse or postpone the search. To make the contract more binding, Odis added the name of the underworld, thus making the underworld a witness. Finally, Odis signed her name, Odis Gard. After signing, the skeleton waved his hand, picked up a pen, and signed his own name, Elbra Stiano. Stiano. Odis's eyes narrowed, he remembered that this seemed to be the surname of the god of steam and machinery. Chapter 243, Chapter 242. Thanks to the Fool's Favored One for visiting Biome. Odis was quite surprised that this messenger shared the same surname as the god of steam and machinery, Stiano. But it was too late to back out now. The pale green flames enveloped the parchment, and the contract turned to ashes in the next second. In other words, this contract, witnessed by the underworld, had already taken effect. Odis took a deep breath, trying to hide his surprise, and took out a letter that he had prepared beforehand. Please send this letter to Hugh Dirch's mailbox at 134 Morning Street, Jowood, Backlund. No problem. The skeleton messenger, Elabella, reached out, and the letter instantly moved from Odis's hand to her gloved hand. Then she asked, I can only deliver the letters or packages to you to a specific location because I just discovered that you are under the protection of darkness and cannot be located. Odis thought to himself, the blessing of the goddess of night is indeed a good deterrent. He thought for a moment before saying, send them all to the Emerald Palace on Lucha Island, to the room on the left in the backyard. That was the place Bernadette had arranged for him to stay. Bella nodded, okay. After saying this, the skeleton dressed in hunting attire disappeared, and the candle flame returned to its original orange-red color. Odis paused for a second or two before blowing out the candle. What on earth did I summon? But then he thought that the other party was rational and had no malicious intent at the moment, so there should be no danger for the time being. Upon recalling the messenger's surname, Odis began to wonder if the messenger was in league with the god of steam and machinery. But then he remembered that with the help of the goddess of night, the messenger couldn't locate him and couldn't guide the god of steam and machinery to his destination, so he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Back at the Emerald Palace, Odis rested for a while. In the afternoon, he went to teach the scholars as usual. The class ended early today, so Odis went to Byam ahead of time in the afternoon. This time, he appeared at the apartment he had just rented yesterday, located at 17 Hambo Road in the Byam North District. Upon arriving at the apartment, Odis noticed that the weather was not very good. Dark clouds covered the sky, as if a torrential downpour was about to begin at any moment. The wind picked up considerably throughout Byam, and people on the streets were holding their hats down tightly. Such weather gave Odis a considerable sense of oppression. He took a deep breath, knowing that Sigurd had only one breath left. Standing by the window, Odis watched the tall trees on both sides of the road swaying in the wind. In this kind of weather, the best thing to do was to sit in an armchair at home, read a book, and drink tea. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a group of Rune soldiers shouting loudly, clearing the crowd from the street and blocking it off. This made Odis even less willing to go out. He moved a chair, looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and recalled similar scenes from many movies he had seen before. At this moment, Odis didn't want to think about anything, and let herself empty her mind until about 6 o'clock. Because of the heavy clouds, it was already quite dark outside. Only then did Odis use the travel ring to leave Byam and return to the Emerald Palace. During dinner with Bernadette, Odis said, I have investigated the matter of Silver Coin Serpent. As he sipped his soup with a spoon, he said, he is a subordinate of the Blood General, impersonating your subordinate just to hide his true identity and purpose. Moreover, at the right time, they can shift the blame for some of their own actions onto the mysterious queen. Of course, he certainly wouldn't go too far. After all, Bernadette was the queen of the sea, and if he angered such a being, he would die a terrible death. Bernadette smiled and said, to admit to being my subordinate, is that really a form of concealment? Then she pondered for a moment and said, it seems that Blood General will be taking action in Byam. The Silver Coin Viper's disguise was unlikely to last long, and they certainly knew that Element Dawn would conduct some investigation after learning that a strange colleague had suddenly appeared. Therefore, Silver Coin Viper must have done something for Blood General before being exposed. Bernadette took a sip of red wine and said to Odis, I didn't expect you to complete the task I gave you so quickly. Odis didn't hide anything. Do you remember Rupert I told you about before? Yes, the adventurer who told me about Bazel's exploits. I met him yesterday at the Seaweed Bar. He briefly recounted how he met Rupert yesterday, learned about Old Quinn from him, and then happened to discover Old Quinn while scouting the area. Bernadette smiled and nodded slowly. It's not just your good luck, but also the charm of your personality that attracts some people. Odis asked the maid to clear the soup aside, then paused for a moment and asked, do I have personal charm? Bernadette didn't answer the question, but instead asked, I heard that someone is going to hold an intelligence exchange meeting in Byam, and the convener has an official position in the Church of the Goddess of Night. Is that you? It's me, Odis readily admitted. Bernadette remarked, you've made the most of the resources you have. Bernadette knew about the return of the ashes and attributes of the demigod of the Church of the Night, but she did not expect that Odis would establish a close relationship with the Church of the Goddess of the Night by returning the ashes and attributes. After all, although Odis is no longer a wanted criminal, he is being searched for by Mechanical Heart and MI9. If the Church of the Night wants to protect him, they will definitely have to think about it seriously. Of course, a demigod's characteristics are indeed a very precious thing, but for the Church of the Night, such a return does not incur much of a favor. Because anyone who dares to use that special ability to advance will likely be quickly discovered and hunted down by the Church of the Night. Therefore, in Bernadette's view, returning the characteristics and ashes was merely a good deed for the Church of the Night, and it did not warrant the risk of offending other official extraordinary organizations by explicitly supporting Odis. At most, it will provide Odis with some convenience and protection. To Bernadette's surprise, Odis had established contact with the Church of the Night not long after leaving Backlund, and the Church of the Night was even willing to openly support him. As Odis cut her steak, she remarked, I don't have many cards in my hand, so I have to make good use of every single one. The mysterious queen did not continue the topic, but said, I have received some news that the wild god Kavichua seems to have become very manic for unknown reasons. Followers of Kavichua also claim that the sea god will unleash a tsunami to submerge the entire biome. She put down her wine glass and said, I'm giving you a second task, help me investigate why Kvichua has suddenly become so strange. Bernadette, who had a large fleet at sea, was very concerned about the unusual behavior of the sea god. Bernadette was also well aware of the intelligence-gathering capabilities of her own personnel and did not place too much hope in them. Since Odis was planning to establish an intelligence network in Byam, she simply entrusted the matter to Odis. Odis thought to himself, I can give you the answer to this question right now. But of course, I can't say it now, because then I won't get paid. Bernadette then said, I know this mission is quite dangerous, so I will send you an assistant to help you make contact with some devout believers of the Church of the Sea God. Bertha will give you detailed information later. As for the reward, if you can investigate the reason why Kvichua has become abnormal, it will be equivalent to repaying 2/3 of the merit of the potion formula. Bertha was Bernadette's personal maid. Odis immediately nodded and said, okay. He thought to himself, the debts owed to the mysterious queen don't seem so difficult to pay off. Of course, Odis also knew that this was thanks to the visit of the fool's favorite to Byam, which immediately made Sea God abnormal and gave him the opportunity to repay such a large debt all at once. After the meal, Odis and Bernadette chatted for a while over tea before heading back to their respective homes. Odis pretended to be very dedicated and went to Byam again, but in reality he went to the rented room to organize the scrolls he had in his possession. They also went to the knowledge wilderness to study methods of extracting knowledge and made considerable progress. The streets of Byam were still under martial law, so Odis certainly wouldn't choose to go out to investigate at this time. Odis did not return to the Emerald Palace until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Odis sat at his desk with a somewhat guilty conscience, glanced out the window, and suddenly had the feeling that telling his family he was working overtime was actually a lie. The next day, Odis moved the occult course to the morning. He planned to stay in Byam for the next few days, partly to investigate the task Bernadette had just assigned him. Since he had been given an assistant, he would definitely have to pretend to investigate. Secondly, he was seriously preparing for the first intelligence exchange meeting. Odis valued this gathering highly, as it was crucial for laying the foundation for his success at sea. Intelligence was of paramount importance to pirates. After the class ended, Odis assigned a lot of homework and announced that the next class would be on Sunday afternoon. The scholars had mixed feelings. They were happy that they wouldn't have to go to class tomorrow, but they were also frustrated by the amount of homework they had to do, and the next 2 days hadn't been easy either. Seeing the scholars' sour faces, Odis smiled, because he predicted that by next week at the latest, the research on extracting knowledge would reach the stage of practical application. Then we can use the knowledge transmission method to teach, which can greatly reduce the learning pressure on scholars. Odis could also collect data on knowledge indoctrination techniques by observing the reactions of scholars. However, this news cannot be told to the scholars yet, lest they become complacent. Odis arrived in Byam without even having lunch. The sky was still overcast, as if a storm was about to break. The curfew on the streets has been lifted, but soldiers are still patrolling, people are free to move around. Odis thought back and realized that the Book of Calamities had been found by the official extraordinary beings, which was the cause of the instability of the sea god Kvichua. He was dressed in a run-style suit and top hat, got into a taxi, and arrived at Belen Avenue in the Byam West District. He got off the taxi in front of the Old Oro leather shop. This is a very famous leather goods store in Byam. The store is very large, with 2 floors. Many craftsmen and apprentices work in the room behind the shop window on the first floor. The way they work so diligently is the best kind of guy. This is one of the industries of Element Dawn, which not only produces various leather products, but also secretly takes orders to make magical items. Generally, orders are received here, and the artisans on Lacha Island are responsible for the actual production. This is a key factor in Bernadette's ability to support so many artisans. Otherwise, relying solely on orders within Elemental Dawn, at most 2 craftsmen would be enough. At the same time, this place is also an important intelligence base for Elemental Dawn. Bernadette's intelligence officer in the Raging Sea is the owner of this leather goods shop. Odis entered the leather goods shop, and a well-dressed waiter approached him. Sir, what can I do for you? I'm looking for Mr. Primo, Odis said, referring to the information Bertha had provided. Do you have an appointment? No, please tell Mr. Primo that the captain of the pleasure boat introduced me, Odis said calmly. Captain of the flower boat is a code word, implying that he was sent by the Jade Palace. Odis thought to himself, it's a bit like an imperial envoy from ancient times. The waiter went upstairs to report to the boss, and soon Primo, a middle-aged man who was somewhat balding, came down quickly from the second floor. You must be Mr. Julius. I've been waiting for you all day, please come up quickly. Julius is also a code word, indicating that everything is normal and it is okay to go upstairs to talk. It also conceals Odis's real name. Upon reaching the second floor, Primo rubbed his hands together and smiled. Mr. Odis, I've long admired your name. You're not just a famous figure in Baklan's intelligence community. This intelligence officer, who looked like a seasoned politician, had clearly done his homework beforehand. That was just good luck, Odis said politely with a smile. The two shook hands, and after Pritz locked the door from the inside, he invited Odis to sit down on the sofa. As Primo made coffee for Odis, he said, I received the telegram last night and will fully cooperate with you. Thank you. Odis smiled and said, the investigation in Byam relies entirely on your assistance, and I will report that truthfully. First, make a grand promise and give away some credit, this way, the other party will be more willing to help. Whether they help or not doesn't really matter, because Odis already knows the answer to the question. This investigation is just a formality, but they still need to make the necessary statements. Primo thought to himself, this young man is no ordinary person. No wonder he has gained the Queen's favor at such a young age. After exchanging a few more polite words, he got down to business. There's something I don't know if you're aware of. We have some connections with the Church of the Sea God and the Resistance, but mainly we sell stolen goods to them, since they all need a lot of supplies. After interacting with him more, I also got to know some devout believers of the Sea God. When we discovered that the Sea God had undergone some changes, we visited the believers. Most of the devout believers were emotionally distraught. Some said that the Sea God was angry, but they didn't know why. Some people say that the Sea God will drown Byam and raise the place to the ground. Some people say that in Byam, someone has angered the Sea God, and that killing those people will appease the god's anger. Primo handed Odis a coffee and shook his head, saying, many believers are already preparing to throw their entire families into the sea to commit suicide, saying they want to return to the embrace of the Sea God. The intelligence officer concluded later, believing in an evil god is truly terrifying. Odis pondered for a moment and said, I hope to meet those devout believers of Kvichua, perhaps I can discover something. No problem, I'll arrange for someone to take you there right away. Odis politely took a few sips of coffee, let's set off now. Pris immediately got up and went to arrange the staff and carriages. Odis's guide was a local young man named Phil, who wasn't very talkative, so Odis asked him, do you know anything about the Sea God? I know quite a bit about it, Phil, who often dealt with people from the Church of the Sea God, replied. It's an evil god that requires sacrifices of living beings. Then, somewhat uneasy, he asked, Sir, is he really going to drown Byam? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. It's him, Odis corrected with a smile, then replied, don't worry, he won't succeed, because there are many followers of the Lord of Storms in Byam. No matter how powerful the Sea God is, it is as weak as a newly hatched chick in front of the Lord of Storms. Phil paused for a moment, feeling that the gentleman's analogy was quite vivid. Then, as if belatedly realizing something, he thought, yes, the Lord of Storms is the greatest deity on the sea. Soon, they arrived at the edge of Byam City, at the home of a Sea God believer. As soon as Odis entered, he saw the whole family kneeling on the ground in devout prayer. This family is an ordinary local family, not very wealthy, and several family members have many patches on their clothes. They were shivering and praying earnestly. Phil went up to greet them, but no one paid any attention to him. Phil then tried to communicate with them, but they showed no sign of stopping their prayers. Phil shook his head at Odis, indicating that he was powerless to help. So they went to the house of the next believer, but the family was nowhere to be found. However, it was certain they hadn't gone on a picnic. The third believer's residence is already in the suburbs of Byam. This is an important believer, Phil explained. When we sell supplies, we usually negotiate prices with him, and he can determine the price of the supplies. Mr. Primo guessed that this must be a very important member of the Church of Poseidon. As they talked, the two got off the carriage and came to a local house with a courtyard. Phil knocked on the door, Mr. Payne, Mr. Payne. He knocked on the door several times, but there was no answer. That's strange, Phil said. Even if Mr. Payne isn't home, his servants. Who is knocking on the door? A very hoarse voice asked, drawing out the words in a strange, drawn-out tone. Phil hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm looking for Mr. Payne. The other party replied, Mr. Payne, it's inconvenient to see you. Just as Phil was about to ask for another audience, Odis stepped forward and said, he is dead. Huh. To Phil's surprise, Odis suddenly pushed open the door, and inside stood a person who looked like a dried corpse, as if the dead person had been weathered for a long time and had no flesh or blood. Odis dared to push open the door because he knew very well the true face of the sea god Kvichua. At this moment, the sea god was already struggling to survive and could not care about his followers, so the danger inside was completely under control. Upon seeing Odis, the mummified corpse seemed to realize it was dead and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Odis saw two more corpses in the courtyard, completely dehydrated, and it seemed there were no living people left there. Phil, belatedly realizing what was happening, asked in a trembling voice, who was speaking just now? Odis did not answer the question, but said, take me to see Payne, well, or rather, take me to the room where you met Pain before. Phil seemed to snap out of his daze, swallowed hard, and boldly led Odis the way. Upon entering the hall, there were 2 more mummified corpses dressed as servants on the floor. In the room to the left of the hall, there is a mummified corpse kneeling on the ground, as if it had been praying earnestly in life. Upon entering, Odis saw a blue jade dagger in the hand of the mummified corpse. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed in Odis's mind. In that instant, his eyes flashed with an illusory light, and the Eye of Secrets opened uncontrollably at this critical moment. Odis saw the jade dagger rapidly enlarge, shimmering with a blue light like the sea. Whoosh! Odis felt as if he were suddenly in the middle of the sea, and in the water in front of him was a majestic and magnificent palace. Inside the main hall, in the very center, stands a colossal object. It was a majestic figure that sometimes had a human face and a snake's body, and sometimes had a snake's face and a human body. Kavichua. Odis immediately realized that this was the god of the sea, Kavichua, and a Kavichua that had been beautified. Because his true form is a blue sea serpent the size of a small mountain, he doesn't look like a god at all, but rather like a monster. As if noticing Odis, Kavichua opened his blood-red maw and let out a howl only a wild beast could utter. The cry initially sounded majestic, causing Odis to tremble involuntarily, but the latter half of the howl became extremely painful, making Odis's head throb and causing him to feel nauseous several times. Just as Kavichua was about to charge at Odis, the Eye of Secrets shut down on its own, and Odis's vision returned to normal. The sea god, the sea, and the palace had all disappeared, leaving only a desiccated corpse in front of him, holding a blue jade dagger in its hand. Odis took a few deep breaths and sat down on a chair nearby before the dizziness and nausea gradually subsided. Phil, standing nearby, asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Odis waved his hand. "It's nothing, everything's fine now." After advancing to sequence 6, the Eye of Secrets would sometimes open on its own uncontrollably, which Odis had originally intended to seal away. However, he received corresponding enlightenment in the wilderness of knowledge. When the Eye of Mystery opens on its own, it is often when the spirit realizes that there is key information in front of it, which is difficult for ordinary eyes to notice. So Odis did not actively seal it, but today he tasted the bitter fruit of seeing something he shouldn't have seen for the first time, forcing him to reconsider the issue. Because if there are enemies in front of him, his current state would put him in a very passive position. However, now was not the time to think about that. After recovering her composure, Odis looked at the blue jade dagger again. He guessed that the dagger must have a close connection with sea god Kavichua, and might even be something that Mr. Pain used to receive divine messages more clearly. This confirms that Mr. Pain was indeed an important member of the Church of the Sea God. Odis pondered for a moment, then went to the courtyard and found 2 thin wooden sticks, intending to use them to pry out the jade dagger. Phil, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Your fingers are so nimble." Odis paused for a moment, then realized that he had unintentionally used the gesture of holding chopsticks. He thought to himself, luckily, this young man doesn't know what this gesture means. Just as he gripped the dagger and pulled it out, the mummified corpse suddenly raised its head and said in an extremely hoarse voice, "The sinner is dead, but the wrath of the gods has not been extinguished, disaster is about to befall, no one can escape, no one can escape." This startled Phil, who jumped back a step. Odis, however, spoke calmly and unhurriedly, as if he were an old friend of the mummified corpse, "Go in peace. Disaster will not befall you, and the sea god will be reborn. He will no longer demand bloody human sacrifices, he will no longer create storms to frighten believers, he will become rational and merciful." While speaking, he didn't stop using his hands, employing 2 large chopsticks to try and wrest the jade dagger from the other party. The mummified corpse slowly turned its head, glanced at Odis, and its withered face finally showed no more worry, but instead turned to joy. "That's wonderful." He finally released the dagger from his hand and died completely. Odis finally picked up the dagger and placed it in the large bowl that Phil handed him, while he noticed that Mr. Pain's extraordinary properties began to emerge. Among the high-ranking members of the Church of the Sea God, there are also some extraordinary individuals. Odis took out a scroll and said in the unified incantation, "Open." The scroll shattered, emitting a ghostly green light, and a ball of will-o'-the-wisp appeared, instantly chilling the entire room. Phil immediately felt his muscles and joints stiffen. This is a scroll used to attack spirits, but because this ability belongs to the undead category, it can also accelerate the extraction speed of extraordinary traits. Phil didn't understand what Odis was doing, but since the man didn't explain, he didn't ask. While waiting, Odis examined the dagger in the bowl and guessed that it was made of something like the scales of Kavichua. Wow. Just then, the dagger moved on its own in the bowl, its tip pointing in another direction. Odis paused for a moment, then turned the bowl again. Wow. The dagger spun around on its own again, still pointing in the same direction. Odis immediately understood that it pointed to the location of the sea god. But then he realized a problem: if the dagger was pointed at Poseidon, wouldn't Kavichua's hiding place have been discovered long ago? The Church of Poseidon has existed for so many years, the Church of Storms must have killed many of its high-ranking members and must have seized items like daggers. But then Odis thought, perhaps it was because Kavichua was in a special state that the dagger was pointed at him. It wasn't like this under normal circumstances. Or perhaps after Mr. Payne prayed to the sea god and established a connection, Kavichua used this connection to drain the blood and moisture from those around him, turning everyone in the courtyard into mummies. Because sea god has lost all reason, the established connection has not been severed, which explains why the Eye of the Secret saw Kavichua's roar after seeing the dagger. Normally, after Kavichua issues an oracle, he would immediately disconnect, which would make it impossible to find the sea god using the dagger. Odis ultimately concluded that by using this dagger, they could find the elven ruins where Kavichua was hiding. At this point, the extraordinary properties had already been revealed. Odis did not continue to think about the problem, but instead put away the properties and left immediately. Once aboard the carriage, Odis said to Phil, "Let's go back." Phil, who was somewhat frightened today, quickly nodded, "Okay." Although Phil knew some occult knowledge, he was not a combatant, so he had never seen a situation like today. Back at Old Oro Leather Goods shop, Odis chatted briefly with Primo before returning to her apartment at 17 Rue Hamburg. He placed the large bowl containing the dagger on the coffee table and put the sequence 7 level, the navigator characteristic, into the wilderness of knowledge. Then Odis paced back and forth in the room, considering whether to explore Kavichua's lair. He remembered receiving a page from Roselle's diary before, which mentioned a broken magic circle from the elven race. This intrigued Odis, who wondered if magic circle structures were used in the elven ruins. However, there will definitely be some dangers if we go to explore, and we must choose the right time. For example, the time has come when Kavichua is dead, but the Church of Storms has not yet found the place. Otherwise, the dying Kavitus could have easily killed Odis with a single lash of his tail. If he arrived late, the church would certainly arrest him and might even demand the extraordinary characteristics of the sea god. Therefore, the timing must be just right. Odis thought about it carefully. It might not be as dangerous as he imagined. If the weather clears up outside, it would prove that Kavichua is dead. At that time, while the sea god's properties are still present and the dagger is still useful, he should hurry to find him. That would be a relatively safe time. With this in mind, Odis finally made up his mind to go to that elven ruin. The scepter of the sea god will not compete with the fool for it, because Odis cannot, like the fool, simply be an enhanced spirit to reach the ruins of the elven race. The scepter of Neptune has significant negative effects. Touching it with one's own body is extremely dangerous. After making the decision, Odis began to make some preparations and then waited quietly in Byam. In the middle of the night, the sky suddenly cleared up. Chapter 244, Chapter 243 Encountering the Fool again, taking advantage of a loss. In the latter half of the night, the sky over Byam finally cleared, which also meant that the sea god was dead, and the battle between the two demigods over the weather was over. Now was the best time to explore the elven ruins. Following the pre-planned strategy, Odis put on the ghost mask she had bought from Byam, infused her spirituality into the travel ring, and entered the spirit world, using a blue jade dagger to guide her. At this point, the jade dagger's luster had diminished considerably. It was believed that once the properties within Kavichua's body were fully extracted, the dagger would lose its jade-like feel. Odis was very careful, walking around in the spirit world for a while before returning to the real world to re-establish his orientation. Sometimes he appears on an unknown island, and sometimes he appears on the open sea. Fortunately, Odis was prepared and threw out a scroll. It seemed as if a pair of huge, illusory, semi-transparent shoes appeared on his feet, allowing him to stand on the sea for a short time. They walked and stopped for about 10 minutes, and then the jade dagger began to point downwards. Odis threw out another scroll, open. A transparent bubble seemed to appear around him, enveloping him without affecting Odis's paddling motion. This scroll allows him to move freely for a short period of time on the seabed. In order to explore the ruins of the elven race, Odis spent the afternoon making many scrolls that could be used in water, which filled his bag almost to the brim. Continuing into the spirit world, Odis's spirit soon realized that she had reached her destination. He emerged from the spirit world and found himself in the deep sea. In the dim light, Odis saw a large area of unique buildings in front of him, but most of the ruins had collapsed. Not far away, there was a barrier-like structure that isolated the seawater, creating a space that looked like a void. At the same time, this space looks rather illusory, as if it lies between the spirit world and the real world. Odis swam into the light curtain and put the jade dagger into his backpack. He saw a cluster of dilapidated ruins, some tall and some short, all bearing the marks of time. Within the ruins, there are also some special corals that emit a faint glow, revealing the surrounding ruins but also giving the ruins a sense of oppression and sanctity. Odis first examined the dagger in the bowl. It was pointing to a grand hall, where Kavichua was clearly, though he should be dead by now. Odis wasn't there to collect extraordinary properties, so after looking around and making sure the guards weren't paying attention to him, he used an invisibility scroll to conceal himself and confidently observed the light barrier that isolated him from the seawater and hid the ruin's light screen. In his opinion, this thing is really cool. If he finds out how it works, he might even consider building his secret base in the ocean. In fact, isolating the seawater is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to keep this site hidden between the real world and the spirit world. So much so that the Church of Storms has searched for so long but has not found any trace of sea god Kavituva. After searching along the light screen for 7 or 8 minutes, Odis finally found the mystical symbols on the ground. Odis pried open the bricks and stones, and being fluent in ancient elven script, he quickly understood the meaning of these symbols. He took out the entrenching tool he had prepared beforehand and carefully continued to dig down the broken bricks. Sure enough, he found a hollow space underneath, and at the bottom of the space was a complete magic circle. According to Odis's judgment, this is a small, terminal magic circle that provides power to the light curtain. Thousands of years have passed, and this magic array is still functioning normally. Moreover, the material used to write the magic circle was still very clear, with no signs of fading. Without affecting the magic circle, Odis took some samples of the writing magic circle, intending to take them back for study. Odis then realized that although the wilderness of knowledge contained many elven magic arrays, it did not include the one in front of him. So Odis took out paper and pen and made detailed notes. Based on this small magic circle, Odis looked at a ruin next to the main hall. According to his knowledge of magic circles and mystical symbols, that was the central control room of the entire magic circle. Upon approaching, Odis discovered that the building was already half collapsed, and because it was close to the main hall, he could faintly hear the roar of Kavituva. This made Odis smile slightly. There was a demigod-level sea serpent lying next to him, while he was seriously studying the magic array in this ancient ruin. This made him feel like when his female classmates asked him to fix their computers, he was really just fixing computers. As Odis continued his exploration, he recalled that there seemed to be some clergy and guards in the temple of the sea god. However, judging from the scene inside the ruins, it is clear that few people come here. Odis thought about it and realized that it was true. A church of wild gods would not think of recruiting and organizing scholars to study the ruins of the elves. Even the clergy of the Church of the Sea God may not know that this is an elven ruin. While searching relentlessly with an entrenching tool, Odis found some clues. A magic circle seemed to be buried beneath the ruins. This left Odis somewhat helpless, as the ruins in front of him were really difficult to clear. By the time he dug out the magic circle, the people from the Storm Church would probably have arrived. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stone brick fell from a nearby ruin, making a sound. Odis looked carefully but didn't find anyone there. Then, he suddenly looked behind him, where there was only a cluster of ruins. Odis frowned. For a moment, he felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. This prompted Odis to immediately check his status. The invisibility effect was still active, but he would have to use another scroll in a minute. After carefully observing his surroundings, Odis used the invisibility scroll in advance to continue exploring. We won't excavate this ruin, after all, it's in a place that anyone can see, so it's unlikely to be a very important magic circle. Odis estimated that this was a spiritual emission array. There should be many secondary arrays in the ruins. After the surrounding spiritual energy was gathered here, it was sent to the terminal array through the spiritual emission array. Those terminal arrays then set up a light curtain to isolate the outside seawater. The truly important magic array should be underground or in a secret room. Odis searched the ruins and finally found the corresponding open door symbol on the wall of the next room. He thought to himself, I hope there's no curse. Place your hand on the correct symbol and infuse it with spirituality. Several surrounding symbols immediately light up, but that's all, there's no other reaction. Since the symbols can still light up, it means that the mechanism on the wall can still be activated. However, a spell is needed to activate the magic circle, but Odis doesn't know what the spell is, which is why the door doesn't open. Odis thought to herself, I wonder if the spell will be Open Sesame. He then breathed a sigh of relief. The design of the magic array from thousands of years ago was not beyond his knowledge. Odis was then somewhat delighted, because this once again proved that he had mastered a very advanced theory of mysticism, although the Gal runes and the ancient elven script were different, and the format of the magic circle was also different. However, the theories of mysticism are interconnected. Once you master the theory, different symbols are merely different tools. Faced with the problem at hand, Odis first tried to use travel to get in, but after entering the spirit world, the first thing he heard was a painful roar. Not far from the spirit world, there was a phantom sea serpent with its mouth open, roaring. That was the spiritual remnant of sea god Kavituva. If you don't provoke this illusory sea serpent, there won't be much danger. At most, you'll hear its roar, feel a headache coming on, and feel nauseous. After a quick search, Odis discovered that the designer of this composite magic circle had anticipated this, and the corresponding location of the central control magic circle could not be found in the spirit world. Moreover, Kavituva's roar was so awful that Odis returned to the real world, and in that instant, he felt that gaze again. However, this time Odis did not check again. Instead, he took out spiritual materials and a pen and quickly drew a magic circle on the wall. He wanted to use this magic circle to bypass the incantation steps. He could activate the mechanism on the wall simply by infusing it with spiritual energy. After drawing the magic circle, Odis slowly put on the Hand of Judgment, and then put his other hand into the magic circle, as if to activate it. Just then, a warning came from his spirit, and Odis turned around sharply. Exile. Behind him, a bolt of lightning struck down from the top of the ruins. Odis's exile caused the lightning to suddenly change direction and strike the illusory space. At that moment, Odis saw a large electric eel with blue eyes, 3 or 4 meters long, rapidly swimming toward him from the ruins behind him. It wasn't in the sea, but it was floating in midair, its body twisting and turning as if it were swimming in the sea. Moreover, it was very fast, and could swim to Odis in the blink of an eye. Just now, it confirmed that there was indeed a human in the air in front of it, and launched a sneak attack while he was activating the magic circle. Although Odis was always invisible, he would still make some sounds and release some scents. The beast, being highly sensitive to this, could easily find Odis. Fortunately, Odis had already sensed this and put on the Hand of Judgment in advance to deal with the potential threat, imprisonment. The air around the electric eel suddenly became viscous, enveloping it and imprisoning it in place. Upon seeing this enormous electric eel, Odis seriously doubted whether it was some kind of relative of Kabuto. He then realized, no, that's not right either. Ordinary electric eels are freshwater fish, while sea god is a sea snake, and their genes are quite different. But this wasn't the time to think about that. Odis immediately tossed out a scroll, open. The scroll shattered, shooting out a yellowish-brown light. The surrounding ground surged, and sharp stone spikes suddenly shot out, aiming at the imprisoned electric eel. However, the electric eel's skin was very tough and smooth, and most of the spikes failed to pierce it. Only 3 spikes pierced the electric eel, and the pain made it open its mouth and let out a beast-like roar. Just as Odis was about to use the speed scroll on itself, it realized this was an opportunity and quickly threw an explosion scroll into its mouth. Glug. The electric eel instinctively swallowed it, finally freeing itself from its imprisonment and pulling its body out of the large, stone-like spikes. But then it discovered that the human had run out of the ruins at lightning speed and hidden behind a seemingly sturdy stone wall. The electric eel released a ball of lightning, intending to send it to track the human. Bang. A muffled thud, as if some sound had been muffled by a quilt. The electric eel was instantly blasted in two, with most of its abdomen reduced to minced meat. At that moment, Odis emerged from behind the wall, death. He rushed over and punched the electric eel in the head, instantly creating a large dent and squeezing out both of its eyeballs. The remaining, still relatively intact part of the electric eel's body began to convulse violently, but its last shred of will still compelled it to open its mouth and tear at the humans not far away. Odis quickly dodged backward, preparing to deliver the final blow to the electric eel. Snap. The ball lightning created by the electric eel exploded after losing control, and electric arcs instantly filled the entire room. Odis hurriedly used a defense scroll, which created a mage shield around him, a thick, hard plastic-like structure that blocked most of the flashing electric arcs. But some electric arcs still pierced Odis's body, making him feel numb all over, as if he could no longer hold the scroll, and his tongue seemed to be out of his control. The electric arc disappeared after 2 or 3 seconds, but it took Odis several seconds before the numbness stopped affecting his movements. At this moment, the head segment of the electric eel was not completely dead yet, and the location of Odis was determined by the release of the electric arc. Once it pinpointed its location, the half-meter section of its head suddenly snapped shut, biting into the thick protective defense scroll. The mage's shield-like structure shattered instantly. As Odis retreated rapidly, he threw a caltrip scroll of his invention into the electric eel's mouth, which it hadn't had time to close. The next second, dozens of hard wooden spikes, each the length of a javelin, pierced out from inside the electric eel, turning it into a round hedgehog. Several splinters pierced its brain. After randomly releasing a few electric arcs, the electric eel died, leaving only its mutilated body twitching incessantly. Odis soon noticed that tiny specks of light were emerging from the electric eel's body and flesh, converging in one direction. During the battle, Odis had guessed that this must be an extraordinary creature. He waited patiently for a while, and the points of light formed a hollow sphere composed of a network of lines that looked like electric arcs. Odis didn't dare to use his hands to take it, but instead used his gloved hand to put it into the wilderness of knowledge. Even through the Hand of Judgment, Odis felt as if her palms were being electrocuted. After dealing with the electric eel, Odis rested for about 10 seconds, put away Hand of Judgment, checked his scrolls, and then came to the magic circle he had just drawn, infusing it with spiritual energy. Click. With a crisp sound, the stone wall opened a door, revealing a dark room covered with magic circles. In the very center of the dark room, there was a hexagonal crystal emitting a faint glow, which was now suspended in midair and slowly rotating. Odis took a deep breath and cautiously entered the dark room. After confirming that there was no danger, Odis immediately looked at the magic circles. I was taking quick notes as I watched. After watching for a while, Odis exclaimed, "The person who designed this magic circle is a genius. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." In addition to its ability to isolate seawater, this magic array also contains Spirit Realm Fusion Array, Oxygen Generation Array, Illumination Array, and so on. This made Odis realize that the ruins occupied by Kavichua were, long ago, entirely within the coverage of the magic circle, and that this was a huge underwater city. It is likely that this ruin was already on the seabed before the Quaternary period, and it was not because of the fall of the Emperor of the Underworld that this ruin sank into the sea. If these speculations are true, then this must have been an important city for the elven race back then, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to lay out such a magic array on the seabed. However, as time has passed, or perhaps the magic circle has been damaged in the past, it can now only cover a very small area. Large swathes of ruins outside have been submerged by seawater, resulting in their current state. Soon, Odis had filled more than a dozen pages in his notebook. This was the most complex and sophisticated, composite magic array he had ever seen. Even with his current level of expertise, Odis was not confident in designing such a fully functional magic array. After carefully taking notes, OS went to observe the hexagonal crystal that was slowly rotating in the center of the room. There were also many, ancient elven scripts on it, resembling a complex magic circle, but it wasn't. Odis deduced that it was actually something like an intelligent processor. Whenever a part of the magic circle was damaged and unusable, it would make a certain judgment and actively shut down that part of the magic circle, ceasing to supply spiritual energy to that location. After taking another look at the magic circle, Odis sighed, "What a pity, I can't have a chance to communicate with such a master." He had just put away his notebook when he suddenly sensed a change in the jade dagger in his backpack. Odis opened his backpack and saw that the jade dagger he had previously used had lost all its translucency and had turned into something resembling a dull fishbone. This also means that the properties extracted from Kavichua, the properties at sequence level 3, are no longer closely related to Poseidon. Odis left the secret chamber, closed the door, and then wiped away the magic circle he had just drawn on the wall. All the ancient elven script in the building was carved and then coated with a special spiritual material. However, the magic circle that Odis had just written could be easily erased. Without this magic circle, the people of the Storm Church would not be able to enter this secret room. Of course, they were unaware of the existence of such a hidden room. Seeing that the electric eel had stopped twitching, Odis collected some of its blood, internal organs, muscles, and skin, all of which were good spiritual materials. Finally, Odis broke off a large piece of coral as a sample. It was part of the city's lighting system, essentially a light bulb, and was of great research value. Just as Odis was about to leave with the travel ring, she glanced at the great hall next door and suddenly felt that since she was already here, she had to go and take a look. So he cautiously entered the great hall, which showed obvious signs of damage caused by a giant beast. There were some murals on the wall, but they are no longer clearly visible. Just then, a wild roar came from the side hall next door, and Odis cautiously went over. Along the way, they encountered some guards who looked like mummies, and none of them showed any signs of life. After passing through the corridor, Odis quietly glanced into the side hall. The first thing he saw was a giant sea serpent, its body enormous, like a small mountain. This enormous sea serpent, with a ferocious expression, was biting a giant stone pillar in the side hall. It must have struggled violently in the last moments of its life. Then, Odis saw a phantom figure floating in midair, dressed in black armor, wearing a crown, and with a cloak floating gracefully behind him. He was as majestic as an emperor, so much so that Odis dared not meet his gaze. Odis thought with a hint of envy, Klein's transformation form is quite cool. In addition, there was an old man dressed in a priest's robe in the hall who kept unleashing lightning and gales to attack Klein. Furthermore, slippery tentacles extended from within the robe, relentlessly attacking Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor in midair. Beside Kavichua's body lay a row of people dressed in clergy robes, with Kavichua's body in front of them torn apart and looking like a bloody mess. These people of the sea god cult had just devoured the corpse of the sea god, but their extraordinary characteristics had not yet been released. Unable to withstand the impact of these characteristics, they died there. Odis noticed that the characteristics that had been processed by their bodies were being released, and some of them were combining with an item on their bodies. Those are clearly extraordinary properties and sealed artifacts. However, the battle in the room was too intense, and Odis dared not go in to retrieve it. He briefly observed the battle situation, opened his bag, and took out an ice and snow scroll. Then Odis strode forward and threw the weapon at the old man fighting Klein. Activate. Squeak squeak. As the sickening freezing sound began, many of the tentacles that had extended from under the old man's robes were frozen solid. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Klein made a gesture of embracing the sun, and a beam of light burning with golden flames shone on the old man, causing him to quickly disintegrate. Klein gave Odis a deep look before flying toward the head of Kavichua, in front of the fong that contained most of the light. He endured immense pain as he touched the tooth, and after struggling to pull it out, he quickly ended the summoning and disappeared into the hall. All the oppressive feeling in the side hall quickly disappeared. Odis breathed a long sigh of relief before entering the side hall to make sure there were no living people or living sea serpents left. After Klein finished the summoning, he had to leave as soon as possible, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand the negative effects of that sealed artifact outside. Therefore, Klein did not have time to pick up these extraordinary properties and sealed artifacts on the ground. Odis, of course, would not miss such an opportunity, and stuffed all 3 extraordinary properties and 5 sealed items into the wilderness of knowledge. As he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that behind the sea god's corpse were some well-preserved murals and ancient elven script. Odis bypassed the mountain-like corpse of the sea serpent, and behind it was a portal with a short corridor. Outside the corridor was a passage of ancient elven script, which Odis translated while silently reading it aloud in his mind. He helped us when the whole world was against us. Odis was taken aback. Who is he? He then entered the somewhat collapsed corridor and found several relatively intact murals. The first one depicted a man riding on ocean waves, under dark clouds, and shrouded in a storm. Upon seeing this, Odis's eyes narrowed. This man actually possessed an Eastern charm. Elf King. Odis realized that the middle-aged man was the Elf King Sunyasolam. He took another look at the man's image. This was the first time he had seen such a familiar face since coming to this world. Continuing down, on the other side of this mural, there is a man in a white robe. Behind him is a halo like the sun, an illusory circle divided into 12 sections, and a shadow that resembles a curtain, all of which prove that this is the ancient sun god. Odis thought to himself that this must be a war in which the ancient sun god reclaimed the authority of the elf king. He looked ahead to the next mural, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly realized something was wrong. After the elf king was killed, how could the elves still have the mood to leave murals? At that time, the elves must have been being hunted down by the followers and believers of the ancient sun god. Thinking of the inscription at the entrance again, Odis guessed, could it be that after the death of the elf king, some god helped the elves build a city on the seabed? Then he thought, the magic array here not only isolates the seawater, creating a space on the seabed, but also has a certain degree of integration with the spirit world, which plays a very good role in hiding. It is very likely that it is hiding the elves in this city, so that they are spared from the slaughter of the ancient sun god. At this point, Odis discovered that the second mural depicted the elves being brutally murdered by humans. Some had their heads cut off and displayed on spears as if to show off, while others were imprisoned. Male elves were enslaved, and female elves were used for human amusement. Odis did not make a judgment on this in his mind, because in the Second Age, the elves also treated humans very cruelly. Odis has always been reluctant to comment on such historical issues. Continuing to look, Odis saw a second person with an oriental charm in the mural. He floated cross-legged in midair, with an ethereal light behind him, making him look somewhat like the immortals in Odis's mind. Odis was slightly taken aback. Was it not just Sonia Solom who came here back then? Or did people from homeland come after the elven king fell? Unfortunately, this celestial-like figure has a rather ethereal face, making it difficult to discern his features. He simply gives off a kind and benevolent impression. He, or rather, him, seemed to be speaking to a female spirit. The murals behind depict the scene of the elves building this city. The 4 murals together depict the story of the elf king who perished in a battle with the ancient sun god, leading to the slaughter of elves by humans. The surviving elves, guided by a deity, established the city and temporarily hid their whereabouts. This surprised Odis, who only remembered that the ruins seemed to be related to the Queen of Calamity, Goshenam, but did not know much about the details. As Odis walked through the corridor, lost in thought, he saw another large hall at the back, but this hall was severely collapsed. After passing through the collapsed area, Odis saw a throne with a coral back inside the hall. Odis noticed that there was only one throne. This further demonstrates that the elven king had already perished at that time, otherwise, there should have been 2 thrones, one belonging to the elven king and the other to Queen Goshenam. In other words, after the elven king fell, Goshenam still gathered many elves in the city and lived there for a long time. Later, for reasons unknown, the ancient sun god discovered this place. Perhaps it was just that some angel king discovered that elves frequently appeared in this sea area for some reason, so he launched an attack. However, the main battlefield should not be here, otherwise the magic array here might have been completely destroyed long ago. Moreover, it is highly likely that the elves took the initiative to fight, and this place was not discovered. Otherwise, the subordinates of the ancient sun god would not have let go of the extraordinary properties that Kavichua devoured here. Thinking of this, Odis glanced at the throne again, returned to the hall, collected some scales from Kavichua, and then left using the travel ring. Inside the Source Castle, Klein used the Grey Mist's abilities to learn about the sea god's characteristics, the abilities of the sealed artifact, and its negative effects. Overjoyed, he realized that what he had just seen was the Hermit. Klein couldn't help but wonder, why does he always seem to get involved in events with such a huge impact? The Hermit first set a large fire not far from the Sodrak Palace, then the Hermit was present when sealing the arrival of the Starry Sky Evil God, and the Hermit was also present when blocking the actions of the Witch Cult and the Aurora Society. Recently, I encountered the Hermit in Bansi Port, and again in the Elven ruins where Kavichua was hiding. Why do strange things happen wherever he goes? Then Klein recalled some of his earlier speculations about the Hermit. The friend he was looking for in Bansiport was clearly a demigod. It was highly unusual for someone at sequence 6. No, at sequence 7, or even at a lower sequence, to have befriended a demigod. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly thought of Mr. Azik. It's not so hard to accept that low sequence is friends with demigods.